Chapter 127, Discovery. Thus, time passed day by day, and as we turned the pages, 3 years had already elapsed. Indeed, time flies remarkably fast. Within these 3 years, the 4 little friends had become each other's dearest companions. Severus Snape's father tragically lost his life to a mysterious case of tetanus when he was merely 7 years old. Fortunately, this unfortunate tetanus was a consequence of a mishap at a job he had finally managed to secure. Consequently, Prince, determined to secure a better future, mustered the courage to wield the legal instruments of the Muggle world for the first time, successfully obtaining a substantial compensation from the factory. Coupled with the diligent savings accumulated by Prince over the years, their living conditions improved significantly. During these 3 years, Snape dedicated himself to enhancing his knowledge and understanding the art of potion making and the applications of various spells. Prince recognized her son's brilliance early on, commencing his education on mastering his magic and acquiring knowledge when Snape was just 7 years old. Snape's remarkable aptitude for potions astounded Prince. She had never encountered anyone with such exceptional talent in this field. If he were to receive instruction at Hogwarts, Prince firmly believed that her son would become an outstanding wizard in the realm of potion making. At this juncture, Penny was already 10 years old, soon to celebrate her 11th birthday. Her academic performance was exemplary, often garnering praise from her teachers. Penny's younger sister also successfully entered primary school, and with her striking appearance and vivacious personality, she quickly established rapport with her peers. Both sisters became the center of attention within their social circles. Meanwhile, Jinghe had become increasingly adept at controlling her magic over these 3 years. No longer would she struggle to lift stones as she did 3 years ago. Now she could effortlessly levitate them with a mere flick of her fingers, bending them to her will. Throughout these years, Jinghe's parents frequently visited their daughter, finding joy in her lively demeanor and happiness as she made friends among fellow witches. They were delighted to see their daughter flourishing within her social circle, blossoming into a remarkably beautiful young lady, and they promised that they would soon bring Jinghe back home. At this time, the Syard couple, through their diligent work and financial foresight, not only thrived professionally, but also achieved commendable returns in the wizarding community's financial endeavors, anticipating stability within a year. They had sold the modest apartment hidden in the Muggle world and exchanged it for a quaint estate, planning to acquire a house elf to assist in caring for their daughter, as the couple, despite their newfound stability, remained busy with daily endeavors. Nearby, there was a playmate of the same age as their daughter. The boy from the Potter family was coincidentally her age, providing an opportunity for them to grow acquainted and possibly embark on their journey to Hogwarts together. Recently, they were engaged in discussions with the head of the Black family regarding matters related to an apothecary in Diagon Alley. Though they started as mere Aurors, the couple's extraordinary progress over the past few years had drawn the attention of other pureblood families. Some families, upon seeing the name Syard, could surmise that this was the next generation of the once glorious, now diminished Syard family, which seemed poised for resurgence. Consequently, these families gradually retracted their previous disdain and extended olive branches to the Syard couple. Jinghe, upon reading her parents' letter, realized that it was likely she would be returning home in a few months. Her mother also mentioned in the letter that they had purchased a new estate and met some business partners, among whom was a child as lively as Jinghe. She eagerly anticipated meeting the son of the shampoo supplier her parents had spoken of. Soon, a new Saturday arrived, marking the appointed time for the 4 companions who had shared countless moments of joy over the past 3 years. The time they had agreed upon had remained remarkably unchanged, and over these years, the great tree had grown considerably sturdier, its leaves flourishing abundantly in the summer, reminiscent of its initial splendor. After the 4 children chattered excitedly about the events of the past week, they settled beneath the tree, basking in the sun as they swayed gently. At this moment, Penny had turned 11, and she appeared taller and more refined, shedding her baby fat early. She exuded a newfound maturity and contemplation, while simultaneously harboring a profound fear of her sister's abilities, accompanied by a jealousy of which she herself was unaware. Initially, she contemplated confiding in her mother about the matter, but the thought that Lily might deny it left her apprehensive, fearing she would be deemed a liar. Thus, Penny chose to wait for an opportune moment when Lily would broach the subject herself. The 3 children gazed at the unchanging sun, squinting their eyes beneath the tree as their thoughts drifted in myriad directions. Unlike her carefree childhood days, 11-year-old Penny no longer sprawled recklessly on the grass. Instead, she elegantly picked up a book and sat upright against the tree, quietly engrossed in her reading, while discreetly observing the 3 children lying on the grass. Jinghe recalled the letter his father had written to him and looked up at the sky, proclaiming, "I shall soon return to my original place, likely next year." Upon hearing this, Severus sprang up from the grass, wide-eyed and serious, turning to the girl still reclining on the ground, asking, "When do you plan to leave? Why mention it now? Do you not intend to accompany me to Hogwarts?" Jinghe slowly sat up, reassuringly patting Severus's head, and replied with a smile, "Do not fret. When I return, only a year will have passed before we meet again at Hogwarts." At this moment, Severus's attire no longer hung loosely and ill-fitting as it once did. Instead, well-tailored clothing complemented him, lifting his demeanor from its previous somberness. His hair flowed smoothly over his shoulders, no longer the disheveled mess of his 5-year-old self. Although Severus felt a deep reluctance, he could not prevent Jinghe from returning. Instead, he expressed his disappointment to the girl, saying, "You must not forget me. We must be sorted into the same house." Just as Jinghe was about to speak, Lily suddenly interjected, her eyes wide with curiosity as she looked at the two. "What exactly is this Hogwarts you keep mentioning? Why does Severus want to go there? Why must schools even have houses?" Jinghe, smiling at Lily's thirst for knowledge, replied, "It is a secret among us. We have signed an agreement not to disclose it to others." Truly intrigued by the mystery of Hogwarts, Lily summoned her courage and proposed, "I will trade my secret for your secrets about Hogwarts." Suddenly, Penny lowered the book that had obstructed her view, her attention now riveted on her sister's actions. Then, Lily opened her palm, revealing a delicate yellow daisy that seemed to materialize out of thin air. This enchanting scene caused both Jinghe and Severus to widen their eyes in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Lily, too, possessed magical abilities. Jinghe was instantly filled with excitement, as this meant he could meet his dear friends at Hogwarts in the future. He took the daisy that had grown from Lily's hand and grasped hers, exclaiming joyfully, "I can't believe you are also a little witch, Lily. This means we can all go to Hogwarts together." "Witch?" Lily furrowed her brow, puzzled by the term. Just as she pondered its meaning, Jinghe opened his palm, and a stunning blue butterfly appeared, fluttering above their heads after he blew gently upon it. Lily watched in amazement, realizing that her powers were not unique to her alone. Her friends were also endowed with wondrous abilities. After showcasing his talent, Jinghe excitedly explained, "Both Severus and I are wizards, and all little witches and wizards must attend Hogwarts at the age of 11 to continue their education. Wizards are quite rare. To think there are 3 of us here. This means that after turning 11, we can meet again at Hogwarts and forge a deep friendship." Meanwhile, Penny, observing the unfolding spectacle from a distance, was astonished. She had never imagined that her sister and 2 friends were the so-called wizards, each possessing extraordinary abilities while she felt utterly devoid of any. This realization ignited within Penny an indescribable emotion. She watched her sister and friends joyfully discussing Hogwarts, as jealousy gradually enveloped her heart. As Jinghe was about to say something, he suddenly recalled that Penny might lack magical powers. Turning to her, he saw her closing the book and preparing to stand, her expression reflecting her discontent. Jinghe hastily rose and sat beside Penny, who was fuming over the fact that her 3 friends possessed magic while she did not. In that moment, Jinghe seized her hand, and Penny gazed at the beautiful and gifted girl before her, feeling the scales of her heart grow increasingly unbalanced. How could it be that she's not only stunningly beautiful, but also possesses that peculiar talent? Why does Lily wield magic while the heavens refuse to bestow upon her such extraordinary powers? Is it possible that her nightly prayers lack sufficient fervor? Penny glared fiercely at Jinghe beside her, forcefully withdrawing her hand from the girl's grasp, and exclaimed, "You are all anomalies. I shall tell Mother." Jinghe gazed at the 8-year-old Penny before her, fully aware of the imbalance of emotions brewing within. If she were to empathize, she would understand that if all her dear friends were endowed with marvelous abilities while she herself had none, she too would feel as disheartened as Penny. She rose to her feet, and at this moment, the 8-year-old girl was nearly as tall as Penny, only half a head shorter. She grasped Penny's hand and said, "Penny, I understand that your heart may not be filled with joy at this moment. We possess magic, which may not be within our control. Yet you have your own remarkable attributes that we all admire. You have those deft hands that can create delicious desserts, and a nimble mind that consistently secures the top rank in every examination. None of us possess such abilities." After Penny uttered that harsh remark, she felt a twinge of regret. She was uncertain how to face a friend she had known for 3 years. However, as the girl stood up, holding her hand and softly extolling her virtues, Penny's tears began to fall uncontrollably. Yet, she tilted her head back, determined not to let the tears cascade down. For she was now 11 years old and could not reveal her vulnerable side to these mere 8-year-olds. Lily, noticing her sister's distress, rushed over and enveloped her in a hug, declaring, "In my heart, you will always be the best sister in the world. You craft the most beautiful scarves, and your gifts are always praised by our father, while your friends commend your excellence, and your academic achievements are unparalleled. In my eyes, you will forever be my greatest sister." Jinghe also took hold of Penny's hand and asserted, "You will always be my dear friend Penny. This is something that cannot be altered." Even the usually taciturn Severus Snape slowly approached and remarked, "You excel academically, Penny." Initially displeased when he saw Penny dismiss Jinghe's hand, he had not held a particular fondness for her. However, upon considering Jinghe's desire to comfort her, he decided to join them. Listening to the comforting words from her 3 friends and feeling the embrace of her sister, Penny could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, holding Lily tightly. Heaven knows how heartbroken Penny felt upon realizing she lacked such magical powers. Yet, her sister and her good friends unearthed her shining qualities one by one. Moreover, her parents always welcomed her home with a warm embrace. Suddenly, Penny felt that although she could not wield magic, she was profoundly happy. The heart of an 11-year-old girl inevitably harbors a knot, yet whether this knot will unravel with the passage of time remains uncertain. After Penny's outburst of tears, the 4 children seemed to revert to their usual selves, although their discussions shifted from mundane school and societal antics to the enchanting world of Hogwarts magic. Jinghe, being the most knowledgeable little witch, elucidated the intricacies of Hogwarts school and the distribution of its houses, along with the various personalities and types of magic. To the 2 little girls from the Evans family, both girls were filled with genuine curiosity about the unknown world of Hogwarts, particularly Lily, who, upon hearing Jinghe's descriptions, felt a surge of excitement. At the age of 11, she was about to embark on a journey to an entirely new realm. The conversation continued for quite some time, and it was not until the sun began to set that the children realized how late it had grown. After waving goodbye, they returned to their respective homes. Although Penny still felt a twinge of discomfort, she refrained from labeling her sister's magical abilities as something peculiar when Lily excitedly informed their parents of her newfound powers. When Mr. and Mrs. Evans learned that their daughter possessed such extraordinary magic and that the granddaughter of the Rowetts was also a witch, they were utterly astonished. They gathered around their daughter, urging Lily to showcase her magical skills, marveling at each demonstration. As Penny witnessed her once vivacious sister receiving such admiration, her heart sank further. Yet her prejudice against those who wielded magic began to wane. Meanwhile, at the Syat household, Rowett was equally astonished, never having imagined that the little girl next door was also a witch. This revelation implied that both girls, along with Snape, could attend school together and forge bonds of friendship. Rowett promptly decided to invite the little girl over the following day to share some magical learning materials with Jinghe to pass on to Lily. Snape returned home, joyfully sharing his discoveries with Prince. Ever since that man had vanished from their lives, although he still heard the gossip, the atmosphere at home had greatly improved. The little cabin was no longer dilapidated. He now enjoyed hearty meals, learned fascinating new things, and had forged wonderful friendships. Under the starry sky, they all drifted into slumber, filled with the hopes and dreams of what delightful adventures awaited them at school. Magic is indeed a marvelous thing, is it not? Chapter 128. Farewells and new encounters. Time swiftly elapsed, and before long, a new year had arrived. At this point, Jinghe, Snape, and the others had all successfully turned 9, an age that would soon lead them to receive their acceptance letters from Hogwarts in just 2 short years. Within this brief span, Lily and Snape had delved deeper into the knowledge of magic while residing at the Rowett home, allowing them to better harness their magical abilities and avoid causing disturbances due to uncontrolled magic. Another warm winter had arrived, and Jinghe, who despised the cold, bundled herself in layers of thick clothing. The household was alive with the crackling warmth of the fireplace. Yet Jinghe still relished the opportunity to play in the snow with her friends, knowing full well that each outing would leave her bedridden for 3 days. Thus, Rowett would always cast 2 layers of warming charms on her before she ventured out, ensuring that she felt less chilled. In mid-November, after a fresh snowfall the night before, Rowett looked out the window the following morning to see a carriage parked outside their home. The individuals disembarking were none other than the long-missed 80s and Luaminkyu. The couple had come to take their daughter home, having arranged everything in advance, including the acquisition of a house elf. With all preparations complete, they could hardly contain their excitement at the prospect of reuniting with their daughter. As the couple entered the warm abode, they were instantly enveloped in a comforting heat, far more inviting than any place they had previously visited. They understood that the warmth within was necessary for their daughter, who had always been sensitive to the cold. Early that morning, Jinghe was roused from her slumber by the sounds of commotion below. Rubbing her eyes in a daze, she made her way downstairs and was greeted by the sight of her long-absent parents. Overwhelmed with excitement, she exclaimed and leaped into their embrace, joyfully exclaiming, "Mom and Dad, I've missed you so much." 80s effortlessly caught his daughter, who had grown significantly since their last encounter. The Syad couple had nurtured their granddaughter with utmost care. Her complexion fair and rosy, even cuter than she had been at 5. 80s planted a kiss on Jinghe's cheek and smiled, "My dear, your mother and I have come to take you home. We have purchased a new little estate, and the most beautiful bedroom has been prepared just for you." Upon hearing this, Jinghe cheered exuberantly. It was impossible for her to claim that she had not missed her parents during her 5 years here, countless nights. She had lain awake, gazing out the window at the moon, pondering what her parents might be doing, and at times, tears would flow from her longing heart. However, Grandfather Rowett, Grandmother Katiana, and my dear friends have bestowed upon me an abundance of joyful experiences, preventing Jinghe from succumbing to excessive sorrow due to longing. Jinghe yearns to return to her parents. How could any child not cling to their mother and father? Yet, upon contemplating her grandparents, Jinghe leapt from Addis's embrace and dashed over to Rowett and Katiana, playfully asking, "Can grandfather and grandmother come with me?" Jinghe wished for her parents to reside together with her grandparents. That way, when she eventually attends Hogwarts, she could see her grandparents every holiday. Rowett chuckled and shook his head, gently stroking his granddaughter's fluffy head. "Your grandparents have grown accustomed to living here. It would be quite the adjustment if we were to move. Your grandmother and I both cherish our time here. Once our girl receives her acceptance letter, how about we visit you then?" Jinghe pondered this. Her grandparents were of advanced age, and their attachment to this place was profound, something that could not easily be severed. Thus, with a heavy heart, she conceded, "All right, I will come to visit grandfather and grandmother during every holiday." The elderly couple smiled and affectionately patted their granddaughter's head, nodding in agreement. With their business flourishing, Rowett and Katiana planned to return to the estate they had purchased tomorrow, as they had matters to attend to the following day. Jinghe's belongings were few, and with the aid of magic, a small bag quickly filled to capacity. After donning her clothes and receiving several warming charms from Rowett, she intended to seek out her friends to bid them farewell. Meanwhile, in the adjacent Evans household, Mr. Evans had already finished breakfast and departed for work, while Mrs. Evans sat quietly on the sofa by the fireplace, engrossed in knitting a scarf. Their 2 daughters were present, one quietly reading and the other deep in thought over her homework. Since Lily had informed her parents of her impending enrollment at Hogwarts when she turned 11, she had withdrawn from school and was now quietly absorbing knowledge at home, while also visiting the Yachty's household daily to learn about magic and better control her burgeoning powers. Penny, on the other hand, continued to excel and remained the most popular girl at school. The atmosphere in their home was serene, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of the fire. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Lily, sensing that it might be her dear friend, eagerly set her book aside, rushed to open the door, and was met by the beaming face of Jinghe, draped in a vivid red cloak. With her soft black hair cascading over her shoulders, the 9-year-old girl was already blossoming into a beauty. Knowing that Jinghe was particularly sensitive to the cold, Lily quickly pulled her inside, brushing the snow from her shoulders while chiding, "Why didn't you let us know you were coming? With such heavy snow, you might catch a cold and be bedridden for days." As Jinghe gazed at her concerned friend, an inexplicable sadness washed over her. After all, both Lily and Penny had been her companions from the tender age of 5 to 9, and it was impossible not to feel sorrow at their impending separation. Jinghe took hold of Lily's hand and said, "I'm leaving tomorrow. My parents are coming to take me home. Today, I wanted to say goodbye to you, Penny, and Uncle and Aunt Evans." Lily's hands froze mid-motion, and an overwhelming sadness enveloped her heart. Though she had anticipated this day, its arrival still brought a pang of pain. She knew they would reunite at Hogwarts when they turned 11, yet the thought of a year apart felt unbearable. Penny, having overheard Jinghe, approached her. Over the past 4 years, she had come to regard this younger sister as one of her closest friends. The idea of Jinghe leaving felt incomprehensible. Knowing that while her sister would see Snape at Hogwarts, She had no idea when she would be reunited with her friend. Penny silently set down her book and walked over to embrace Jinghe tightly. Her emotions, usually well contained, threatened to spill forth after having held them in since her last bout of tears. She had always believed herself to be strong. Yet the reality of this moment revealed her vulnerability. Yana, surprised at how swiftly time had passed, hastily set down her half-finished scarf and gathered the three girls in front of the sofa. She comforted the tearful trio, saying, "All things in this world follow a rhythm. If we must part, it only means we shall reunite one day. Do not fret, for as long as we exist in this world, a reunion is inevitable." With these soothing words, the girls gradually quieted their sobs. Jinghe then retrieved her thoughtfully prepared gifts from her bag. For Aunt Yana, she presented a pair of extraordinary gloves, designed to withstand high temperatures, ensuring that even if one were to plunge their hands into fire, they would remain unscathed. For Lily and Penny, she gifted each a beautiful moonstone bracelet, which would emit a gentle glow under the moonlight. Addis had also inscribed calming spells on them to help stabilize emotions and alleviate irritability, proving to be immensely beneficial. After spending some time at the Evans household, the three girls tidied up and set out to visit Spidertail Alley to bid farewell to Severus and see Grandmother Susan. Upon hearing the news of Jinghe's imminent departure, Grandmother Susan felt a profound sadness, embracing the charming young girl tightly and refusing to let go. Jinghe presented her with a scarf, warmer than an ordinary one, as Susan, having aged, found the winter chill increasingly intolerable. This scarf would greatly assist her in warding off the cold. Meanwhile, in the Snape household, ever since the departure of that man, the winter home was well stocked with fuel, allowing the fireplace to radiate warmth throughout the room. Today, Prince was not at work and sat on the sofa with a book, while Severus attentively absorbed the potion knowledge his mother imparted. After discovering Severus's aptitude for potions, Prince had ventured to Diagon Alley, purchasing numerous books on the subject to broaden her son's understanding. As a result, Severus had amassed knowledge far exceeding that of other young witches and wizards who had already attended school. Just as the mother and son were engrossed in their reading, a knock at the door interrupted their thoughts. Severus stood up from the sofa and walked to the door, opening it to reveal Jinghe and the two Evans daughters. He was puzzled as to why the three girls had braved the cold to visit. Severus was well aware of Jinghe's aversion to the chill, especially after the snowfall the previous day. Today, as the snow melted, the air was particularly frigid. Without inquiry, Severus quickly ushered the three girls inside. As they entered, warmth enveloped them, and they shook the snow from their legs. Prince, noticing the girls, smiled and guided them to the sofa by the fireplace, pouring them each a cup of hot tea before asking, "What brings you here so early today?" Jinghe sniffled, trying hard to hold back another wave of tears, then said in a trembling voice, "Auntie Prince, I'm leaving with my parents tomorrow, so I came today to say goodbye to you and Severus." Thud. The book that had been held firmly in Snape's hands suddenly fell onto the table, splashing the tea on it. But he seemed not to notice, just staring fixedly at the little girl before him, feeling a sudden sting in his nose as tears threatened to spill from the corners of his eyes. He tried hard to tilt his head back, steadying his emotions. But the moment he looked down to speak again, a sob still escaped his voice. "You're leaving tomorrow? Can't you stay a few more days?" Snape felt a heavy, aching tightness in his chest. He didn't understand what was happening to him. He saw the girl as his best friend. It was she who had saved him that time, changing his family. He wanted to be with her forever. He knew they would have to part, knew they would meet again at Hogwarts, but still, he felt deeply saddened. They wouldn't see each other for a whole year. He sniffled again, looking at the tears welling up in Snape's eyes. With a comforting smile, she said, "I can still come visit you this year. There's nothing to be sad about. We'll see each other again at Hogwarts." Then, Jinghe pulled a necklace from her pocket. While giving a necklace to a boy might seem odd, this necklace was the work of an alchemy master. It could help Snape block one curse. For 9-year-olds, unforgivable curses seemed too distant, but who could predict the future? This necklace was originally bought by Luo Mingqiu for her daughter to wear as a precaution. But Jinghe thought it over and decided to give it to Snape instead. After all, she had already seen his passion for potions and his talent for magic in the 9-year-old Snape. Hogwarts wouldn't hold him back. He would eventually seek out even more powerful magic. Perhaps to give it a dignified appearance, the necklace didn't use playful colors. It was entirely crafted from black obsidian, with only a small crystal butterfly adorning the bottom. The whole piece was black, giving it a solemn look on anyone who wore it. It was because of this butterfly that Luo Mingqiu had wanted to buy it for her daughter, but her daughter still decided to give this life-saving charm to Snape. At first, Luo Mingqiu disagreed, but the little girl pleaded with her mother for a long time before she finally relented. Luo Mingqiu thought it was just a necklace. There would be many more as her daughter grew up. She could always buy another one, especially since the family's financial situation was now quite comfortable. Jinghe personally placed the necklace around Snape's neck, feeling the warmth of the black necklace against his skin. Snape silently vowed that no one would ever damage it. Yet no one anticipated that the necklace would shatter long afterward, leaving only a string of obsidian beads. The butterfly had been destroyed by a single curse. Chapter 129, Parting and First Meeting 2 for Prince Jinghe. He left a purple bracelet. Jinghe could keenly sense that due to overexertion and the violence she had suffered in earlier years, Prince's physical health was very poor. In recent years, as life improved, Prince had gradually begun to care for her body, but it was still a drop in the bucket. This purple crystal could, to some extent, restore a person's constitution and heal minor wounds, a great help to Prince. All four children cherished these moments. They had never felt time pass so quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Reluctantly, the four returned to their homes. The next morning arrived swiftly, bundled up tightly by Luo Mingqiu. Jinghe was ready to return to the manor. As the five of them stepped outside, they saw three small figures in the snow, the two Evans girls and Snape, who had run over early in the morning to wait. Seeing them, Jinghe immediately dashed over, wrapping her arms around the two girls. She knew she couldn't cry in such a moment. Tears would only make it harder to part. So she smiled and said to them, "We'll see each other again soon." Then she turned and hugged Snape, who had been standing motionless, watching Jinghe. Even after spending so much time together, Snape and Jinghe had never hugged before. This was their first embrace. The scent of roses lingered around Snape. Trembling, he reached out his hands and held her tightly in return. He wished he could stay like this in the snow forever, in this embrace. But that was clearly impossible. Addis, standing by the carriage, slowly walked over and took his daughter's small hand. He said to the three children, "Don't worry. Jinghe will see you all again soon. If the bond exists, you will meet again." Reluctantly, Jinghe bid farewell to her grandparents and her three good friends before turning to board the carriage. Once inside, tears seemed to flow uncontrollably. Luo Mingqiu held her daughter in her arms, soothing her softly as the carriage slowly moved away, leaving the place where the girl had spent 4 years. With magic enhancing its speed, the carriage traveled swiftly. In the warm interior, Jinghe gradually drifted asleep in Luo Mingqiu's arms, tears stained still on her cheeks and her nose sniffling occasionally. Jinghe only dozed for a short while before waking up. Rising from her mother's embrace, she pulled back the curtain and looked outside, finding herself in an entirely unfamiliar setting. Luo Mingqiu smiled beside her daughter and said, "We're almost there." Just as Luo Mingqiu said, the carriage stopped less than 2 minutes later. The sleeping little girl had no idea how a carriage could travel so quickly from the Muggle world to the Wizarding world, but that wasn't a question for a child to ponder. Now, what little Jinghe needed to think about was what the garden she was about to see would look like. Thinking of the manor she was soon to see, Jinghe grew excited again. Before the carriage had even fully stopped, she hurriedly opened the door and jumped out. Then she saw a small manor. Just like the ones in picture books, an ornate, patterned arch stood before her, covered in glistening snow. Beyond it was a small villa, roughly 4 stories tall. In front of the villa, what should have been a garden filled with flowers and plants was now blanketed in snow. However, one area remained uncovered, a circle of beautiful roses, likely protected by magic, blooming vibrantly even in winter. Jinghe squealed with delight. Then she saw a neatly dressed, short little creature standing before her. It bowed deeply to her and said, "Welcome home, young mistress." Jinghe had never seen such a being before. For a moment, she was startled by the little elf's sudden appearance, but she quickly realized this was the house elf her grandfather had mentioned. Every wealthy family hired one to help with household chores. Addis stepped forward, patted his daughter's head, and said with a smile, "This is our family's house elf. It doesn't have a name yet. We were waiting for you to give it one." Jinghe cheered, looked at the house elf before her, and thought carefully. Then, as if struck by an idea, she looked up, smiled, and pointed at the house elf. "From now on, your name is Letty." And so, the house elf had a new name, Letty. Upon hearing his master bestow a name upon him, Lodi bowed and expressed, "Thank you, young master, for granting me such a melodious name." Subsequently, the couple led their daughter into the charming little villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by the parlor on the first floor, which was adorned in a manner reminiscent of the girl's previous apartment, albeit enhanced with exquisite decorations due to the expanded space. The parents' quarters were situated on the second floor, which also housed a study and several guest rooms, while the guest accommodations were arranged on the ground floor. Jinghe and Duan's bedroom was allocated to the third floor, being one of the more spacious rooms within the villa. Upon hearing this, Jinghe eagerly dashed up the stairs, flung open the door to her room, where a delicate string of butterfly-shaped wind chimes hung. As she opened the door, the chimes tinkled melodiously, welcoming her arrival. Inside, she was met with the sight of her lovely bedroom, strikingly similar to the one in the Muggle world and at her grandparents' home, featuring a window ajar to allow sunlight to pour in. The room was tastefully decorated in soft blue hues, complemented by an elegant balance of black and white. Her luggage had already been transported upstairs by Lodi, the magically adept house elf, who with a snap of his fingers swiftly organized everything. Overjoyed, Jinghe tumbled onto her bed and, embracing her mother, exclaimed, "Thank you, Daddy and Mommy. I am so happy." Luo Mingxiu smiled at her daughter, replying, "As long as you are happy." Then, Yadi's approached with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "My dear, I know you were saddened by parting with your friends, but this afternoon Mrs. Black will be visiting to discuss some business matters with your mother and me. She has heard of your arrival today and will bring her 2 sons along. By the way, she also has 2 daughters who should be at Hogwarts, 2 years your senior. You will meet them when you attend Hogwarts." Yadi's had deliberated carefully before sharing this news with his daughter, as a remarkably talented young man had recently emerged in the wizarding world, aligning with the current head of the Malfoy family to bring many pure-blood families, including the Blacks, under their influence. Although Yadi's wished to shield his daughter from such matters, he had observed the behavior of the 2 boys, noting that while the elder was lively, he was not particularly malicious. And the youngest had already begun to exude the elegant demeanor of the Blacks, yet possessed a kind heart. Altogether a commendable child. Jinghe, upon hearing this, cheered in delight. Never expecting to meet a good friend of her age on her very first day, it was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Time swiftly progressed until the moment arrived for the couple to meet Mrs. Black, and the 3 of them settled onto the sofa in the parlor, awaiting her arrival. As the clock struck the appointed hour, a woman appeared in the fireplace, which was devoid of flames. This lady, with her meticulously styled hair and impeccably arranged gown, resembled an exquisite, ancient vase, beautiful yet decayed. Indeed, she was Mrs. Black. Following her, a burst of flames heralded the entrance of her 2 sons. Sirius, initially grumbling about this meeting, held disdain for the pure-blood girls his mother insisted he engage with, perceiving their smiles as false and their demeanor overly affected, leaving him utterly uninterested. He had only come due to his mother's firm decree that he accompany her, lest she confiscate his Quidditch broom. Reluctantly, he lifted his gaze and spotted a girl of similar age sitting on the sofa, clad in a blue dress that made her resemble a doll. At that moment, her sapphire-like eyes were fixed upon him, sparkling with curiosity as if he were an intriguing new object. This gaze, filled with vivacity and devoid of the calculating nature he so despised, piqued his interest in the girl his mother had instructed him to befriend. Close behind him was the youngest Black, Regulus, who harbored concerns that his elder brother might display rudeness upon first seeing the girl. Though only a year younger, he seemed to instinctively shoulder the responsibility of being the elder sibling. If someone had to bear the weight of this situation, then it would be him. Regulus hurried to catch up with his brother, and when he looked up, he saw the pretty girl sitting between their parents, her bright eyes sparkling with interest and friendliness. Observing his brother's demeanor, Regulus noticed a budding curiosity in Sirius towards the girl, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Sirius didn't roll his eyes at first sight, everything would be manageable. Yadi's rose and extended his hand towards the woman before him with a warm smile, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Walburga. And I am equally delighted to meet your 2 sons." Walburga responded by shaking Yadi's hand with a smile. "Indeed, it is a pleasure to be here, Mr. Yadi's." The lovely young lady seated there must be the little princess of the Side family. She is truly adorable. Jinghe, being well-mannered, promptly descended from the sofa, bowed before Mrs. Black, and declared, "I am pleased to meet you, Mrs. Black. My name is Jinghe Side, and I am 9 years old." Walburga smiled at the young girl, saying, "I am delighted to meet you, dear. Coincidentally, my son, Sirius Black, is also 9, and my other son, Regulus, is merely a year younger. You 3 are perfectly matched in age to play together." She then exchanged glances with her 2 sons, secretly worried that her elder son might cause some trouble. To her surprise, Sirius, who usually looked down upon noble girls with an air of superiority, stepped forward and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I am Sirius Black. You may call me Padfoot." Regulus, observing his brother's amiable behavior, felt relieved and quickly introduced himself. "I am Regulus Black. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Side. If you prefer, you may call me Real." Regulus could not quite fathom why he felt an immediate desire to draw closer to this enchanting girl at first sight. Perhaps she truly resembled the captivating fairies he had encountered in his books. Upon hearing the brothers' introductions, Jinghe beamed brightly and grasped one hand of each brother, exclaiming, "I am Jinghe Side, and I am delighted to make your acquaintance. You may simply call me Jinghe from now on." In that fleeting moment when the girl clasped their hands, a delightful fragrance wafted into the boy's nostrils, not the overwhelming scent of perfume, but the soothing aroma of roses that uplifted the spirit. Suddenly, both brothers felt a warmth in the room, their palms slightly perspiring. When one encounters their destined counterpart, The hormones within will deliver the most authentic response. Chapter 130. The Dual Redemption of the Serpent and the Butterfly. Tom's side story. This morning, the sun shone as brilliantly as ever, casting its radiant light upon the earth, with rays filtering through the gaps in the window to illuminate the bed and the man with closed eyes. The man on the bed lay bare, his skin marked with crimson traces, and his back bearing scratches from the girl's grasp. The woman nestled in his arms was still in a drowsy slumber, exhausted from the previous night's fervor, as evidenced by the marks trailing from her neck to her chest, revealing the intensity of their encounter. Tom, bathed in the gentle morning light, gradually stirred and opened his eyes, glancing down at the little girl cradled in his embrace. He blinked, savoring the softness and familiar fragrance enveloping him, as if questioning the very reality of it all. Yet, the warmth and the evidence of their shared intimacy clearly indicated that this was indeed a tangible occurrence. Tom had finally found himself with the girl he had long yearned for. They had officially united in matrimony just yesterday. Ever since Tom had eliminated the unwelcome rival in 6th grade, he had regarded Jinghe as his own possession. Lacking an understanding of love, he believed solely that the girl belonged to him. He desired to possess her eternally. However, Tom's ignorance of love had evidently struck a nerve with Jinghe, who despised being constrained or treated as an object. When Tom first forbade her from conversing with others, she had swiftly drawn her wand to impart a lesson in love. This led to a protracted silence between them for half a month, for Jinghe was no mere parasite. Her magical prowess rivaled Tom's own. As Tom watched other men showering attention upon his sister, his heart raced with desperation, yet he felt powerless to intervene, resorting to the most rudimentary of gestures. He prepared meals and laid out clothes for her each day upon her return home, all while pitifully seeking her forgiveness. It was surprising to witness the once formidable Dark Lord reduced to such vulnerability within the confines of his home. Tom found himself at a loss for words when it came to persuading Dumbledore, who had surprisingly become the defense against the dark arts professor. Consequently, rumors circulated within the school regarding the fervent admirers of Professor Riddle, an Auror from the Ministry of Magic. Jinghe was well aware of Tom's affections for her, yet she understood that he lacked the capacity to love in the true sense. To him, she was merely an object of his possession, a mindset that needed rectifying. Over time, as they spent each day together, Jinghe began to harbor indescribable feelings for her brother. The day Tom learned to love properly would mark the moment they truly came together. Eager yet meticulous, Tom orchestrated a grand wedding, yearning to proclaim to all wizards that Jinghe would be his lifelong companion, the sole anchor in his existence. On the day of the wedding, former subordinates and rivals alike gathered, albeit begrudgingly, to witness the girl in her bridal gown, the most beautiful sight of all. Jinghe donned a pale blue wedding dress, its layers cascading like petals, complemented by a 3-meter-long veil adorned with blue butterflies, and she held a bouquet of crystal roses. Tom hosted a magnificent ceremony akin to those of countless wizards and muggles before him. In that moment, he shed the persona of the fearsome Dark Lord and the cold, unfeeling creature, transforming instead into the husband of the girl before him, the one worthy of her trust for a lifetime. As they exchanged rings, Tom's gaze remained fixed on Jinghe, even as an unexpected tear escaped the corner of his eye. He had finally wed her, plucked his rose, and attained the desire of his life. Throughout his existence, many had feared and revered him, believing he could acquire anything he desired. Yet, his heart sought only one girl. The rings they exchanged were intricately designed with intertwining butterflies and serpents. Following the ceremony, Tom opted to forego a lavish reception. Aware of the unseemly glances cast by certain men in attendance, he felt that orchestrating a gathering of such magnitude was already a significant feat, so the wedding was merely a prelude, devoid of an after-party. However, Jinghe understood her beloved's aversion to crowds. True affection lay not in mutual concessions, but in understanding and tolerance. The subsequent ritual was conducted solely between the two of them. Trembling slightly, Tom held up the ring and addressed the girl before him. "Miss Jinghe, do you wish to become the wife of Mr. Riddle, pledging to be together through sickness and health, in poverty and wealth, for eternity without parting?" Despite his distaste for muggles, he found himself enamored with the vows exchanged during their ceremonies. No matter the trials of life or the passage of time, his wife would remain at his side, steadfast and eternal. Jinghe, gazing at the man before her, nodded resolutely. "I do. I have loved you from an indeterminate time." Their second encounter was marked by Tom's unwavering presence, and subtle changes in their emotions had already begun to blossom during their time together. Jinghe had grown accustomed to seeking solace in his embrace when wearied, relishing the gentle caress of his cool fingers upon her head, and finding comfort in the presence of a small serpent during her moments of emotional turmoil. Perhaps she had understood her love for him long ago. With a smile, she asked, "Mr. Riddle, Do you wish to become the husband of Miss Jinghe, pledging to be together through sickness and health, in poverty and wealth? Tom remained silent. But a heartfelt embrace conveyed the most profound response. In the past, Tom had yearned for countless things: immortality, power, glory, and status. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his heart desired only her. With her by his side, everything was perfect. The perfectly sized ring was placed upon his beloved's finger, and at that moment, Tom exhaled a sigh of relief, tightly gripping his wife's hand. He finally felt that the girl before him truly belonged to him. She was his, Tom Riddle's, eternal wife. The wedding chamber was adorned beautifully, with vibrant flowers arranged by the balcony, and the table, bed, and wardrobe embellished with symbols of love and decorations. Above the bed, Jinghe had prominently displayed a wedding photograph where she appeared stunning in her bridal gown, while Tom gazed at her with tenderness. Although Tom was puzzled as to why the wedding photo needed to be by the bedside, he acquiesced, having been informed that it was a custom. And he found joy in seeing her image each morning, which uplifted his spirits. After a day full of activity, night had fallen, and by the time the wedding began, it was already midnight. Fortunately, with the assistance of magic, the cleanup was not overly burdensome. Yet, Tom felt no hunger. His heart raced with anticipation. In the library, he had learned of what was traditionally undertaken on the first night of marriage, and now, the renowned Dark Lord, typically composed and unflappable, found his hands trembling slightly. However, for the sake of the evening's endeavors, Tom compelled himself to eat a little, while Jinghe remained blissfully unaware, enjoying her dinner, oblivious to the increasingly dangerous glint in Tom's eyes. Upon entering the marital chamber, Jinghe, weary from a day of celebration, finally found solace as she reclined on the bed, adorned in her intricate wedding gown, and let out a sigh. While the notion of matrimony was undeniably enchanting, it was also quite exhausting. Tom, standing at the threshold, observed his wife lying on the bed and swallowed hard before clenching his fists, stepping inside to close the door behind him. With a swift gesture, he drew the curtains shut. Jinghe, puzzled by Tom's unusual attentiveness that day, recalled the affection evident in his gaze during the afternoon, now replaced by a look of desire. A wave of nervousness washed over her as she remembered the expectations that accompanied marriage, realizing this was her first experience in such matters, leaving her devoid of any prior knowledge. The couple exchanged wide-eyed glances, an awkward silence enveloping them. Drawing upon her courage, Jinghe approached Tom, remembering the film she had watched in the modern world, feeling as though she had observed enough to navigate this moment. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Tom's neck, and pressed her vibrant lips against his. Tom's eyes widened in surprise, but instinctively, he embraced Jinghe's slender waist. As they kissed, they stumbled toward the bed, where Tom gently pushed her down, both of their breaths quickening after their passionate exchange. Tom, breathing slowly, caressed Jinghe's cheek and asked, "Is this all right, my dear?" Blushing, she nodded, aware that this was a new venture for her. Following his instincts, Tom clumsily began to untangle the complex layers of her wedding gown, growing impatient as he reached the end, ultimately waving his hand to make her garments vanish completely. Jinghe's eyes widened in shock, and before she could utter a word, Tom's lips silenced her. He tenderly entered her embrace, and they found themselves engulfed in a euphoric descent. Tom had ultimately tarnished his salvation. Throughout his life, he had commanded the submission of many and inspired fear in others, yet none had truly embraced him until now. In the end, everyone had forsaken him, save for his sister, his girl, his wife, who offered unwavering belief and favoritism. "I was abandoned by the world, but I fell into your arms alone." In Chapter 131, Building a Snowman, Walburga observed her eldest son, relieved by his newfound comportment, especially following the last incident when she had taken Sirius to meet another young lady, only to witness his blatant disrespect. He had ignored her greeting, nearly bringing the poor girl to tears. And it was Regulus who had to step in to apologize and smooth over the situation. Seeing her son behave appropriately today eased Walburga's concerns. For this business venture was a lucrative opportunity for the Blacks. Ever since the family had allied with the young man, their expenses had grown significantly, and without swift cooperation, the Black family risked becoming a mere shell of its former self. Initially, Walburga was reluctant to collaborate with the Syads, especially given that Addis's father had married a Muggle whom she deemed beneath her notice. However, upon learning that Addis had a charming little girl and that his wife hailed from China, she hesitated, ultimately deciding to set aside her pretensions and engage in partnership with the Syads. This young man had developed an inexplicable fondness for Chinese culture and individuals. And during a previous event, a brazen Muggle had intruded, one who appeared to be Chinese, as he bore no resemblance to those around him. Just as Walburga raised her wand to terminate the Muggle's existence, the young man at the head of the table halted her with a gesture, stepping forward to scrutinize the trembling intruder. Perhaps it was an act of compassion, or something else entirely, but rather than dispatching him with a fatal curse. He opted for a memory charm and a curse of agony before casting the Muggle into the wilderness, sparing his life. The young man's loyal companion from the Malfoy family observed this scene without objection. Walburga, astute as ever, discerned from their reactions that they had not forgotten the girl. Truth be told, Walburga did not hold a vivid memory of the girl. She was merely aware that the girl had once shone as Hogwarts's brightest jewel. When news of her untimely demise reached her, Walburga had just completed her first year, having never seen the girl herself, only knowing of her dark curls and sapphire blue eyes, as well as the fabled birthmark that adorned her. When Walburga first laid eyes on the girl, she was astonished. The dark curls and blue eyes were strikingly reminiscent, even though many today shared similar traits. Yet, they lacked the grace and depth imparted by the girl's Chinese lineage, which lent her a soft yet strikingly defined countenance. As for the birthmark, Walburga stole a glance at the girl's left wrist, but with the chill of winter enveloping the room, Jinghe's long sleeves concealed it, leaving Walburga to swallow her curiosity. How could one truly believe in the notion of reincarnation? The adults proceeded to discuss the details of their collaboration with veiled intentions, while Jinghe, accompanied by the recently introduced Sirius and Rael, ventured to the study. It was Jinghe's first visit to this place, and she was unfamiliar with her surroundings. Having only encountered a study on the second floor, she cherished the knowledge found within books, much like Regulus, who preferred the quiet company of literature. Sirius, however, was not one to remain still for long. After a brief moment, he impatiently closed his book, leapt from his seat, and began to explore the library, excitedly rummaging through interesting items before returning them to their places. Noticing Sirius's restlessness, Jinghe understood that hosting demanded attention to her guest's interests as well. Thus, she closed her book, returning it to its rightful spot, and cheerfully proposed, "The snow falls perfectly today. Shall we go outside to build a snowman?" Sirius, who had been growing increasingly impatient, perked up at her suggestion, and Rael, aware of his brother's fidgety nature, also set aside his book and joined them. The three children dashed downstairs, eager to venture out into the snow. Just as they were about to step outside, Addis called for his daughter, rushing to her side to cast several warming charms and to ensure she wore heated gloves before permitting her to play in the snow. After completing these precautions, Addis turned to Walburga with an apologetic smile, saying, "I sincerely apologize. My daughter has always been sensitive to the cold, so as her father, I must take extra care." Walburga nodded in agreement, and the three resumed their discussion, meticulously deliberating the finer points of their collaboration. Outside the courtyard, three children swiftly dashed into the heart of the garden, where the pristine snow lay untouched, immaculate, and meticulous. In that moment, the trio frolicked freely in the snow, transforming the immaculate canvas into a vibrant tableau. Even though Rael, at the tender age of 8, possessed a degree of composure, he was still imbued with the playful spirit of a young Sirius, who, as the most exuberant among them, resembled a lively pup bounding through the snow. Jinghe too, transformed into a little fish, gracefully glided across the snowy expanse. Previously, during snowy days at Grandfather Rowett's, they had ventured out to play with friends. Yet the frail constitutions of the two girls, coupled with Severus' past malnutrition, had hindered their exuberance in the snow. However, the two children before him now radiated an abundance of energy. Jinghe, unable to roll freely in the snow before, was now invigorated by multiple warming charms cast by Addis, feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through her. The three of them tumbled and laughed in the snow, infusing the tranquil manner with a vivacious spark. After their playful escapade, they gathered to construct a snowman. Young Sirius, holding his breath, aspired to create the largest snowman, for during their time at the Black Manor, Walburga had always disallowed him from such frolics, deeming them beneath their dignity. Yet, in this moment, with Walburga preoccupied, she could not intervene, allowing him to revel freely in the estate. Regulus, the youngest of the household, though slightly matured for his age, still retained the essence of childhood. Every winter, as he gazed out the window at the dancing snowflakes, his eyes would glimmer with longing. Now, the three children squatted together, taking turns to pile the snow high, their collective determination quickly exhausting the surrounding snow. They succeeded in crafting a snowman approximately 13 feet tall, just a tad shorter than the two boys. Sirius agilely climbed a nearby tree to pluck 2 branches, which he affixed to the sides of the snowman, while Regulus gathered stones to serve as buttons. And Jinghe darted into a rose bush to pluck a beautiful rose, placing it in the snowman's center as a nose, prompting Sirius to double over with laughter. "Ha! Who would use a rose for a snowman's nose?" he guffawed. Jinghe, observing the rose adorning the snowman, felt it was somewhat peculiar. Yet she believed its beauty warranted its place there, and she retorted with conviction, "Of course, a snowman's nose should be unique. Merely using a carrot is dreadfully mundane." I think the snowman quite fancies this nose. The little snowman, now with a mouth crafted from small stones, seemed to smile contentedly, evidently satisfied with its nose. Sirius, caught off guard by her unexpected rebuttal, found himself momentarily speechless. Typically so eloquent. He had perhaps forgotten that the pure-blood families he associated with seldom dared to counter a child from the black lineage. This might have been his first experience of being so openly challenged. And it stirred a newfound curiosity within him towards the girl, though she was indeed a member of a pure-blood family. She did not carry herself with the haughty airs of others, disdaining the pretense of cheerfulness in unwelcome situations. Her emotions were starkly transparent. She embraced joy with exuberance and expressed discontent without hesitation, unafraid to retaliate against trifling matters. Sirius scrutinized her intently. At that moment, Jinghe's nose was pink from the cold. Her fair complexion flushed with rosy hues, wrapped in thick clothing that made her resemble a soft, plump bundle. An inexplicable urge to pinch her cheek flickered in Sirius's mind. Leaving a mark on such a delicate visage would surely take ages to fade. Regulus, observing his elder brother's unusual silence, grew anxious. Previously, Sirius had been the embodiment of fearlessness, unafraid to speak his mind, often leaving young ladies in tears with his sharp tongue. Yet here was a girl who disregarded the so-called family honor and boldly countered him. The sight of his brother, typically a firecracker, suddenly subdued, brought Regulus a sense of relief. It appeared that the ruckus had been avoided, indicating that Sirius held a significant interest in this girl. Regulus felt a wave of relief wash over him, seeing that his brother had finally encountered a girl who piqued his interest. Yet, an inexplicable heaviness settled in his chest as he gazed at the rosy-cheeked girl, suddenly tempted to reach out and ruffle her cheek. This thought startled him, and he quickly suppressed it. What was he thinking? The simple act of building a snowman had drawn the three friends closer together. Sirius began to regale them with tales of how he could soar on a broomstick, envisioning himself as a star of the Quidditch team, which captivated Jinghe's interest, sparking her desire to join the Quidditch team at school. However, Jinghe was more intrigued by the matters Regulus spoke of regarding the current dynamics within the pure-blood families. Addis, always considering his daughter's well-being, had refrained from divulging the recent upheavals among the pure-blood families. Admittedly, Regulus knew little, being only 8 years old. Many significant events were beyond his reach, and his mother had kept such matters well concealed, merely instructing him to show respect to those in positions of power. Regulus had once caught a distant glimpse of a particularly handsome young man at a gathering, seemingly in his early 20s, commanding the respect of the old-fashioned pure-blood families, who bowed and scraped before him. Regulus was oblivious to what promises this young man had made to earn such fealty, but it was clear that the allure he offered was substantial. As Jinghe listened to the young boy's animated discourse, her eyes reflected deep contemplation. If her parents were to pursue their work, perhaps they could forge a connection through this young man, especially since, as Regulus mentioned, many of the old noble families seemed to heed his call. If they could cultivate a relationship, it might elevate their family's business. Yet, she mused, the Syad family lacked treasures that might entice such a young man. Though her parents claimed to have achieved success in business, they were ultimately a lesser pure-blood family, unable to gain entry into such gatherings without notable accomplishments. Still, Jinghe pondered, if her parents could secure a meeting with the Black family within 4 years, surely they could become stronger in the years to come. If that young man required financial backing, perhaps he would extend an olive branch to the Syad family. However, a flicker of doubt arose within her. Her father seldom concealed matters from her, and when he did, it typically hinted at darker, unapproachable truths. The youth before them, seemingly basking in glory, appears to be the sole beacon of hope for the pure-blood lineage. However, the conditions necessary to unite these families must undoubtedly be substantial, likely at the expense of other innocent individuals. Perhaps this young man harbors some clandestine secret. Tom Riddle, a name that flitted through Jinghe's mind, prompting her to recall the various tomes she had perused regarding pure-blood families, none of which mentioned the Riddle surname. Yet this boy, who is not an heir of a pure-blood family, commands their obedience, suggesting that his methods are anything but ordinary. Strangely, Jinghe felt an inexplicable familiarity with this name, evoking a sense of dependence within her. It was peculiar, as if something had been forgotten. Chapter 132, Fever. Jinghe shook her head, diligently attempting to dispel this odd sensation from her mind. She then lifted her gaze, reverting to her sunny disposition, and cheerfully addressed the two individuals. It is getting late. We should head inside. Otherwise, my father will surely say I am too playful. Sirius, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of reluctance, but calculating the time spent outside, he sensed that the three adults had reached an agreement. Thus, the trio shook off the snowflakes adorning their clothes and entered the warmth of the room. Inside, the three adults had also concluded their discussions, appearing quite satisfied with the final details. Walburga sat contentedly on her stool, envisioning how the implementation of this plan would inject vitality into the Black family, propelling her to greater heights. Upon noticing the entrance of the 3 children, she rose with a smile, addressing the Syad couple. It has been a pleasure to establish this collaboration with you. I hope for more opportunities to work together in the future. As it is getting late, I believe I should take my leave. Until next time, if the opportunity arises. As she spoke, Walburga glanced at her 2 sons, noting that they appeared quite presentable, particularly Sirius, whose behavior today had been exceptionally agreeable. Satisfied, she nodded, contemplating the possibility that the girl before her might be fated to connect with one of her sons. She then smiled at the Syads, saying, "It seems my children get along splendidly with Miss Jinghe. Since we have formed a partnership, I believe my sons could frequently visit to play with little Jinghe during their free time. I am delighted to witness my children forge a wonderful friendship." Addis and his wife, observing their daughter's joyful demeanor, nodded in agreement. "Of course. We would be delighted to welcome the 2 young gentlemen from the Black family to visit our daughter at any time. I am certain the 3 children will enjoy their play together, especially since they are of similar ages. Perhaps they will even be sorted into the same house at Hogwarts." Walburga raised an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical that this seemingly uncomplicated girl would end up in Slytherin, given the Black family's long-standing legacy within that house. Nevertheless, she maintained her smile, replying, "Certainly, I believe they will all be sorted into houses that suit them best. If it's the same house, that would be splendid." Sirius felt a surge of joy at the prospect of being able to visit Jinghe often. As he had finally encountered a companion who resonated with him deeply, he longed to be before her every day. Regulus, too, beamed at his mother's words, thrilled that he would have more time to spend with the girl, whose interests mirrored his own. Though lively, she possessed a sharp intellect, making her an excellent companion. As the time for farewells arrived, the Black brothers bid a reluctant goodbye to the girl before turning to disappear through the fireplace, both eagerly anticipating their next meeting. Jinghe found herself quite fond of the Black brothers. The elder was spirited and brave, exuding supreme courage and ideals, while she recalled Regulus mentioning the Black family's Slytherin heritage, prompting her to ponder for a moment. If such a notion held true, perhaps this year would herald a so-called traitor from the Black family. The younger brother, though merely 8, exhibited a remarkable composure beyond his years, embodying the Slytherin trait of pragmatism. However, all of this remained merely Jinghe's conjecture. Due to her overwhelming joy at meeting her friends, she had unwittingly overexerted herself. And despite having cast a warming charm, she became engrossed in their play, ultimately falling ill with a fever the following day. Jinghe despised the sensation of fever. In a daze, everything around her appeared garish, and she found the bitter taste of the potion she was compelled to drink unbearable. As she languished in her feverish state, a thought suddenly sprang to her mind. Once Severus became a master of potions, she would implore him to improve the taste of his concoctions. Thus, during the transition from November to December, Jinghe languidly rested in bed for a fortnight to recuperate. Throughout this period, the Black brothers, upon learning of her illness, visited her daily, as the connection between their families allowed for easy passage through the fireplace. Sirius would sit beside her, animatedly sharing amusing anecdotes, while Regulus quietly occupied himself with a book, only speaking up when Jinghe gestured for Sirius to quiet down. His voice possessed a soothing quality, and as Jinghe lay feverish and dazed, the gentle sound of his reading gradually alleviated her discomfort. Each time Regulus finished a passage, Jinghe would drift off into a slumber. Once the girl succumbed to sleep, the brothers would silently exit the room, exchanging farewells before returning home. They soon uncovered a secret they had missed before. An exquisite blue butterfly graced Jinghe's left wrist. One day, when Jinghe was feeling better, Sirius excitedly examined the butterfly, marveling at its beauty. "Is this truly something you were born with? How extraordinary! Why didn't Team Merlin grant me a Sirius constellation?" His words elicited both laughter and exasperation from Jinghe. How could she explain the origins of her birthmark? Nevertheless, it was indeed a mark she had borne since birth, a fact Sirius remained incredulous about until he reluctantly confirmed it with Mr. Addis. Regulus, too, was intrigued by the butterfly adorning Jinghe's wrist, which bore a unique shape. He scoured various butterfly reference books, but struggled to find an exact match, with only the large blue butterfly coming close. Jinghe, observing the brothers' curiosity, smiled cheerfully. "This is my exclusive gift from Merlin." Having nearly fully recovered, Jinghe still needed to rest in bed for a few more days. The brothers visited daily, providing her with companionship and distraction. Regulus would mention any recent developments within their family, while the less concerned Sirius rambled excitedly about his adventurous aspirations and sports skills. The 2 brothers were particularly intrigued by the people the girl had encountered and the experiences she had amassed during her 4 years in the Muggle world. Neither of the brothers had ever ventured into the Muggle realm, as their mother's disdain for Muggles had confined their understanding of them to a superficial notion of being non-magical. Yet, the more one attempts to suppress a curiosity, the more it burgeons. Sirius found himself increasingly fascinated by Muggles. He yearned to uncover how non-magical individuals navigated their daily lives, how they managed their meals, and what they consumed each day. What were their workplaces like? Jinghe, in turn, shared with the brothers everything she had witnessed and experienced in the Muggle world, satiating their curiosity and forging an ever closer bond between them, solidifying their friendship. Although Sirius occasionally engaged in discussions with Jinghe, their opinions often diverged. Regulus would typically mediate when differing viewpoints arose, fostering peaceful discussions that led to mutually satisfying conclusions. In contrast, Sirius lacked such patience. Once he had established his stance on a matter, he regarded it as incontrovertibly correct. However, Jinghe did not indulge him. She often left him speechless with her retorts, igniting in him an even greater interest in her, as he had never before encountered a girl capable of silencing him. By early December, Jinghe's health was gradually improving. She was now able to rise from her bed and move about freely within the confines of her home, spending time in the library with friends. However, it would likely be until the following spring before she could frolic outdoors with abandon. One day, while Jinghe was engrossed in a book on transfiguration at her desk, she was suddenly jolted by a commotion emanating from downstairs. It had been quite some time since she had heard such sounds. She recognized they were not the familiar footsteps of the Black brothers, who could now enter her room without knocking due to their close acquaintance. Driven by curiosity, she wondered who could possibly be at home today. As Addis and Laminkyu were typically at work, determined to investigate, she donned her clothes, opened the door, and hurried downstairs. At that moment, James Potter was languidly seated beside the sofa, listening to his parents engaged in light-hearted discussions with a couple he did not recognize, discussing matters beyond his comprehension. Bored, he found himself staring at the patterns on his shoes, silently wishing for this tedious conversation to conclude. James had not intended to accompany his father, but having a penchant for mischief when left unsupervised, Mr. Potter had brought his wayward son along to partake in the discussions, hoping that perhaps his son could bond with the other couple's charming daughter. However, Mr. Potter was troubled by the thought, given his son's rambunctious nature. How could he possibly find common ground with another child? As Jinghe descended the stairs, she spotted a boy with black hair and brown eyes, idly seated beside his parents. The boy had just been staring at the intricate designs on his shoes when he lifted his gaze upon hearing her approach. In that moment, James caught sight of a beautiful girl, angelic in appearance, her striking eyes fixed upon him with palpable curiosity. It seemed she must be Mr. Syed's daughter. For a brief moment, the two children exchanged silent glances before James erupted into laughter, finding that his father's decision to bring him along to this seemingly dull meeting had suddenly become rather amusing. The four adults seated on the sofa also noticed the commotion and turned their heads. Fleamont Potter immediately recognized the delightful little girl and glanced at his son, who was now captivated by her presence. He felt reassured that bringing James along was indeed the right choice, as his son typically ignored other children, choosing instead to avert his gaze. Upon seeing his daughter run down the stairs, Addis promptly introduced her to the Potters, saying, "I believe you both know this is my daughter, Jinghe Syed. She arrived here just last month, but has been bedridden for a month due to a fever. We had intended to visit in December, but the doctor advised she needed a few more days of rest. My sincerest apologies for not visiting sooner." Fleamont waved his hand dismissively, responding, "No need to worry, no need at all. It's quite understandable. A young lady must take care of her health." With that, Addis beckoned Jinghe to join them. Upon noticing her father's gesture, she dashed over to the group. Addis then introduced her. "Dear, these are the Potters, Uncle Fleamont and Aunt Nara. The boy sitting next to them is their son, James Potter. He is a year older than you, but you are of similar age. You two can get to know each other and play together." Jinghe smiled and greeted the Potters. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Uncle Fleamont and Aunt Nara." Seeing the adorable girl greet him so sweetly melted Fleamont's heart. He quickly lifted his son from the sofa and jovially said to Jinghe, "Ah, no worries at all. Our families should visit one another more often. This is my son, James. You can have this little rascal keep you company, and if he misbehaves, feel free to tell Uncle, and I'll set him straight." James's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at his father. From his father's approving expression, he realized the statement was sincere, and his mother was smiling at the charming girl without objection. Jinghe nodded with a smile. "It's all right, Uncle Fleamont. I think I can be good friends with James." She extended her hand toward him, saying, "Hello, I'm pleased to meet you. You can call me Jinghe." James, who had previously been slouching, suddenly stood up straight, extending his hand as he struggled to contain the nervousness in his voice. "Hello, you can call me James." Nara watched the exchange with delight, feeling a twinge of longing for a sweet little girl of her own, instead of the whirlwind of mischief she had birthed. As she observed the enchanting girl, her affection for her grew. It seemed that her son was also responding positively to this new acquaintance, suggesting they might become wonderful friends, especially if they would eventually attend Hogwarts together. Lominkyu, witnessing the handshake between the two children, smiled warmly and said, "All right, Jinghe, why don't you take James to play somewhere else for a while? We four have some matters to discuss. Be sure to have fun with James." After Jinghe nodded in agreement, she took James's hand and led him upstairs. James, without uttering a word, allowed her to guide him. Jinghe had initially intended to take James outside for some fun, but knowing she still needed a few days to recuperate, she instead brought him to the library. Fortunately, the library contained some fascinating adventure stories from Addis's collection, and the pictures within would animate themselves. James, not typically one for reading, had mostly skimmed through the books at home without much interest. Just as he was about to decline, he noticed Jinghe holding a book before him, smiling brightly and saying, "Don't worry, this will definitely pique your interest." Hesitantly, James took the adventure story from her and began to flip through its pages, gradually shifting from impatience to genuine engagement, occasionally cheering at the thrilling parts. The illustrations within captivated James to the point of enchantment, while Jinghe sat beside him, engrossed in a book. As they reached thrilling moments, the two would engage in lively discussions about the narrative. Just as they were immersed in their reading in the library, two figures unexpectedly emerged from the fireplace downstairs. Addis turned to see that it was the Black brothers, who had not graced this place for an entire week. Due to their previous frequent visits to see the girls, they had been sternly reprimanded by Walburga on multiple occasions. Nonetheless, the brothers occasionally seized the opportunity to sneak out whenever Walburga was out. The sight of even her typically obedient younger son sneaking off infuriated Walburga to no end, resulting in her imposing a strict confinement on the brothers, locking them away for a whole week. During this time, they were confined to their respective rooms, with no interaction other than through books. It was only after a week of confinement that Walburga released them. Sirius seemed to have learned his lesson, as he was the first to apologize to Walburga, while Regulus spoke to their mother about the benefits of fostering relations between their families, which gradually eased Walburga's anger and allowed the brothers to visit today. As the Black brothers emerged, they noticed two unfamiliar figures in the living room. Realizing they were the business partners of the Syad couple, which made them feel somewhat awkward, unsure of where to place their hands. To alleviate the awkwardness, Addis smiled and beckoned the two boys over to introduce them to Fleamont, saying, "These are also good friends of Jinghe, the two children from the Black family. The slightly older one is of the same age as James, and their temperaments bear some resemblance. Both are lively and spirited. Perhaps they will get along splendidly." Upon hearing this, Fleamont understood that these two boys were indeed the Black brothers. Having had some economic dealings with the mistress of the Black family, he nodded and smiled, saying, "Of course, I believe James will be delighted to meet two new friends." Then, Lominkyu cheerfully informed the Black brothers, "Jinghe is currently upstairs in the library reading with James. You two can head straight up." The brothers nodded politely and hurriedly made their way upstairs to find the girl, their speed almost causing them to vanish in an instant. They were eager to discover the identity of this James. Meanwhile, in the library, as Jinghe and James were engrossed in an exciting part of their book, the door swung open with a loud bang. They looked up from their pages to see the Black brothers standing in the doorway, slightly out of breath from their haste. Upon seeing the brothers, Jinghe's face lit up with a smile as she exclaimed, "Oh, you actually came today? We haven't seen each other in a week. I didn't expect you to show up." James, noticing two unfamiliar boys, observed that the one in front had curly hair and a handsome visage, while the one behind appeared gentler and more demure. The Black brothers were also assessing James, but before they could utter a word, Jinghe took their hands and introduced them, saying, Come, let me introduce you. This is Sirius Black and Regulus Black, the brothers from the Black family. And this is James Potter, the son of Uncle Fleamont from downstairs." Upon hearing this, James rose and greeted them. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Just call me James." Sirius, noticing James's polite demeanor, replied, "You can simply call me Sirius." Jinghe watched the three lively boys interact, feeling a pang of regret for not being well enough to join them in their snowy adventures. She smiled and said, "You three might become great friends. I observe quite a resemblance in the personalities of Sirius and James." Sirius retorted, "Really? It doesn't seem like they are in the mood to make friends. Rather, it appears they are ready for a challenge." Jinghe chuckled and replied, "How can one make assumptions without understanding?" Listening to the girl's words, Sirius momentarily set aside his reservations about James, while it was James's first encounter with this boy. Previously, he had only entertained himself at home, showing little interest in the boys who wished to befriend him, finding them rather dull. He wondered what surprises this Sirius might bring. It seemed Jinghe's intuition was not misplaced. After a brief discussion, they discovered their interests aligned remarkably, even sharing similar mischief that often troubled their families. They both enjoyed flying on broomsticks and causing playful chaos with house elves. Before long, they appeared to have known each other for ages, throwing their arms around each other in camaraderie, having transitioned from a moment of apparent rivalry to calling each other brother with exuberance. Sirius was thoroughly pleased with this newfound brother, as their interests were perfectly aligned, and their mischievous ideas seemed to resonate. Moreover, the fact that Sirius's father had connections with James's mother indicated that he could frequently visit his new friend without his mother raising objections, a delightful revelation for Sirius. James, too, was quite satisfied with Sirius, believing he had found a destined companion. Thus, within mere minutes, two boys who had been strangers transformed into inseparable brothers, eagerly planning to partake in Quidditch together. Regulus, witnessing his brother's newfound friendship with the Potter boy, felt relieved, understanding the favorable circumstances surrounding the Potters. Not only were they pure bloods, but they were also wealthy, with business ties to his mother, indicating that she would likely not interfere with Sirius's companionship with James. In the library, Jinghe and Regulus quietly delved into their books of interest, occasionally discussing topics that piqued their curiosity, while Sirius and James animatedly exchanged tales of adventure, with all four reveling in their joyous camaraderie. After their engaging conversations, the four children, along with the two adults, enjoyed a delightful lunch featuring delectable dishes from China, a cuisine unfamiliar to the three boys. The moment they took their first bites, their eyes sparkled with delight, savoring flavors they had never encountered before. Thus, the three young friends found compelling reasons to visit the Syad home, delicious meals, and enjoyable company. As time passed, the four companions grew increasingly familiar with one another, solidifying their bonds as the best of friends. Jinghe even shared stories of her friends she had met through Grandpa Rowe, leaving Sirius and Regulus astonished at her ability to encounter two wizards in the Muggle world. James, too, was curious to meet the friends Jinghe had mentioned. In the midst of their laughter and playful banter, Jinghe's 10th birthday unfolded beautifully, celebrated simply with the company of the Potter family and the Black brothers, marking a memorable and joyous occasion. Due to the frigid chill of winter, Jinghe's grandparents were unable to visit her for health reasons, which allowed the girl to celebrate her 10th birthday amidst the joyful well wishes of those around her. Next year, she will embark on new experiences. As February arrives, bringing forth the blossoming of grass and the melodious song of orioles, Jinghe's health has notably improved, allowing her to revel freely in the outdoors as the weather gradually warms, signaling the arrival of spring. The four little friends gather almost daily at Jinghe's residence to play, as the adults in the household are preoccupied with various matters outside. Thus, the children are allowed to congregate under the tacit approval of the grown-ups. However, the familiar grounds of the Syad estate have recently seen the arrival of unfamiliar men and women at the Black family manor. Hades, aware of the recent upheavals in the wizarding world, grows concerned for his daughter's safety, and thus permits only the three children to play within the confines of Syad estate. Among the quartet, Jinghe and James are well protected, having been shielded from the recent turbulence in the wizarding realm, while the two Black brothers occasionally accompany their mother to endure tedious social engagements. Sirius often displays his impatience during these gatherings, relegated to standing idly by, lost in thoughts of the games he wishes to play with his closest friend. Walburga has little faith that her wayward eldest son will present any meaningful assistance. So Regulus finds himself maneuvering alongside his mother amidst the masked nobles, gaining the opportunity to observe the young leader closely due to his mother's recent commendable performance. The boy at the forefront merely nods in acknowledgement, offering no further reaction, and Walburga, rather than expressing dissatisfaction, beams with delight, proclaiming to Regulus that the adults are exceedingly pleased with him, leaving Regulus perplexed. Although Jinghe is well guarded by her family, she has managed to glean snippets of the recent events unfolding around her. She harbors no desire to be a fragile flower sheltered within a greenhouse. From the fragmented conversations of the Black brothers, she has begun to piece together the disturbances within the wizarding world. Tom Riddle, leading a faction of pureblood families, notably the Malfoys, seeks to expand their influence, diminishing the existence of Muggles and half-bloods to elevate pureblood families to a loftier status, all in pursuit of greater glory and profit. Jinghe quickly deduces some of the concealed truths from these brief exchanges, yet young Regulus holds a misguided admiration for Tom, believing that this young man possesses the capability to elevate his family to greater heights, thus regarding him as exceptionally clever and admirable. However, Jinghe, being still quite young, merely contemplates the situation and envisions the potential future of the Syad family. The options appear to be to ally with this young man or to remain neutral, albeit with the constant threat of peril. Her parents' astute minds have begun to attract the attention of others, and given that they can be considered pureblood in essence, It is likely that in a few years, the Siad family will face difficult choices. With a sigh, Jinghe wonders if there exists a solution that could satisfy all parties. Is there no spell that could compel Tom to show mercy towards the Siads? She rubs her cheeks, acknowledging that both Hades and Laminkyu are undoubtedly aware of these matters as well. These concerns should not burden a mere 10-year-old. The immediate issue lies in her impending enrollment at Hogwarts, necessitating her swift acquisition of self-defense skills, and subsequently, upon gaining sufficient ability, taking over the family business. She ponders the possibility of establishing a connection with this so-called adult. Time swiftly passes, leading to July 1st, when both Sirius and James celebrate their 11th birthdays. According to the timeline, today marks the day when acceptance letters are dispatched. Although Jinghe has yet to reach her 11th birthday, it is approaching, and thus, as per the plan, 3 letters are expected to arrive via owl. Early that morning, the 3 children emerge from the fireplace and make their way to Jinghe's room, where she sits in anticipation, with the windows thrown open, awaiting their arrival. Upon their arrival, the trio behaves unusually, sitting silently in the prepared chairs, awaiting their letters of acceptance into Hogwarts. After a considerable wait, during which Sirius's stomach audibly rumbles, a dark shape appears in the distance, gradually drawing nearer. The children soon recognize it as a brown owl. True to their hopes, the owl flies directly to Jinghe's open window, dropping the 3 letters onto the table before eagerly consuming the bread Jinghe had prepared. The children each retrieve their envelopes, with Sirius and James eagerly tearing theirs open. While Jinghe first glances at the contents of her envelope, it reads, Siad Manor, 3rd floor, left window, Jinghe Siad. Taking a deep breath, she opens the envelope and begins to read the letter attentively. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Sir Merlin's first-class medal, Chief Wizard of Wisingamot, President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Miss Jinghe Siad, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and items. The term begins on September 1st, and we await your OWL's response by July 31st to confirm your attendance. Request information or seek assistance. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. The requisite books are listed below. After perusing the necessary items, Jinghe notes the required clothing, potion-making tools, and permissible pets. The trio is elated to have received the letter from Hogwarts today. Initially, they had planned to venture together to Diagon Alley for supplies. However, Walburga stubbornly insisted that Sirius accompany her, leaving only Jinghe and James to explore the alley together. Sirius had protested vehemently until Walburga threatened to forbid him from associating with them if he continued to cause a fuss, after which he reluctantly quieted down. Yet his desire to escape this household intensified. Walburga intended for Sirius to engage with the Potters and the Siad children, hoping for fruitful collaboration. But the boy's antics had gone awry. Furthermore, during a recent meeting, a certain adult had warned her of Sirius's troubling behavior, leaving Walburga in a cold sweat and resolved to limit his interactions with others. Upon hearing of her granddaughter's acceptance letter, Jinghe's grandparents were filled with joy. With the weather having warmed considerably, the elderly couple decided to visit Siad Manor, bearing gifts for their beloved granddaughter. On July 5th, Jinghe awoke early to prepare for their arrival, having received word from her parents that her grandparents would be coming to see her, bringing along a delightful surprise. It had been quite some time since she last saw them, and she eagerly anticipated the joy they would bring. Just after Jinghe finished tidying up, she heard noises coming from downstairs. Peering through the open window, she saw a carriage had stopped at the door. Stepping out were Grandpa Rowett and Grandma Katiana, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Jinghe immediately ran downstairs excitedly and threw herself into the arms of the 2 elders, saying coquettishly, Grandpa, Grandma, I've missed you so much. The 2 elders also dearly missed their long unseen granddaughter and hugged her warmly, saying with a chuckle, We've missed you too, dear. Congratulations to our granddaughter on receiving the Hogwarts acceptance letter. You'll surely become an outstanding witch. Rowett praised his granddaughter, a proud smile spreading across his face, as if he could already envision how famous his granddaughter would become. Then, Jinghe looked up from their embrace, about to say something, when her eyes caught the cage held in Rowett's left hand. It was covered with a blue cloth, so she couldn't see what was inside. Curious, Jinghe examined the blue-covered cage and asked Rowett, What's this, Grandpa? Rowett held his granddaughter's hand, leading her inside as he said, This is a surprise for you. To celebrate our precious girl officially becoming a little witch at Hogwarts. Jinghe was eager to know what was hidden under the cloth. She pulled her grandparents' hands and hurried into the living room. Rowett then placed the cage on the table right in the center of the room. Jinghe looked on curiously. Seeing her granddaughter's eager expression, Katiana chuckled and said to Rowett, All right, quickly lift the blue cloth and let our dear see. Hearing this, Rowett nodded. Then pinched the left and right sides of the blue cloth with both hands and slowly lifted it, revealing what was inside. It was a beautiful, entirely black kitten. Jinghe jumped with joy. On her plan for Diagon Alley, she had written that the pet she wanted to buy was a cat. She never imagined the surprise her grandparents had prepared was also a kitten. And it was exactly the kind of cat Jinghe most wanted to pick. One that was impeccably black, looking perfectly natural and beautiful. The kitten in the cage had initially been lying down, but as if sensing the light from outside, it slowly opened its eyes, revealing sapphire blue pupils identical to the girl's. Seeing the kitten's eyes, Jinghe became even more excited. It had the same eye color as she did. This was truly her destined pet. Jinghe turned to the two elders and said excitedly, "Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. I love this gift so much." Rowett said with a smile, "Your grandma found this kitten in a ditch while visiting Susan. It was raining at the time, and it seemed like someone had abandoned it. It looked like it had just been born. Your grandma couldn't bear to leave it, picked it up, and cradled it in her hands. After finding it still breathing, she brought it home. We took great care of it for a long time before it recovered. Then we discovered that this kitten's eye color is exactly the same as yours." When the two elders saw the kitten's eye color appear, they decided to give it to their granddaughter. They remembered Jinghe had once said she wanted to raise a kitten, so when Katiana saw this kitten, she had the idea, if it survived, she would give it to her granddaughter. Unexpectedly, the nearly lifeless kitten not only survived, but also had eye colors so similar to their granddaughters. Jinghe excitedly said to Rowett, "Can I open the cage and hold it?" Rowett hesitated a little because this kitten wasn't very friendly with people. After it recovered, it had curled up in a corner of the sofa, hissing at the two of them. Only after several days did it gradually calm down and stop rejecting their presence. However, it was still quite timid. When it saw the two of them, it would shrink into the cage and not move. When Rowett had tried to pet it before, it had swatted at his hand. Just as Rowett was about to speak, he saw his granddaughter already reaching her hand into the cage. The cat inside didn't hiss at the girl, but instead slowly walked forward, rubbing its head against her fingers. Jinghe's eyes sparkled at the sight. This was truly her destined kitten. The two elders were surprised by the scene. Even after raising the kitten for a while, it still wasn't familiar with them. Yet, it was so affectionate toward Jinghe upon their first meeting. It seemed like fate. Rowett opened the cage, and Jinghe directly took the kitten out, holding it in her arms, her affection overflowing. The kitten nestled obediently in the girl's arms, purring contentedly. The couple beside them were also happy that their daughter had such a wonderful pet. Jinghe joyfully looked at the kitten in her arms. Then, Addis said from the side, "Dear, give this kitten a nice name." Jinghe immediately felt conflicted, but the girl decided not to overthink it. Instead, she held the kitten up to Luo Mingxiu and said, "Mom, can you give my kitten a Chinese name?" Luo Mingxiu found it amusing, but still looked seriously at the kitten, thinking of a good name. She pondered for a while and suddenly remembered a line from a poem. On the path, a gentleman is spoken of as being like jade. Then she looked at her daughter and said with a smile, "On the path, a gentleman is spoken of as being like jade." This phrase in Chinese describes someone as gentle and refined, but I think it can also apply to this kitten. Though it might not be friendly to others, it is incredibly gentle to my precious girl. How about we call it MOU? Hearing this, Jinghe cheered, then hugged the kitten happily and said, "Your name is MOU. From now on, this is your new name. Isn't it nice?" The MOU in her arms meowed in response, echoing its owner's words. And so, Jinghe had her first and only pet, a black kitten with eyes exactly like her own. Later, the girl crossed by a pet off her Diagon Alley checklist and fell asleep contentedly, holding MOU. Tomorrow was the day she would go to Diagon Alley, and she eagerly anticipated what kind of wand she would receive there. The moon hung high in the sky, and all was quiet, as if everything was perfect. Such a beautiful night perfectly concealed the unfolding of certain events. On this same night, at Malfoy Manor, a flash of green light lit up the room. As the green light faded, a pale-faced wizard fell to the ground, eyes wide open. Tom looked coldly at the wizard who had disobeyed his orders, as if he had merely crushed an ant rather than killed a person. Beside him, Abraxas waved a hand, and a house elf with an expressionless face appeared to carry away the man's body. Tom rubbed his temples, rose impatiently from his seat, and walked to his room. Abraxas also cast a cold glance at the surrounding wizards, who were as silent as cicadas in winter, and spoke without warmth. This is the fate of disobedience. You've known this for some time. All you need to do is carry out your tasks and follow orders. With that, he also turned and went upstairs. The remaining wizards, seeing their two leaders go upstairs, exchanged uneasy glances. After a moment, they disapparated back to their own manors. After Tom and Abraxas returned to their respective chambers, as if bound by an unspoken understanding, they refrained from turning on the lights. Instead, they stood silently by the window, gazing at the moon outside. On the windowsill, a vase filled with vibrant, dew-kissed roses added a touch of elegance to the scene. Should an onlooker chance upon this moment, they would be astonished to witness the pure-blooded leaders, typically devoid of emotional expression, now reflecting a gaze imbued with nostalgia and profound affection. Tom opened the window, fixated on the moon before him. Perhaps it was the intoxicating fragrance of the roses that lured a beautiful butterfly to alight upon them. Contrary to his usual penchant for destruction, Tom did not immediately extinguish the delicate creature resting on the blossoms he had so meticulously tended. Instead, he waved his hand gently, allowing the butterfly to softly settle on his palm. He observed the enchanting insect for a considerable time before finally unfurling his hand, permitting it to ascend into the night sky, disappearing into the vastness. One's thoughts are a grand absurd opera with only one person on the stage. Alone in the Theater of Tears. Chapter 135, Preparations for the New Term. Soon, the day arrived for their excursion to Diagon Alley. Jing rose early, preparing the necessities according to her meticulously crafted itinerary, and awaited the arrival of the Potter family. After the family enjoyed their dinner, they lingered for a while, and around 9 o'clock, a burst of green light erupted from the fireplace, heralding the Potters' emergence. The two children exchanged an excited glance, clearly eager for the day's adventure in Diagon Alley. Once ready, the family stepped through the fireplace, one by one, into the vibrant locale of Diagon Alley. They found themselves before a bustling tavern filled with wizards animatedly enjoying their drinks. The adults shielded the children behind them and nodded respectfully to the tavern owner before advancing toward a wall adjacent to a refuse bin. There, Addis produced his wand and tapped the wall several times, causing a gaping entrance to materialize, revealing the lively scene of Diagon Alley before them. Jing and James gazed in wonder at the bustling crowd within Diagon Alley, where numerous young wizards gathered to procure their school supplies. An array of magical items was on display, and every so often, strange and whimsical objects soared through the sky above. Jing and James widened their eyes in astonishment, captivated by the spectacle. Even James, with his typically boisterous demeanor, found himself momentarily silenced, his attention fully absorbed by the surroundings, occasionally turning to excitedly converse with Jing. The adults first led the children to Gringotts to withdraw the funds they would require for the day. Upon seeing the two families, the goblins inside the bank immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, guiding them to their respective vaults. Jing and James each took a bag enchanted to extend infinitely, filling them with the necessary funds for their first-year expenses before emerging with satisfied smiles. Flement bent down to inquire of the two children, "So, my dear ones, where shall we venture first?" Jing and James exchanged knowing glances, their unspoken desires aligning in clarity. The wand shop. The adults seemed to have anticipated this response, and upon exiting the bank, they led the children toward the location of the wand shop. Nestled in the heart of Diagon Alley, the wand shop was diminutive yet steadfast, its sign proclaiming, Ollivander's Wand Shop, crafting exquisite wands since 382 AD. Jing and James eagerly pushed open the door, which chimed melodiously, announcing their arrival to the proprietor. Suddenly, from the previously empty shop, an elderly gentleman emerged. Though his hair was white with age, his spirit remained vibrant. His warm smile eased the children's initial apprehension. Ollivander, recognizing the sound as that of young wizards seeking wands, stepped forward with a grin. Just as he was about to inquire, he caught sight of a familiar face. His eyes widened in astonishment as he hastened to the girl's side, asking, "My dear, what is your name?" "Good day, Mr. Ollivander. My name is Jinghe Syad," she replied. Upon hearing this name, Ollivander's eyes widened further. He instructed her to raise her left arm, and Jinghe, assuming it was part of the wand selection process, complied without hesitation. Ollivander took a deep breath, trembling as he gently rolled back her sleeve, revealing a vividly lifelike butterfly adorning her left wrist. The shock Ollivander experienced far surpassed any astonishment he had ever felt while selecting wands. He had not anticipated that, as Dumbledore had foretold, the wand had indeed awaited its rightful owner. Just as he was about to speak, Dumbledore's reminder echoed in his mind. She remembers nothing. You need only present her with the wand when she turns 11. As he gazed into the curious eyes of the little girl before him, a complex expression flickered across Ollivander's face. Addis, noticing this complexity, inquired, "Mr. Ollivander, is my daughter's wand difficult to select?" Ollivander, regaining his composure, shook his head and retreated to the counter, retrieving a blue velvet pouch containing a wand box from the central drawer. He addressed Addis, saying, "Miss Jinghe's wand is not particularly complex. In fact, the moment she entered, this wand in the center resonated with a frenzied vibration, as if it sensed its owner had finally arrived." He opened the intricately carved wand box adorned with rose patterns, revealing a wand that trembled softly within. As Ollivander extracted the wand and handed it to Jinghe, she obediently accepted it. Remarkably, the wand ceased its quivering the moment it touched her hand. Ollivander, observing the now still wand, felt assured that this girl was indeed the illustrious Miss Rhoderia of yore. He smiled at Jinghe, saying, Hawthorne. With the nerve of an eastern fire dragon and a feather from a phoenix, measuring 14 inches, with exceptional flexibility, suitable for a powerful, ambitious wizard with a resolute will. Give it a wave, my child. As Jinghe waved the wand, she experienced an extraordinary sensation coursing through her being, affirming that this wand was truly hers. As anticipated, upon waving it, a flurry of beautiful blue butterflies erupted from the wand's tip, prompting an envious gasp from James, who marveled at the spectacle. Ollivander chuckled, addressing Jinghe with warmth. It appears this wand is destined for you, my dear. It shall perform at its finest in your capable hands. James observed the remarkable speed and enchantment of his friend's wand, and he could hardly contain his excitement as he turned to Mr. Ollivander, inquiring, May I begin my selection now, Mr. Ollivander? The wand maker, taken aback by the striking similarity of this scene to one from over a decade ago, was roused from his reverie by James's voice. With a warm smile, he proceeded to employ his customary method for wand selection, measuring James's right hand with a tape measure. He remarked, a child of the Potter family. I distinctly recall your father's wand, made of mahogany, with a core of thestral tail hair, measuring 13 inches. It was truly an exceptional wand. It feels as though your father's wand selection was merely yesterday, and now here you are, ready to choose your own. After his nostalgic musings, Ollivander set aside the tape measure and delved into the multitude of wand boxes with great deliberation. After several attempts, James finally found his wand, though the room was left in disarray by his enthusiasm. Fortunately, with a mere flick of his own wand, Ollivander restored order. Ultimately, James's chosen wand was made of mahogany and contained dragon scale, measuring 11 inches. To his astonishment, the materials mirrored those of his father's wand, leaving both father and son in a state of joyous surprise at such a remarkable coincidence. Once the wand was purchased and payment completed, the group proceeded to their next destination, where they crafted 3 plain school robes. To save time, the two mothers ventured to Flourish and Blots to procure the necessary textbooks for their children. After acquiring everything, they made their way to the potion ingredients shop to purchase cauldrons. Jinghe examined the dazzling array of potion ingredients, meticulously inspecting them before selecting an adult venomous spider's gland for Severus. She recalled Severus mentioning how difficult it was to find such a gland, and how exorbitantly priced it could be. Today, however, fortune smiled upon her as she stumbled upon it. Afterward, she also purchased a beautifully elegant tie for Lily, adorned in shades of red and gold, sensing that her dear friend might be sorted into that house, thus wanting to gift it to her in advance. Meanwhile, not far away, Severus was selecting a cauldron with his mother. With their improved financial situation, he no longer needed to wear second-hand clothes and could afford a brand-new cauldron. As he carefully scrutinized the offerings in the potion shop, a delightful scent of roses wafted through the air, a fragrance he had only ever detected on Jinghe. Could she be nearby? Severus quickly turned to scan the bustling shop, but the throngs of young wizards made it nearly impossible for his small stature to navigate through. Desperately searching the crowd, he ultimately found himself disheartened and lowered his gaze, comforting himself with the thought that he would see her when school commenced. At that moment, Jinghe and James, having finished their shopping, prepared to return home. James lingered in the broomstick shop, intently observing the latest models, lamenting aloud why first years were prohibited from bringing brooms. Frustrated, Fleamont could only promise that if James joined the Quidditch team in his second year, he would gift him the newest broomstick model, which finally silenced his son's complaints. Thus concluded their delightful excursion in Diagon Alley, with both Jinghe and James content with their acquisitions. Following their adventure, the young wizards eagerly anticipated the start of the school year. Afterward, the 4 children reconvened, with Sirius venting his frustration about why his mother forbade the 3 of them from shopping together. Yet, with the event now past, he could only express how boring the shopping had been, as if some spell had been cast upon them, allowing them to finish in under 2 hours without any excitement. Despite his complaints, the trio remained curious about Hogwarts. They were all aware of the sorting ceremony, but knew nothing of its proceedings. Even Walburga dismissed the inquiries of Regulus and Sirius, heightening the children's intrigue about the upcoming sorting. In their spare time, the 3 young wizards with wands would peruse their books, learning spells. James and Sirius, however, found themselves easily overwhelmed by the sight of books, and only occasionally opened them to learn a spell or 2 when boredom struck. In contrast, Jinghe had already read through all the first-year textbooks before school began and successfully learned some simple spells. While these spells lacked offensive capabilities, they provided her with opportunities to playfully tease Sirius and James. Regulus, enviously eyeing the wands of his brother and friends, silently wished for the arrival of the next year. Eager to discover what his own wand would be like, time would inevitably pass, and what was meant to happen would come to fruition, reuniting them once more. Chapter 136. Lucius. Time swiftly passed, and soon the day of the school year arrived. On this day, Jinghe and James set off together for the Hogwarts station, while Sirius was still compelled by Walburga to accompany them, resulting in a perfect misalignment. Standing before the barrier, Jinghe and James recalled what Artis had said about simply pushing through. Taking a deep breath, they pushed their belongings forward and collided with the wall. Instead of the anticipated pain, they were enveloped in darkness only to emerge into bright light, revealing a train painted in red, surrounded by similarly aged young wizards and their parents. Understanding that this journey would keep them away from home for quite some time, Jinghe and James reluctantly bid farewell to their parents, embracing them tightly. They lingered on the platform for a considerable while, only parting when the train signaled its departure. Boarding the train bound for Hogwarts. After stowing their luggage, they began searching for an empty compartment. Their efforts proved fruitful as they eventually found an unoccupied carriage, where they settled in and began animatedly discussing the scenery passing by outside. According to their parents, the journey would last at least 8 hours. So Jinghe had prepared a book to pass the time. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, the door to their compartment swung open to reveal Sirius. Originally assigned by Walburga to sit with Lucius Malfoy, the eldest son of the Malfoy family, and other pure-blood children, Sirius felt a wave of impatience wash over him. Lucius, now in his 4th year, exuded an air of superiority that his mother had instilled in him, while seated beside him was Sirius's sister, Narcissa Black. Although they were bound by a family contract, the two exchanged only polite pleasantries, as if the engagement between them was a mere formality. Unable to endure the stifling atmosphere, Sirius excused himself under the pretense of needing the restroom and hurriedly exited the train compartment in search of Jinghe and James. Thankfully, he found them at the back of the train. Plopping down beside them, he began to express just how oppressive his compartment felt, detailing how courteous Lucius and his sister were. As the train journeyed onward, the aunt pushing a temporary snack cart glided through the carriage, prompting 3 children to eagerly produce their coins and purchase an array of favored treats, which they then piled upon the table, sharing enthusiastically among themselves. Sirius and James engaged in a playful contest, challenging each other to identify the peculiar flavors of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, each taking turns sampling the oddities that danced upon their palates. Meanwhile, Jinghe munched on a piece of treacle fudge, absorbed in her book, occasionally glancing up at the 2 boys as they embarked on their so-called weird flavor bean challenge. In a more opulent carriage ahead, Lucius surveyed the vacant seats before him, his brow furrowing in discontent. He had promised Mrs. Walburga to look after her son, particularly his fiancée's younger brother. This fiancé, arranged by their families during his last holiday, was yet to be met, rendering their encounter today merely the second meeting of 2 individuals bound by adult decisions. Although Lucius felt little attachment to his betrothed, he understood the importance of fulfilling his obligations. Thus he politely rose and addressed Narcissa. "I apologize, but I believe I must step out to locate Sirius. Do not worry, I shall return shortly." Narcissa, exasperated with her brother's antics, replied graciously, "Very well. I appreciate your assistance." Typically, it would have been Narcissa's responsibility to find her brother, yet given that this man was her so-called fiancé, propriety dictated that they search together. However, having only met him twice, she felt a discomfort that dissuaded her from accompanying him. Lucius nodded politely, exiting the compartment and commencing his search through the train. Unlike Sirius, who peered curiously through the window at the passengers within, Lucius merely cast a cursory glance to deduce who occupied each carriage. He glided elegantly through the various compartments, pausing momentarily after a sidelong glance into the middle carriage. Found him. At that moment, Sirius remained oblivious to Lucius standing outside the window, continuing his playful banter with James. However, Jinghe noticed the figure beyond the glass and looked up to see a blonde youth standing at the carriage door. Just as she was about to speak, a knock echoed through the compartment. The 2 boys turned to see Lucius standing at the entrance, and Sirius's expression immediately soured upon recognizing him. He knew Lucius had come to usher him back to the oppressive atmosphere of their original carriage, a notion he vehemently resisted, feeling suffocated by the prospect. Thus, he feigned indifference and resumed his conversation with James. James, unfamiliar with the figure outside, inferred from his friend's demeanor that this must be the eldest son of the Malfoy family, while Jinghe recognized Lucius by his striking blonde hair and distinctive features. Lucius had not intended to enter this compartment, but upon noticing Sirius's deliberate disregard for his presence, he frowned and pushed the door open. As Lucius entered with a furrowed brow, he was met with Sirius's abrupt reaction. The latter leapt from his seat and proclaimed loudly, "I'm not going back. Don't think you can use my mother to threaten me." Lucius maintained his calm demeanor, replying, "If you wish to enjoy an entertaining Christmas rather than face confinement, you should accompany me back." Sirius found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware that Lucius would indeed report back to his mother. Jinghe, witnessing the rising tension, sighed and stood, addressing Lucius, Senior Malfoy. Sirius hasn't seen his dear friend in quite some time. Perhaps he could remain here a little longer. I doubt Mrs. Wahlberg would mind. Jinghe's mind raced as she sought a diplomatic solution, considering that both Potter and Black were current allies, while Lucius represented a prospective partnership. The delicate balance weighed heavily on her, causing her considerable stress. Lucius then turned his attention to the previously silent girl, observing her closely. With her raven locks, sapphire eyes, and the elegant dress indicative of a well-off family, he deduced that she, too, must hail from a pure-blood lineage. Furthermore, he grasped the underlying implications of her words, recognizing the potential for future collaboration. With a slight softening of his expression, Lucius replied to Jinghe, since Sirius's friend is present, he may stay a while longer. But he must return before we disembark. Just as Sirius was about to protest, Jinghe shot him a pointed look, prompting him to bite back his words. Jinghe turned back to Lucius, her smile radiant, and said, that is splendid news, Senior Malfoy. I apologize for the inconvenience. I've heard commendable things about your performance at school. Should we be fortunate enough to share a house, I may seek your guidance on any matters I find perplexing. By the way, I am Jinghe, Jinghe Shada. Lucius raised an eyebrow, surprised to see someone manage to reign in the eldest son of the Black family. Upon hearing her introduction, a sense of familiarity washed over him as he scrutinized her features. He recalled a portrait he had once stumbled upon in his father's study, depicting a girl with similar black hair and blue eyes. The portrait, although static, had struck him with its beauty. Beneath it lay a name he had barely glimpsed before being interrupted by Abraxas. Now, faced with this striking girl and the name she bore, Lucius felt a surge of intrigue. He had learned that a certain individual was also in search of a girl with black hair and blue eyes. And this connection piqued his interest in Jinghe. With a smile, he replied, of course, my apologies for intruding. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Jinghe. I am Lucius Malfoy. You may call me Lucius, and should you be sorted into Slytherin, I would be delighted for you to seek my counsel. I look forward to your upcoming sorting ceremony. Jinghe recognized that her maneuver had succeeded, returning his smile with one of her own. No worries. I am equally delighted to meet you, Senior Lucius. As Lucius regarded her bright smile, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within him. His heart quickened at the sight of this familiar expression, reminiscent of the girl in the portrait. He had initially intended to present this girl to that significant figure, but now he pondered the merits of getting to know her better first. He found himself genuinely intrigued by her. After nodding with a smile, Lucius bid farewell to the trio and opened the carriage door to return, mindful that he had lingered too long. Once Lucius departed, Sirius promptly resumed his previous demeanor, continuing to banter with his dear friend. Meanwhile, Jinghe reflected on their recent exchange, noting that his willingness to allow her to address him by name indicated an interest in the Shada family. This could facilitate future discussions, especially considering the Malfoy-Black engagement. Perhaps she could meet Narcissa as well, achieving multiple goals in one endeavor. Jinghe organized her plans in her mind. The train chugged along, and as they approached their destination, Jinghe reluctantly ushered the somewhat unwilling Sirius out of the carriage, then exchanged his school robes with James, eagerly awaiting the train's arrival. Night had fallen, and as the train gently glided to a halt at the Hogwarts platform, the two disembarked, hearts brimming with excitement, ready to embark on their magical journey. Chapter 137, The Sorting Hat Ceremony. Once the train came to a standstill at Hogwarts, the doors swung open, and the young wizards tumbled out in a cacophony of exuberance, creating quite a lively scene. This was Jinghe and James's first visit to this enchanting place, and although they were thrilled, they were still somewhat disoriented, flitting about like headless chickens. At that moment, Jinghe suddenly heard someone calling her name from behind. Jinghe? Turning around, she was pleasantly surprised to see her long-lost friends, Lily and Severus. Lily and Severus had intended to seek out Jinghe after boarding the train, but unfamiliarity with their surroundings and a lingering sense of trepidation led them to sit quietly in their compartment for 8 hours, engaging in conversation and reading, but little else. As they disembarked, they too were met with the overwhelming darkness surrounding them, illuminated only by the faint glow of the train's lights. At that moment, relying on the dim light, Lily spotted a dark-haired girl not far away, whose silhouette and movements strikingly resembled those of her dear friend. Initially uncertain, after all, dark-haired girls were not uncommon. Lily's doubts vanished the instant the girl turned around. It was indeed her long-missed companion. Upon seeing Lily and Severus, Jinghe felt an exhilarating rush. She could hardly believe her luck at encountering her friends immediately after disembarking. The two girls, having not seen each other in ages, rushed towards one another, clasping hands as they expressed their joy at this unexpected reunion. Severus, too, felt a surge of excitement at the sight of Jinghe. having not seen her for quite some time. Yet, he couldn't help but notice the dark-haired boy standing beside her, his brow furrowing slightly. It appeared that Jinghe had found a new companion. A peculiar sensation washed over Severus, diminishing his joy at reuniting with Jinghe. Meanwhile, James caught sight of Jinghe's friend. And illuminated by the train's feeble light, he took in her full appearance, a cascade of red hair and striking green, or perhaps black, eyes, her fair visage aglow with happiness. James's heart raced unexpectedly, entirely oblivious to the boy dressed in robes resembling a bat beside her. Just as the two girls were about to share tales of their year-long separation, a gruff voice pierced the air. "First-year wizards, gather here." The four of them jumped at the sound, but upon realizing they were indeed first-year students, they hurried towards the source of the voice. They found a towering wizard, likely standing at 3 meters tall, akin to a giant, holding an enormous oil lamp that cast a warm glow. Once gathered, they awaited further instructions from the giant. Hagrid was directing the first years to assemble when he spotted a familiar face in the crowd, exclaiming joyfully, "Jinghe!" Jinghe was taken aback. She did not recognize this giant. Yet he spoke her name with such familiarity. Lily, equally puzzled, turned to Jinghe and asked, "Do you know him?" Jinghe shook her head, indicating her lack of acquaintance. Realizing his error, Hagrid noticed that although the girl bore a resemblance to someone he knew, her expression was not that of the person he recalled. He hesitated, recalling Dumbledore's words, and swallowed the name that had nearly escaped his lips, opting instead to wave his hand and continue calling forth the other first-year wizards. Although Jinghe felt a twinge of curiosity about this giant's next move, she noticed he reverted to a facade of unfamiliarity, returning to his duties. She set aside her mixed feelings and resumed her animated chatter with Lily, recounting their long absence from one another, while James occasionally chimed in. Severus stood quietly to the side, listening intently to the girls' conversation. After disembarking, Sirius finally evaded Lucius and his sister, racing eagerly to the gathering place in search of Jinghe. However, he soon spotted a red-haired girl he did not recognize, along with a long-haired boy hovering near his friend. After a moment of contemplation, Sirius deduced these must be the two wizard friends Jinghe had mentioned from the Muggle world. Eager to meet them, he slowed his pace and approached them with purpose. Jinghe immediately spotted Sirius striding towards her. She joyfully waved and called out, "Over here, Sirius." Upon hearing her voice, Sirius's previously graceful stride quickened, and he dashed to her side, casually draping an arm around her shoulders, saying, "So, these are the friends you spoke of? It's a pleasure to meet you both. I'm Sirius Black, but you can call me Sirius." Lily, glancing at the handsome boy with hair akin to Severus's, smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Lily Evans." Severus, with a dark expression, stepped forward, removing Sirius's arm from Jinghe's shoulders before stating coolly, "Severus Snape." Sirius was momentarily taken aback by this bold maneuver. This was the first person to ever remove their arm from a girl's shoulder in his presence. He quickly sensed the difference in Severus's attitude towards Jinghe, and his earlier enthusiasm waned, his demeanor shifting to one of displeasure. Just as he was about to speak, the giant Hagrid bellowed from a distance, "Now, form groups of 4 and board the boats in an orderly fashion." Had Sirius not arrived, Jinghe and the other 3 would have easily formed a group. However, with his presence, the arrangement became more complicated. Naturally, Sirius wished to be with Jinghe and his good friend James, and having been friends with James for so long, he was also aware of James's interest in Jinghe's friend. Thus, he forced a smile at Severus and said, "Why not find another boat? I think we have enough people here." Severus was no pushover. He retorted, "Perhaps this gentleman should grasp the concept of first come, first served. And as a scion of the Black family, he should understand the values of respect and decorum, rather than being so rude." Sirius loathed when others invoked the notion of being a dignified Black. His brow furrowed deeply, and he straightened his casual posture, as if ready to confront Severus, even though neither had yet learned any useful magic. Observing the tension between the two, Jinghe felt overwhelmed. After much consideration, she tugged at Sirius's hand and suggested, "There's a boat over there that's just missing one person. Why don't you hop on? After all, the boat will only be sailing for a little while, and we can see each other again soon." Sirius Black had initially envisioned engaging in a grand duel with Severus Snape, yet upon hearing the girl's words, he felt a slight crack in his heart. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to her request, shooting a glare at Snape and declaring to the girl, "When the time comes, make sure to stand beside me." In his mind, he had already bestowed upon Snape the moniker of Batty. Subsequently, he boarded a small vessel meant for 3, which fortuitously contained only boys. As he took his seat and started the boat, he inquired of the 3 companions, "What are your names?" The gentle-looking boy in front replied, "I am Remus Lupin, and the one beside me is Peter Pettigrew." Nodding in acknowledgement, Sirius introduced himself, "I am Sirius Black." but feel free to call me Padfoot if you prefer. Next to him sat a lad named Quirinus Quirrell, and Sirius had assumed that Peter was the timid type for not introducing himself, only to find Quirrell stammering through his own introduction, causing Sirius to lose interest in the boy beside him. Meanwhile, Jinghe and the other 3 children occupied a nearby boat, with James deliberately positioning himself next to Lily. In that moment, James appeared to Jinghe like a peacock displaying its feathers, despite the fact that Jinghe had known Lily for 4 years. The scene made it seem as if they were the best of friends. James, being his lively self, animatedly recounted amusing tales from the magical realm. Observing their cheerful interaction, Jinghe turned to Snape to discuss the upcoming sorting ceremony. The 4 boys aboard the boat were entirely oblivious to the nature of the ceremony that awaited them, engaging in a lively exchange about the books they had read prior to school, supplementing each other's knowledge. Thus, amidst their animated chatter, the boat gradually docked beside Hogwarts. Upon the sight of Hogwarts Castle, all the young witches and wizards gasped in awe. It resembled a fairy tale castle, aglow with lights that beckoned each young wizard to draw nearer. After Hagrid ushered the children on board, they formed a line, with Sirius successfully positioning himself between Jinghe and Snape, earning himself a roll of the eyes and a cold retort from Snape. Hagrid then led the lined-up young witches and wizards to the grand hall at the castle's upper level, turning to the chattering crowd and announcing, "In a moment, a professor will guide you inside for the sorting ceremony. May every young wizard find their cherished house." With that, he departed, leaving the young wizards to whisper among themselves. It seemed as if all the parents had conspired, for the young wizards had no inkling of what the sorting ceremony would entail, leading them to conjure their boldest guesses, which in turn frightened them. Just as the speculations swirled, the grand doors slowly opened, revealing a witch clad in a green gown and a high wizard's hat. The young wizards fell silent upon the sight of the approaching professor, their gazes fixed in unison upon her. Professor McGonagall, as customary, opened the door to welcome the new students, scanning the gathering on the staircase. When her gaze landed on Jinghe, it abruptly halted. Her breath quickened. She had not anticipated that this would be real. Since the disappearance of that girl, Dumbledore had advised her at each new student ceremony not to be surprised if she were to see her again. Initially perplexed by Dumbledore's insistence, the years had passed without her encountering that familiar figure. Just as Professor McGonagall believed this year's newcomers would be like any other, she spotted a face she had not seen in decades amidst the sea of first-year wizards. Dumbledore had spoken the truth. Such extraordinary fate truly existed. With a sigh of relief, Professor McGonagall quelled the stirring emotions within her and addressed the young wizards. "Now, form 2 lines and follow me inside." The young wizards obediently arranged themselves into 2 lines, although Sirius and Snape engaged in their usual banter over positioning before eventually taking their places. Upon seeing the students lined up, McGonagall turned and led them into the hall. As they entered the grand hall, they beheld 4 tables adorned with banners of distinctive colors, flanked by older students who gazed curiously at the newcomers. Dumbledore raised his gaze to the first-year wizards, and suddenly his attention was arrested. There stood the girl who had vanished. Indeed, she had returned. A smile of joy graced Dumbledore's face. Beside him, Horace's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the girl. Possessing an uncanny ability to remember his exceptional students, he instantly recognized her as the spitting image of his proudest pupil from decades past. An odd thought surged within him. Could this girl be the reincarnation of Rodria? Just as Horace turned to speak, he caught Dumbledore's knowing smile directed at him, as if he were aware of his thoughts. Understanding that Dumbledore was privy to something significant, Horace turned back to the girl, his conviction strengthening that she was indeed his most cherished student from long ago. Amidst this unfolding drama, Professor McGonagall had completed announcing the order of the sorting ceremony, leading to a chorus of lamentations from the young wizards, lamenting how they had been deceived by their parents. Grasping the parchment inscribed with the names, Professor McGonagall began to call out the names one by one. The named students obediently stepped forward, donned the sorting hat, and proceeded to their respective houses as directed by the hat. James and Lily were among the first to be sorted, both being placed in Gryffindor, waving at Jinghe as they did. Jinghe marveled at the red and gold tie he had gifted Lily on the boat, once again marveling at his foresight. Soon, it was Sirius's turn. When the name Black echoed through the hall, the gaze of Slytherin students immediately snapped in his direction. Narcissa lifted her head, eager to discover her brother's fate. Truth be told, she was quite anxious, for her brother had never exhibited any traits befitting Slytherin. Silently, she prayed that the sorting hat would place him in Slytherin. However, contrary to her hopes, mere moments after Sirius donned the sorting hat, it bellowed the results: Gryffindor. This announcement sent shockwaves through the hall, particularly among the Slytherins, who were astonished that a member of the traditionally Slytherin Black family had emerged as a Gryffindor. Seated at the long table, Narcissa and Bella furrowed their brows. Narcissa bowed her head, seemingly unwilling to accept this reality, while Bella cast a venomous glare at Sirius, who now sat beside James at the Gryffindor table, muttering fiercely, "Traitor." After the incident involving Sirius, the subsequent sorting ceremony lost much of its allure. Severus Snape, as he had hoped, was sorted into Slytherin, while the two individuals Sirius encountered on the boat were both placed in Gryffindor, conveniently seated beside him. Having just shared a jovial conversation during the boat ride, Sirius introduced these two boys to James, and soon the four of them formed a lively camaraderie. Meanwhile, the stuttering and somewhat awkward boy who had sat next to Sirius on the boat was assigned to Ravenclaw. As the names on the list were gradually called out, it was finally time for Jinghe's name. Professor McGonagall, suppressing her excitement as she read the name before her, exclaimed loudly, "Jinghe Siad." This family name was unfamiliar to most, eliciting only a slight reaction from the Slytherin students, who had recently heard about the Siad family's head and his wife being astute businesspeople, on the verge of considerable success. Thus, although the name Siad did not stand out, it nonetheless garnered the attention of some Slytherin students. Lucius, upon hearing the name of the girl he had encountered earlier, lifted his head with interest to observe the girl awaiting her sorting. Nearby, Narcissa noticed Lucius's reaction with some confusion. She could not fathom why he had looked up now when he had not done so during his brother's sorting. Following Lucius's gaze, Narcissa was startled to see how strikingly similar the girl was to the portrait she had seen in the Olane study. The girl had blue eyes and black hair, a common combination, yet she had managed to elevate these ordinary features to extraordinary heights. The girl's name also seemed foreign to this realm. Intrigued by a certain gentleman's interest, Narcissa had taken the time to learn some characters from the East, and now, observing the girl's appearance, she noted how the Eastern heritage beautifully complemented her own lineage. The girl's face bore no sharp angles, exuding a gentle softness. Narcissa found herself lost in contemplation, struck by the uncanny resemblance to the portrait she had beheld. If Narcissa could make this connection, it stood to reason that Lucius could as well. She then raised her gaze towards the girl and the other Slytherin wizards. Witnessing the Malfoy and Black family's keen interest in the daughter of Siad, immediately recognized the implications. Should she be sorted into Slytherin, they must avoid any enmity with her. In stark contrast, the other three houses marveled at Jinghe's beauty, for the harmonious blend of her dual heritage rendered her appearance uniquely exquisite. Notably, at the Gryffindor table, James and Sirius erupted into loud cheers, drawing the attention of many. Jinghe felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, the weight of so many gazes rendering her breathless, prompting her to hastily approach the sorting hat and don it, awaiting her fate with bated breath. As soon as the hat settled atop her head, it spoke to her. "Ah, my dear, it's you again. It has been quite some time. To sort the same person multiple times is a novelty I have encountered in many years." Jinghe's heart raced, her mind racing with confusion. What could this mean? Surely, this was her first time? Sensing her trepidation, the sorting hat chuckled. "Oh, fret not, dear one. You shall be placed in the house of your preference. Some journeys are best undertaken by you alone." It then proclaimed loudly, "Slytherin." Lucius, initially feeling a tinge of anxiety, silently prayed for Jinghe to be sorted into Slytherin. The moment the result was announced, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, followed by a discreet surge of joy as he began to applaud. Narcissa, observing Lucius's enthusiasm, found herself clapping along, unexpectedly filled with a sense of happiness that brought a smile to her face. As others joined in the applause, they contemplated how to navigate their relationships once they had established sufficient understanding with her and could inform their parents. James and Sirius, upon realizing Jinghe had indeed been sorted into Slytherin, displayed expressions of disappointment, while Remus, keenly observant, noticed a delicate pattern resembling a butterfly peeking from the girl's sleeve. Though he felt a pang of disappointment at her placement, he was nonetheless captivated by her beauty, akin to that of an angel. Overwhelmed by his own thoughts, he shook his head to regain composure, yet his gaze remained fixed on her. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow upon hearing the unambiguous sorting result, noting that, despite all that had transpired, she still belonged to Slytherin. After waving to her Gryffindor friends, Jinghe hurried to take a seat beside Severus. At that moment, Severus felt a surge of elation upon hearing her sorting, knowing this meant he would have more time to spend with her. His excitement was unmistakable, and he, typically reserved, found himself engaged in conversation with Jinghe about the upcoming feast. As other wizards were gradually sorted into their respective houses, Dumbledore surveyed the raucous assembly of young witches and wizards below. Seeing the commotion, McGonagall tapped her glass, instantly silencing the students. Dumbledore then rose to deliver a speech. "It brings me great joy to welcome many outstanding young witches and wizards to our school this year, and I am delighted that other students will soon join our ranks." Here at Hogwarts, you will forge the finest friendships and create unforgettable memories. You will gain the most profound knowledge and experience the most exhilarating adventures. Now, without further ado, let us commence with tonight's feast. With a flourish, he gestured, and the once barren tables were suddenly laden with a sumptuous banquet. The first-year students gasped in awe before eagerly diving into the delightful meal. Jinghe, though fond of Hogwarts' cuisine, found herself somewhat spoiled by her upbringing in Chinese culinary traditions and opted to eat only until she was moderately satisfied before setting down her fork. After sampling some newly presented desserts, they sang the rather peculiar school song and then returned to their respective dormitories. Lucius, as the head boy of Slytherin, had little energy to focus on Jinghe after she was sorted. However, Narcissa found herself intrigued by the girl, noting how her troublesome brother seemed to obey her effortlessly. Just moments ago, she had witnessed her brother at the Gryffindor table nearly rise in a fit of rage, only for the girl to gesture, causing him to settle back down instantly, leaving Narcissa utterly fascinated. The engagement between the Malfoy and Black families was well known throughout Slytherin. So when Lucius stayed behind to escort the first-year students to their dormitory, it seemed entirely natural for Narcissa to remain as well. While she held little interest in her newly acquainted fiancé, her curiosity was piqued by the girl who had managed to quell her unruly brother. As Jinghe conversed with Severus while walking, Narcissa approached with a smile and inquired, "How are you finding everything so far?" As Jinghe heard the sound of conversation and turned around, she was greeted by none other than Narcissa from the Black family, who was engaging with her. This Narcissa, with her stunning golden locks and strikingly bright eyes, exemplified the exceptional genetics of the Black lineage, where both males and females alike possessed extraordinary beauty. Jinghe promptly responded with a smile, "I believe everything is splendid. Thank you for your concern, Senior Narcissa." Narcissa waved her hand dismissively, smiling as she replied, "No need for thanks. If you don't mind, you may call me Senior Narcissa, and may I refer to you as Jinghe?" Jinghe nodded enthusiastically, "Of course. That would be delightful, Senior Narcissa." Consequently, Narcissa and Jinghe began to discuss various academic topics, and to Narcissa's astonishment, this seemingly pretty young girl was not only beautiful, but also possessed an intellect that was unparalleled. Narcissa found herself increasingly fond of the little girl before her, perhaps due to her captivating beauty and brilliance. She even entertained the thought of introducing Chiara to a certain esteemed individual. At that moment, Narcissa noticed a butterfly-shaped birthmark that appeared with the movement of Jinghe's sleeve. Her pupils dilated in surprise as she instinctively grasped Jinghe's wrist, scrutinizing the intricate pattern. Just as Jinghe was enjoying a lively conversation with her senior, she was taken aback by Narcissa's sudden grip and inquired, "Is there something wrong, Senior Narcissa?" Following Narcissa's gaze, Jinghe spotted the blue butterfly on her left wrist and smiled as she explained, "This butterfly has been with me since I was born. It has accompanied me throughout my childhood." Seeing Narcissa's demeanor shift from cheerful to startled as she seized Jinghe's wrist made Severus Snape instantly alert. Forgetting his usual caution, he intervened, separating their hands, and awkwardly addressed Narcissa, "I apologize, Senior. I just noticed a small insect on Jinghe's hand." Such a clumsy lie went unchallenged. Yet Jinghe regarded Narcissa with a hint of suspicion, well aware of the uniqueness of her butterfly. It was evident that there was a significant connection behind Narcissa's astonishment. Meanwhile, Narcissa was engulfed in shock. She recalled having seen the mark on Walburga's left wrist, a sigil left by that particular individual, as Walburga had once mentioned that she would also bear such a brand after graduation. Thus, Narcissa had observed that mark closely. She vividly remembered the butterfly entwined by a serpent at its center. It was black, yet identical to the butterfly on the young girl's wrist, with not a single detail amiss. As one of the most exceptional students of Slytherin, Narcissa could not have erred in her recollection. Hence, the only conclusion was that this girl before her might indeed be the one sought by that esteemed individual. Regaining her composure, Narcissa chose not to dwell on Snape's rudeness. Instead, casting a slightly complex glance at Jinghe and smiling, "I apologize. It is merely that this wondrous birthmark is a first for me, and I lost my composure." Jinghe, understanding that some secrets are difficult to articulate, smiled and shook her head. "It is quite all right. Others are often taken aback when they see my birthmark as well." After exchanging smiles, Narcissa bid farewell to Jinghe and walked ahead to stand beside Lucius. Lucius, well aware that Narcissa had been conversing with the girl, leaned in with a voice only they could hear. "Did you uncover anything of significance?" He sensed the slight quickening of Narcissa's breath, indicating that something serious had transpired to unsettle her. After a moment of silence, Narcissa replied, "The girl has a butterfly birthmark on her left wrist, identical to the one." Lucius was immediately taken aback, turning his head slightly towards Narcissa and asking, "Are you certain?" Narcissa nodded affirmatively. Lucius trusted her remarkable memory and, having seen the mark on his father's wrist, furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of this revelation. Initially planning to disclose this information at Christmas, he now realized that the conspicuousness of such a birthmark made it impossible to keep secret. If he chose not to speak, others would inevitably do so. For reasons unknown, Lucius felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. He was not keen on reporting this news to his father or that esteemed individual. Likewise, Narcissa shared this sentiment, and in unison, they silently resolved to delay the matter for as long as possible. The Slytherin dormitory was located in the basement, and Lucius ushered a group of young wizards to the entrance, turning to say, "Welcome to Slytherin House. We, Slytherins, welcome any capable wizard. I hope you all will center your efforts on the house, striving to bring glory to Slytherin." After delivering this brief address, he turned to recite the password for the day, Illuminate. Upon uttering the correct password, the door creaked open, and the young wizards gazed in awe at the dormitory's decor. Being situated underground, the walls were crafted from transparent glass, allowing glimpses of small fish swimming beneath the black lake. Due to the cool temperature, a fire perpetually flickered in the hearth, and the surrounding layout was adorned in Slytherin's signature green, with serpents coiling around the columns. Once inside, Lucius continued, "The password for our common room changes weekly, and the new password will be posted in the common room's bulletin board, so please take note. The boys' dormitory is on the left, and the girls' dormitory is on the right, with each having a private chamber. Each dormitory door is labeled with your name, and the house elf has already placed your belongings inside. You may now find your dormitories to rest." With that, the young wizards eagerly sought out their respective dormitories. After bidding farewell to Snape, Jinghe prepared to ascend the staircase alongside Narcissa when Lucius called out to her from behind. Jinghe inwardly cursed her forgetfulness, realizing she had overlooked Lucius, but quickly composed herself, turning to smile at him. "Senior Lucius, I am thrilled to have joined Slytherin House. If I require assistance in the future, I hope I can count on you." Having awaited this moment all day, Lucius felt a subtle movement of his fingers behind his back, yet maintained a placid demeanor as he replied, "Of course, feel free to reach out to me for anything." Jinghe nodded with a smile. "Good night, senior." Lucius returned the gesture, "Good night." For Narcissa, who was already betrothed, the two merely exchanged nods of acknowledgement before she led Jinghe up the staircase to seek her dormitory. As Narcissa's chamber was located further along, Jinghe found her own dormitory midway and bid her farewell. Exhausted from the day's events, Jinghe collapsed onto her bed without even taking a moment to examine her surroundings. After a brief rest, she stood up to organize her belongings, petted her pet, and hurried to the bathroom to wash up and change into her pajamas. Then, she turned off the lights, cuddled her cat, and snuggled under the covers in one seamless motion. Due to her fatigue, she fell asleep almost immediately. In contrast to Jinghe's weariness, Lucius and Narcissa sat at a table, deeply pondering the girl they had encountered and the birthmark she bore. Both sensed an inexplicable emotion swelling within them during their conversation with her, and as they gazed out at the inky darkness beyond the window, their curiosity grew more pronounced. Yet, they realized there was little they could do. They could only exert their efforts. For what was meant to come would inevitably arrive. It was all simply a matter of destiny. Chapter 139, The Time at the Academy. The inaugural lesson of the term was Professor Horace's potions class, once again attended by both Slytherin and Gryffindor students. In the morning, Jinghe and Snape woke up punctually at the sound of the bell. Initially, she was somewhat dazed upon rising, only to realize that she was already in the dormitory at school. Hastily, she got out of bed, freshened up, and gathered her books before rushing outside to await Snape. Snape, adhering to his usual routine, arrived almost simultaneously at the bottom of the stairs, while the others were evidently still ensconced in slumber, leaving the spacious common room occupied solely by the two of them. Their early arrival was attributed to habits formed at home. Snape had risen early since childhood, a practice he maintained despite improved living conditions. Likewise, Jinghe had cultivated a routine of early rising and retiring, thus both were nearly awake before the bell rang. After they collected the books needed for their classes, the duo made their way to the dining hall. At this hour, the hall was sparsely populated, primarily by 5th and 7th year students engrossed in revision for their examinations. Consequently, when the older students beheld the two first-year wizards arriving so early, they exhibited mild surprise before swiftly returning to their studies. The table had only just begun to display freshly prepared breakfast, and as they dined, they engaged in a lively discussion about the potions they were to brew that day. While eating, Jinghe suddenly rummaged through her pocket and produced the venomous spider's gland, offering it to Snape with an apologetic expression. "I'm so sorry, I forgot this yesterday. It's a gift for you to celebrate the start of the school year." Snape stared in astonishment at the spider-esque gland before him, well aware that such an item had been available in Diagon Alley, but had been purchased by someone unknown. Realizing that Jinghe had indeed been there that day, even though he had not seen her, His heart swelled with joy at the sight of a material he cherished being gifted by a dear friend. Struggling to regain his composure, Snape swallowed hard. Recognizing the extraordinary value of the material, understanding Jinghe's prodigious talent in potions, he pondered how she could possibly not appreciate such a gift. Just as he was about to decline, Jinghe, seemingly sensing his hesitation, thrust the jar into his hands, declaring, "This is my gift to you. If my friend excels, I am equally thrilled." Though Snape was aware that Jinghe considered him a friend, her words resonated deeply within him. He gazed at the girl smiling at him, a silence enveloping them as he slowly accepted the precious material. "Thank you. You are also my best friend," he replied softly. Little did the young Snape comprehend the significance of such a promise. He simply knew that Jinghe was profoundly important to him, and he wished to remain by her side. As time passed, more young witches and wizards arrived in the dining hall for their early classes. Jinghe soon spotted Lily, adorned in her Gryffindor robes, accompanied by James and his 3 close friends. It was evident that boyhood camaraderie blossomed rapidly. In just one night, James and his companions had forged a bond akin to brothers-in-arms. Upon seeing Lily approach, Jinghe waved and then took Snape's hand, leading him to the Gryffindor long table. They had already finished their breakfast and awaited Lily to complete hers before departing for potions class together. The 2 girls chattered animatedly, while James, having encountered Lily the previous evening, took on the role of a devoted protector by her side, though he had never been fond of reading. After Jinghe introduced him to adventurous tales, he became enamored with such stories, particularly those entwining the exquisite romances of princesses and princes. At 11 years old, James was brimming with youthful fervor, and upon seeing Lily for the first time, he felt he had found the princess he wished to cherish for a lifetime. Snape, discerning the shift in James's demeanor towards Lily, merely cast a glance before lowering his head. As long as it wasn't Jinghe, he thought, it was bearable. Yet, the memory of Sirius, draping himself casually over Lily's shoulder, prompted Snape to furrow his brow. Such a shameless display was utterly unbecoming. This morning, Sirius attempted to sit next to Jinghe, but with Lily on her left and Snape on her right, he was unable to intrude. Instead, he glared menacingly at Snape, who was engrossed in his book, and retorted with a cold expression. Sirius, noticing Snape's book, sneered, "No matter how hard you study, you'll never learn to speak properly." Snape, unfazed, shot back, "Perhaps you should fill your empty head with some knowledge before you attempt to converse with me. Engaging with someone like you is truly exhausting." Furious, Sirius leapt from his seat, pointing at Snape. "Do you even know what you're saying, you bat?" Their quarrel inevitably attracted the attention of those nearby. Jinghe, hearing their exchange, turned her head in annoyance. It seemed prudent to maintain some distance. Gryffindor and Slytherin had been at odds for generations. Although neither had yet mastered any magic, it did not prevent them from resorting to physical altercations. Seeing his friend in trouble, James promptly stood, joined by Remus and Peter. The atmosphere grew tense, and other students from different houses turned to watch, their expressions reflecting the perennial rivalry. It was indeed amusing to see a Slytherin seated at the Gryffindor table, yet the familiar discord was unmistakable. As tensions escalated, Jinghe raised her wand and cast a rapid version of the cleaning spell, dousing both boys with water. The spell was a simple cleansing charm, but if executed with precision, it could inflict discomfort. Having devised this method during the holidays, Jinghe equally doused both boys before standing up with a smile. "We are here to learn. It is utterly pointless to quarrel over trivial matters. I shall not waste my time on such meaningless disputes." Grasping Lily's hand, she led her away to class, and Lily, disliking the atmosphere of discord, followed suit. Seeing them depart, James hurried after them, joined by Remus and Peter, who pulled Sirius along before leaving. Sirius, drenched, wiped his face and shot Snape a fierce glare, muttering, "You'll pay for this," before quickly pursuing the others. Snape wiped his face with his sleeve, acutely aware that Jinghe's demeanor towards him had softened. While Sirius's hair and clothes were soaked, Snape only felt a slight sting upon his face. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Why was Sirius so volatile? On the very first day of school, such a spectacle was unnecessary. After cleaning himself up, Snape hurried to catch up. Upon arriving at potions class, Jinghe and Lily discovered that several young witches and wizards had already gathered. A delay caused by the earlier altercation. Due to their differing houses, they exchanged a few words before hastily finding their respective seats in the classroom. Soon, James and Sirius arrived in the classroom, where Sirius initially intended to sit on the Slytherin side, but was restrained by Lupin, who advised him to exercise a modicum of restraint. Otherwise, Jinghe would be displeased. Of course, Jinghe overheard Lupin's voice emanating from the Gryffindor table. Turning her head, she beheld an elegant young man with eyes as luminous as the moon, evidently Lupin, Sirius's close friend. Upon noticing the girl's gaze upon him, Lupin shifted his focus to meet her eyes. In response, Jinghe smiled and waved at him before turning her attention back to the day's lesson. Satisfied with the successful rapport he had established on the first day of school, Lupin smiled and coaxed his friend to settle down on the bench. Peter, who had remained largely silent throughout this commotion, quietly observed the unfolding scene, only intervening when absolutely necessary. Following the gaze of his close friend, he too noticed the radiant girl. Since the previous night, when he first laid eyes on her, he had been deeply captivated. Jinghe resembled the angel described in his mother's tales, so beautiful, lively, and gifted. Each time Peter encountered her, his heart raced with increasing fervor. When Snape hurriedly entered the classroom, it was only natural for him to take a seat beside Jinghe. Subsequently, Professor Horace arrived to commence the first lesson for the young wizards. The initial class involved brewing a potion for scabies. After introducing himself and outlining the course syllabus, Professor Horace encouraged the young wizards to engage in practical work. He descended from the platform to observe their actions, offering guidance when necessary. As Horace circled the room, his satisfaction grew. This year's cohort of young wizards displayed considerable talent in potion making. The red-haired Gryffindor girl and the boy beside her worked with remarkable speed and a hint of synergy, demonstrating exceptional aptitude right from the outset. Nodding in approval, Horace turned his gaze toward Slytherin, where, as anticipated, he found Jinghe's prowess in potion making equally impressive. The black-haired boy working alongside her complemented her skills perfectly, while the student named Snape also displayed considerable intellect. After completing his rounds, Horace nodded in satisfaction, sensing that his club would soon be enriched with many outstanding talents. At the end of the lesson, Horace called upon the four of them to inquire about their interest in joining the club. As he had anticipated, all four readily accepted the invitation, particularly Snape, whose eyes sparkled with excitement upon receiving the offer. Thus, the young wizards embarked on a joyful academic journey at Hogwarts, with Jinghe and Snape standing out in every subject, earning unanimous praise from the professors. All the professors extolled them as the most gifted students in Slytherin's first year. Consequently, several Slytherin wizards who had been merely observing began to forge friendly relations with Jinghe. While Jinghe was well regarded, Syed's reputation preceded him within the pureblood families, and Snape was recognized as the most exceptional half-blood in Slytherin. Other families began to court Snape's favor, especially Lucius. Through his observations over the past few days, Lucius had certainly noted their remarkable talents, as well as the well-known blue butterfly that Jinghe possessed. Everyone marveled at the beauty of that butterfly, while only a few Slytherin students, upon seeing its markings, fell into contemplation. However, Lucius and Narcissa had managed to keep the information from spreading for the time being. Yet one individual, Lucius found particularly troublesome, Bella. Engaged to a member of the Lestrange family and nearing her graduation, she was utterly unhinged, obsessively infatuated with that certain individual. Her impending marriage to a member of the Lestrange family was merely a command from him. Bella had also learned of the butterfly birthmark, and in that instant, she had the urge to disseminate the information. However, at that moment, Bella bore no marks on her arm, and Lucius and Narcissa were secretly thwarting her attempts at communication. Lucius, observing Snape's burgeoning talents in his first year, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He was in dire need of such a genius, and thus, Snape, who had initially occupied a lower status within Slytherin due to his mixed heritage, had successfully ascended to a higher echelon thanks to this recognition and his remarkable gifts. By the time he reached the 4th or 5th year, his talents would undoubtedly secure his place within Lucius's circle. Yet, all of this existed solely within Lucius's plans, while Snape merely believed that he had garnered the admiration of upperclassmen due to his own abilities. Jinghe, however, sensed an undercurrent of something amiss. Based on the movements of pureblood families in the wizarding world over the years, she surmised that her friend might join the ranks of those they referred to as that certain individual by the 4th or 5th year. At that point, whether or not Snape would join would hinge on his own decisions. Jinghe had no intention of obstructing her dear friend's path, for if someone harbored such thoughts, her interference would only be counterproductive. She also contemplated meeting that certain individual in the future, hoping to expand her family's influence, albeit without drawing too close. She was not a saint, nor did she ever interfere with the decisions of others. At most, she would lend a hand if her friend strayed too far from the right path. Nonetheless, plans are often subject to change, and nothing can be deemed too certain, can it? Chapter 140, Exposure. Time passed day by day, and everything seemed to fall into a routine. However, the situation outside grew increasingly dire. Ever since the quarrel between Sirius and Snape, it was as if a floodgate had opened, leading to a constant exchange of glares and sarcastic remarks whenever they encountered one another. Yet both understood the necessity of maintaining decorum in front of the girl, so these two first-year wizards resorted to playful jabs and nudges when Jinghe was not paying attention. After all, How many offensive spells could first-year students truly learn? It was merely childish banter. However, Jinghe was not easily deceived. She could certainly sense the tension between the two. Yet, she presumed it to be nothing more than the typical rivalry between their houses, and thus, she generally paid little mind to their skirmishes. If James and the other two intervened to assist Sirius, she would have firmly put an end to it. Lily shared her friend's sentiments, leading to the initial group skirmish devolving into a series of one-on-one challenges between the two young wizards. As time passed, Jinghe cultivated friendly relations with most of the other young Slytherins, particularly Lucius and Narcissa. Their demeanor towards Jinghe was markedly different from that of others. Sometimes they would sit beside her during meals, and on occasion, Narcissa would embrace her. The scent of daffodils emanating from Narcissa mingled with the fragrance of Jinghe's roses, creating an oddly delightful aroma. Lucius often waited for Jinghe along her usual path, striking up conversations whenever they crossed paths. Occasionally, he would gift her rare potion ingredients. And to avoid drawing attention, he would sometimes extend similar gifts to Snape. Jinghe, along with Lupin and Peter, had also grown familiar with one another, greeting each other warmly and discussing any questions they had from their studies. Among these four individuals, Jinghe holds the deepest admiration for Lupin, the young wizard endowed with remarkable talent and the quintessential traits of Gryffindor, yet tempered with a remarkable composure. Typically, when James and Sirius are caught up in their reckless escapades, he serves as the calming influence within their circle, perfectly soothing his companions. Jinghe envisions a future where Lupin might join her in her endeavors post-graduation, recognizing him as an invaluable asset with his exceptional abilities and mastery over his emotions. Meanwhile, Lupin feels a sense of joy at the prospect of conversing with the girl. He acknowledges that his acquaintance with her may not be as extensive as that of Sirius and James, yet he is acutely aware of his own strengths. Within this quartet, he plays the role of the pacifier, always appearing just in time to quell the impulsive antics of Sirius or James, earning Jinghe's praise each time she witnesses such scenes. A secret delight blooms within Lupin, and he imagines that if he had a tail at that moment, it would surely be wagging joyfully. Time swiftly passes, and before long, December arrives, with snowflakes gracefully descending upon the majestic Hogwarts castle, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Jinghe's friends are well aware that she is particularly sensitive to the cold, so during winter outings, they always ensure she is bundled up warmly. Lucius even gifted her a magical gemstone that radiates warmth when held, while Narcissa presented Jinghe with a cozy scarf adorned with green patterns entwined with serpents and the emblem of the Black family, accompanied by several silver butterflies. In Dumbledore's office, the headmaster finds himself in a state of distress due to recent events. He had intended to reach out to the Rotary couple immediately, but the recent disturbances caused by Tom have escalated to such a degree that they have begun to affect the Muggle world. Consequently, Dumbledore must remain at Hogwarts to safeguard the school's security, leading him to forget about writing the letter. Only when he gazes out at the swirling snowflakes does he realize the oversight, and he sighs deeply, muttering to himself about his own forgetfulness. He then retrieves a piece of parchment and begins to compose a message. Once completed, he entrusts it to an owl, which swiftly takes flight, disappearing into the flurry of snow, headed towards the Rodria estate. At that moment, the Rodria estate exudes an eerie silence, as if devoid of life. The garden is blanketed in a layer of white snow, except for one area where an array of roses blooms. Snowflakes land upon their petals only to melt away, leaving no trace. Chiyoyasi, wrapped in a shawl, approaches the window, opening it to catch a falling snowflake, her thoughts drifting back to many years past. It was in such a chilling winter that her daughter was welcomed into their home, a moment of immense joy for the couple, who viewed her as a divine gift. However, this precious treasure was taken from them by Merlin after just 17 years. Now, the Rodria couple lacks the vitality they once possessed, their faces are etched with wrinkles, and the anguish of losing their daughter has worn them down, their lifeblood seemingly draining away, their hair no longer dark. As Chiyoyasi stands by the window lost in contemplation, she notices a figure approaching from afar, gradually drawing nearer, a familiar owl bearing a letter. The owl alights before the open window, dropping the missive into Chiyoyasi's hands. Bewildered by who might be writing to her, she opens the parchment and begins to read, only to find the contents compelling her to widen her eyes in shock. It feels as if her strength has been abruptly sapped, her legs weaken, and she sinks into a chair, fixating on the words before her. After a prolonged moment, she regains her composure and calls out to her husband in a trembling voice. Upon hearing his wife's urgent summons, Kadri rushes to her side, puzzled by her unusual tone. Since their daughter's departure, they have been like two souls frozen in time, remaining quietly within the estate, having ventured nowhere. Their possessions were sold after the loss of their daughter, leaving them with only the remnants of wealth in their coffers. as they cling to a faint hope. At this thought, Kadri's breath quickens. Could it truly be as she suggests? He hastens to his wife's side, where Choyasi, trembling, hands him the parchment filled with text, before breaking down into tears, covering her face with her hands. Kadri reads the parchment slowly, each word resonating with profound emotion. The letter does not contain flowery phrases, but rather conveys simple, yet poignant messages that render the elderly couple inconsolable. She has returned, and she remains unchanged. Ollivander's wand has been sold, and the butterfly on her left wrist remains the same. The fireplace has been opened for her to visit any time. Albus Dumbledore. Kadri finds himself at a loss for words, his throat constricted as he struggles to speak. After a long silence, he realizes his vision is blurred, tears pooling in his eyes and staining the parchment beneath. In that moment, the couple finally receives the answers they have long sought, and they weep openly. Overwhelmed with a bittersweet mixture of relief and sorrow, relieved that their cherished treasure has returned, yet saddened by the possibility that she may no longer recognize them. Meanwhile at Hogwarts, Lucius furrows his brow as he reads the letter in his hand, which summons him and Narcissa to a meeting. As the most powerful family in the current landscape, taking a leave of absence should not pose a challenge, yet Lucius feels a headache brewing. The situation is no longer containable. Narcissa finds herself in a similar predicament, having received a letter from Voldemort requesting her and Bella's presence. Such gatherings among the family representatives typically indicate that a significant event is unfolding, and this time it includes Lestrange and Selwyn, among others. Dumbledore had attempted to intervene, but the magnitude of Tom's recent actions, like the destruction of a Muggle bridge and the ensuing chaos in Nocturne Alley, leaves him with little choice but to focus on safeguarding Hogwarts and protecting the girl. As long as Jinghe remains at Hogwarts, Tom's influence cannot extend here. The letter's urgency dictates that they must arrive the following day, prompting both Lucius and Narcissa to deliberate throughout the night, emerging with a sense of foreboding. Bella, on the other hand, brims with excitement at the prospect of being near her master once more. After careful consideration, Lucius and Narcissa conclude that their best course of action is to mitigate the fallout, as their combined strength may still fall short against the formidable presence of that individual, compelling them to minimize the repercussions. Thus, Jinghe awakens to the complex gazes of her senior peers, along with Bella's frenzied stare directed at her. An uneasy flutter of anticipation quickens Jinghe's heartbeat, as if sensing that something momentous is on the horizon. At Malfoy Manor, a row of wizards clad in black robes sit in silence, with Tom, eyes closed, positioned at the forefront, and Abraxas, silent and brooding, seated to his left. The reason for summoning a few students from the school this time was due to their recent audacious actions, which had encountered some obstacles. It had become imperative to enlist fresh talent and ingenuity from the institution, compelling them to recruit these individuals to the best of their abilities. After a considerable wait, the grand door facing Tom was finally opened, revealing Lucius and Narcissa, accompanied by a group of young wizards, most of whom were already in their 4th year, constituting the backbone of the Death Eaters. Upon entering the room, they took their designated seats with measured grace, while the others, daunted by the oppressive atmosphere, refrained from uttering a word. Only Bella, seated confidently, gazed adoringly at Tom, while her purported fiancé from the Lestrange family could hardly spare her even a glance. Observing that everyone had arrived, Abraxas slowly spoke. Lucius, share with us the recent developments at school. Lucius inhaled deeply, as if reporting on a project, and began to inform his so-called father of his recent discoveries. There is a first-year wizard in our house named Severus Snape, who possesses remarkable talent in potions. Meanwhile, a Ravenclaw student named Quirrell has been excelling in defense against the dark arts, making him one of the brightest minds in Ravenclaw. From my observations, it would be quite easy to recruit them. After articulating his findings, Lucius fell silent, omitting any mention of the girl, harboring a subtle hope. Did Bella not have a penchant for adults? Perhaps she would not disclose the existence of that girl? Yet, it became evident that the madwoman lacked the understanding of common sense. Upon hearing Lucius's words, Bella revealed a wicked smile. He had not mentioned the girl, indicating that his sister's path with the young Malfoy might indeed be fraught with difficulties. No matter, she would clear the obstacles for Black. After all was said, Abraxas merely nodded slightly, showing no reaction. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Bella, who was seated not far away. Sir, there's another girl. Lucius and Narcissa immediately turned their gazes toward Bella. Narcissa, as a daughter of the Black family, maintained a stoic demeanor, yet their eyes betrayed an unmistakable threat and coldness. Bella, seemingly oblivious to their scrutiny, stood up with enthusiasm and declared, "This year, we have a first year which named Jinghe Syed, a daughter of an inconsequential family of lowly blood, who astonishingly bears a butterfly mark on her left wrist identical to yours, my lord." Her talent is truly unparalleled. If we can recruit her, this insignificant family will be eternally grateful to us. Tom, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them at Bella's proclamation, his crimson pupils fixating intently on her. Abraxas, upon hearing the name, turned to regard Bella, who was speaking fervently. Bella, sensing Tom's gaze upon her, felt a surge of excitement, for it signified that her information was of great interest to her master. She cast a smug glance at the two seated opposite her, who regarded her with grim expressions, and continued proudly, "That girl excels in potions. She is outstanding in other subjects as well. And I've heard her wand contains a phoenix feather. Moreover, her parents are quite astute." Upon seeing Jinghe, Bella instantly realized that this girl might pique her master's interest, for the blue butterfly was strikingly reminiscent. She was no fool. During this time, she had meticulously gathered information about Miss Jinghe, allowing her to speak so confidently before her master now. After absorbing this intelligence, Tom straightened in his seat, his blood-red gaze fixed on Bella as he uttered his first words of the day. "Describe everything you know about the witch you just mentioned, without omitting a single detail." Chapter 141, The Heart's Desire. Bella, seeing the Lord's keen interest in the girl she had provided information about, felt a thrill of exhilaration. The complete profile of a 10-year-old witch in exchange for her master's favor was an opportunity too fortuitous to pass up. She promptly began to divulge all the information she had collected over the past few days, even revealing how she had extracted details about Jinghe's wand materials from other young wizards. "Very well, my lord. Her name is Jinghe Syed, the sole daughter of the Syed family. However, the Syed lineage has faced disgrace, as her grandfather became a traitor and married a lowly muggle. Her mother hails from China, and her wand is made of alder wood, containing the nerve of an oriental fire dragon along with another material known for its exceptional flexibility. Remarkably, she bears a blue butterfly on her left wrist." Bella relayed her findings with fervor, demonstrating her dedication to earn her master's recognition by diligently observing a first-year witch. As Tom listened to Bella's description, he became increasingly convinced that this girl could indeed be his sister. His gaze darkened with a growing menace, and he pondered why the Ministry of Magic had not intervened in his affairs, while Dumbledore had taken it upon himself to meddle. It was clear that she had arrived at Hogwarts. Abraxas, too, absorbed Bella's words, and though he typically exuded calmness, his hands trembled slightly, and his breathing quickened. Could it truly be her? Meanwhile, Tom, feigning composure, felt a tumult of emotions surge within him, akin to a tsunami ready to engulf all in its path. His hand, gripping his wand, trembled slightly, the ring on his left middle finger emanating a green glow. Bella had finished her account and was now fixated on Tom, who gestured with his hand and then rose to stand beside her, producing his wand and addressing Bella. "You have done well. Good deeds must be rewarded." Realizing she had earned the right to bear the mark, Bella excitedly stood, kneeling before Tom, rolling up her left sleeve and extending her trembling hand toward him, fervently proclaiming, "I am grateful for your generosity, my lord." Tom tapped her left arm with his wand, and the dark mark materialized freshly upon her skin. As she felt the mark pulsate on her arm, a wave of exhilaration surged within her. Her eyes sparkled with fervent devotion as she bowed further, prostrating herself at Tom's feet, fervently vowing, "I shall devote my life to you, my lord." Tom cast a cold glance at the trembling Bella on the ground before turning his attention to Lucius and Narcissa. Upon feeling Tom's gaze upon them, their previously tense bodies stiffened further, and they sat in silence. Tom slowly approached their seats, his eyes glinting with a hint of crimson, and addressed them. "It seems your relationship has not been nurtured well." With an impassive expression, he waved his wand twice, unleashing curses that coursed through the bodies of the two children, who collapsed onto the table, gasping for breath yet daring not to cry out, enduring the pain in silence. Tom coldly observed the two struggling to breathe on the table, while Walburga and Abraxas remained motionless, their faces betraying no emotion as they watched the scene unfold. At this moment, Abraxas was consumed by thoughts on how to gain legitimate access to Hogwarts to admire the scenery. Recent events had transpired that even though he was a school governor, Dumbledore had curtailed his activities within the school. After Tom had delivered his punishment, he returned to his original seat and languidly addressed Lucius and his companion, saying, "I shall grant you another opportunity. Any matters concerning that girl must be reported to me immediately." Having just endured punishment, Lucius and his companion closed their eyes in pain. Upon hearing Tom's words, they exchanged a silent glance, enduring the discomfort, and rose to bow respectfully, replying, "As you command, my lord." Tom yearned to rush to Hogwarts to see his Rose, yet Dumbledore would not permit him entrance given his current standing, and at best, he could only match Dumbledore's prowess. A dangerous glint flickered in Tom's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Abraxas and proposed, with Christmas fast approaching. I believe we ought to host a banquet to strengthen our relations. Abraxas, realizing Tom intended to invite Syad's parents to foster familiarity, nodded in agreement. Tom surmised that the Roderia couple must be aware of the girl's existence by now. They had witnessed his madness over the decades. Ever since her passing, they had sealed off their estate, forbidding anyone from visiting. Thus, Tom's numerous reckless deeds over the years were meticulously concealed from them. Turning to Abraxas, he understood it was time for him to exercise his rights as a governor and visit the school. Tom then handed Narcissa a two-way mirror and instructed, "Deliver this mirror to her. Furthermore, she must write to me daily about her experiences at school." Narcissa trembled as she rose and bowed, affirming her compliance. With a wave of his hand, those seated around the table dispersed, and those meant to return to the school departed, leaving only Tom and Abraxas in the vast parlor. Tom stood, casting a cold glance at Abraxas, stating, "What was true decades ago does not imply the same now. Suppress your thoughts. She is mine alone." Abraxas respectfully nodded. Saying, "Of course." Tom remained silent, studying him for a long moment, while Abraxas kept his gaze lowered. With a wave of his hand, Tom vanished from sight. The Malfoy manor served merely as a significant point of contact, while Tom had constructed a separate estate, one that no one but he had ever entered, specifically built for the girl. Once Tom had disappeared, Abraxas slowly lifted his head, his eyes revealing a chilling fervor and an intense longing for the girl, causing his whole being to tremble. A fervent smile, unseen by anyone before, spread across his face. This time, he would not let go, vowing to protect her at all costs. Abraxas laughed aloud in the empty parlor, but soon regained his usual impassive demeanor. He ascended to the sitting room, retrieved a piece of paper, and began drafting a Christmas invitation. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Jinghe was in the library, scratching her head in frustration as she worked on her assignments. Due to her and Snape's exceptional performances, the teachers tended to assign them more challenging tasks, turning the library into a frequent haunt for them. Lily and James also joined their close friend in the library. However, James, unable to sit still, was merely there to keep Lily company. After a short while, he ventured outside to frolic in the snow with his best mate, Sirius. Though Sirius found it difficult to focus on books, his natural talent allowed him to grasp concepts with merely a glance. Jinghe was compelled to visit the library every day, often seated next to the dark, brooding figure of Snape, discussing various topics. Thus, she forced herself to suppress her restless spirit, pretending to read for an hour, while she and James exchanged hushed whispers. Lucius and Narcissa, barely managing to return to Hogwarts, collapsed onto the sofa in the common room, utterly exhausted, at merely fourth year. The toll of such a curse was overwhelmingly taxing on them. Bellatrix, despite the winter chill, flaunted her bare arms, flaunting the mark on her hand as she laughed heartily while passing by the two seated on the sofa. As Jinghe and Snape gathered their books to leave, they were greeted by the sight of their seniors, who appeared weak and weary, as if they had endured a harrowing ordeal. Having developed a close relationship with them over the past month, Jinghe felt an obligation to inquire about their welfare. She and Snape approached and gently asked, "Lucius, Narcissa, are you both all right?" The two, who had initially kept their eyes closed, slowly opened them upon hearing her voice. Narcissa, as if finding support at last, embraced Jinghe. Observing Narcissa's fatigue, Jinghe reciprocated the embrace, softly offering comfort. Narcissa nestled her head into the girl's neck, inhaling the rich scent of roses emanating from her, gradually soothing her spirit. Lucius watched their interaction, clenching his fists. He too longed to embrace the girl without reservation, but the boundaries of propriety held him back, especially knowing how dearly the adult cherished her. He could only suppress his innermost desires and remain seated nearby. Raising his head, he beckoned Severus, who stood before him, saying, "You possess great talent. If you wish, I can introduce you to that esteemed individual when you reach your fourth year." Severus felt a surge of warmth within. To be recognized for his abilities at such an early stage was undoubtedly a significant achievement for him. He had also heard of the esteemed individual from Slytherin. Gaining their favor would bring him honor and elevate his standing beside Jinghe. After Lucius spoke, he seemed to expend all his energy in a wave of dismissal, saying, "You may go ahead. We have matters to discuss with Jinghe shortly." Severus hesitated, casting a worried glance at the girl who was soothing Narcissa. Upon noticing Severus's concern, Jinghe gestured for him to proceed, reassuring him not to worry. With that, Severus reluctantly made his way back to the dormitory, glancing back several times. Lucius, seeing that the two had embraced long enough, cleared his throat, prompting Narcissa to come back to her senses. Upon hearing Lucius's reminder, she lifted her head to address Jinghe, saying, "Dear, would you be interested in joining us at Lucius's home for a gathering this Christmas? I believe Mr. Malfoy has already written to your parents." and we would be delighted if you could visit the Malfoy estate. Jinghe was taken aback by these words. She had done nothing but found herself with the opportunity to forge new connections. Understanding that every blessing came at a cost, she inquired, "Is there anything you need me to do, senior?" Narcissa shook her head and then produced a mirror from her pocket, handing it to the girl. "This mirror captivated me today. I thought it would suit you perfectly. It is my Christmas gift to you." Narcissa did not explicitly mention that this was a double-sided mirror. Yet the mirror before them was undeniably tailored for Jinghe, adorned with archaic blue and gold patterns, embellished with delicate butterflies and roses. It seemed as though this mirror was crafted exclusively for the young girl. Jinghe, overjoyed by the mirror that so perfectly aligned with her aesthetic, gratefully turned to Narcissa and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, thank you so much, senior. I must prepare a wonderful Christmas gift for you." Unbeknownst to Jinghe, she had not heard Narcissa's instructions regarding her current tasks, implying that this matter could not be openly discussed, particularly with an 11-year-old girl. Thus, she wisely chose to remain silent and gracefully navigated away from the topic. Subsequently, Jinghe hurriedly urged the two to take a rest. As sitting on the sofa was not particularly comfortable, Lucius cast a deep glance at Jinghe before turning to ascend the stairs. Meanwhile, in Dumbledore's office, a fireplace devoid of flames unexpectedly ignited, and soon two figures, unsteady in their gait, emerged. They were none other than the Rodaria couple, who had been alerted by a letter. Upon seeing the letter, they had initially contemplated heading to Hogwarts immediately, but after some deliberation, they fortified themselves with a potion to enhance their spirits and prepared themselves before summoning the courage to make their way to Hogwarts. As dusk approached, and it became time for the children's dinner, Dumbledore regarded the two elderly visitors and said, "It has been a long time, Mr. Adri, Mrs. Chio." Despite Dumbledore appearing older than the Rodarius, the couple seemed to bear the weight of years far more heavily. Adri stepped forward, grasping Dumbledore's hand, and inquired, "Where is she? Let me see her." Dumbledore nodded and gestured for them to remain calm, assuring them, "I have sent Minerva to fetch her. She should arrive shortly." At that moment, Jinghe was also on her way, having just finished dinner with Snape. When Professor McGonagall summoned her to the headmaster's office, Jinghe was puzzled about the reason for this summons. Reflecting on her commendable behavior at school, she mused that it likely wasn't anything too serious. Upon reaching the entrance to the headmaster's office, she spoke the password and descended the steps, knocking at the door. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore. May I enter?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, the Rodaria couple sprang from their seats, their eyes fixed intently on the closed door. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore opened the door, revealing Jinghe before the three of them. The couple's trembling lips beheld the girl, who, before her arrival, had been the subject of Dumbledore's recounting of her recent experiences. They understood that Jinghe was still surrounded by a loving family, good friends, and possessed remarkable talent and keen intelligence. Thus, they had no intention of voicing their thoughts. They simply wished to see her. As Jinghe entered the room without uttering a word, the elderly couple approached her unsteadily. Mrs. Chio gazed at the unchanged visage of the girl before her, tears streaming down her cheeks. Observing the elderly woman's distress, Jinghe furrowed her brow and gently took out a handkerchief to wipe the tears from the woman's face. The soft touch and the unchanged fragrance overwhelmed Mrs. Chio, causing her tears to flow even more freely, while Mr. Adri, standing beside her, could not help but shed tears himself despite his otherwise upright demeanor. After an extended moment, the couple's tears subsided, and it was as if nothing had transpired. They smiled warmly at Jinghe, engaging her in light conversation about family and friends. Jinghe remained her ever-enthusiastic and kind self, sharing amusing anecdotes from her life and speaking fondly of her parents. The Rodarius listened with smiles, their expressions suffused with affection as they absorbed every word she spoke about her family and friends. As time passed and the hour of curfew approached, Jinghe reluctantly brought the conversation to a close. She could not fathom why the moment she reunited with these two elderly figures, a profound sense of familiarity surged within her. It was as though she felt a parental dependence on them, prompting her to share her life as joys and tribulations as if she were their daughter. However, time slipped away rapidly, and Jinghe had to return to her dormitory. After bidding a heartfelt farewell to the Rodarius, she walked back, a deep ache emanating from her heart, as if something precious was slipping away from her. The Rodarius silently accompanied their daughter for 4 hours, fully aware that she was content. Surrounded by loving parents and good friends, they resolved not to disturb this bliss for their own selfish desires. They regarded those 4 hours as stolen time from Merlin, cherishing every fleeting moment. After a brief respite, the couple returned to their estate, where they drafted a will bequeathing all their possessions to Miss Shada, and then, as if robbed of all vitality, they quietly leaned against the bed, speechless. The currents of fate are bound by certain inevitabilities. In our greed for more, we often overlook the cost of what we seek. By the time Jinghe returned to her dormitory, it was quite late. Nevertheless, Snape had yet to retire for the night. After explaining the situation to him, he finally felt assured enough to head to his own room. Jinghe, upon her return, placed the double-sided mirror gifted by her senior at the center of her vanity. It seemed as though the mirror was crafted solely for her. After washing away the fatigue of the day, Jinghe found herself seated at her desk, perusing books of interest while cradling her cat, Moxu, in her arms. The mirror on the vanity faced her desk, and unbeknownst to her, it gradually became translucent, revealing the visage of a handsome young man. Tom gazed intently at the girl in the mirror, watching as she waited for her hair to dry while indulging in her book, her cat nestled in her embrace. A smile crept onto Tom's lips as he wondered if anyone was still there to style her hair. His longing intensified as he watched her, eager for Christmas Day to arrive, yearning to embrace her until the end of time. Thus, time seemed to flow serenely, with Lucius dutifully sending daily letters to a designated location, updating on Jinghe's activities, while Tom quietly observed her every move each night until she succumbed to slumber, his desire to see her growing ever stronger. Before long, the eve of Christmas approached, and Jinghe's close friends planned to return home. Snape was to spend time with his mother, while others intended to reunite with their families, though Sirius was somewhat reluctant. On their way back, Snape and Sirius quarreled over who would sit closer to Jinghe, but ultimately, she subdued them both with a spell, effortlessly asserting her dominance over the two boys. To everyone's surprise, it was Lupin who found himself seated beside Jinghe in the end, while James sat forlornly opposite his brother. After recently stepping in to defend his sibling, Lily had remained in a huff, refusing to approach James. Lupin, though silent and merely listening to the prattling of the two young girls nearby, felt as though he had won a grand prize, basking in the warmth of his happiness. The train slowly rolled into the final station, and only after Jinghe repeatedly assured everyone of her intention to bring Christmas gifts for each of them did she disembark, rushing to her parents' side. The Syard couple had already positioned themselves at the platform, eagerly awaiting their daughter's arrival. Upon spotting her parents, Jinghe dashed over, excitedly sharing her feelings of longing during their time apart. Just as the trio relished their joyful reunion, a voice called from behind, "Long time no see, Miss Jinghe." Turning around, she found it was Walburga, accompanied by Regulus and Sirius. Jinghe graciously returned the greeting, "Merry Christmas, Mrs. Black." Regulus, having not seen Jinghe for quite some time, waved excitedly, and she responded with a cheerful wink. Walburga noted this exchange, deciding to turn a blind eye, aware that the girl seemed to hold a unique significance for the adults. If her two sons could forge a bond with Jinghe, it might yield advantageous outcomes. After exchanging pleasantries, the two families parted ways, each returning to their respective abodes. Jinghe had already shared some news in her letters to her parents, and thus in preparation for the forthcoming Christmas ball, she began to make arrangements. Meanwhile, within the Syard manor, Mr. and Mrs. Syard sat ponderously at the table, contemplating the impending holiday. Earlier in December, they had received a surprising donation of property from the Rodoria family. They were astonished, knowing that despite the couple's advanced age, their wealth was not to be underestimated. However, they could not fathom why the Rodorias would bequeath their fortune to their daughter. When they attempted to visit, they learned that the Rodoria manor prohibited entry, leaving the couple with only a cryptic message, "Take good care of your treasure." This unexpected windfall left Mr. and Mrs. Syard somewhat flustered, but they quickly regained their composure, deciding to allocate a portion of the assets as donations to impoverished wizards in line with their daughter's wishes, while the remainder was preserved in her account. Other families soon caught wind of the Syard's fortune, extending olive branches in hopes of forming alliances. Thus, December became an exceptionally busy period for the Syard couple. Amidst this flurry of activity, they also received a Christmas invitation from Malfoy Manor. They were somewhat taken aback, realizing that their recent inheritance had attracted the attention of a prominent pureblood family. Yet, they noted the most significant line in the letter: "My child holds your daughter in high regard at school and looks forward to your and Miss Jinghe's presence at our forthcoming gathering." Consequently, Yachties had penned a letter to their daughter well in advance, and Jinghe, aware of the situation, promptly agreed to the invitation. Now, the Syard couple found themselves contemplating the many aspects of attending the soiree with their daughter. They had also heard whispers that the butterfly Jinghe possessed was a unique mark. Although they were merely a modest family, they vowed to ensure their daughter faced no harm, even if it meant confronting those of higher status. When Jinghe learned of their concerns, she comforted her parents with a smile, saying, "There's no need to worry, Mom and Dad. This could turn out to be a wonderful opportunity. I feel so fortunate that nothing will go amiss." Her words eased some of their anxiety. Though they remained apprehensive as they awaited Christmas Day, the long-anticipated reunion would soon unfold, and they pondered whether the treasure lost could be regained. Chapter 143, Departure. In the blink of an eye, Christmas morning arrived, heralded by a timely snowfall that blanketed the earth in a pristine layer of white, enhancing the festive spirit of the holiday. Jinghe had already prepared gifts for her dear friends 2 days prior, entrusted to an owl for delivery, and they should have arrived by now. For Lily and Petunia, she had chosen 2 exquisite hairpins, one adorned with lilies and the other with sunflowers. For Snape, she had procured a rare potion ingredient, and for Sirius and his companions, she had selected gifts tailored to their preferences. Other assorted presents had also been meticulously categorized according to the recipient's tastes and significance. Jinghe planned to deliver gifts to Lucius and the others later that evening at Malfoy Manor. This morning, still in a sleepy haze, she drew back the curtains to behold the enchanting winter landscape outside, instantly lifting her spirits and easing her nerves about the impending soiree. Clad in her attire, she dashed downstairs to the festively adorned Christmas tree, beneath which a myriad of gifts awaited. The tallest stack was designated for Jinghe. Elated, she rushed over, scissors in hand, and settled beneath the tree to unwrap her treasures. It was Christmas Day, and the sired couple, having succumbed to worry the previous night, had slept late, leaving Jinghe alone in the expansive living room. One by one, she opened the gifts. Lily and Petunia had gifted her a stunning pair of earrings, which she carefully set aside, as she had yet to pierce her ears. Snape had prepared a meticulously concocted potion to aid in swift slumber, a skill typically mastered in the 3rd year, astonishing Jinghe with his early proficiency. Lucius and Regulus had generously presented her with a striking sapphire ring, intricately carved in the shapes of butterflies and roses. Lupin had gifted a delicate porcelain figurine of a white wolf, its nose adorned with a tiny butterfly. James and Sirius had crafted handmade trinkets, showcasing their ingenuity despite their novice status. Other friends had contributed an array of bracelets and various precious items, while Peter had delighted her with the latest lemon-flavored soft candies from the nearby sweet shop. After admiring her friends' generous gifts, Jinghe organized them by category and then sat down at the dining table to enjoy breakfast, awaiting her parents' descent. The sired couple finally emerged at 10 a.m., and by then, Jinghe had finished her meal. She settled into a cozy armchair by the fireplace, jotting down thoughts on how to conduct herself at the evening's gathering. Not being a true aristocrat and having grown up in the Muggle world, she had only acquired a rudimentary understanding of etiquette, leaving her somewhat anxious about her ability to navigate the evening with grace. The 11-year-old girl felt a sudden onset of a headache, overwhelmed by her concerns. However, the immediate priority was to finalize the attire for her evening banquet. Last night, she had selected a particular dress, yet Jinghe felt it lacked charm upon further reflection. Consequently, this morning, she began to rethink her choices, contemplating the accessories that would complement her outfit. After all, it was her inaugural attendance at such a gathering, and if she performed admirably, it could serve as a stepping stone to greater opportunities. Luo Mingqiu, perceptive to the girl's concerns, approached and sat beside Jinghe, embracing her gently, and reassured, "Do not fret, my dear, simply enjoy yourself, and leave the rest to us." The Syad couple also noticed their daughter, who, at merely 11, should be carefree and joyful, instead exhibited an extraordinary depth of thought that surpassed her peers, evoking both pride and worry in them. At this tender age, a girl should revel in her innocence, yet their daughter appeared markedly more mature than her contemporaries. Jinghe lifted her head and smiled brightly at Luo Mingqiu, saying, "There's no need for concern, Mama. I have a feeling this banquet will unfold even more splendidly than we anticipate." She resolved to trust her instincts once more, recalling how her previous intuition had led to Sirius's acceptance into Gryffindor. Time swiftly passed, and evening arrived. At noon, Jinghe had asked Luo Mingqiu to assist her in getting her ears pierced, adorning them with the blue rose earrings gifted by Lily. One could not help but marvel at the wonders of the magical world. The piercing healed remarkably quickly thanks to a spell. That evening, Jinghe donned a stunning blue gown crafted by her mother, which she adored for its delicate layer of sheer fabric draped over a cozy, furry lining that revealed only her arms. Around her neck, she wore a necklace adorned with a rose entwined by a serpent, a beautiful find from her Christmas gifts. Though the giver had remained anonymous, her hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, the ebony curls reaching her waist. A rose was tucked into her left side, and with her natural beauty enhanced by this attire, she was bound to capture everyone's attention. The Malfoy and Syad estates had yet to establish a fireplace connection, so the trio traveled by carriage to Malfoy Manor. Although the journey was somewhat lengthy, the enchanted carriage traversed the distance swiftly, arriving at the estate's entrance in just over half an hour. By now, the manor was bustling with guests, all smiling and raising their glasses, engaging in conversations about matters beneficial to their interests while occasionally casting furtive glances upwards. Since the arrival of that esteemed individual, grand gatherings had become a rarity, and everyone understood that Malfoy Manor served merely as a meeting venue. They were perplexed by the sudden hosting of a Christmas banquet, and Abraxas had meticulously arranged everything, inviting nearly every notable figure in the wizarding world. At that moment, Tom stood elevated, quietly surveying the crowd below. He pretended to sip from a glass, exuding an air of calm authority, yet within him stirred a slight tremor, a deviation from his usual composure. Abraxas, too, maintained a facade of geniality while his eyes repeatedly flicked towards the open door. Meanwhile, in the hall, Sirius impatiently focused on the tips of his shoes, feeling a sense of bewilderment. This banquet was more extravagant than usual, typically held in other estates, and he wondered why so many were present. Observing the insincere smiles of those around him, he sighed, wishing for a swift conclusion to the evening so he could return home. Due to the banquet's formal nature, Jinghe wore relatively less, and as they disembarked, Addis cast a few warming charms upon his daughter. The carriage gradually came to a halt before the grand entrance, and Jinghe took a deep breath, lifting her skirt as she stepped down. The Malfoy family truly embodied opulence. Even the door's decorations surpassed those of other estates. At the entrance stood Lucius and Narcissa, welcoming guests with gracious smiles and directing them towards the hall, where house elves awaited to assist, merely maintaining appearances at the threshold. Upon exiting the carriage, Jinghe spotted the pair and joyfully ran forward, exclaiming, "Lucius, Narcissa, Merry Christmas." Their amicable relationship allowed for the omission of formal titles, and they addressed one another by name. Lucius and Narcissa beamed at the sight of the exquisitely adorned girl, their eyes brimming with warmth that was absent when meeting others. Jinghe then presented her carefully prepared gifts, a serpent-shaped wand ornament for Lucius, which could be affixed to his wand, allowing for better handling and the option of being stored in a matching Purple Heart wand case as a walking stick when needed. For Narcissa, she gifted a daffodil brooch that refracted light in the dark, enhancing her elegance. While Lucius appreciated the gift, he couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy towards the intricately crafted brooch, leading him to later request a Malfoy family crest brooch from Jinghe for the next Christmas. But that was a tale for another time. Narcissa then greeted the Syad couple with a smile before personally guiding them into the manor, as the esteemed individual had emphasized the importance of bringing them inside upon arrival. Meanwhile, Lucius remained outside, maintaining a polite facade while welcoming incoming guests. Jinghe closely followed Narcissa, her eyes taking in the lavish decorations of Malfoy Manor. A glimpse revealed a flourishing patch of roses, inexplicably untouched by the heavy snow, filling her with wonder. Truly, Malfoy Manor's grandeur was astonishing. The walk from the entrance to the hall took a full 2 minutes. Upon entering the manor, they were greeted by an expansive doorway, where elegantly dressed men and women mingled amidst a lively atmosphere. A closer look revealed a solitary figure standing above, exuding an air of authority that struck a formidable presence. Jinghe grasped her parents' hands, inhaling deeply as they ventured into the hall. Chapter 144, Reunion. Jinghe wagered that this would be the most extraordinary Christmas banquet she had ever experienced. She fought to steady her trembling hands and ignored the rapid beating of her heart as she walked forward, flanked by her parents. Narcissa entered the hall ahead of them and paused, lifting her gaze towards Tom, stating, "My lord, the Syad family has arrived." As her words echoed, the three entered the hall, and although Addis had spent some time in the Muggle world, he upheld the requisite noble etiquette, remaining composed under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Luo Mingxiu mirrored this demeanor, her smile reflecting the poise honed through years of experience in the business world. Despite it being Jinghe's first participation in such an event, she flawlessly embodied the decorum befitting a young lady of noble lineage. The moment the name was spoken, the previously boisterous banquet fell into a profound silence, all eyes converging upon the group, with the majority of those gazes fixating on the young girl standing between her parents. Is this the girl whom the adults hold in such high regard? Curious gazes from the crowd converged upon the girl, Jinghe, who was taken aback by the unexpected attention bestowed upon her, a mere scion of an obscure family. An involuntary wave of anxiety washed over her. Meanwhile, Tom, upon catching sight of Jinghe, inadvertently crushed the fragile glass in his hand, oblivious to the injury inflicted upon his left hand. With a mere snap of his fingers, help would soon arrive to clear the debris. In the hall, Abraxas stood transfixed, his gaze locked onto the young girl before him, his pupils trembling. The uncertainties he had previously harbored fell silent, leaving him momentarily speechless. He observed the familiar features and identical gestures of the girl, noting the butterfly on her wrist, partially concealed by a ribbon, yet still discernible. Abraxas steadied himself, gradually approaching the girl, extending his hand as he spoke. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Jinghe." He momentarily forgot the presence of the Syad couple standing nearby. Recognizing the iconic blonde hair, Jinghe deduced that this must be Abraxas Malfoy, and she politely bowed, replying, I am equally delighted to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. Merry Christmas. As Abraxas contemplated the girl he thought lost, he was interrupted by Tom's voice from behind. Step aside. For the first time, Abraxas hesitated to comply immediately with Tom's order, instead remaining rooted in place to observe the girl, only parting the way after a moment. Yet still standing nearby, watching Jinghe intently. Tom's demeanor darkened as he observed Abraxas's behavior. He flexed his fingers, tempted to reprimand the disobedient subordinate. But the presence of the girl necessitated restraint. He approached her slowly, saying nothing, and reached out to touch her cheek, momentarily forgetting that shards of glass had left traces of blood upon his fingers. The warmth of her skin and the familiar scent of roses made it difficult for Tom to fully convince himself that this girl was indeed his sister. Startled, Jinghe recalled Mr. Malfoy's earlier demeanor and realized that this individual before her must be the lord they spoke of. Just as she prepared to speak, the enigmatic figure before her silently caressed her cheek, causing her to widen her eyes in shock and instinctively retreat a couple of steps. However, Tom's hand had already brushed against her face, leaving a mark of blood upon her cheek. After stepping back, Jinghe silently scrutinized Tom, unable to deny his striking handsomeness. Judging by the provided descriptions, he appeared to be in his 20s, yet his visage resembled that of an ageless youth, akin to an 18-year-old. With dark hair, ebony eyes, and a small mole beneath his left eye, he exuded an undeniable charm, yet simultaneously conveyed an intangible sense of pressure. At that moment, Jinghe remained unaware that a small red mark, born of Tom's earlier touch, had appeared beneath her left eye, mirroring the black mole beneath Tom's left eye, creating an uncanny connection that seemed almost predestined. When Addis, her father, witnessed the Lord's silent caress of his daughter's cheek, he was taken aback, quickly pulling Jinghe beside him and addressing the young man with a smile. I apologize for the abruptness. I am Addis Syed, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Tom merely nodded in acknowledgement, then shifted his gaze back to the young girl cradled in Addis's arms. Observing Jinghe's youthful features stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Yes, my sister, now merely 11 years old, while I have aged a decade beyond her, deepening my yearning for immortality and prompting me to expedite my plans. After a moment's reflection, he decided to extend a courtesy to Jinghe's parents, smiling as he remarked, Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet you both. Lucius has spoken highly of Miss Jinghe's exceptional performance at school. It is delightful to finally meet her in person. Gathering her courage, Jinghe stepped forward and introduced herself. I am honored that you hold me in such regard. My name is Jinghe, Jinghe Syed. As Tom regarded the young girl, he noticed the necklace adorning her neck, one he had gifted her. The sight of it evoked a sense of joy within him, as if he had encircled her neck himself. He reached out, ruffling her hair gently. You need not call me lord. Simply refer to me as brother. Jinghe, bewildered by the peculiarity of the situation, thought to herself, how curious that I am to address you as brother when this is indeed our first encounter. Am I truly held in such high esteem in your eyes? Around them, onlookers expressed astonishment at this unprecedented familiarity, as the Lord had never permitted anyone to address him by name, always opting for the title Lord in place of a name. The fact that this girl could call him brother took everyone by surprise. Beside them, Bella seethed with anger, her wand nearly splintering in her grip as she glared at Jinghe, regretting having introduced the girl to the Lord in the first place. Jinghe, still taken aback, looked up at Tom, about to voice her refusal when she reconsidered his capabilities. Having heard the Slytherin students speak of him at school, she realized she could not afford to provoke him. Thus, she delicately suggested, I appreciate your kindness, though I believe I am merely fortunate in talent, without any extraordinary qualities. If it pleases you, may I address you as Tom? It is customary to reserve names for those with whom one shares intimacy, and brother feels rather too intimate. Tom frowned, about to respond when he suddenly remembered that for the girl, this was indeed their first introduction. Leaving a poor impression would not serve him well, so he nodded in agreement. Very well. Jinghe breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped an uncomfortable situation. Bella, upon hearing the Lord permit this girl, whom she deemed of inferior lineage, to use his name, felt her eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets. She had never imagined that merely introducing the girl would lead to such favor from the Lord. Fuming, Bella longed to exact revenge upon Jinghe, silently vowing to make her regret this encounter. Meanwhile, Sirius had spotted his dear friend at the gathering and was eager to rush over, only to be restrained by his younger brother, Regulus, who felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Did his beloved brother not notice the presence of the two lords before the girl? Regulus mused. What could he possibly want to achieve? Regulus had hoped that Tom's interest in Jinghe was merely fleeting, but was taken aback when he realized Tom had allowed her to use his name. Even the reckless Sirius sensed something was amiss, noting how courteous Tom was being in Jinghe's presence. Sirius leaned close to his younger brother's ear and confided that he had never encountered Tom before, But every time they had met, Tom had always presented an icy demeanor. This was the first occasion Sirius witnessed Tom displaying such amiable warmth. Regulus shook his head in response, indicating his ignorance. Tom quickly reverted to his usual charming self, aware that his every word and action symbolized the prevailing sentiments of the pureblood families. With a smile, he turned to address the guests at the gathering. On this Christmas Day, we have organized a banquet for all of you, hoping to foster closer relationships and enhance our familiarity with one another. Upon finishing his statement, the crowd erupted into applause, and the previously subdued atmosphere transformed into a lively scene. However, the gaze of many attendees lingered more on the Syad couple and Jinghe. Tom then turned to the girl beside him and remarked, "If Miss Jinghe has no engagements in the future, she is welcome to visit my estate frequently. Such remarkable talent deserves proper guidance." Deep down, Tom harbored a desire to sequester the girl in his estate, to imprison her forever within the confines of his crafted abode. Yet, he understood that she was not of such temperament. If she regained her memories, Tom dreaded the prospect of facing the Jinghe he would encounter. Long ago, Tom had discerned that his sister was not a flower reliant on others. She possessed her own thoughts and ambitions. If he were to bring her to his estate today, he could scarcely fathom the scene that might unfold on the morrow. Based on Tom's understanding of Jinghe, even if he confiscated her wand, she might genuinely consider liberation through self-destruction. Furthermore, Dumbledore would undoubtedly make every effort to thwart him. And Tom had previously vowed to Rodriel and his wife to protect Jinghe upon their next meeting. Thus, he suppressed his overwhelming desires. The Potter family had also received an invitation for the day. As James entered, he quickly sought out his dear friend. Though they had been apart for only a few days, their surprise at reuniting was palpable. Jinghe, catching a glimpse of her dear friend, bent toward Tom and said, "I shall not intrude further. I wish you a delightful Christmas, Tom." As she spoke, Jinghe endeavored to recall their earlier conversation, suppressing her unease as she called out his name. Tom nodded, striving to restrain his inner cravings, fully aware that the moment was not opportune. He would wait. After all, the eventual outcome would ultimately belong to him. Others observed as the esteemed girl sought out the Black brothers and promptly signaled their children, who approached with smiles. The scions and daughters of various families gathered around her. Meanwhile, the heads of these families engaged in conversation with the Syad couple. Abraxas watched Jinghe as she approached her friends, his gaze filled with affection, but it was merely a fleeting moment before he donned the facade of the Malfoy patriarch, his smile concealing any genuine emotion. At this banquet, no one was immune to the concealed thoughts within, and how many truly understood them. If two could unite to forge a grand collective, it was only natural that they could also stand in opposition over a treasured possession, for self-interest binds their connection. Should conflicts of interest arise, the necessity of that bond would dissolve. In truth, the foundation of their connection had been precariously teetering for quite some time. Chapter 145, the banquet continues. Jinghe lifted her skirt and made her way toward her friends. Sirius and James waved at her, expecting that friends would naturally converse for a while, yet this did not come to fruition. Other young men and women from different families soon surrounded Jinghe, engaging in conversation with her. The primary focus remained on Jinghe and Regulus, as Sirius's previous demeanor had left him isolated at such gatherings. Indeed, virtually everyone present had rolled their eyes at him, rendering such an occurrence unremarkable. Since James and the others were still unfamiliar, they naturally overlooked this. Some recognized the boy before them as the son of the monopoly supplier of shampoo in the wizarding world and offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. However, like Sirius, James found such meaningless socializing tiresome, and after a polite wave, he followed Sirius, muttering to one another. Seeing Jinghe and his brother surrounded by others, Sirius contemplated rushing forward to extricate Jinghe, leaving Regulus to converse with them. Jinghe, faced with the young men and women gathering around her, experienced a momentary sense of panic, but quickly steadied herself, particularly as many of them were familiar faces from school. Though not acquaintances, they were certainly recognizable. Jinghe was determined not to squander this rare opportunity to cultivate alliances and said to the eager Sirius, "I may need to chat for a while. Go play with James." "Don't worry, I'll join you shortly." Sirius could only nod in response, watching as Jinghe re-entered the throng of what he deemed a meaningless social gathering. He stood by for a while, observing her navigate through the crowd with remarkable ease, exuding composure. Watching her smile and engage with others, Sirius found himself momentarily entranced. He remained fixated on Jinghe, who shone brightly at the center of the group, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. It was only when James nudged him that he snapped back to reality, though his gaze remained glued to Jinghe, and he leaned slightly towards his friend to say, "She is the most exceptional young witch I have ever encountered, is she not?" James nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Sirius's words. Jinghe indeed stood out among the first-year witches. She seemed to possess a soul older than her 11 years, learning with remarkable speed and producing exceptional results, earning the admiration of all her professors. As Jinghe conversed with the young ladies approaching her, they initially regarded her with disdain, believing her to be merely a favored child of the adults, unworthy of any noteworthy qualities. However, as their dialogue progressed, their perceptions began to shift. The girl spoke with eloquence and confidence, satisfying each individual with her words, which only increased their respect for her. Regulus, likewise, engaged with the young men who approached him. Yet his gaze often drifted toward Jinghe, captivated by her voice and laughter. Hearing her speak prompted his own smile to become more genuine. He observed her brilliance, standing there. She was undeniably the focal point of the gathering. Regulus's heart raced like thunder, and he quickly averted his gaze, redirecting his attention back to the others with a smile. Since Jinghe's arrival, Tom had not shifted his focus from her, his eyes fixated on her at the center of the group of girls. He raised his glass to conceal his gaze, but such a blatant stare could hardly be easily masked. Jinghe sensed the unsettling scrutiny directed her way, suspecting it originated from that esteemed gentleman or others present. Yet, she could not afford to reveal any signs of fear or trepidation at that moment. She lowered her head slightly before lifting it once more, donning her usual calm demeanor. Tom gazed at Jinghe, who appeared as perfect and exceptional as she had decades ago, effortlessly resolving any situation before her. A tenderness, long dormant, surged within him, and the adults around them discerned the expression on his face, revealing their own mixture of trepidation and uncertainty as they exchanged glances. Such looks were not those of admiration for a talent. Rather, they resembled the gaze bestowed upon a beloved. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head, dismissing it as utterly absurd. How could an adult possibly take an interest in an 11-year-old girl with golden locks? Nevertheless, the significance of the Syed family was not lost on the others, who now regarded them as a fixture in Tom's circle. Consequently, some families, still wavering, promptly raised their glasses and approached the Syeds with smiles. Abraxas had just concluded negotiations with the Syed couple and nodded in acknowledgement. The girl's parents were as remarkable as ever. Despite their humble beginnings, they possessed a keen business acumen and had adeptly seized favorable opportunities, indicating they would soon evolve into a highly sought-after presence. Observing the Syed couple's excellence, Abraxas felt reassured about the girl's future, concluding that she was fortunate to have loving parents in this life. The banquet lasted approximately 4 hours. As it commenced, Lucius had welcomed all the guests before making his way into the banquet hall. However, instead of mingling with the younger ladies and gentlemen, he followed closely behind Abraxas, responding with a smile to every head of the family who approached him. His fiancée, Narcissa, had already extricated herself from the influence of the blacks and trailed her betrothed, also smiling as she engaged with the guests. Tom's gaze remained fixed on Jinghe. Noticing his evident impatience, the families who had contemplated approaching him wisely retreated, and throughout the event, no one dared to initiate conversation with Tom. His attention was predominantly on the girl, while the Syed couple, wishing to locate their daughter, found themselves encircled by nobles eager to converse, allowing them only brief glimpses of her well-being amidst the children before redirecting their focus to the shrewd old foxes they were conversing with. Tom, too, observed the expressions on Sirius and Regulus as they regarded Jinghe, and he now comprehended the nature of their gazes. Gradually, he made his way to where Walburga stood, who was in conversation with members of the Selwyn family. Upon noticing Tom's approach, she abruptly ceased her dialogue. Both turned to him and bowed, greeting him with a respectful, "My lord." Tom stepped closer, nearly pressing against Walburga. Uncertain of the situation, her heart raced with fear, and she quickly lowered her gaze, stammering, "Might I inquire, my lord, if there is something you require?" She endeavored to steady her trembling voice, but her eyes, filled with dread, remained fixed on her skirt, and beads of sweat formed on her brow. Tom silently regarded Walburga for an extended moment, drawing the attention of those nearby who ceased their conversations to observe. Finally, he spoke. "It appears that the two sons of Lady Black maintain a close relationship with Jinghe." Walburga's mind raced. What could this mean? Was he pleased or angered? Summoning her courage, she dared to glance at Tom's expression before quickly averting her gaze once more, as perspiration increased on her brow. Having spent considerable time in Tom's company, Walburga understood that his demeanor was not one of favor, but rather of annoyance, certainly not a good sign. It became clear that she must keep her sons away from that girl, for in Tom's eyes, she was far more significant than she had ever imagined. Lowering her head even further, she respectfully replied, "I understand, my lord. Friends should maintain an appropriate distance. I will remind them." Tom remained silent, and as Walburga mustered the courage to raise her gaze, she found his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes betraying only coldness and pressure. As a member of the Black family, She felt a twinge of fear. This was a man capable of lethal wrath, irrespective of one's lineage. Upon hearing Wahlberg's response, Tom regarded her for a moment, offering no words or gestures before turning on his heel and ascending the staircase, still casting his gaze downward upon all present. Yet his focus remained steadfastly on the girl. Abraxas was acutely aware of the emotions of the Black brothers, and for the first time, they reached a consensus on this matter. He glanced at the child he had brought with him, only to find Lucius discreetly glancing toward the area where Jinghe stood. Abraxas furrowed his brow. Lucius was a child he had adopted from another lineage. Initially, he had assumed he would be a standard heir, but as he matured, Lucius had proven increasingly exceptional, much to Abraxas's satisfaction. He had gradually transformed from a mere potential successor into someone he genuinely cared about. Thus, Abraxas arranged a suitable match for Lucius, one that pleased the Black family, and neither party exhibited any signs of discontent. However, at that moment, Lucius was fixated on the girl, and Abraxas caught a glimpse of Narcissa, who, like Lucius, was secretly observing Jinghe with furtive glances. Abraxas was no fool. He could easily discern the focus of their attention. It seemed that Jinghe continued to be quite popular. As Lucius covertly watched her, he suddenly caught the gaze of Abraxas, causing him to swiftly redirect his attention to the elder. As he had suspected, Abraxas scrutinized him with a frigid stare. Lucius quickly suppressed any inappropriate thoughts, refocusing his attention. He was acutely aware that he was merely viewed as the next generation of heirs valued by the current head of the family, who possessed both time and resources to seek out another if unsatisfied. Having worked diligently to attain his current standing, he could not afford to falter at this crucial juncture. As Abraxas observed Lucius regain his composure and approach, Narcissa also sensed the shift in the atmosphere and promptly concealed her gaze, standing attentively behind Lucius. Abraxas stepped forward slowly, lowering his voice to a level only the two could hear, warning them, "Suppress any emotions you should not harbor, should even a hint escape. It will lead to your utter ruin." At his words, both were immediately drenched in cold sweat, having entered their 4th year and grasped certain truths. They had never anticipated that Jinghe held such significance in the eyes of these two power brokers. Was it merely her remarkable talent and the butterfly pattern? It seemed unlikely. Lucius recalled the pattern. If it were without cause, given what he knew of Tom's character, it was improbable that he would choose a butterfly as an emblem without reason. He had also heard whispers from others about Tom's sister, who had once been the most dazzling presence in Slytherin, akin to Jinghe now. Supposedly, she too had dark hair and blue eyes. Could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, Lucius felt a chill run down his spine. For such a revelation was beyond anything he had ever encountered. He was merely in the 4th grade, and the astonished gaze flashed across his face in an instant, revealing a mixture of shock and confusion that Abraxas keenly observed. With a faint smile, he uttered no words, straightened his bent posture, cast a glance at the two of them, and then turned to meld into the crowd closer to Jinghe. Of course, what Lucius could conceive, Narcissa could as well. As a daughter of the Black family, how could she refrain from personally probing into secrets? Moreover, the conspicuous butterfly emblem was something she could never believe bore no significance. At that moment, their thoughts eerily converged. They exchanged a glance and shook their heads in resignation. During their late-night conversations, they had initially intended to declare the engagement void at an opportune moment, given the girl they cherished in their hearts. However, judging by the recent behavior of the two, it seemed impossible for Lucius and Narcissa to annul this engagement. With the benefit of this engagement, they might still have a chance for closer encounters with Jinghe, but should they dissolve it, they would arouse suspicion. They would become mere pawns, devoured in the game of wizardry. After a shared glance, they nodded. The engagement must persist, for there was no other recourse. For the first time, they discerned profound resignation and anguish in each other's eyes. Their fates were not their own to command, and they could not approach the girl they cherished with any semblance of reason. They felt like puppets, obediently accepting the commands of their superiors, trudging through a monotonous existence. The bird that stirred ripples in their stagnant lives also created splendid splashes upon other lakes. They felt unworthy even to strive for change. However, at that moment, despite their helplessness, they could not reveal their inner turmoil before others. Thus, this fragile moment lasted only a fleeting second. They closed their eyes and reopened them, donning their masks of feigned smiles once more. Tom gazed at the girls below, engaged in lively conversation, and suddenly felt reluctant to let her leave. He yearned to cast a spell that would freeze time, preserving that moment indefinitely. After a brief contemplation, he descended the stairs and approached Lucius. Lucius was in conversation with others when he noticed Tom's approach. Turning, he offered a slight bow and addressed him, "My lord." Tom wasted no time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. "I believe, given your amicable relationship with Miss Jinghe, You might consider inviting her to stay for some magical instruction. As a senior, it is your duty to assist your junior. At this, Lucius's heart fluttered with trepidation. He understood the underlying implication of Tom's words. He was to extend the invitation to Jinghe, though the actual instruction would be conducted by another. He longed to refuse, for he had come to know over the past few months that the girl was a person of strong principles. An inexplicable invitation would be unlikely to receive her consent. Yet, Lucius found himself powerless to decline, and thus could only nod in silent acquiescence. Narcissa watched anxiously as Lucius moved toward Jinghe. Her concern focused on the girl amidst the throng. What was the Lord's intention in asking the girl to remain? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Narcissa tightened her grip on her wineglass, yearning to reject this unreasonable request, yet acutely aware that voicing her dissent could lead not only to her demise, but perhaps the annihilation of the entire Black family. At that moment, Jinghe was engaged in delightful conversation with a nearby girl. Suddenly, the circle around her parted, and she looked up to find Lucius approaching. She smiled and inquired, "Is there something you need, Lucius?" Lucius took a deep breath, striving to organize his thoughts, attempting to render this wholly unreasonable request somewhat palatable. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "I noticed during class that Miss Jinghe excelled in her dark arts defense lessons, so perhaps she could stay at Malfoy Manor this Christmas, as it is my responsibility to nurture such remarkable talent." At this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes turned to Lucius in astonishment. They were well aware of Lucius's engagement, and this request appeared utterly absurd. The gazes directed at the two shifted to an oddity, and Jinghe, not one to be easily fooled, quickly discerned that this proposal did not originate from Lucius himself. A certain figure loomed in her mind. Raising her gaze, she noticed Tom's unwavering stare fixed upon her, and she understood precisely who wished her to remain. She longed to refuse. Yet the formidable power behind that gaze compelled her to consider the consequences. Rejecting it today could jeopardize her next birthday, and perhaps even the safety of her parents. She did not harbor the confidence to believe herself of such significance to that lord as to flout his desires. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Of course. I happen to have some magical concepts I find perplexing, and my mother often encourages me to get out more. So, I shall trouble Lucius for the next couple of days." The unfolding drama caught the attention of the Syad couple, who, upon observing their daughter's expression, sensed that something complex was afoot. They hurriedly excused themselves from their conversations and rushed to her side. Lominshu placed her hands on Jinghe's shoulders, leaning down to softly inquire, "Have you encountered any difficulties, my dear?" Jinghe, feeling the warmth of her mother's touch, found solace yet wished to spare her parents undue worry, shaking her head in response. "It's nothing, mother. Lucius simply wishes for me to stay a couple more days at Malfoy Manor. I have many magical inquiries to discuss with him." Lominshu, upon hearing her daughter's words, quickly realized that her response was not entirely truthful. Lucius, bound by engagement, could not publicly invite a girl to stay at Malfoy Manor without cause. She lifted her gaze, worriedly exchanging looks with her husband, ready to speak, but was interrupted by her daughter tugging at her skirt. Jinghe subtly shook her head, and Lominshu understood her daughter's concern. They, as a couple, were acutely aware that they could not contend with the might of that lord. If she dared utter a refusal today, it could bring about an insurmountable catastrophe. To this day, they remained perplexed as to why that lord held such interest in their daughter. Their minds raced as they assessed the attitudes of the two toward Jinghe. Her stay at Malfoy Manor for 2 days was fraught with both peril and safety, contingent upon her standing in their hearts. They felt an overwhelming regret for their lack of power and sufficient background to confidently reject this demand. Consumed by their inner turmoil, the couple became increasingly fervent in expanding their enterprises, striving to bolster their influence, propelled by the momentum of this Christmas gathering. Yet, they could not foresee that such frenzied expansion would ultimately deplete their vitality. Thus, this seemingly absurd Christmas gathering drew to a close, transitioning into a farcical denouement. As people began to return to their respective estates, while Jinghe remained behind, the Syad couple gazed at their daughter with reluctant hearts, an ache swelling within them. Though a hint of trepidation lingered in Jinghe's heart, she resolutely maintained her composure, unwilling to allow her parents to fret. After bidding farewell to her parents, Jinghe turned to find her 2 brothers, Black, who were equally concerned about her. They were well aware of the events that had transpired that day. Sirius had not delved into the matter deeply. He simply believed that Lucius was unexpectedly not the person he had previously thought. He raised his fist toward Lucius, who stood behind Jinghe, but Lucius merely cast a fleeting glance before returning his gaze elsewhere. Regulus, however, contemplated the situation more profoundly. Having had considerable interactions with Lucius, he surmised that someone must be guiding him to speak in such a manner in public. This thought deepened Regulus's worries, yet he dared not express them. especially after Walburga had sternly instructed them to keep their distance from the daughter of the Yade family. Sirius, poised to retort, found himself silenced as Walburga pressed her wand against his shoulder. Unlike previous instances when he merely mouthed off, this time the gravity of the situation was palpable, and Sirius recognized it. Thus he obediently closed his mouth, his mind racing with thoughts on how to approach Jinghe unnoticed. Narcissa, glancing back repeatedly, boarded the Black family carriage with Bella, her anxiety for the girl evident. While Bella's gaze was filled with a wild intent as she contemplated how to make Jinghe suffer a bit. After sending off all her close friends, Jinghe followed Lucius through the grand gates of Malfoy Manor, entering a hall where the previous lively atmosphere had vanished, leaving only two figures standing there, Tom Riddle and Abraxas Malfoy. Jinghe was still donned in her formal attire, her hands clasped behind her back, seemingly composed. Yet she was forcefully pressing her fingers together in a bid to calm herself. Tom noticed her unease and, as he beheld her, memories of attending banquets with his sister flickered through his mind, prompting an involuntary smile to grace his lips, a smile that sent chills down Jinghe's spine. In her understanding, Tom was not one to smile lightly. Even his smiles bore an ominous undertone, unlike the unguarded warmth of the smile he displayed now. This unguarded, gentle smile was merely a perception held by Jinghe, while Lucius perceived it as the grin of a cold, venomous serpent ready to strike lethally. Tom was acutely aware that he could not act impulsively at this juncture. With a sweeping gesture, he instructed Lucius, "Arrange for Miss Jinghe to stay in the second room on the left side of the third floor." Lucius, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure, bowing respectfully before acquiescing. What astonished Lucius was that the second room on the left side of the third floor was not only adjacent to Tom's own, but had never been entered by anyone other than Tom himself, not even by Abraxas. Despite it being his own manor, yet, Abraxas seemed to understand the unspoken secrecy surrounding that room and never inquired about it. Lucius ascended the staircase, gesturing for Jinghe to follow. She nodded toward Tom and Abraxas before trailing behind Lucius to the third floor, while the two below continued to watch her intently. Upon reaching the designated room, Lucius opened the door, revealing an interior that left him astonished, as it was entirely tailored to Jinghe's preferences. Expanses of soft blue adorned the room, with silver butterflies embroidered on knitted fabrics and roses inlaid upon the furniture, almost perfectly mirroring Jinghe's ideal bedroom. Jinghe herself was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated finding a room within Malfoy Manor that resonated so closely with her tastes. Her curiosity deepened. After leading the girl to the room, Lucius dared not linger, fully aware that the master was ever watchful. He stood at the doorway, addressing Jinghe. "This room will be your resting quarters. There are clothes in the wardrobe. I shall not intrude further. It is late, so rest well. Good night." Jinghe opened the wardrobe to find it stocked with nightgowns and everyday attire, an array that matched her aesthetic perfectly. Closing the wardrobe, she nodded at Lucius. "Thank you for your efforts. You must be tired as well. Rest early. Good night, Lucius." Lucius nodded, casting one last reluctant glance at Jinghe before closing the door, knowing that in the upcoming days, he might have no opportunity to see her again. Within the confines of her room, Jinghe surveyed her surroundings, wand in hand for precaution. She discovered the room to be remarkably secure, adorned and furnished to suit her preferences. Even so, she maintained a vigilant demeanor. After ensuring there were no threats, she exhaled deeply and sat on the bed, the tension that had gripped her since evening dissipating, fatigue washing over her like a tidal wave. Casually, she selected a nightgown from the wardrobe and hurried to the adjoining washroom, washing up and changing out of her cumbersome dress into a comfortable sleeping attire. After freshening up, she felt the day's exhaustion lift, her eyelids growing heavy. Upon exiting, she conducted her usual check, gazing outside through the window before drawing the curtains. The view outside was enchanting. Snowflakes danced gracefully to the ground. To her surprise, looking down through her window revealed a breathtaking sight, a garden of blooming roses. A delightful surprise indeed. Feeling overwhelmingly fatigued, Jinghe pulled the curtains closed and nestled into her bed. As she closed her eyes, she felt the absence of her companion. MOU, and involuntarily furrowed her brow in her dreams. The toll of her weariness led her into a deep slumber, unaware that her door had quietly creaked open, allowing someone to enter. The intruder was none other than Tom Riddle, who approached her bedside with a stealth that belied his intentions. His eyes, capable of perceiving all in the darkness, roamed over her face, filled with desire and unmasked greed. He gently caressed her cheek, observing her frown and realizing that she had not clutched her beloved pet, MOU, as she usually did while sleeping, causing her to feel an unsettling absence. In response, Tom extended his hand, using magic to soothe Jinghe's spirit. She felt an unprecedented relaxation wash over her, causing her furrowed brow to smooth. her entire being exuding tranquility and beauty. As Tom gazed upon her serene, sleeping visage, waves of longing surged within him, compelling him to embrace her tightly and never let go. Yet, boundless desire ultimately transformed into a restrained kiss, tenderly placed upon her forehead. Chapter 147. A familiar feeling that night. Jinghe found herself in an uneasy slumber, a stark contrast to her usual calm. In her dreams, she was surrounded by numerous unfamiliar faces, all fervently calling out to her, "Wake up! Please wake up!" In this dreamscape, she could see only a sliver of light, rendering the faces of her callers indistinct. However, one figure stood out, a boy with golden hair, accompanied by another with fiery red locks, both appearing urgently anxious by her side. Jinghe felt as though she were lying on a bed in a dream, her entire body devoid of strength, as if all joy had been siphoned away. She was perplexed by the nature of her predicament. However, a refreshing sensation soon permeated her mind, soothing the previous heat, and the unsettling imagery faded, replaced by the scene of herself playing with her family. Gradually, she relaxed her furrowed brow and succumbed to a deep slumber. After bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead, Tom sat quietly by her bedside, watching her throughout the night, only departing when the faint light of dawn began to pierce the horizon. Due to the fatigue of the previous day, Jinghe did not rise at the usual hour of 8, but instead groggily sat up around 10. She recalled the bizarre dream, which felt simultaneously vivid and absurd, igniting a curiosity within her to unravel its mysteries. What had she forgotten? As she surveyed her surroundings, it took her a moment to realize she was in Malfoy Manor. Instinctively, she reached out to embrace Moya, only to be met with a frigid emptiness, reminding her that her cat was not by her side. Turning her head, she noticed the evident creases and indentations on the bed beside her, stirring a sense of confusion. Could her discomfort from sleeping in an unfamiliar place have disrupted her usual repose? She had never been so restless during the night before. It seemed she had indeed grown somewhat anxious. Shaking her head, she dismissed the strange sensation from her mind, flinging off the covers and swinging her legs out of bed. The cold air rushed in, causing her to shiver involuntarily. As she prepared to step onto the floor, she hesitated, realizing she had no slippers to wear. After sitting on the bed for a moment, she cautiously extended her foot to touch the icy floor. Being particularly sensitive to the cold, she quickly withdrew her foot, testing the waters for a while before summoning the courage to descend. Once acclimated to the chill, she hurried to the wardrobe, recalling that she had left some ordinary clothes there the previous night. After rummaging through the garments, she found a thicker, fleece-lined woolen dress. The cold from the floor had left her hands and feet somewhat numbed, prompting her to swiftly change out of her nightgown into the substantial blue dress, which brought her a measure of comfort. Jinghe had never been fond of wearing socks. Despite the biting winter chill, she usually roamed her home barefoot, donning only slippers. Her mother, Luaminkyu, had even made her 2 pairs of cozy slippers that enveloped her feet entirely. With a sigh, she resolved to inquire with Lucius about finding a pair of shoes, wondering why, despite the abundance of clothing, there were no suitable shoes prepared. Checking the time with her wand, she was taken aback to find it was already 10:30. It was rare for her to sleep in so late. Typically, such late mornings only occurred during the Lunar New Year celebrations with her parents. A shiver ran down her spine as she pondered whether she would still make it in time for breakfast. Frustration welled within her. The exhaustion from the previous night and the haunting dream had left her utterly drained, resulting in her late awakening. With a resigned sigh, she approached the window and drew back the curtains. The warmth of the room enveloped her, instilling a sense of comfort that emboldened her to tread barefoot upon the floor. As she opened the bedroom curtains, a pristine expanse of white greeted her, occasionally interrupted by the flight of unfamiliar little birds, their sweet calls echoing in the air. Glancing down, she spotted the rosebush she had discovered the night before, still standing proudly amidst the snow and wind. The roses, known for their delicacy, were remarkably resilient, evidently well protected. After lingering at the window in contemplation, just as she was about to step outside, a knock resounded from the door. Rushing to open it, she expected Lucius, but was surprised to find Tom standing there. At once, she felt uncertain about where to place her hands, and, awkwardly raising one, she greeted him. "Good morning. I apologize for oversleeping. I was simply too fatigued last night." Tom gazed down at the 11-year-old Jinghe, and in that moment, he was reminded of a time when she used to knock on his bedroom door each morning, looking up at him with adoration. Now, however, the roles had reversed, and it was he who stood knocking at her door. As he opened his mouth to speak, his gaze fell upon Jinghe's bare feet, causing her to instinctively curl her toes in embarrassment. Not knowing how to explain, she awkwardly inquired, "Might I borrow a pair of ordinary shoes?" Having worn delicate blue crystal heels the night before, she felt they were inappropriate for the day ahead, and she mustered the audacity to ask this question. Immediately regretting it, Who would know where to find shoes in someone else's manner? Upon hearing her request, Tom bent down and effortlessly lifted Jinghe, carrying her toward the bed. The suddenness of the embrace startled her, and she instinctively clung to Tom's neck, her eyes widening in astonishment. It was her first experience of such intimacy outside of her family. Since turning 7, Jinghe had seldom been embraced like this, and now, held in Tom's arms. She felt a mix of discomfort and surprise, wanting to speak but uncertain of how to articulate her feelings. Fortunately, the distance from the door to the bed was short, and Tom quickly set her down. Embarrassed, Jinghe scratched her cheek and said, "I truly appreciate your help. I'll manage on my own next time." Tom smiled gently at her, replying, "It's no trouble at all. I'm always here for you, should you wish it." The warmth of his smile sent shivers down Jinghe's spine. He exhibited a softness that transformed him momentarily into a protective older brother rather than the formidable adult he usually appeared to be. For reasons unknown, the fear that should have been present dissipated in the face of Tom's smile, allowing her body to relax, as if they shared an inexplicable familiarity. Then, to her astonishment, Tom knelt before her and grasped her ankle with great reverence. Startled, she attempted to pull away, but his grip was firm. The 11-year-old girl found herself no match for Tom's strength and, after struggling for a moment to no avail, surrendered to his hold, watching him with wary eyes. Tom remained silent as he gently caressed her ankle, noting its delicate form, still cold from the floor. Despite his own low body temperature, he used magic to warm his hands, enveloping her icy skin with heat. His pale hand resting on her foot occasionally registered her subtle tremors of confusion and fear. Kneeling before her with earnest devotion, the raven-haired boy gazed up at Jinghe, his blue eyes reflecting her own bewilderment and uncertainty. If someone were to capture this moment on canvas, it would undoubtedly astonish all who beheld it. Neither of the two spoke, and they remained in silence for an indeterminate period. Jinghe gradually sensed that her once icy feet were becoming warm, as blood flowed anew through her body. She made a slight struggle, then carefully spoke. "I believe I am fine now. I truly cannot thank you enough." Upon hearing this, Tom released his hold on her feet and snapped his fingers, summoning a house elf that appeared, cradling a pair of plush slippers. Jinghe's eyes widened in astonishment. She was bewildered as to when Tom had given the command for this to happen. After Tom took the slippers, the house elf vanished without a trace, and he lowered himself to gently place the shoes on the girl's feet. His movements were both reverent and tender, as if he were adorning his beloved with a pair of the world's only crystal shoes. A shiver ran down Jinghe's spine at this thought. Just as she contemplated speaking after Tom finished putting on the slippers, he raised a hand, gently pressing her back down. At this moment, Tom stood tall, gazing down at Jinghe, who suddenly swallowed hard, preparing to speak, when Tom instructed her, "Remain seated here and do not move." Jinghe was uncertain of his intentions as she watched Tom turn and step into the washroom. Less than 20 seconds later, he emerged, droplets of water still glistening on his hands, as it appeared he had just washed them. Tom's hands were inherently elegant, and as the water slid down, the contours of his fingers accentuated a feeling that was inexplicably profound. Jinghe quickly averted her gaze, but as she was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a dip beside her and turned to find Tom seated next to her. "Is there something else you require, Tom?" Tom wrapped his arms around her shoulders, gently repositioning her to the right. As Jinghe sat there, bewildered, Tom dried his hands and, with a flourish, produced a hair ribbon from seemingly nowhere to style her hair. Jinghe was taken aback by Tom's actions. She found herself astonished, unable to comprehend the transformation she was witnessing. He was braiding her hair, smiling gently, and preparing such a fitting environment for her. None of this felt like a first encounter, but rather like a reunion after a long separation, filled with nostalgia. Jinghe's heart was a tumult of emotions as she felt the familiar touch of the man behind her, evoking a sense of inexplicable familiarity. As if he had done this for her numerous times before, like an older brother. This thought startled her, prompting her to adjust her breathing and dispel such notions from her mind. The two sat in silence on the bed, Tom skillfully braiding her hair, while Jinghe remained pensive, contemplating various possibilities. Despite the years that had passed, Tom had not forgotten the familiar motions. In less than 5 minutes, he had fashioned a beautifully intricate bun that complemented the girl's long dress perfectly. Jinghe touched her hair, feeling the elegant style, and was pleasantly surprised. She had not anticipated that this adult not only could braid hair, but do so flawlessly. The 11-year-old girl, after all, had an innate love for beauty, and a smile illuminated her face as she relaxed her guard against Tom. She turned to him and said, "Thank you for braiding my hair, Tom. I really like it." At that moment, it was as if Tom had returned to a scene from the Rodoria Manor. He was no longer the Dark Lord who commanded the forces of the world, but rather the beloved brother of the most precious treasure of Rodoria, her knight, her protector, and her most loyal follower. Chapter 147. Love and Mississippi. Tom could see through the girl's concerns and doubts. His sister was still as clever, as exceptional, and as endearing as ever. He fought the urge to embrace her, instead rising and taking Jinghe's hand. Now, my lady, let us descend to partake in breakfast. Jinghe was somewhat surprised. She had not expected breakfast to still be available at this hour. With Tom's earlier demeanor, she felt her guard had lowered significantly. If she were to stay in this estate for 2 days, her safety seemed assured. Thus, Jinghe allowed Tom to lead her down the staircase to the dining table on the first floor. It resembled a scene from many years ago when she had taken Tom's hand and rushed from the 3rd floor to the dining table. The Rodoria couple sat at the table, absorbed in their newspaper, while a steaming breakfast lay awaiting them. In the expansive hall, no one else occupied the dining area. It seemed the meal was prepared solely for Jinghe, and indeed it was. Led by Tom to the table, she attempted to take a seat at a distance, but was gently guided by him to the left side of the head of the table, where he settled beside her. As Jinghe gazed at the sumptuous spread, she swallowed hard. The commotion had made her acutely aware of her hunger, and it was nearly 11 o'clock. Tom, noticing her reaction, promptly filled her plate with the prepared food. Jinghe looked at the meal and, with a grateful smile, said, "Thank you. I shall begin my feast now." With that, she lowered her head and eagerly dug into her food, while Tom, feeling no hunger himself, sipped on a cup of coffee, quietly observing her. Although Jinghe was ravenous, she maintained her manners, taking small, rapid bites. As Tom watched her, he was reminded of the days at Rodoria Manor, when Jinghe had felt entirely at ease in his presence, free to act as she pleased. Reflecting on this, Tom clenched his fist under the table, his desire to keep Jinghe hidden in his estate growing stronger. It had been a long time since she had missed breakfast, and now her hunger was palpable. She finished quickly, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and turned to Tom. "I apologize for interrupting you today, but may I inquire where Lucius is? I have some spells I wish to consult with him about." Tom set down his teacup and squinted at her. "Oh, what unfortunate timing. Lucius is out today attending to business with his father and will likely not return." He paused, then added, "So, I shall handle your inquiries." Indeed, Tom had orchestrated a mission for Abraxas and Lucius just the night prior, and thus the two were currently occupied. Jinghe had anticipated this outcome. Her question was merely a reflection of her determination. Hearing Tom's response, she nodded in resignation. Tom then stood, grasping her hand, and together they ascended to the 3rd floor. Arriving at Tom's usual office, Tom typically only resided at Malfoy Manor for significant matters, preferring to retreat to his own estate, which kept this room impeccably clean. As Tom opened the door to the study, Jinghe peered inside and observed its simplicity, some basic documents, a bookshelf, and a desk, appearing like any ordinary office without any notable changes. Tom led her inside, taking a seat at the desk, while Jinghe glanced around and noted the absence of chairs, leaving her standing beside him, pondering why there were no seats provided. As Jinghe pondered in her mind, Tom seemed to perceive her thoughts. Wrapping his arm around her waist and seating her upon his lap, Jinghe had never encountered such a situation before. The moment she made contact with his thigh, she sprang up in surprise, turning to look at Tom with a mix of fear and astonishment. At this moment, escape was futile, as Tom's arms confined her on either side. Bewildered, she could only turn her head and inquire, "What is the meaning of this?" Unfazed, Tom replied coolly, "There are no extra chairs in Malfoy Manor. You must endure sitting on my lap for the time being." Upon hearing this, Jinghe felt an urge to curse. How could such an extraordinary individual not conjure up a chair? It was evident that his true intention was to have her seated upon him. A sense of helplessness washed over Jinghe, prompting her to respond, "No need, Tom. I believe I can stand." Tom raised an eyebrow and insisted, "No, you cannot." Jinghe's brows knitted deeper, and just then, Tom added, "Do not fret. I shall not harm you. After all, you are merely an 11-year-old girl. I would not wish to squander your potential." At that moment, Jinghe recalled her age. Oh, she was indeed just 11. The adult before her must be nearing 30. Who could possibly be interested in an 11-year-old girl? Reflecting on Tom's earlier judgments, she began to understand that perhaps this adult, having long been deprived of affection, viewed her as a subject of care, perhaps akin to a daughter. With this realization, her somewhat oblivious mind finally grasped the situation. Although she still felt something was amiss, she lacked the means to escape, so she nodded and smiled, saying, "I truly appreciate your kindness." Tom smiled at her response, then effortlessly pulled her back onto his lap, proceeding to demonstrate, as if in a lesson, from a spell book he had produced, meticulously explaining the knowledge contained within its pages. The proximity between them was palpable. Tom bore no excessive fragrance, his presence cool and refreshing, akin to the morning dew, causing Jinghe's body to relax. The morning dew, cascading upon the roses, released an enchanting fragrance, entwined in an everlasting embrace. Initially, Jinghe felt slightly out of place, but Tom, the once illustrious student of Hogwarts, elucidated the complex material with such clarity that it became easily comprehensible. As she listened to Tom's explanations, she gradually became engrossed, surrendering herself to the melody of his voice. Time seemed to still, no other sounds intruded, the only audible presence being Tom's crisp, deliberate articulation of spells. After what felt like an eternity, Tom concluded his teaching, imparting all the knowledge Jinghe could absorb at that moment. She was filled with admiration for his intellect, her eyes sparkling with newfound respect. Intelligent individuals are indeed worthy of trust. Tom reclined languidly against the chair's back, while Jinghe remained nestled in his embrace, reminiscent of the scene when they had swung together at Rodria Manor. After absorbing Tom's detailed instruction, she found herself deeply intrigued by the spellbook, eagerly jotting notes and sketches. Lost in her thoughts, Tom's gaze fixated on the back of the girl's head, revealing an intense affection hidden from her view. Today, she wore a blue fleece-long dress, and he had anticipated her choice, donning a light blue garment identical to hers, contrasting with his usual black or gray attire. He appeared no longer a menacing Dark Lord, but a gentle and refined senior. As moments ticked by, evening approached, and the manor remained occupied solely by the two of them. It was unclear what tasks Tom had assigned to Lucius and Abraxas, who were still preoccupied outside and would likely not return until late. Outside, the Malfoy father and son exchanged exasperated glances, having been tasked by Tom to tame the errant werewolves. Despite having one werewolf in their ranks, they struggled to rally the rest, as some werewolves were transient and elusive, and after searching extensively, they had only managed to locate two. Meanwhile, within Malfoy Manor, following dinner, Tom seemed devoid of any plans. Just as Jinghe contemplated excusing herself to her room, Tom suddenly suggested, "Shall we take a stroll?" Though surprised, Jinghe nodded in agreement. Having grown up in the Muggle world, she had a habit of taking evening walks with her grandparents after dinner, counting stars in the summer and watching snowflakes fall in winter. Outside, the snow had ceased, and as Jinghe donned her coat, Tom bestowed upon her several warming charms. She looked at him in astonishment. How did he know she required extra warmth whenever she ventured out? Nevertheless, she graciously expressed her gratitude. The outside world was eerily quiet, the snow untouched, as Tom held her hand and meandered through Malfoy Manor, leaving two sets of footprints on the pristine white snow. They walked in silence until they reached the blooming rose bushes. Upon seeing the vibrant roses, Jinghe recognized they were situated beneath her bedroom. The roses, illuminated by magic, remained splendid and vibrant, defying the chill of the evening. Jinghe had always harbored a fondness for roses. Perhaps it was due to her friends often remarking that she exuded a scent reminiscent of them. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she approached the blossoms, releasing Tom's hand to gently caress the delicate petals. As she brushed away the snowflakes, the roses revealed their exquisite beauty, and an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped her. Tom stepped forward, taking her hand in his, noting how the cold had caused the tips of her fingers to redden. He enveloped her hand within his, sharing warmth, and then knelt to pluck 5 beautiful roses, presenting them to her. Jinghe felt a pang of sorrow as she watched the flowers being harvested. Yet Tom's air of nonchalance suggested they were his own cultivation. He then guided her to the swing beside the roses, which had been kept pristine, free of snow, inviting them to sit. As they settled on the swing, they gazed up at the starry sky, the twinkling stars unchanged from decades past. Time slipped away, and Jinghe, stifling a yawn, began to feel drowsy. Tom noticed her fatigue and rose, gently leading her back to the manor. They ascended to the 3rd floor, and Jinghe, accustomed to retiring early and having exerted herself during the day's intensive study, felt an urgent need for rest. Tom opened the door to her bedroom and conjured a vase from thin air, placing the 5 roses within it and setting it on her bedside table. Realizing that the roses were meant for her, Jinghe looked up at Tom and said, "Thank you." Tom, suppressing his deeper desires, merely ruffled her hair and caressed her cheek, speaking softly, "No need for thanks, rest well." After Jinghe nodded, she watched Tom turn and leave her room. She then hurried to the washroom to cleanse away the fatigue of the day. Once clad in her nightgown, she nestled into her blankets. The roses on the bedside table emanated a gentle fragrance, accompanying the girl into a sweet slumber. Jinghe felt she had slept soundly, awakening at precisely 8 o'clock as per her daily biological clock. She promptly rose to wash up, donned her clothes, and opened the door, ready to descend the stairs. However, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her, as if someone were waiting for her just outside her door, anticipating her arrival, much like Tom had done the previous day. Rubbing her temples, she suddenly chuckled, realizing that her intensive studying from the day before might have clouded her thoughts. Who could possibly be waiting for her? Upon opening her bedroom door, Jinghe was astonished to find someone indeed standing outside this morning, but it was not Tom. It was none other than the current head of the Malfoy family, Abraxas. Stepping back, Jinghe nodded respectfully at Abraxas and greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Malfoy." Abraxas gazed at the girl before him, an exhilarating thrill surging within him. He finally had the opportunity to be alone with her. It turned out that Abraxas and his son had returned home exhausted at 11 o'clock the previous night, bearing significant news for Tom. At that moment, Tom was occupied with various matters, his grasp on people's sentiments still somewhat uncertain. Thus, the task assigned to them had raised suspicions among the werewolves. Rubbing his temples at this thought, Tom realized that the ensuing issues could only be resolved by him alone. Time spent with Jinghe? There would be opportunities for that in the future. Tom coldly lifted his gaze to Abraxas, who stood beside him, saying, "You must keep a close watch on her tomorrow. I'd prefer not to discover any ulterior motives." Abraxas bowed respectfully, concealing the fervor in his eyes. Tomorrow morning, he would finally have the chance to be alone with her. Aware of Jinghe's biological clock and that she would awaken at 8, he prepared himself and stood before her door at 7:30. At 8:20, he witnessed her open her bedroom door and politely bow to him. It was Mr. Malfoy, not Brother Abraxas. The suppressed longing within Abraxas surged forth at that moment. He inhaled deeply as he entered the girl's room, the poised Malfoy patriarch now emanating a wild fervor. Jinghe regarded Mr. Malfoy with confusion. She was acutely aware that she could not match the power of the Malfoy head before her. However, she could distinctly sense that the emotions radiating from him were not dangerous, but rather an intensity she could not quite decipher. Could it be excitement? Abraxas closed the bedroom door, and before Jinghe's bewildered gaze, he knelt on one knee before her. At that moment, he was almost at eye level with the 11-year-old Jinghe, their gazes locking. The fervent love in Abraxas' eyes overflowed as he finally beheld his girl. He yearned to embrace her tightly. Yet, decades of repressed passion culminated in a mere soft gesture. He gently cradled her head, resting his forehead against hers, closing his eyes, and striving to suppress his trembling body. The scent of tequila mingled with that of roses, a sickly sweet longing, a desire to possess, a fervent yearning long restrained. Finally, he whispered with a quivering voice, "I've missed you so much." Jinghe felt as though the emotional upheaval she had experienced over the past 2 days was already overwhelming. Yet she was still taken aback by Mr. Malfoy's words, unsure of how to respond. Why did these individuals display such excitement upon meeting her? As if they had encountered someone prophesied? The aroma of tequila lingered around her, both commanding and intoxicating. Unsure of Abraxas's thoughts, she instinctively raised her hand and gently touched his shoulder. In that moment, she grappled with how to respond to his heartfelt declaration. Should she say it had been a while since they last met? Or perhaps confess that she missed him too? Jinghe felt momentarily dazed, as if she were caught in a romantic drama from a Muggle novel. It was as if she were a reincarnated girl, entwined in a past connection with him. Both of them fervently guarding the precious treasure of their reunion, caught in the throes of love and desire. The thought sent shivers down her spine. It was utterly outrageous. Yet, at that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, her typically sharp mind stuttering in confusion. All she could do was gently reassure Abraxas with her hand, silently praying for it to come to an end. Time dragged on, each second stretching painfully as the scent of tequila enveloped her. Eventually, relinquishing her resistance, she quietly studied the face of the Malfoy patriarch, so close at hand. Indeed, he was a true scion of the Malfoy lineage, possessing an undeniable beauty. His traditional golden hair, amber-like transparent eyes, and the elegance of his stature suggested that Merlin himself had fashioned him with meticulous care. As Jinghe gazed at Mr. Malfoy, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her, akin to that of a childhood friend. "Perhaps I have seen you long ago," she mused. Slowly, she moved her hand from his shoulder to his hair, unconsciously brushing through his radiant golden locks, the motion feeling strangely habitual. After countless twists and turns within her thoughts, she finally found her voice, uttering words she had never envisioned. "It's been a long time." Startled by her own words, she quickly lifted her head, ceasing the gentle caress of Abraxas' hair, and took a step back, exclaiming, "I apologize. That was unintentional. Please forgive me." At last, Abraxas beheld the girl he had longed for. When he held her head and pressed his forehead against hers, his entire being trembled uncontrollably. It was as if he were gasping for air, the atmosphere thick with the mingled scents of tequila and roses, reminiscent of the fragrance he had once inhaled when Jinghe rested against his shoulder years ago. Abraxas felt her hand brushing through his hair, akin to those times when she had playfully braided his locks. When he heard her softly utter, "It's been a long time," he acknowledged the overwhelming surge of emotion. The uncontainable longing intensified, leaving him motionless, uncertain of how to articulate his feelings, how to express his yearning, or how to confront the treasure he had regained. He recalled the days spent watching her eyes closed tight, feeling as though his life had plunged into darkness. Never had he felt time drag so interminably. Even as he and Tom annihilated their enemies in a fit of rage, it was Tom who had suggested they collaborate, who had reminded him that perhaps his butterfly still lived. His world seemed forever frozen on the day she departed, with each day merely a repetition of that singular moment. Until the Christmas Eve dinner 2 days prior, the river of time for him had remained stagnant. Upon hearing the words "long time no see," he felt as though he had been ensnared by a binding spell, frozen in place, oblivious to the girl's departure and the delicate touch of her forehead against his. He remained in that position, kneeling, for what felt like an eternity. The sound of a bell tolled in his ears. Had she truly remembered? With this thought, Abraxas quickly lifted his gaze to the young girl, only to be met with her bewildered eyes and a polite, yet distant apology. Ultimately, she had not recalled him. The cacophony in his ears persisted. He remained unaware of how he had managed to rise, nor why the girl before him displayed an even greater look of surprise. All he knew was that if he could, he would willingly suffer 1,000 silver needles piercing his heart in exchange for the blood that would restore her memories. After Jinghe uttered those words, it took a moment for Abraxas to raise his head and gradually stand. At a towering height of 19 feet, Abraxas now loomed above Jinghe, who could only gaze up at him in awe. To her astonishment, the usually composed and emotionally reserved head of the Malfoy family was now shedding tears. As he looked down at Jinghe, a solitary tear fell from his eye, landing beside the girl's left eye, as if she too had wept. She sensed the presence of that tear and furrowed her brow, bewildered by this gentleman's emotional display, particularly his tear, which seemed unrelated to her. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jinghe suddenly found it difficult to breathe. It was only when she looked up at him, her brow furrowed in concern, that Abraxas realized his vision had become blurred by tears. How utterly unbecoming. Today was indeed a day of disgrace. He hastily tilted his head back to suppress the tears, appearing to regain his composure as he quickly wiped them away. Lowering his gaze once more, he restored his demeanor as the genteel and calculating head of the Malfoy family. As if that moment of weakness had belonged to another person entirely, he addressed the girl, saying, "It's quite all right. I apologize for my lack of decorum today." Jinghe, relieved to see Abraxas collecting himself, replied, "It's no trouble, Mr. Malfoy. After all, everyone has their moments of helplessness." Helplessness. This thought plunged Abraxas into a state of reflection. His life had been a series of such moments. From the very beginning, he was destined to endure rigorous training as an heir, devoid of unnecessary emotions, concealing his vulnerabilities from others. Yet, that butterfly-like girl had burst into his stagnant existence, stirring tumultuous waves that would guide Abraxas' life for over 20 years. In this life filled with countless instances of being out of control, only his treatment of her was entirely voluntary. Regaining his composure, he smiled and said to the girl, "From now on, consider this your home. You needn't call me Mr. Malfoy. Simply refer to me as Up." Upon hearing this, Jinghe beamed and replied, "Of course." Initially intending to refuse due to the intimacy of the title, she felt an inexplicable urge to follow her heart. "My Up." Just as Abraxas opened his mouth to speak, a voice called from outside, "Breakfast is ready, father." Abraxas turned swiftly to find Lucius standing at the door, notifying them both. Lucius had anticipated a rare opportunity to spend time with the girl, but was perplexed to find that it was nearly 9 o'clock, and neither of them had come downstairs. It was peculiar, considering that the gentleman rarely kept them waiting, especially when he was not preoccupied with other matters. Thus, Lucius resolved to awaken Jinghe, but as he approached her bedroom, he noticed the door was ajar. Abraxas, in closing it, had merely left it slightly open, allowing Lucius to push it open silently. To his shock, he witnessed his father reaching toward the girl. For reasons unknown, his heart tightened, prompting him to intervene. He caught the displeased gaze of Abraxas, a look of discontent he had never witnessed before from his father. At that moment, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Being only 15, he felt a stark contrast to Abraxas' maturity. As Lucius stood there, tense, Jinghe broke the silence, observing their strained interaction. "Is that so? Thank you for the reminder." She then turned to Abraxas and asked, "Shall we go eat together, Ub?" The coldness with which Abraxas had regarded Lucius melted away upon hearing her voice, and he lowered his head to respond to her, "Certainly." He took Jinghe's hand and led her down the stairs, passing Lucius. As they walked by, Abraxas firmly placed a hand on Lucius's left shoulder, a gesture laden with unspoken warnings and threats. Jinghe cast a worried glance at Lucius, who stood motionless at the door, but Abraxas, sensing her concern, gently turned his head towards her and said, "Don't mind him. Lucius will eventually need to form his own opinions." In that moment, Lucius found himself at a loss for words, utterly astonished by Abraxas' unexpected warmth towards Jinghe, a stark contrast to the stern demeanor he had always known. He had thought it remarkable for the gentleman to permit Jinghe to address him by name, but to hear her call him up, a term of endearment, shattered his previously held perceptions. At that instant, Lucius felt as though his world had been turned upside down. He acknowledged his unspoken feelings for the girl. Now in his 4th year, he was well aware of the fluttering of the heart. Yet, he could not fathom that the girl he admired would capture the attention of both formidable gentlemen. Treasures always attract envy, and whether he could win her over depended solely on his own capabilities. Chapter 149, A Winter Birthday. Reflecting on this, Lucius wore a bittersweet expression. He had never possessed any real chance among the throngs of others vying for her affection. The faint hope he had clung to was shattered in an instant, leaving him with no prospect of success. It seemed that if he wished to triumph, it might be a matter for another lifetime. Today unfolded much like yesterday, after breakfast. Jinghe found no opportunity to be alone with Lucius, instead following Abraxas to his study. He gazed at the girl before him, longing to embrace her. Yet he was acutely aware of the lurking darkness concealed in the corner of his study, a serpent that would divulge all his actions to Tom. Thus, the brief time they had spent alone in her bedroom had been their only moment of solitude. Abraxas then retrieved a stool to place beside his desk, and, much like Tom, began to impart valuable magical knowledge. They were well aware of the girl's talent, and thus Jinghe absorbed the information effortlessly. Time passed slowly, and soon, she would have to return home, preparing to resume her studies the following day. At this moment, Tom had just resolved an issue and was hurrying towards the manor. Today's events had proven rather challenging, and he had expended considerable effort to quell the unrest. Outside Malfoy Manor, a carriage awaited, adorned with the emblem of the Syad family. The couple arrived punctually, eager to reclaim their daughter. Jinghe missed her parents dearly, having neglected the dinner she had prepared and hastily gathered her belongings before departing. Abraxas longed to retain the girl, yet he was at a loss for how to justify it. A butterfly never lingers for any flower. As the clock struck 6, winter's darkness enveloped the sky, with the sun having set long before, plunging Malfoy Manor into a shroud of night, illuminated only by its lights. Jinghe faced a dilemma before leaving. She was still clad in garments provided by the manor. Should she depart in that gown? After contemplating, she decided to mention to Abraxas her desire to take the dress with her. Before she could voice her thoughts, Abraxas, as if reading her mind, smiled and gently stroked her hair, saying, "It matters not. These clothes were made for you. You may take them all." Relieved, Jinghe beamed her gratitude at Abraxas and, glancing at the time, hurried outside to reunite with her parents. Just as she turned to exit, Abraxas cast several warming charms, prompting the girl to look back in surprise. He watched her with a tender smile before following her out of the manor's grand entrance. The Syad couple stood anxiously beside their carriage, peering inside, when they spotted a familiar figure rushing towards them. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed their daughter. They quickly embraced her, checking her well-being. Seeing Jinghe appeared unscathed, her cheeks flushed, they exhaled in relief. Lominki tightly held her daughter, knowing how restless she had been throughout that brief day. Yades retained his composure, standing to thank Abraxas, saying, "We are immensely grateful for your son's assistance with our daughter. You have been a great help these past few days." Abraxas merely smiled and replied, "There is no need for thanks. Miss Jinghe may consider Malfoy Manor her second home." Yades nodded politely, and Jinghe stepped out of her mother's embrace. Bowing respectfully to the Malfoys, "Thank you for your kindness these past days. Farewell, Mr. Malfoy. We shall meet again at school, Lucius." Afterward, she turned to board the carriage. But just as she was about to step inside, a familiar voice called out, "Stop." The Syads turned to see Tom approaching from behind. Jinghe quickly withdrew her foot and, with courtesy, responded, "Thank you for the notebook, Tom. I believe my grades will surely surpass my peers." In that moment, all three individuals before her wished for her to remain forever. Yet, such thoughts were not feasible at present. Thus, Tom suppressed his desires and nodded, saying, "It is no trouble. I shall provide you with whatever you wish." He then retrieved a small box from his pocket, kneeling before her, causing the Syad couple to watch in astonishment, while Jinghe looked on in confusion. Tom opened the box to reveal a silver butterfly ring. Gently taking her left hand to place it on her middle finger, gazing at her with warmth as he said, "Happy birthday." The Syads were left utterly bewildered, questioning how he knew their daughter's birthday was the day after tomorrow. Jinghe, equally astonished that Tom was aware of her birthday, watched as he kissed the back of her hand and smiled, saying, "I know everything about you." Meanwhile, Abraxas, aware of her impending birthday, was unable to present the gift he had prepared, deciding to wait until the day after tomorrow to have an owl deliver it to Lucius for him to pass on. Having experienced the peculiar events of the previous day, Jinghe managed to contain her surprise, but for the Syad couple, this was their first encounter with such eccentricity. Especially alarming was the unpredictable adult claiming to know everything about their daughter, prompting them to grow wary. Yadiz embraced his daughter and, smiling, said, "We shall not intrude any further. It is quite late, and tomorrow we must send Jinghe off to Hogwarts." Without waiting for Tom's response, he hurriedly ushered Jinghe into the carriage, eager to leave Malfoy Manor behind. The three remained behind, expressionless as they watched the carriage depart, yet their thoughts remained inscrutable. On the journey home, Jinghe recounted her recent experiences to her parents, omitting any details that might alarm them. Upon hearing her account, the couple sighed in relief, reassured that their daughter had not faced any hardships. However, they silently resolved to keep her distanced from such individuals. The following day arrived quickly, and the couple reluctantly bid Jinghe farewell as they saw her off to the train. Upon her return to Hogwarts, she found herself seated in the carriage with Sirius. After their arrival, she encountered her good friends, James, Lily, and Severus. By the time the train reached its destination, it was late, and after dinner, they all felt exhausted. That evening, they bid each other farewell and returned to their dormitories for rest. As her friends planned to rest early, they were motivated by the excitement of Jinghe's birthday the next day, and they returned to their dorms to prepare their gifts. Time slipped by swiftly, leading to December 31st. Jinghe's birthday. On this day, the winter sun, albeit reluctant, shone upon the castle, the temperature becoming less frigid. Jinghe, brimming with enthusiasm, awoke early. For this was her first birthday celebrated at Hogwarts, a momentous occasion indeed. In her previous birthdays, she had shared the day with her parents, preparing a cake together. This time, however, Jinghe resolved to take charge of the preparations herself. Rising early, she had requested the day off the previous day, to which Horace had cheerfully wished her a happy birthday, gifting her a rare potion as a present. After freshening up and opening her door, she discovered that the common room was still empty due to her early rising. Dressed and ready, she quietly made her way downstairs to the kitchen, having already arranged the location for her celebration. Others were simply expected to arrive in the afternoon as per their agreement. Following the directions, she arrived at the entrance to Hufflepuff's dormitory, where she had heard that the kitchen was concealed behind a painting, requiring a gentle scratch on a specific pair. After much effort, she finally identified the correct pair. As the kitchen door swung open, she was greeted by the sight of house elves bustling about, fervently preparing breakfast. Upon noticing the door ajar, they halted their activities. This was Jinghe's first visit to the kitchen, and as she stepped inside to observe her surroundings, a house elf approached. Bowing politely, and inquired, "How may I assist you?" House elves have never been particularly favored by the wizards of Slytherin, so when they encountered a girl clad in Slytherin robes approaching, their voices became begrudging. Jinghe paid no mind to this, and, with a cheerful smile, extended the materials in her hand to the house elf before her, saying, "Could you kindly assist me in gathering the items listed on this parchment?" The house elf, taken aback by the girl's friendly demeanor, was astonished, for Slytherin witches and wizards typically issued commands with an air of arrogance. However, this smiling Slytherin, which was a pleasant surprise. The house elf, whose loyalties were already tenuous, swiftly altered its impression of the girl upon receiving such a courteous request. "Of course. It is my honor to serve you, Lala." It quickly gathered the necessary materials from the parchment and presented them before the girl. Jinghe beamed at Lala, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you very much. I shall take it from here." Lala, seemingly overwhelmed, jumped back and insisted, "No need to thank me. It is my honor to serve you." After dismissing Lala with a wave of her hand, Jinghe devoted herself to crafting her first independently created cake. Meanwhile, outside, Sirius, having awakened to find Jinghe missing, grew anxious. He hastily overturned a table and approached Snape with a dark expression, demanding, "Where has that toad gone?" The term toad was one Sirius had coined for Snape, due to his exceptional performance in potions class, which Sirius had taken as an opportunity to mock. Snape leisurely lifted his head and replied, "This is not a matter for a foolish dog with a head full of water to concern itself with." Infuriated by Snape's retort, Sirius slammed the table and attempted to seize Snape by the collar. Lily, witnessing this, swiftly intervened, scolding Sirius, "Today is Jinghe's birthday. Can you two cease this bickering?" Upon hearing this, the previously hostile atmosphere between the two gradually subsided. Sirius, through gritted teeth, conceded, "For Jinghe's birthday, I shall let you off this time." Snape rolled his eyes in response and chose to ignore him. At that moment, Jinghe was meticulously preparing her cake in the kitchen, with a larger guest list than usual. She was crafting her biggest cake yet, which inevitably led to a bit of chaos, yet she succeeded magnificently. The cake, adorned with pale blue icing, featured 2 tiers, with a butterfly-shaped chocolate atop the smaller tier. The lower tier was decorated with creamy frills and embellished with rose-shaped dollops of icing, rendering it a perfect sight. Jinghe clapped her hands in satisfaction as she admired her creation. After packing her prepared gift box, She glanced at the time and realized it was nearly the appointed hour, prompting her to hastily grab the box and exit the kitchen. At the corner where the girl emerged, a boy in Ravenclaw robes was intently gazing at her retreating figure, his eyes gleaming with an unexpected fervor. Chilo quietly observed Jinghe's departure, clenching his fists and murmuring inaudibly, "Happy birthday." Meanwhile, at the designated location, all of Jinghe's invited friends had arrived early. Among the Slytherins were Snape, Lucius, and Narcissa, while the Gryffindors included James, Sirius, and 2 other close friends, along with Lily. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin was palpable, and before Jinghe's arrival, the tension in the air was thick. However, her entrance shattered the stalemate, bringing smiles to the faces of those who had previously been at odds, as they concealed their prior animosities from her. Jinghe placed the cake on the table, and upon unveiling it, she elicited gasps of admiration from the group. Sitting between Lily and Narcissa, she lit the candles atop the birthday cake, their flames illuminating her face and enhancing her beauty. The flickering lights sparkled in the eyes of everyone present, and in that moment, it seemed each individual was filled with thought and individuality. Amidst the cheers, Jinghe closed her eyes and made a wish. "I hope that everyone may experience peace and joy, that all things may go smoothly. I seek not fame nor elegance, but a life free of worries." Upon opening her eyes, infused with hope for the future, she blew out the candles in one breath. As the guest of honor, Jinghe expertly distributed the cake to everyone present, ensuring that none remained. Afterward, as if nothing had happened, the others joyfully engaged in conversation with the girl, and after finishing the cake, they began unwrapping the assorted gifts piled nearby. Each present was imbued with thoughtfulness, and Jinghe could even guess who had given each one. With every correct guess, the smiles on their faces grew brighter. In the cold of winter, the warm room echoed with laughter, reminiscent of a joyful prelude to their lives. Chapter 150. Fights and expulsions. As the birthday festivities concluded, the year passed splendidly. It was now time to prepare for the upcoming examinations. Although the young witches and wizards were still relishing the joys of the recently concluded Christmas, they had to buckle down and dedicate themselves to their studies. Jinghe and Snape were unconcerned about their exam results, as both were expected to pass with flying colors, and there was a high probability they would achieve the highest marks. They continued to diligently tackle the advanced assignments set by their teachers, striving to enhance their abilities and become even more formidable in the future. Jinghe felt an immense sense of happiness in this current moment. All her friends were by her side, and each morning, she awakened free from worries. In her leisure time, friends accompanied her, and during busy periods, they studied together in the library. Such days were truly priceless. After Christmas, Jinghe's standing in Slytherin rose significantly, even reaching the same level as Lucius. Most Slytherins were aware that the first year which had garnered the attention of a prominent adult and had even stayed at the Malfoy estate for 2 days. Lucius and Narcissa's demeanor towards her indicated that she was highly esteemed within the group. Recently, many Slytherin students had received letters from home urging them to build rapport with Jinghe, as their families had sensed a profitable opportunity and were engaging in business collaborations with the Yaxley family. Consequently, Jinghe became a figure of considerable interest within Slytherin, even drawing the attention of the other 3 houses. Her friends, particularly Snape, also found themselves in the spotlight. Although Snape was exceptionally talented, being a first-year half-blood had led to him being overlooked by many. However, ever since Jinghe began to attract attention from other students after Christmas, Snape too found himself receiving notice, and the teasing about his heritage ceased. Bella had secretly vowed during Christmas to make that detestable girl pay once they returned to school. However, she had not anticipated how well protected Jinghe was by Lucius and Narcissa, leaving her with no opportunity to approach. Bella felt a deep sense of resentment. With graduation on the horizon, she envisioned herself naturally following her master's side thereafter, and she envied every female who drew near to him. Even if that girl was merely 11 years old, Bella was undoubtedly unwilling to accept her situation. She yearned for the opportunity to wield her wand and deliver a fitting punishment to that audacious girl who dared to approach her master. However, the girl was perpetually surrounded by admirers, which incensed Bella to no end. While it was not as if there were no admirers surrounding Bella, her erratic nature dissuaded most from drawing near. Within Slytherin, she resembled a lone wolf, and without the embellishment of Black's presence, she might have been dismissed as a madwoman and expelled from the house. Observing how the girl not only garnered the favor of adults, but also attracted so many admirers, Bella would often hide in the shadows, seething and biting her fingers in envy, praying for the moment when the girl might be alone, eagerly awaiting her chance. Lucius, of course, was not oblivious to Bella's thoughts. He had once sought her out privately, frowning as he warned her. "You would do well to divert your attention from that girl. She is highly regarded by the adults, and you have only recently earned their trust." I assure you, should you inflict harm upon her, it will not only be I who seeks retribution, that esteemed adult will not spare you either. Bella's reaction? She had not let him finish before shouting him away. How could she tolerate her master's interest in another girl, especially with such ambiguous affection from her master, which Bella found intolerable? With a frenzied glare, she bit her fingers, red veins creeping into her eyes, trembling as she laughed maniacally. It matters not. Once I eliminate her, I shall become the one most cherished by my master. Narcissa had also attempted to caution Bella, but her outcome mirrored Lucius's. Before she could finish her warning, Bella had raised her wand and cast a spell against her. Narcissa shook her head, acknowledging her sister's madness. Yet, recalling Bella's frenzied demeanor, she cast a menacing glance at the closed door. If Bella dared to harm Jinghe, what of Black? She too could exact the appropriate vengeance. Jinghe possessed a keen sixth sense. She was acutely aware of the malicious gazes directed at her. Whenever she glanced around, she would invariably spot Bella lurking in a corner, shrouded in darkness and hatred. Consequently, Jinghe ventured out alone less frequently, always mindful of the time. Each time she met Bella's piercing stare, she felt an urge to retaliate with a spell, still fixated on me. But at that moment, Jinghe lacked the prowess. Bella, now in her 6th year, wielded spells with alarming proficiency. She was not foolish enough to confront Bella like a protagonist from a Muggle novel, recklessly challenging a formidable adversary. Jinghe understood that Bella was indeed unhinged. She could not afford to view her through the lens of normalcy. Clenching her fist in determination, Jinghe vowed that one day she would acquire sufficient power and become an object of admiration for all. However, recently, Jinghe sensed something amiss. She knew full well that eyes were often upon her, but she suspected there were more than just Bella watching. Yet, whenever she turned to confront the gaze, it vanished as if it had never existed, amplifying her unease. At long last, Bella found her opportunity. She lingered late, fortuitously encountering Jinghe as she returned from Horace's office. Jinghe had sought Horace's counsel on certain matters, causing her to linger longer than intended. As she hurried back to the dormitory, she was met by the very person she had been wary of, Bella. With her wand in hand, Bella approached Jinghe with a smile. The night deepening around them, and many having retreated to their dormitories. Jinghe wished to enter, but Bella barred her passage, blocking the door. Where are your friends, you wretched girl? Bella chuckled menacingly. How dare you approach my master? Today, I shall deal with you. As Bella advanced, Jinghe gripped her wand tightly, focusing intently on the deranged woman before her, beads of sweat forming in her palms. She was uncertain of her chances, while reason might prevail with others. She was faced with a lunatic who understood nothing of logic. In the midst of the school, Bella raised her wand and unleashed a curse at a first-year witch. Jinghe quickly dodged, but Bella, in her frenzy, unleashed a barrage of spells. As Jinghe defended herself, she stealthily edged towards the portrait, hoping to slip into the dormitory. Yet, Bella discerned her intent and intensified her frenzied assault. This was Jinghe's first experience with such chaos. Her magical energy dwindled rapidly, her strength waning. At that moment, Bella unleashed the shattering curse, and Jinghe, caught off guard, failed to evade it. The spell surged towards her, seemingly destined to strike, when another spell collided with it, dissipating its lethal intent. Jinghe turned to see Professor McGonagall patrolling the campus, accompanied by a small boy she did not recognize, though he appeared to be another first-year wizard. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to commence her patrol, a Ravenclaw student rushed towards her, panic-stricken. Professor McGonagall, there's a fight occurring in the Slytherin common room. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall hurriedly followed the Ravenclaw student to the Slytherin dormitory. Upon arrival, she immediately spotted Bella attacking Jinghe, casting spells that could leave a person in the infirmary for an entire month if struck. McGonagall swiftly intervened, countering Bella's curse with a binding spell that disarmed her, causing Bella to continue her frenzied shouting, her crimson eyes glaring at Jinghe. The commotion finally roused those within the Slytherin common room, revealing Severus Snape, who had been waiting for Jinghe. Snape emerged with a frown, immediately noticing Jinghe's disheveled appearance and Bella's madness. Alarmed, he rushed to Jinghe's side, meticulously inspecting her for injuries. Jinghe, having evaded some attacks, bore a few wounds that she had been unable to dodge. After McGonagall had subdued the situation, she quickly summoned her Patronus to inform the headmaster and Horace. Before long, they both arrived at the scene in haste. Upon receiving the news, Dumbledore and Horace nearly gasped in shock, recalling the massacre that had unfolded decades prior after Jinghe's death, when Tom and Abraxas wreaked havoc, drastically reducing the number of purebloods in the wizarding world. They had left no relatives unscathed, and when the Ministry sought accountability, the pureblood aristocrats, Black, Lestrange, and their ilk, had obstructed any repercussions, and the matter had ultimately faded away. Reflecting on this, Both men sighed heavily. If something were to befall Jinghe, who had returned against all odds at Hogwarts, Tom would undoubtedly descend upon the school with his Death Eaters. They knew all too well that Tom was a madman. He had once been restrained, and now that those restraints were gone, they wished to avoid experiencing his unhinged fury once more. The restraints had finally appeared. They could not afford to let them vanish again. When Dumbledore arrived, he first assessed Jinghe, relieved to find her injuries were not severe. Then, shedding his usual genial demeanor, he swiftly cast a spell that rendered the still raving Bella unconscious. Approaching Jinghe, he cast a cleaning charm, then inspected her injuries, a dislocated wrist, multiple abrasions on her arm. It was imperative that she be taken to the infirmary. Dumbledore's gaze grew stern, yet he maintained a genial smile as he addressed Jinghe. All is well now, Mr. Snape. I may trouble you to escort Jinghe to the infirmary. I must attend to some matters first. Jinghe looked up and inquired, What shall be done about Bella, Headmaster? Dumbledore replied with a smile, This situation is far too grave. I believe I must expel Miss Bellatrix Black. Both McGonagall and Horace exchanged astonished glances at Dumbledore's pronouncement. Since their arrival, no student had ever been expelled, let alone the usually lenient Dumbledore expelling a female student. Horace was about to plead for leniency, considering Bella's imminent graduation and her lineage as a Black, which warranted a different approach than that of an ordinary student. Dumbledore interrupted Horace before he could speak. Please have the Ravenclaw student beside Minerva accompany Mr. Snape to escort Jinghe to the infirmary. I have heard from Minerva that you displayed great courage. Thus, I shall award 20 points to Ravenclaw for your brave actions. The young Ravenclaw nodded and stepped forward, assisting Jinghe as they made their way to the infirmary. The three watched them depart, and just as Horace was about to voice his thoughts, Dumbledore raised his hand to halt him. I understand your concerns, Horace, but we cannot allow unstable elements to linger near Jinghe. You must recognize her significance to Tom. My actions may very well save her life. Should we permit this to continue, she may find herself in perilous circumstances. This statement was not merely directed at Horace, but also at McGonagall. Both were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and fell silent in agreement with Dumbledore's decision to expel Bella. In a place unseen by the two, Dumbledore's usually gentle gaze was now devoid of emotion. His decision stemmed from reasons beyond those he had disclosed, for even a saint may harbor personal motives. Chapter 151, Quirinus. This marked the third instance. He had witnessed Jinghe walking before him twice before. The first time, he lost his dearest friend. The second, his most exceptional student. He would not allow such a tragedy to unfold a third time. He recalled the girl's words during their first encounter. I will always trust and favor my friends, Albus. Jinghe was like that. Therefore, Albus would eternally trust and favor his good friends. Thus, this farcical episode came to an end. Professor McGonagall placed the unconscious Bella in a secure location before they all returned to their respective duties. Dumbledore returned to his office to compose a letter to Mrs. Black regarding Bella's situation. Expulsion was imperative. Dumbledore felt no concern that Walburga would cause a scene. He was aware that after Christmas, Tom had allowed the Miss Yaxley to stay at Malfoy Manor for a few days, and he trusted that Walburga would make her own judgment. Ultimately, would one sacrifice an individual to preserve the family, or sacrifice the family to save one? He believed that any rational person would find it easy to make such a choice. Meanwhile, in the infirmary late that night, 3 first-year wizards arrived. Madame Pomfrey promptly lit a lamp and settled the girl onto a bed to examine her injuries, frowning with concern at her dislocated wrist, and sternly asked, What on earth happened? Jinghe chuckled awkwardly and replied, I returned too late this evening. It was too dark outside, and I accidentally fell. She couldn't possibly disclose to Madame Pomfrey that a madman had confronted her with a wand, resulting in her arm striking the ground. Snape and the Ravenclaw boy stood quietly to the side, observing Madame Pomfrey administer a potion of dubious color to Jinghe, followed by a soothing balm for her wounds. Jinghe winced in pain, and once everything was attended to, Madame Pomfrey instructed the girl seated on the bed, You shall rest here in the infirmary tonight, and take tomorrow off. The day after, we shall remove the bandages and you may return to class. Jinghe nodded obediently, and Madame Pomfrey turned to the 2 boys standing nearby, saying, Well then, this no longer concerns you. You should head back. With that, she took the lamp and returned to her quarters. Once Madame Pomfrey had departed, Jinghe turned to the Ravenclaw boy who had summoned Professor McGonagall earlier and expressed, I cannot thank you enough. Without your help in calling the professor, I might have ended up in St. Mungo's. I am Jinghe Yaxley. May I ask your name? After a moment's thought, she added to Snape, I truly apologize for the inconvenience today. By the way, that potion was dreadful, given your brilliance in potions. You must concoct something with a better flavor in the future. If possible, I would only drink potions made by you. Snape smiled and nodded, placing the improvement of potion taste as a priority. The Ravenclaw boy was someone Jinghe had never met before. He wore the standard Ravenclaw robes, his complexion pale, and his long hair obscured his eyes, though he had seemingly pushed it back to reveal his striking gaze. Perhaps due to a long-standing habit of being shy, he appeared somewhat timid. The boy looked at Jinghe with sparkling eyes, his excitement palpable, as he stepped forward and said, "I am Quirinus Quirrell. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Yaxley. It is truly the least I could do." Upon hearing this, Jinghe smiled and extended her hand, saying, "Thank you so much. You can simply call me Jinghe. May I call you Quirrell?" Quirrell, staring at the outstretched hand, was overcome with excitement, struggling to suppress his trembling hands as he reached out to grasp the hand he had longed for. In a shaky voice, he replied, "Of course." Quirrell was not fond of interacting with others. His talents were remarkable, otherwise his mother would not have paraded him before various wizarding families to boast. His mother took great delight in dragging him from one household to another, and he grew weary of facing the insincere smiles of other wizarding children, tired of being pushed forward by his mother to recite grandiose phrases. Consequently, he feigned fright during one encounter, leading to a stuttering habit that dissuaded his mother from showcasing him. Eventually, this stutter became a habit, and occasionally, he would find himself involuntarily stammering. Now, at 11, he arrived at Hogwarts, yet he intended to maintain the stuttering habit. He disliked conversing with others, preferring instead to observe their every move from the shadows. He felt more akin to a Slytherin, yet he was perplexed as to why he had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw was tolerable, at least here. There were not too many boisterous individuals, allowing him to study quietly without disturbance. His life remained unchanged. He continued to stutter and despise social interaction. But all of this transformed on the first day of school, when he encountered Jinghe, the girl befriended by the traitor of House Black. The girl held in high regard by the Malfoys. He admitted that he was indeed captivated the moment he laid eyes on the girl, although merely 11 years of age. His daily encounters with various tedious adults had imbued him with a precocious maturity. Initially, his admiration for her was limited to her striking beauty. Yet, inexplicably, as he drifted into slumber later that night, he found himself dreaming of her. In his dream, she, Jinghe, held his hand as they sprinted through a meadow of blooming flowers, sunlight gracing their faces, an idyllic moment that epitomized happiness. Jolted awake from this reverie, Chilo pressed his hand against his racing heart, sensing a subtle shift in his feelings towards her. In the days that followed, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the girl seated at the Slytherin table, her brilliance so radiant that he could hardly help but steal glances in her direction. Her exceptional intelligence and stunning visage had earned her admiration throughout the school, leaving countless young wizards utterly enchanted by her presence. Chilo gradually became perplexed by his own feelings for her, dismissing them as mere dreams that had ensnared his thoughts. However, as his understanding deepened, the frequency of his dreams intensified. He endeavored to suppress his curiosity about Jinghe, believing that avoidance would quell his turmoil, yet the dreams persisted, growing ever more vivid. A transformative moment arrived on a rainy day. As was his custom, he walked alone, his stammer rendering him socially isolated, though his keen intellect kept others from ostracizing him. With his head bowed and books clutched to his chest, he unexpectedly collided with someone, causing his books to scatter across the ground, the scent of roses wafting through the air. When he looked up, he found himself face to face with the girl who had been a constant presence in his dreams. Surrounded by her friends, she quickly gathered the fallen books and handed them to the stunned Chilo, offering an apologetic smile. "I'm so sorry for bumping into you," she exclaimed. Chilo remained speechless, lost in admiration as her friend furrowed her brow, snatched the materials from Jinghe, and led her away. Chilo stood there, clutching his books, and brought them to his nose, inhaling the lingering fragrance of roses that had transferred from her hands. The gentle patter of rain fell around him, echoing in his heart. All other sounds, the rustling leaves, the hushed whispers of students, the distant clamor, faded into oblivion. The only sound that resonated within his ears was the rhythmic pounding of his heart, echoing like a drumbeat, marking the prologue to his youthful existence. In that moment, he comprehended that his interest transcended mere fascination. He yearned to possess her. Yet the path to her was fraught with challenges. She was a luminary within Slytherin, surrounded by a multitude of friends eager for her companionship. Chilo realized that no matter how he maneuvered, a girl of such exceptional caliber would never befriend a stuttering Ravenclaw. Habitually solitary, he began to follow her discreetly, trailing behind her day after day. He sent her an anonymous birthday gift via owl and stood vigil outside the kitchen for 3 to 4 hours while she baked a cake. Each day, he continued to silently accompany her to the Slytherin common room. However, he soon witnessed a scene fraught with peril. In a rush, he sought out a professor, longing to play the hero, yet lacking the requisite strength. When he heard that the woman threatening Jinghe would be expelled, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. It was as if his mere existence had precipitated the removal of a danger to her. He also learned of the adult who planned to keep her at Malfoy Manor after the Christmas ball. Initially teetering on the edge of indecision, this news solidified his resolve. He would join that circle solely to catch a glimpse of her. After experiencing these events, he finally recognized Jinghe. Grasping the hand he had envisioned countless times in his dreams. Her hand was as soft and warm as he had imagined, making it difficult for him to let go. He was a solitary, shadowy figure, harboring a treasure buried deep within his heart, enveloped in layers of gauze. Chapter 152. Incline. Jinghe gazed at Chilo before her, suddenly recalling that she seemed to have encountered him before. As she delved into her memory, realization struck her, and she exclaimed, "Did I accidentally bump into you before?" Chilo nodded, excitement swelling within him. He had not anticipated that the girl before him would remember him, let alone their previous encounter. Severus Snape, overhearing Jinghe's words, frowned and turned to scrutinize the Ravenclaw boy. As his memory sharpened, he recalled that this was indeed the same boy who, on a rainy day, had collided with Jinghe while they were en route to class. The memory deepened his frown as he recalled how Chilo had stood there, utterly unresponsive. Even as Jinghe had offered him her book, Snape felt a flicker of disdain for the boy before him, remembering how he had been the one to snatch the book from Jinghe's grasp and thrust it at Chilo. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Jinghe leapt to her feet, excitement radiating from her. She had not imagined that this encounter could ultimately save her life, feeling fortunate indeed. In her exhilaration, she reached out with her uninjured hand, shaking Chilo's hand vigorously, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Who would have thought we were so fated to meet?" Chilo's pallid cheeks flushed a deep crimson at her enthusiasm. He was taken aback that she would grasp his hand with her other one. The warmth from her touch sent his heart racing. Snape approached, frowning as he separated their hands, sternly admonishing Jinghe. "Are you not aware that you must not exert force on your left wrist? After just having ingested that dreadful potion, I cannot guarantee you will not face further complications." Jinghe chuckled lightly, complying with Snape's urging to release her grip, then teasingly placed her good hand on his forehead, smoothing out his furrowed brow. "You're only 11. Don't frown like an 18-year-old or you'll age prematurely." Snape, feeling the warmth of her palm on his forehead, sighed in exasperation and relaxed his frown. He then gently laid her back down on the bed, asserting, "I understand, but your foremost task now is to care for your dislocated hand. Otherwise, I cannot assure you that Madame Pomfrey won't administer another dose of that horrid potion." Recalling the indescribable taste, Jinghe immediately shook her head in refusal. She settled into bed, pulling the covers over herself, and addressed them both. "Thank you for escorting me to the infirmary. It's quite late now, so you both should return to rest. Otherwise, you'll struggle to awaken for your morning classes." They nodded in agreement, and Jinghe added with a smile, "Hurry back. Good night, Severus." "Good night, Quirrell." After bidding good night to the girl lying on the bed, the two boys silently exited the room. At that moment, Jinghe's discomfort surged as the effects of the potion took hold, causing him to grimace in pain from his left wrist. Outside the infirmary, the two boys fell into a heavy silence, as the Slytherin and Ravenclaw common rooms were quite distant from each other. Thus, they were compelled to part ways, one heading upstairs and the other descending below. Before they separated, Snape coldly turned to the seemingly timid Quirrell and remarked, "You saved Jinghe today, for which I am grateful. However, your disguise is woefully inadequate." Snape had seen through Quirrell's stammering in the infirmary, recognizing it as mere pretense. At this juncture, Quirrell dropped the act and smiled broadly, replying, "Of course, Jinghe and I have become good friends today." Without waiting for Snape's reaction, he waved his sleeve and departed, leaving Snape standing alone with a furrowed brow, cautiously watching Quirrell's retreating figure. Following this incident, Snape was acutely aware of the inadequacy of his own power to protect those he wished to safeguard, a realization that struck him deeply, even without his conscious awareness. He recalled the scene from that evening and was gripped by a wave of dread. What would have happened if no one had come to Jinghe's aid? The thought was too unbearable to contemplate. Snape opened his palm, illuminated by the dim light, scrutinizing every mark etched into his hand. His once youthful hands, at the tender age of 11, had developed thick calluses, a result of helping his mother at home and brewing potions at Hogwarts. Gazing at the calluses, Snape felt an overwhelming weariness wash over him. He had endeavored tirelessly to excel in every task, yet in that moment, he realized that if he had been present, he might not have possessed the courage that Jinghe had demonstrated. If he had intervened, his fate would likely have been confined to the infirmary for half a year. Snape was a person prone to spiraling thoughts, and in that moment, he seemed to forget that he was merely 11 years old, a first-year wizard. He stood there, tormented by self-reproach over his inability to protect her. The memory of Lucius's outstretched olive branch surfaced in his mind. If he accepted it, would he not become stronger? Would he not possess greater power to shield her? Snape was uncertain, yet his heart slowly began to lean towards that direction. He hastily returned to his dormitory, aware that the events of the night would soon become common knowledge. Indeed, the following morning at breakfast, Dumbledore addressed everyone with an announcement. Last night, at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, Miss Black from the 6th year attempted to assault Miss Syad from the 1st year. The situation is extremely grave and cannot be dismissed as mere childish scuffles. Therefore, we have decided to expel Miss Bella Black. Upon hearing these words, the Great Hall erupted into a cacophony of astonishment as students engaged in fervent discussion, for it had been quite some time since a student had been expelled, and none had anticipated that a member of the Black family would face such consequences. Narcissa's heart sank upon hearing Dumbledore's pronouncement. She had not foreseen that Bella would seize such an opportunity. She glanced around, quickly realizing that Jinghe was indeed absent from breakfast. At the Gryffindor table, Sirius was beside himself with anxiety. He turned to the Slytherin side and saw only the sniveling boy eating breakfast, while Jinghe's presence was conspicuously missing. Just as he contemplated flipping the table to confront Snape, Dumbledore raised a hand to calm the assembled wizards and continued. The expulsion of Miss Black has been sanctioned by her parents. It is not that we are unwilling to offer her a chance, but rather that, had the professors not intervened last night, Miss Syad might now be lying in bed, gravely injured. Such an incident is utterly unacceptable within the walls of Hogwarts. Thankfully, due to the timely arrival of the professors, Miss Syad has suffered only minor injuries and is currently receiving prompt care in the infirmary. Of course, this had been done with Walburga's consent. She had hurried to Hogwarts without waiting for dawn, eager to take Bella away from the school. Unbeknownst to Dumbledore, Walburga had received a letter the previous night while attending a meeting at the Long Table. An owl had delivered a letter directly to Malfoy Manor, placing it before her. Walburga was perplexed, unsure of who had sent the missive, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was a howler from Hogwarts. Tom had also taken note of this, instructing Walburga to open the howler. Upon doing so, instead of the expected cacophony, she was met with Dumbledore's composed voice. Yet the content of the message sent chills down her spine. I regret to inform you, Miss Black, that last night Miss Bella attacked Miss Syad at the dormitory entrance. Fortunately, the professors arrived in time, preventing any severe harm. However, we cannot fathom the consequences had they not intervened. Miss Syad would likely be in a far more perilous state. Thankfully, she has only sustained superficial injuries, but we cannot allow such a scenario to occur again. Thus we must expel Miss Bella Black. We have granted you access to Hogwarts, and you may come to retrieve her at your earliest convenience. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out across Walburga's brow. She dared not meet the gaze of the imposing figure seated above her, nor the expressions of Malfoy beside him, knowing full well that their displeasure would not be mild. As anticipated, when Tom and Abraxas learned of Jinghe's injury, their previously impassive eyes turned icy as they fixed their gaze on Walburga. Tom rapped his fingers on the table, slowly approaching her, and stated, "Does this Miss Black believe that obtaining a mark grants her the right to act in place of her master?" Walburga was immediately drenched in cold sweat. She hastily rose and knelt before Tom with fervent humility, saying, "I am deeply sorry, my lord. I will bring Bella back at once, and I leave her punishment to your discretion, but I implore you to spare her life." Tom regarded the woman kneeling before him with a cold stare, raising his hand to unleash a searing curse that pierced through her, causing Walburga to writhe on the ground, suppressing her cries of agony. Time seemed to stretch as she endured the excruciating pain, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Once the curse subsided, she maintained her kneeling posture, despite the lingering pain. Tom harbored a desire to rid the world of the Bella who had harmed Jinghe, but he was acutely aware that he needed allies at this juncture. And the Ministry of Magic was closely monitoring his actions. He had to remain vigilant. This thought only intensified his fury, and he unleashed a flurry of dark curses upon Walburga, who rolled on the ground in pain, yet stubbornly remained silent, gritting her teeth. Tom coldly observed her, then commanded, "Let this be a lesson. Go fetch that worthless wretch now." In the throes of unbearable agony, Walburga quickly adjusted her posture, kneeling respectfully and replying, "Yes." The red light in Tom's eyes grew ever more menacing as he turned without further acknowledgement, abruptly terminating the ongoing meeting. Abraxas, after Tom's departure, slowly approached the still kneeling Walburga, who was enduring her pain, and coldly remarked, "Inform that wretch that she is utterly unworthy." Chapter 153, The Conclusion of an Academic Year. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs, prompting others to use apparition to return to their respective estates. The vast drawing room was left in solitude, occupied solely by Walburga, who took a considerable time to regain her strength, eventually rising with the aid of a nearby table, gasping for breath. Despite the frigid winter, her forehead was beaded with perspiration. After lingering for a while, She did not dare to delay and hurried to Hogwarts to retrieve the still unconscious Bella. As for Bella, who had acted on her own accord, she was subjected to the curses issued daily by the adult she admired most. Yet, true to her madness, she attributed her daily suffering to that girl, and rather than succumbing to fear from her punishment, her hatred for the girl only deepened. The young wizards below, concerned for Jinghe, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Dumbledore's words, deciding to visit her in the infirmary with breakfast shortly thereafter. Narcissa and Lucius exchanged a sigh, seemingly envisioning the punishment Bella would face upon her return, yet they believed she deserved it. A lunatic daring to attempt her destruction? Such audacity was laughable. Once they had finished visiting Jinghe in the infirmary, they would undoubtedly pen a letter to that esteemed individual. With this thought, they exchanged a glance and hurried off without even finishing their meal. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Jinghe remained in a deep slumber, exhausted from the previous night's ordeal. The pain from her arm's recovery had persisted for quite some time, and she had only succumbed to sleep at 3 in the morning. Thus, when the two arrived at the infirmary, they found the girl peacefully resting. To ensure the patient was not disturbed, the lighting in the vicinity was dim, casting only a faint glow. After securing Madame Pomfrey's consent, they cautiously approached the girl's bedside. Perhaps due to her still healing injury, the girl's brow was slightly furrowed, her left wrist wrapped in bandages to prevent pressure on the tender area. While sleeping, her left wrist gently hung off the edge of the bed, and she lay on her side, deeply asleep. Lucius and Narcissa, gazing at the slumbering girl, instinctively softened their breaths. Narcissa gently raised her hand to touch the bandaged left wrist, but upon sensing the contact, the girl's frown deepened. Narcissa quickly withdrew her hand, and the two stood in silence, observing the girl, as all surrounding sounds seemed to fade away. Since the Christmas holiday, they had not spent time alone with Jinghe. What appeared to outsiders as a perfect engagement had instead become a shackle, binding them and constraining their pursuit of love. As they stood quietly beside Jinghe, the commotion outside interrupted their reverie. Sirius, upon hearing the noise, hastened his eating, simultaneously discussing with his brothers what to bring for Jinghe. Eyeing the spread before him, he contemplated taking this and that, ultimately ending up with his arms nearly overflowing, still eager to grab more. Oblivious to the fact that a girl recovering in the morning could hardly consume so much. It was Lily, who set aside many of the sweets favored by their friends, who pointed out to Sirius, "This is more than enough. Have you considered that a girl who has been injured cannot possibly eat all this sugary food so early?" Reluctantly, Sirius conceded to her suggestion. After Dumbledore's departure, the 5 Gryffindor wizards hurriedly gathered their offerings and made their way to the infirmary. Upon arriving, Sirius was about to call out loudly when Narcissa, having just heard her troublesome brother's raucous voice, lifted the curtain and, frowning, gestured for the Gryffindor wizards to be quiet. Sirius, not seeing this, was about to speak when Remus covered his mouth, and Sirius turned to his friend, who shook his head and softly said, "Jinghe is resting. Do not disturb her." Upon hearing this, Sirius nodded, and Remus, satisfied, released his grip. The group then tiptoed towards the bed like thieves. Just as they approached, Lucius and Narcissa exchanged one last glance at the girl before departing the room. They had no desire to linger among this band of raucous Gryffindors. They had classes to attend and had to contemplate how to delicately describe the girl's injuries. For a misstep could incur punishment. After all, they had failed to protect her at that crucial moment, and punishment was unavoidable. They could only hope to mitigate it as much as possible. The 5 young wizards stood at the foot of the girl's bed, and Sirius placed the breakfast he held on the bedside table, after which they began to quietly examine her injuries, whispering amongst themselves, "Goodness, her left wrist is entirely bandaged. What happened last night? Is she in pain?" In her dreams, Jinghe felt discomfort from her injuries, reliving the surreal nightmare at Malfoy Manor, surrounded by faceless figures calling her to awaken. Although she could not discern their identities, she knew they were not her familiar friends. At that moment, she heard the faint murmur of voices, and it seemed to be Sirius. Jinghe furrowed her brow, struggling to escape the absurdity of her dream, and upon opening her eyes, she found 5 small heads peering over her bed, whispering. Lily was the first to notice Jinghe was awake. She quickly straightened from her half-squatting position, excitement radiating as she exclaimed, "You're awake. How do you feel? Is it still painful? Goodness, you nearly scared me to death." Upon hearing Lily's words, the other young wizards glanced up and were relieved to see Jinghe had opened her eyes. Although she still lacked strength, her eyes sparkled with warmth. It was a truly comforting feeling to have friends by her side while lying in a hospital bed. Seeing her awake, Sirius rushed to the front, exclaiming, "My goodness. What happened to you last night? That damned Bella. If she hadn't been taken away by Walburga, I would have made her pay." Jinghe raised an eyebrow at his words, surprised that she had been taken away so swiftly. It seemed they were indeed fearful of that esteemed individual's wrath towards the blacks. With a smile, she replied, "Oh, I'm perfectly fine. I took a potion last night, though it was quite unpalatable. Madame Pomfrey said I could be discharged tomorrow, so no need to worry." Hearing their friend's reassurance, the 5 young wizards exhaled in relief. Being discharged tomorrow indicated her injuries were not severe. Sirius quickly brought forth the breakfast he had prepared, placing it before the girl and saying, "You surely haven't eaten yet this morning. Thankfully, I brought you breakfast." Jinghe looked at the assortment of appropriate foods for a patient and recognized that this was not merely Sirius' selection, but that Lily had undoubtedly contributed her input as well. Due to her understanding, if Sirius were to bring breakfast, he would undoubtedly include everything imaginable. Jinghe propped herself up against the back of her bed, expressing her gratitude to the 5 young wizards who had come to visit her. True to its adventurous spirit, Gryffindor's 5 little friends were exceedingly curious about Jinghe's experiences from the previous night. Once she was comfortably seated, they eagerly gathered around her, clamoring for her to recount her tale. Just as she began to share, the curtain was suddenly drawn back, and a figure entered, none other than Severus Snape. Sirius, whose face had initially brightened with excitement, suddenly fell into a sullen demeanor. As he was about to speak, he remembered Jinghe was in bed, and instead, he could only manage a despondent, "What are you doing here?" Snape rolled his eyes in response and retorted with a sardonic tone, "What you are doing here? I am doing here as well." He held a vase filled with roses, walking over to place it on the girl's bedside table. The roses seemed to be enchanted, their fragrance spreading throughout the room the moment they were set down. Jinghe, whose furrowed brow had been a sign of discomfort, relaxed as the pleasant scent enveloped her. Soothing her spirit, Snape approached to inspect her arm, nodding in approval as he remarked, "It seems you are recovering well. Tomorrow, Madame Pomfrey can remove the bandages, and you'll be able to get up. However, I have arranged for you to take the day off tomorrow. There is no rush, especially since your grades are not a concern." Jinghe nodded, smiling at Snape. "I knew you would come through for me, Severus." Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Snape's face, provoking an irritated huff from Sirius. Snape, not wishing to linger with this group of Gryffindors, save for Lily, especially Sirius, concluded, "Then I shall take my leave. The first class has already begun." Jinghe nodded, and upon hearing Snape's words, Lily suddenly slapped her forehead and urgently tugged at her nearby friends, exclaiming, "We need to hurry. Slytherin and Gryffindor have the same class." "We didn't ask the professor for permission." The remaining 4 young wizards' expressions shifted immediately. They had been so preoccupied that they forgot about their morning class. Jinghe waved her hands, quickly, "Or Professor Binns will reprimand you." After bidding farewell to the girl, the 5 young wizards hastily grabbed their books and rushed to class. Thus, after a day passed, Jinghe's bandages were removed by Madame Pomfrey. Pleased that the girl had behaved well during her recuperation, Madame Pomfrey smiled, "You are healing splendidly. Just avoid getting your arm wet for this week, but everything else looks good." After politely thanking her, Jinghe left the infirmary, using her healed right hand to gather her belongings. The days that followed, after Bella's departure, gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, filled with attending classes, completing assignments from professors, and enjoying the company of familiar friends. However, after that day, a Ravenclaw young wizard began to accompany Jinghe. Ever since saving her, Quillo had become less awkward within Ravenclaw, and others no longer ostracized him for his brave deed. Consequently, whenever Jinghe visited the library, Quillo would follow suit. He excelled in defense against the dark arts, often answering questions that Jinghe found difficult, and she would seek his guidance. Each time she praised him for his solutions, a blush would rise on his pale cheeks, and he would shyly scratch his head. Everything seemed rather splendid, yet Sirius and Snape held a differing opinion on the matter. However, mindful of Quillo's past heroism, they refrained from expressing their thoughts too vocally, occasionally teasing him with a remark or two. As days passed, exams approached, and upon completion, it was time for the final house points tally. Unsurprisingly, Slytherin, Jinghe's house, secured the Hogwarts Cup once again. After a joyful meal, the young wizards packed their belongings, eagerly welcoming their holiday. What interesting events would unfold during this holiday? Chapter 154, the start of the holiday. Since Jinghe began her schooling, she had developed a habit of meticulously planning. Each holiday or weekend, she would organize her schedule, avoiding aimless wandering. This time, Jinghe crafted her plans days before the holiday, feeling quite satisfied with her well-structured itinerary. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her, an instinct that this holiday might bring unexpected interruptions to her carefully laid plans, the nature of which, good or bad, remained uncertain. What was meant to come could not be avoided. If it arrived, she would face it, for there was nothing she could not resolve. As it turned out, Jinghe's intuition was strikingly accurate. Upon returning home, She was inundated with an array of peculiar invitations from both familiar and unfamiliar faces, all extending requests for her to visit their estates. Thus, her first day as plans were derailed, as she spent half the day addressing the chaotic pile of invitations, each requiring a reasonable excuse for rejection, leaving her with an overwhelming headache. The Syad couple, meanwhile, were busier than ever. Since the Christmas ball, their family had risen to prominence among pure-blood families, with everyone eager to forge connections through their daughter, who had caught the attention of many. However, the couple had vowed to enhance their standing to protect their daughter. Thus, while they engaged in superficial pleasantries with others in the marketplace, they diligently safeguarded their daughter, turning down several absurd invitations. Seizing this opportunity, they worked tirelessly to bolster their influence, and within a mere 2 months, their enterprises had significantly prospered, earning them newfound respect. Initially, people had approached the Syads with a dismissive attitude, considering their daughter's mixed heritage as a point of contempt. However, over the past few months, they had witnessed the incredible talents of the Syad couple, recognizing them not only as powerful wizards, but also as exceptional geniuses. Consequently, the attitude shifted from casual jesting to a more thoughtful consideration in conversations with them, as many had been burned by their previous arrogance. Thus, they retracted their disdainful gazes, reassessing their formidable rivals. The Syad couple seized this opportunity, working fervently to provide a solid foundation for their daughter's future, unwilling to forfeit any advantageous prospects. Whenever fatigue set in, thoughts of their daughter reignited their determination. Thus, whenever they encountered the matriarchs of other families, who approached with evident intentions, their anger would flare. The Syad daughter would, of course, choose her own path, rather than settle for a lifelong companion at such a tender age, oblivious to the complexities of the world. They could clearly see the ulterior motives of those families, eager to arrange marriages while their daughter was still young. They indulge in fanciful thoughts, imagining that if their children were to become betrothed to the young lady of the Syad family, their own lineage would seamlessly gain favor in the eyes of that esteemed individual. However, this notion is utterly preposterous. Should the Syad couple acquiesce to any of the inquiries from the pure-blood aristocrats, that noble would find themselves eternally deprived of the light of day. Fortunately, the couple has not consented to any such requests, deftly evading the topic with laughter whenever it arises. Though the members of the lesser families harbor resentment, they dare not express it openly. Thankfully, they have refrained from any reckless actions. Otherwise, such folly could lead to their entire lineage facing extinction. Now, let me return to the crux of the matter. At this moment, Jinghe finds herself alone in her bedroom, anxiously wringing her hands while scrutinizing the letters before her. While she can politely decline the less familiar invitations with ease, she is troubled by the 2 letters laid out before her, one from Tom Riddle and the other an invitation from the Malfoy family. The contents of both letters are remarkably similar, urging her to visit their estates. Abraxas, in his correspondence, delicately uses his son as an excuse, expressing a desire for her to stay at their estate for a short while. In contrast, Tom's letter is blunt and straightforward, proclaiming his admiration for her talent and stating, "You shall spend this summer with me. Prepare your belongings. I shall come for you tomorrow." He does not even pose a question, simply dictating the time for her departure. Upon reading this, Jinghe is so incensed that she tilts her head back, inadvertently causing a few strands of her raven curls to be yanked from her scalp. The dark tendrils of hair now reside in her grasp, and she rubs her furrowed brow in frustration. Truth be told, Tom's tutelage has proven remarkably effective. Since that fateful encounter, her academic performance has skyrocketed, leaving her professors in awe of her newfound prowess following a single Christmas break. Only Jinghe is aware that it is her retention of Tom's intricate notes that has made the complex concepts comprehensible, thus allowing her to master them effortlessly. She stares at the emblem on the letter, a serpent bearing its fangs entwined around a silver butterfly, strikingly reminiscent of the one adorning her left wrist. No, it is an exact replica. Jinghe scrutinizes the insignia on Riddle's letter, lifting her left wrist to compare it with the butterfly, finding it to be an uncanny duplicate, leaving her incredulous at the suggestion of no connection between them. Her mind is rife with uncertainties. Why do they exhibit such excitement upon encountering her? Why does she feel an inexplicable familiarity in their presence? Why do their names roll off her tongue with such ease, as though she has uttered them countless times before? There are too many secrets cloaked within them, and Jinghe realizes that since her enrollment in school, an increasing number of mysteries await her resolution. If she continues to retreat, she will resolve nothing. Conversely, if she takes the initiative, perhaps a breakthrough will emerge. What of that esteemed individual? If she has been invited, then she shall go. She possesses sufficient capability to protect herself and her family. Thus, upon the return of the Syad couple, Jinghe informs them of her intention to reside at Tom's estate for the summer. The couple's instinctive first reaction is to refuse. They will not permit any threat to their daughter to linger nearby. Yet, after expressing their concern, they find themselves ensnared in a profound helplessness. What can they do to prevent it? Jinghe reassures her parents. Do not worry, Mom and Dad. The Syads have never lacked courage. We must confront challenges head-on to resolve them, rather than remaining stagnant and accepting our fate. Upon hearing their daughter's words, the Syad couple understands her resolve. Although they are anxious for her safety, they find themselves powerless to obstruct her path. At that moment, they resolve that if their daughter aspires to greatness and recognition in the wizarding world, they shall be her unwavering support, come what may. Once she has consented, Jinghe sends off the letter declining the invitation from the Malfoy estate that same evening. Consequently, Abraxas receives a letter from the girl at his table that night. The letter politely declines his proposal, and Abraxas, already aware of Tom's missive to her, knows that there is a high probability his invitation will be returned. He cannot help but feel a sense of frustration. What if she chooses to visit? He gazes at the elegant handwriting on the pale blue stationery, a familiar dot placed at the end of her name, reminiscent of the days when they exchanged correspondence between their two estates. The fragrant scent of roses still lingers on the delicate paper as he lowers his nose to it. In the vast expanse of the drawing room, he finds himself alone. Lucius has long ceased to dine with him, and at this moment, a glimmer of desolation crosses his features as he slumps at the table, clutching the warm letter. The paper bears the traces of his beloved, who remains elusive. All he seeks is the simple wish to be with one person. Yet even the smallest of his desires seem insurmountable. Time swiftly marches on to the following day. After packing her belongings, Jinghe sits at the dining table, awaiting Tom's arrival. Today, the Syad couple, instead of hastily departing for work, sits upright at the table, anticipating Tom's visit. At approximately 9 o'clock, a man appears in the Syad household. None other than Tom Riddle himself. Upon seeing Tom, Jinghe leaps from her seat and approaches him with a smile, exclaiming, "Thank you, Tom, for granting me this opportunity." Tom, instinctively reaching out to embrace the girl as he had done each morning, is met with her sudden halt. He awkwardly retracts his open arms, instead taking her left hand and smiling at the Syad couple, saying, "Well then, I shall take your daughter with me." The Syad couple nods politely, though internally they are in a state of nervous tension. Eventually, Lo Meng-Chio can no longer contain herself, and, summoning her courage, addresses Tom as he prepares to leave. "If my daughter were to err, please forgive her, we will take care of it." Tom smiles, reassuring her, "Do not worry, madam. Your daughter shall never be in the wrong in my eyes. I will ensure she remains unharmed." He then extends his hand towards Hades, adding, "If you have any doubts, we can forge an unbreakable vow, guaranteeing that your daughter will not suffer any harm until she reaches the age of 18. Upon hearing Tom's proclamation, the other three individuals stare at him in shock. Such a vow is indeed unbreakable. No one can defy it, not even Merlin. Jinghe, astonished, interjects, "It's all right, Tom. I trust you completely." However, at that moment, Tom strides towards Hades, extending his hand. Initially hesitant, Hades considers the implications of such a vow. If established, they would no longer have to live in constant fear over their daughter's safety. Gritting her teeth, she reaches out and places her hand on Tom's arm, thus sealing the promise. Tom Riddle vowed to ensure that no harm would come to Jinghe before she turned 18. Silver threads entwined, binding promises made, reincarnated souls. In the Bay of Shouting, the silver strands wrapped around the arms of the two individuals, vanishing moments later, establishing an unbreakable oath. From that point forward, Tom would be hindered by this vow, preventing him from inflicting even the slightest harm upon the girl until she reached her 18th year. The couple, upon witnessing the establishment of this indissoluble promise, breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that their daughter's safety was assured at least until her coming of age. Their next endeavor would be to provide their daughter with a solid foundation of support. Thus, Yades released Tom's hand and expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much for helping our daughter. I eagerly anticipate what Jinghe will learn from you." Jinghe, still in a state of astonishment after witnessing the solemn incantation between Tom and her father, could hardly believe that such a significant spell had been formed in an instant. Before she could fully regain her composure, Tom took hold of the girl's hand once more, smiling at the Yades couple as he said, "Shall we be on our way?" Jinghe, snapping back to reality at the sound of his voice, waved goodbye to her parents. In the blink of an eye, Tom activated apparition, and they vanished from the living room of the Yades' home, reappearing in the grounds of Tom's estate. This was Jinghe's first experience with apparition. The initial sensation was an overwhelming jolt that left her disoriented. Upon arrival, she released Tom's hand and squatted on the ground, attempting to steady herself against the dizziness. Observing the girl's distress, Tom suddenly remembered that Jinghe was merely an 11-year-old girl, unaccustomed to such intense travel. He knelt beside her, placing a hand on her back and gently channeling magic to alleviate her disorientation. After a while, Jinghe began to feel more grounded. Once she regained her composure, Tom extended his hand towards her. She gratefully took hold of his arm, using it for support to stand. Once steadied, Jinghe began to take in the beauty of the estate Tom had brought her to. The manor was stunning, reminiscent of the enchanting castle she had seen in Muggle novels, albeit slightly smaller. Surrounding the estate were vast gardens adorned with a myriad of roses, and at the center stood a swing set, entwined with climbing rose vines. The swing even had a cover, allowing one to sit quietly beneath it during the rain. Delicate carvings of butterflies and small serpents adorned the swing, adding to the charm of the setting. The entire estate radiated an air of elegance, as if it were home to a refined young lady rather than a formidable dark wizard capable of commanding the wizarding world. Jinghe was utterly enamored with the manor. Should she ever design her own estate, it would undoubtedly resemble this one in many aspects, a delightful coincidence. Tom watched the girl, her eyes sparkling as she admired her surroundings. With a gentle smile, he took her hand and said, "Shall we go inside?" Jinghe obediently followed him into the house, where she was once again struck by the decor. It was perfectly aligned with her aesthetic sensibilities. Astonished, she turned to Tom, who, sensing her gaze, smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" Jinghe nodded enthusiastically, and Tom replied, "That's wonderful to hear." With a snap of his fingers, a timid house elf appeared before them. Tom gestured to Jinghe, saying, "You can entrust your luggage to him. Oh, by the way, he doesn't have a name yet. Would you like to give him one?" "Me?" Jinghe asked, surprised. Tom nodded, affirming that the house elf was intended for her. After a moment of contemplation, Jinghe looked up at Tom and declared, "Let's call him Dodo." Tom nodded in approval, and the newly named house elf expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for naming me, Miss. Dodo loves this name." With a wave of his hand, Tom instructed Dodo to take Jinghe's belongings, and in an instant, the elf vanished from sight. Tom then guided the girl on a tour of the estate, which boasted 3 floors. The first floor housed typical common areas, while the second was designated for bedrooms and studies. The third floor was adorned with a vast library, filled with an extensive collection of books. As they explored the rooms, Jinghe was captivated by the exquisite decor. Her eyes gleamed as she exclaimed, "I absolutely adore your house. Tom, if I were to build one, it would look just like this." Tom chuckled softly, replying, "I'm glad you like it." He showed her nearly every room, except for one on the left side of the third floor, which was not a mere storage space, but rather a chamber housing a grand golden birdcage. Next, Tom led Jinghe to the bedroom she would be occupying. Upon entering, she gasped in awe. Wow, the decor is simply perfect. If she hadn't only met Tom 3 times, she might have felt as though they had known each other for years. How could everything align so seamlessly with her tastes? Perhaps it was fate, she mused. Dodo had already placed Jinghe's belongings in their designated spots, and she would spend the majority of her holiday within the confines of Riddle Manor. Tom continued to embrace his role, sharing knowledge with her each day, assisting with meals, and taking her for evening strolls hand in hand. Everything felt remarkably normal, and Jinghe grew increasingly comfortable with Tom, losing the fear she once held. She began to question the perceptions of others who deemed Tom emotionless. He was always smiling in her presence, and the warmth in his eyes felt genuine. Life in the manor was pleasant, and she received letters from her parents weekly. Often, she found herself alone in the estate, as Tom sometimes had to attend to work. Fortunately, Jinghe, though lively, preferred solitude, and the expansive library on the 3rd floor provided her with a sanctuary to quietly delve into her interests. On sunny days, she would take a book outside and swing gently in the garden, basking in the warmth. Tom was nearly always by her side in the manor, except during the night. He would hold Jinghe as they swung together, sharing the same book. Initially, she felt a bit uncomfortable, but over time, she relaxed and grew accustomed to having someone so close. However, Jinghe found it peculiar that she had only received letters from her parents over the past few months. No correspondence from anyone else had reached her. Who might have intercepted those letters, or had no one written to her at all? Though she pondered these questions, whenever she inquired about it with Tom, he would offer various excuses, and over time, she understood he likely wished to keep the location of the estate a secret. Most likely, any letters from friends had been redirected to the Yadi's manor. As Jinghe settled into life at the estate, Tom himself seemed to grow more tranquil. The Death Eaters had recently noted a change. Their leader appeared more approachable and less inclined to take lives at the slightest provocation. The last time a Death Eater's assassination mission had failed, he trembled as he knelt, bracing himself for death. Yet, his master chose to show mercy, bestowing upon him only a heart-wrenching wound, refraining from further punishment. This unexpected leniency left them both astonished and relieved. After all, their lives were spared. Sirius and Regulus had contemplated using the fireplace to seek out Jinghe, but were strictly forbidden by Walburga. For only a select few were privy to the knowledge that Jinghe had been taken to that estate, a place where none dared to tread, akin to a lady of the manor. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. Sirius had initially protested, but was met with a month-long confinement imposed by Walburga. Lucius pieced together the situation from his father's demeanor and that of the Dark Lord, occasionally overhearing discussions about a girl between them. "You shall resolve this matter. I must attend to her at the manor," was the unspoken reference to Jinghe. Narcissa, having gleaned fragments of the truth from Walburga, sighed once more. Those aware of the reality fared better, while their oblivious friends were consumed with anxiety over the girl's prolonged silence. Severus sent several letters, growing increasingly impatient in their absence. Upon inquiring, Lily echoed his sentiments, stating that Jinghe had never responded to her correspondence either. The young wizards were in a frenzy, unaware of the girl's whereabouts, anxiously awaiting the return to school, fervently praying to reunite with their dear friend, whole and unharmed. Meanwhile, Jinghe remained blissfully ignorant of the outside world within the manor, with no living soul to converse with save for Tom and the house elf. Thus, her only source of information about the outside was the Daily Prophet, albeit of little use. Time flowed swiftly, bestowing upon this world knowledge not of its era. The souls returning from another realm would be the greatest blessing for the denizens of this world. Chapter 156, The End of the Holiday. Over the past 2 months, Tom felt as though he had returned to a bygone era. Each day upon returning from his work, his sister awaited him, eager to share tales of amusing occurrences, interesting discoveries from her readings, and culinary experiments undertaken in the kitchen. Everything seemed to revert to the past. Each time Tom returned to the manor, he felt himself transformed from the Dark Lord of the outside world back into the brother of Miss Riddle. He reveled in this enduring tenderness, experiencing a profound sense of happiness. Since the girl had arrived at the manor, Tom had ventured out less frequently, leading to a notable peace in the wizarding world, much to the relief of many. However, time waits for no one, and before Tom could fully immerse himself in this sweet atmosphere, the school term was fast approaching. On an utterly ordinary morning, sunlight bathed the manor, rendering everything tranquil. Jinghe had grown accustomed to sharing breakfast with Tom. Initially, she had felt a bit out of sorts upon her arrival, but as time passed, she gradually relaxed. Deep down, she felt a sense of assurance that no matter the trouble she caused, Tom would remain unfazed. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. Aside from the locked room, she was free to explore and peruse whatever she wished, with Tom offering no objections. As long as Jinghe desired to go anywhere, she was permitted access throughout the manor. She gradually let her guard down, no longer the frightened girl she had been upon her arrival, and began writing weekly letters to her parents, recounting the amusing happenings and assuring them of her safety. Upon receiving news of their daughter's well-being, the Syad couple finally breathed a sigh of relief, as they were uncertain whether the unbreakable vow held any sway over the seemingly unassailable Dark Lord. It appeared that the vow was indeed effective. Jinghe even conducted peculiar experiments within the manor, concocting unique alchemical products, with Tom showing no concern. When she cautiously inquired about her pursuits, Tom reassured her, "You are the mistress of this manor. You may do as you please." With this assurance, Jinghe began to indulge her whims within the estate. She recalled one occasion when she attempted a particularly challenging potion, resulting in an explosion that left the small room in disarray. Overwhelmed by the chaos, Jinghe could only manage to repair a few things with her current abilities, while the rest proved to be a formidable challenge. However, when Tom returned home to witness the scene, his first concern was for her safety. Upon confirming that she was unharmed, he waved his hand, and the room instantly reverted to its original state. He then said to Jinghe, "You can do whatever you wish, but your safety must always come first." In summary, this holiday had been exceedingly pleasant, albeit it disrupted the plans she had meticulously crafted for school. Yet, it yielded greater rewards. Nevertheless, time flew by swiftly, and Jinghe pulled herself from her reverie, glancing at Tom, who was seated beside her reading the newspaper. "I will be starting school soon, Tom. I'm going home tomorrow to shop for my school books with my parents," she said. Through their months of interaction, their relationship had grown more relaxed, allowing Jinghe to call Tom by names others were forbidden to utter, while Tom could freely embrace her at any moment. Tom's hands stiffened momentarily as he set down the newspaper to gaze at Jinghe. His heart roared within him, urging him to keep the girl close, to confine her within a cage of his own making, ensuring she belonged solely to him, with no one else permitted to see her. His thoughts raced, but reason reminded him that such an act would jeopardize the fragile bond they had cultivated, plunging them back into an irretrievable abyss. His sister was never one to rely on another for salvation. Tom recalled a conversation he had had with Dumbledore a few days prior, when the latter had told him, "You should understand Jinghe's character better than I do, Tom. I can likely guess your intentions, but if you proceed down that path, You should be acutely aware of the consequences. At this thought, a flicker of red light flashed in Tom's eyes, only to vanish moments later. He placed the newspaper down and smiled at Jinghe. Of course, I will take you home tomorrow. Jinghe beamed in response, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, Tom." Tom affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "There's no need for thanks." Thus, Tom, who had originally planned to work that day, canceled his commitments, spending the entire day by Jinghe's side as if it were any other day. He could not afford to stir trouble now. He needed to secure the right to occasionally enter Hogwarts. The day passed like any other, unremarkably, with Jinghe oblivious to Tom's reluctance, assuming he simply had no work that day. In the evening, Jinghe packed her belongings, eagerly anticipating her return home the following day. Although she had enjoyed her time immensely, she missed her parents dearly after such a long separation. As usual, Jinghe nestled into her bed after bidding goodnight to Tom, and within half an hour, she succumbed to slumber. However, that night, the door to her bedroom was quietly ajar, and Tom stealthily approached, standing at the foot of the girl's bed. He then lay down beside her, turning to gaze at her serene face, the familiar fragrance enveloping him like a gentle embrace. Tom reached out, gently grasping a strand of Jinghe's hair, closing his eyes in reverence, as if that single lock were a tether binding the two of them. Tom hardly slept throughout the night, rising slowly only when the first light of dawn began to break, departing from the room as quietly as he had entered, leaving behind an atmosphere that felt untouched, yet imbued with the morning dew-like scent lingering in the air. Upon awakening, Jinghe detected that familiar fragrance wafting around her, leading her to wonder if Tom had indeed entered her room the previous night. Turning to her side, she noted the bed was devoid of any creases, further deepening her bewilderment. After a moment's contemplation, she dismissed her thoughts. She was returning home today, and such musings seemed unworthy of further attention. Descending the stairs, she found Tom already seated at the table, where breakfast prepared by the house elves awaited. Jinghe relished the manor's breakfasts, crafted from ingredients sourced from who knows where. On her very first day, she had savored a meal hailing from Huaxia, its flavors surprisingly delightful. After taking her usual seat, she beamed at Tom, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for helping me during this holiday, Tom." To which Tom replied with a smile, "It's nothing. I'll teach you anything you wish to learn." Their conversation flowed amiably over breakfast, but soon enough, it concluded, and it was time to return Jinghe to the Slytherin Manor. As she finished preparing, she took Tom's hand, which caused him to pause for a moment, long enough to elicit a curious glance from her. Slowly, he turned to her and asked, "Do you wish to stay here forever?" Jinghe shook her head with a smile, replying, "What are you thinking, Tom? I'm about to start school." Tom gently patted her head without further comment, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished using apparition, their forms materializing at Slytherin Manor. The Slytherin couple, having received news of their daughter's return that morning, were filled with anticipation, having not seen her for over a month. They had foregone their work to await the arrival of their beloved daughter. Just as they were straining their eyes in hope, two figures suddenly appeared in the living room, revealing themselves to be their long-missed daughter and Tom. As Jinghe landed, she immediately released Tom's hand and dashed towards her parents, exclaiming, "Mom, Dad, I've missed you so much." The Slytherins leapt from their seats, rushing to embrace their daughter. They could see that she had emerged from her time away unharmed and had blossomed into an even more beautiful young lady. Children grow swiftly at this age. In just a week, they can transform dramatically. Thus, in the time since they last saw her, Jinghe had matured considerably, shedding her former childish appearance. Tom observed the heartfelt reunion before him and momentarily drifted into a reverie. In the days at Rodria Manor, his sister would likewise rush down the stairs, hand in hand with him, to embrace their parents, and the scenes before him felt hauntingly familiar, as if time had stood still. After a brief moment of emotional exuberance, the couple gradually regained their composure, sensing Tom's gaze upon them. Consequently, Addis released her daughter and bowed slightly to Tom, expressing, "Thank you for teaching my daughter over this past month. It has truly been a great help." Tom, regaining his courteous demeanor, responded, "It was my duty. As long as Jinghe wishes to learn, I am more than willing to assist her." After stepping away from her mother's embrace, Jinghe turned to Tom, saying, "Thank you. Tom, I hope we will meet again." Tom nodded and replied, "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Farewell, Jinghe." She waved goodbye. And just before he departed, Tom cast one last enigmatic glance at the Slytherin couple, then vanished from sight. Once Tom was gone, the couple eagerly ushered their long-absent daughter to the sofa, peppering her with questions about her experiences at Tom's manor. Jinghe recounted the more mundane details, omitting any mischievous escapades, and her parents sighed in relief upon hearing that she had fared well, as their knowledge had been limited to mere snippets from her letters. Meanwhile, Tom, having just returned Jinghe home, found his demeanor darker than usual, the Death Eaters around him sensing an intensified trepidation in the air. Despite the fact that the adults had previously shown leniency towards certain errant subordinates, the atmosphere had shifted back to one of hostility, even more so than before. However, Abraxas, seemingly discerning the change, smirked in a concealed manner. He recognized Tom's prowess, yet he also understood the girl's character. With less than a week until the start of school, Jinghe had received the necessary books for her second year and hurriedly took her parents to Diagon Alley to procure them. Unfortunately, due to their late arrival, she did not encounter her good friends. Mou, too, expressed her displeasure at not seeing her young mistress for a month. And only after Jinghe had lavished her with treats and cat food was she appeased. Thus began Jinghe's academic journey in her second year. Chapter 157, Really and Little Buddy. A week flew by quickly, and before long, the day of the school's commencement arrived. Jinghe had diligently completed all the essential tasks she had planned, so much so that she had forgotten to correspond with her friends. It wasn't until the first day of school that she suddenly realized she hadn't received any messages from them in quite some time. However, she reassured herself that she would surely see them soon. Speaking of which, was Regulus starting first grade? As before, her parents escorted her to the station, showering her with careful advice before reluctantly bidding her farewell as she boarded the train to Hogwarts. Their hearts ached at the thought of being separated once more after such a short reunion following a long vacation. Jinghe, too, felt a pang of sadness for her parents, but reassured them that she would write frequently. As the train was about to depart, she managed to board. But due to her late arrival, she found the compartments nearly full. Searching through each carriage, she finally discovered a space with only 2 occupants, and upon closer inspection, she realized they were none other than her dear friends, whom she had not seen all holiday. Lily and Snape sat face to face within the confines of the train carriage, yet an air of tension enveloped them, as both awaited the moment of their arrival with bated breath. It had been an entire holiday without a word from Jinghe. Snape, furrowing his brow, leaned against the carriage wall, gazing out at the passing scenery, his heart brimming with unrelenting anxiety. Although he had inquired with Lucius, the responses had been vague, merely indicating that they would meet again when the school year commenced. Meanwhile, Lily lowered her head, engrossed in the pages of her book. Just as they were lost in their respective reveries, the carriage door swung open with a suddenness that startled them both. Snape, turning irritably to voice his frustration, was met with the sight of the girl who had occupied his thoughts throughout the summer, beaming at the door and greeting them with a cheerful, "Long time no see." "Dears." Snape sprang to his feet, while Lily, bubbling with excitement, tossed her book aside and leapt into Jinghe's embrace, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, Jinghe! Do you have any idea how worried I've been about you? You haven't replied to a single letter all holiday. Not just me, but Severus and Penny were worried sick about you. Where have you been this holiday?" As Jinghe wrapped her arms around Lily and stepped further into the carriage, she chuckled softly, attempting to soothe her friend. "Oh, but I'm here now, aren't I? And I can explain why I didn't respond during the holiday, my dear." After saying this, she turned to Snape, who was watching her intently, and added, "It's been ages, Severus." Inside, Snape harbored a multitude of sentiments he wished to express to the girl before him. Throughout the entire holiday, he had imagined that perhaps today would be the day he received a letter from her, eagerly anticipating the arrival of an owl bearing her words. Yet, no such letter had ever arrived. He parted his lips, as if to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately, only a single phrase escaped. "I thought something extraordinary might have transpired during your summer, busy as you are, to actually find time to return to Hogwarts?" Jinghe let out a laugh. "All right, I understand your concern, Severus. Let me share what transpired over my holiday." Settling into a seat across from Snape, she animatedly recounted the various experiments she had conducted at Tom's estate, the moments spent with him, and the wealth of knowledge she had acquired. The 2 listeners, Snape and Lily, listened intently, and as Jinghe spoke of her time in that adult's manner, Snape comprehended why no correspondence had reached her. He knew that any letters sent would not have made their way into her hands. Once Jinghe finished her tale, Lily chimed in, sharing her experiences during the holiday, discussing what she had done with her sister and Snape, the new potions they had explored, and the myriad of fascinating topics they had debated. The carriage, once steeped in silence, now resonated with the warm laughter of the 2 girls, and Snape, sitting opposite them, found himself occasionally interjecting. In that moment, he realized that perhaps this was quite pleasant after all. After a lengthy journey, the train finally arrived at the Hogwarts station, and the trio, now second-year witches and wizards, could take alternative routes directly to the Great Hall to witness the sorting ceremony for the new students. As soon as they entered the hall, Jinghe was unexpectedly enveloped in a warm hug that caught her off guard. She blinked in surprise, recognizing the familiar warmth of Sirius, who had been absent throughout the holiday. Sirius had been confined by Walburga for the entire summer, even restricted from venturing outside with Regulus. It was only upon the commencement of the school year that they were permitted to attend Hogwarts, although still under strict orders not to seek out Jinghe. As a result, they had spent 8 tedious hours on the train seated beside Lucius and Narcissa. Upon disembarking, Sirius eagerly began searching for Jinghe, but instead found his close friends, James and others. As they strolled together, nearing the Great Hall, Sirius suddenly spotted the girl he had missed dearly. He rushed forward, throwing his arms around Jinghe, exclaiming, "Where on earth have you been this holiday? That wretched Walburga locked me up all summer." This marked the first time Sirius had embraced Jinghe so earnestly, his initial excitement giving way to a hint of shyness as he felt her warmth and inhaled her familiar scent, prompting him to deepen the embrace. Jinghe gently patted Sirius's back, reassuring him, "It's all right. I'm here now, aren't I?" Just as Sirius was about to respond, he felt an unwelcome force compelling him to release her. Turning, he found Snape, his ever-dour countenance furrowed, standing between them, effectively breaking the embrace. Sirius raised his fist, threateningly declaring, "You'd best watch yourself, Mr. Snape." The two boys had never openly referred to the unflattering nickname they had given each other in front of a girl, but the seriousness of the exchange felt somewhat awkward. Snape responded with a cold smirk, "That is not your concern, Mr. Black." Sirius often found himself at a disadvantage during their disputes, yet his temper flared. As he prepared to retort, Remus rushed over, grabbing his impetuous friend and soothingly advising, "The ceremony is about to begin, let us find our seats." Jinghe, noticing the tension between the two boys, interjected, "Remus is right, no more fighting. Let us quickly take our seats." With that, she gave Remus a thumbs up, causing him to suppress a smile, though his ears betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Peter remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Recognizing the growing distance between Sirius and Remus, Jinghe bid farewell to Snape and Lily before making her way to the Slytherin table, where she found her usual spot beside Lucius and Narcissa, a testament to their esteemed status within Slytherin. As she settled in, the ceremony was about to commence. The once lively chatter of the crowd gradually subsided, all eyes drawn to the still-closed doors, necks craned in anticipation of the new student's entrance. Jinghe felt a flutter of excitement, particularly because this year, Regulus would also be starting. She wondered if he would be sorted into Slytherin. Lost in her thoughts, the doors suddenly swung open, and Professor McGonagall entered, leading a line of first-year witches and wizards clad in black robes. The hall erupted into a cacophony of noise. After guiding the new students to their designated spots, Professor McGonagall turned to explain the sorting ceremony, while many first years, accompanied by their parents and siblings, appeared completely unaware of what awaited them. Regulus, only now realizing that donning the sorting hat would reveal his destiny, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He relaxed, scanning the hall for Jinghe's familiar figure. In truth, Jinghe's figure was easy to spot. Regulus caught sight of the girl sitting beside Narcissa at a glance. At that moment, Jinghe met Regulus's gaze and immediately broke into a radiant smile, waving at him. Regulus's anxious heart, exacerbated by the sorting ceremony, was instantly eased by her cheerful demeanor, and he raised his hand in response, smiling back at her. The sorting ceremony commenced shortly thereafter, with young witches and wizards stepping forward one by one to don the sorting hat and be assigned to their respective houses. Regulus was called relatively early. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall announce his name, he took a deep breath, exhaled, and walked up slowly yet resolutely. As he approached, he turned to glance at his brother in Gryffindor, only to find Sirius completely indifferent to the outcome of his brother's sorting, engrossed in playful banter with James beside him. Regulus blinked and then turned back, continuing his steady advance. If his brother aspired to be exceptional, then he would bear the honor of the Black family. Slytherin. The moment the sorting hat declared the result, Regulus felt his heart finally settle. He was still a Slytherin, and thankfully, nothing had gone awry. He was destined to share a house with Jinghe. Narcissa, watching her younger brother intently, felt a wave of relief wash over her as the result was announced. And she smiled, leading the applause. One Gryffindor in the Black family was more than sufficient. There was no need for further embarrassment. Upon hearing Regulus's sorting result, Jinghe clapped joyfully, genuinely happy for him, as this meant they could frequently meet in the future. The remainder of the sorting ceremony unfolded without any notable differences from previous years, save for a minor splash caused by a child from the Crouch family. Jinghe was familiar with Mr. Crouch, who held an important position in the Ministry of Magic. However, she knew that the Crouch family had a long-standing tradition of attending Ravenclaw, renowned for their exceptional intelligence and talent. Yet, the young Barty Crouch, named after his father and bearing the weight of Mr. Crouch's expectations, was surprisingly sorted into Slytherin. Some who recognized the Crouch name gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that a family historically associated with Ravenclaw had produced a Slytherin. Though shocked, The crowd was somewhat desensitized after witnessing a member of the Slytherin family, the Blacks, sorted into Gryffindor last term. After all, the Crouch family was not widely known, only familiar to a few Slytherin snakes and Ravenclaw eagles. Jinghe observed the newly sorted Barty Crouch closely. He inherited the Crouch family's signature golden brown hair, which was quite striking, along with bright brown eyes and a perpetually high nose. However, his lips appeared somewhat thin, and for an 11-year-old, he bore an unusual air of maturity, lacking the innocent playfulness typical of his age. Upon realizing he was entering Slytherin, young Barty closed his eyes in satisfaction. Having defied his father's wishes for the first time and successfully escaping the confines of a household that had long overlooked him, he removed the hat and walked slowly to the Slytherin table, taking a seat beside Regulus and casting a lingering glance at the girl next to him. While on the boat, Barty had fortuitously found himself seated next to Regulus. After exchanging polite introductions, their conversation dwindled. They entered the Great Hall in line, and Barty, observing his surroundings, noticed the reserved black boy excitedly waving at the Slytherin table. He turned to find a beautiful girl with black hair and blue eyes, likely a second-year student, who seemed to know Regulus. Barty recognized her as she sat beside Lucius, although he did not know her name. However, he was aware of the Malfoy family's signature blonde hair and pieced together her identity from snippets of conversations he had overheard from his father. She was the daughter of the notorious Syed family, known for being the leader of the group that gave his father headaches, Jinghe Syed. After dinner, Barty found himself without any good friends. As he walked back to the dormitory, he stood still, quietly following Jinghe and her friends. He quickly assessed the two individuals accompanying her. To her left was Lucius Malfoy, the next heir of the Malfoy family, and beside him sat Narcissa Black, a well-known heiress whose engagement was common knowledge. To her right was Severus Snape, rumored to be the favorite of the potions master at Slytherin. He licked his lips and smiled. It seemed that this girl had an intriguing story, and he looked forward to uncovering more about her in the coming days at the academy. Little did he know, this was the very source of the chains that would bind his heart, as fate had already charted the course of their intertwined destinies from their first encounter. Chapter 158, A Love That Drives One to Madness. Thus began Jinghe's second-year wizarding journey, commencing with a sense of completeness, devoid of significant disturbances or grave incidents. Students at Hogwarts received news from the outside world at a slower pace than others, yet they were fortunate to receive letters from home daily. The situation outside grew increasingly severe, but under Dumbledore's protection, Hogwarts remained a relatively safe haven. As was customary, Jinghe's parents, the Syads, wrote to their daughter weekly, though their letters mostly conveyed good news, reflecting the reality of their circumstances. Although they faced challenges along the way, they successfully navigated through them. And now the Syad family was flourishing. Jinghe thrived within Slytherin, as all the young witches and wizards had learned from the expulsion of Bellatrix. After their parents hastily penned letters warning them, they understood that the girl before them was not to be trifled with. Consequently, Jinghe's second-year experience was remarkably pleasant. During her second year, Jinghe earned a position as a seeker on the Slytherin Quidditch team through selection trials. The Syad couple was overjoyed upon hearing of their daughter's achievement and promptly gifted her the latest model of a flying broomstick. James and Sirius also successfully joined the Quidditch team. Although Sirius cared for Jinghe, he always respected her in the context of the team, never seeking to overshadow her. Each match, he approached the opposing Slytherin players with the utmost sportsmanship, and under Jinghe's influence, he refrained from provoking Slytherin as he once did, with Snape being a notable exception. Thanks to Jinghe's presence, some Slytherin students no longer openly scorned and looked down upon other houses. After all, Jinghe was not merely backed by the Malfoy family. A significant figure also stood behind her. Even the Syad family was gradually rising in prominence. The rulers of their family began sending letters, instructing them to heed the suggestions of the girl, thus plunging Slytherin into an unprecedented era of peace. From the moment Regulus commenced his studies, he garnered accolades from the other professors, possessing nearly all the qualities of perfection. He was charmingly refined, exceptionally gifted, and never exhibited discrimination, treating everyone with equal regard, except when it came to Jinghe. As long as Jinghe was by his side, Regulus prioritized her above all else. Though this hardly posed a significant issue, as others exhibited similar inclinations. In his second year, Chilo's talents began to manifest prominently, and he gradually overcame his stutter, drawing the attention of professors towards the remarkable second-year Ravenclaw wizard. As for young Barty, who had been sorted into Slytherin, he was the true prodigy. His grasp of knowledge surpassed that of his peers, mastering every spell with just 2 or 3 attempts, consistently securing the top position in every minor assessment. Gradually, whispers of the emergence of a once-in-a-century genius from the Crouch family reached others, inevitably catching the attention of Lucius. Young Barty was well aware of his brilliance. having devoted his understanding to the tedious acquisition of knowledge since he was old enough to comprehend. Whenever his father encountered him, he would offer only perfunctory praise before hastily returning to his so-called grand ventures, never bothering to inquire about what Barty had learned that day. His mother, feeble and ineffectual, merely urged him to study diligently and obey, declaring that this was the hallmark of a good child. It was excruciatingly dull. A week before Barty entered Slytherin, he had already discerned the general dynamics of the entire academy, understanding that the current power holders in Slytherin were Lucius and the 2 members of the Black family. Fortunately, his acquaintance with Regulus enabled him to meet the renowned girl who had captured his attention from the outset of the school year. Barty was intrigued by her. She was exceptionally talented, and he had heard from nearly everyone about how outstanding and formidable Jinghe was. He had indeed witnessed her prowess firsthand. Horace had publicly praised her as his favorite student during class, a rare acknowledgement that few students ever received. Barty, of course, had also been offered an olive branch from the Malfoy family, but he found it utterly uninteresting. No one truly cared about him. They valued only what he could potentially bring them in terms of future gain. Even the remarkable achievements he had accomplished in his first year would merely serve as a commendable asset for his father's advancement, as the presence of an accomplished son was deemed vital for his elevation in status. Barty felt a profound tedium as he perused the texts containing knowledge he had already mastered, and he began to observe the girl more intently. Through Regulus, he befriended her, and Jinghe, delighted to have such a gifted junior acquaintance, recognized the mutual benefits of their friendship, unaware that, in the not-so-distant future, she would find herself compelled to restart her journey because of him. Barty found the entire academy rather mundane. Initially, he had hoped that the intriguing individuals within Slytherin would provide engaging conversation, but after some time, he realized it was nothing extraordinary, with the sole exception of that girl. Jinghe possessed a keen observational acumen, able to detect the subtle emotions that Barty inadvertently revealed. As the 11-year-old wizard had yet to master the art of concealing his feelings, she would invite him to participate in discussions and occasionally steer their conversations towards topics he found interesting, an experience Barty had never encountered in his 11 years. Gradually, he found himself increasingly reliant on her. What truly ensnared Barty's heart, however, was the Christmas of that year. In previous years, the gifts he received had been devoid of significance, comprising books he had no interest in and various notebooks, with no one ever inquiring about his true preferences. On Christmas morning, he listlessly unwrapped the monotonous gifts, having made no friends in Slytherin, resulting in a meager collection of presents. Then he came across a gift box adorned with a pale blue ribbon, instantly recognizing its sender. At that moment, a mysterious anticipation surged within him as he slowly opened the box to reveal its contents, a model of a red and gold fox. The model was so lifelike it seemed to spring to life, and as Barty gingerly grasped it, it appeared to animate, curling around his trembling fingers like a delicate charm. Barty adored foxes, though no one knew, not even his father, who likely had no interest in discovering such things. As a child, he had been captivated by an illustration of a vivid red fox frolicking in the snow while perusing a hefty book given to him by his father. Yearning to run freely like that fox in the frigid wilderness, carefree and unrestrained, he had no inkling of how Jinghe had discerned his fondness for foxes. He then noticed a small note nestled within the box, written in the girl's elegant handwriting. "I'm not entirely sure what you like, but I thought this fox resembled you, not in terms of cunning, but rather your cleverness and cheerful disposition. Merry Christmas." This gift had been inspired by an accidental glimpse Jinghe caught of a fox sticker tucked within Barty's notebook. Prompting her to gift him a fox model she felt mirrored his essence. As he read her note, feeling the warmth of the fox in his hands, an overwhelming sensation of exhilaration washed over him. Never had anyone paid attention to what he cherished. And the fact that Jinghe had gifted him something he loved was astonishing. She saw so much of himself in it. He pressed the note to his face, savoring its warmth, the faint scent of roses lingering upon it. He crafted a frame for the note, placing it prominently on his desk, vowing to keep it until graduation. He had never been a typical individual. He was a madman, albeit one who concealed his madness well. If a madman were to be provided with a remedy, it would be akin to a drowning person clutching a rope with unyielding tenacity. He could not help but recall the olive branch Lucius had extended to him, a simple invitation to join their ranks with his remarkable gifts. Initially, he had found it dull, yet he understood that Jinghe was intricately linked to their circle. So he accepted the offer, meeting the esteemed figure effortlessly. What began as a desire to forge deeper connections with the girl soon ensnared his heart and soul, as desires struggled against the tides of suffering, leaving him adrift with no clear return. Thus, his second year passed without notable pain or pleasure. Everything appeared remarkably tranquil. Yet the atmosphere gradually grew heavy and stagnant, though this bore little relevance to the young wizards of Hogwarts. Unimpeded, all students successfully ascended to the next year, with the younger wizards gradually maturing, some having shed their baby fat to reveal handsome visages. The relationship between James and Lily has now been brought to light. While one could argue that first and second graders lack understanding, by the third grade, it was evident to all that James was indeed pursuing Lily. By that time, Lily had blossomed into a strikingly beautiful young girl, her vibrant red hair capturing the attention of many, earning her the title of the most beautiful girl in Gryffindor. Meanwhile, Jinghe was also coming into her own, her hair growing longer, and her ocean blue eyes captivating anyone who dared to gaze into them. Some young wizards were in awe of Jinghe's beauty and talents, concocting various schemes to establish a connection with her, though they remained discreet. Knowing full well that any overtures would draw the ire of Lucius and Narcissa, though Snape and Regulus could not openly intervene. Those who dared to confess their feelings often found themselves inexplicably unlucky, with rumors suggesting involvement from Ravenclaw. Young Barty, now in his second year, had become a well-known follower of Jinghe, trailing her wherever she went. If anyone attempted to approach her, he would spring into action like a madman. The students from other houses dubbed him Mad Dog, yet he remained unfazed by the moniker, as long as he could stay near the girl. Jinghe was aware of Barty's antics and promptly admonished him upon discovering his behavior. Although Barty feigned compliance, he continued to send several male wizards to the infirmary for a rest. Upon learning of this, Jinghe, infuriated, gave Barty a good thrashing, expressing her disdain for those who brought her no tangible benefits and only stirred trouble. She firmly told him, "If your presence only brings me endless trouble, then please keep your distance. I do not desire a companion devoid of utility by my side. You will remain my friend, but do not follow me." Barty, unfazed by the beating, felt no fear even as blood trickled from his mouth. However, Jinghe's words struck genuine fear into him. From that moment on, he restrained his wild tendencies, seemingly turning over a new leaf. Yet, the extreme suppression of his nature inevitably led to a significant eruption, gradually distorting his character under the weight of daily restraint. By the third year, Jinghe's courage had notably increased. She and Snape had emerged as the most gifted students in their potions class, and had learned about several rare ingredients that could be found within the Forbidden Forest. Thus, the two young wizards embarked on a nightly adventure into the forest in search of herbs. Initially, they were both quite apprehensive, as this was not only their first venture into the Forbidden Forest at night, but also their first nocturnal escapade together. They preferred to go in the morning, but many herbs vanished by then, only to resurface at night. Determined to find a particular ingredient, they donned their cloaks and entered the forest under the cover of darkness. As they cautiously traversed deeper into the woods, they felt a chill creep over them. The coveted potion ingredient lay hidden in the forest's depths, a place they had only skirted around before. However, the thought of the triumph that awaited them spurred them on, and they swallowed their fears, stepping closer to the center. Suddenly, they heard a sound in the distance and turned to see a group of unicorns. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Unicorns are rarely encountered, and only pure-hearted maidens may approach them. The white unicorns shone brightly against the night, and they too noticed the two young wizards standing before them, wands aglow. Both Jinghe and Snape swallowed nervously. They knew that while unicorns are gentle creatures, they can be formidable when provoked. Yet, instead of showing any aggression, one unicorn gracefully approached Jinghe, bowing its head before her. Stunned, Jinghe exchanged glances with Snape, then slowly reached out to stroke the unicorn's forehead. The creature exhibited no signs of hostility, allowing her gentle caress. Soon, the other unicorns gathered around her, and Jinghe settled amidst them, tenderly stroking their soft manes. Snape, accompanying her as a friend, felt welcomed by the unicorns as well. He noticed that where the unicorn had passed, the very herb they sought was present. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he realized not only had they found their desired ingredient, but numerous other rare materials lay nearby. Grateful he had brought a bag, Snape admired the precious potion ingredients, glancing at Jinghe, who was now encircled by the unicorns, unable to extricate herself. He took the opportunity to gather the materials himself. After collecting the herbs, he stood up and turned to see a multitude of small creatures had gathered around Jinghe. Not only were unicorns encircling her, but various other woodland creatures had approached, drawn by her presence. Experiencing such an array of fluffy animals for the first time, Jinghe was utterly enchanted. She sat cross-legged, surrounded by fluffy squirrels, rabbits, and other magical beings, petting their soft fur while softly humming a song from her homeland that her mother had taught her. As the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating her surroundings, it cast a radiant glow upon Jinghe's face. Cradling the small animals in her arms and singing melodiously, the world around her fell silent, as if she were the very center of existence, enchanting all with her gentle melody. Snape, watching this enchanting scene unfold, felt his heart race. The sounds of the world faded away, leaving only the rapid beat of his heart and Jinghe's soothing song in his ears. He realized he cared deeply for Jinghe, and what he thought was mere friendship had blossomed into something far more profound. In that serene moment, all was still. The world hushed, with only her soft humming echoing in the air. After finishing her song, Jinghe slowly opened her eyes, meeting Snape's unwavering gaze from a short distance away. With a smile, she asked, "Why are you standing there like a statue, Severus?" Snape snapped back to reality. Yet the emotions coursing through him made it difficult to interact with her as he normally would. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to maintain his usual demeanor. "I have gathered the herbs. It is getting late, and we should return. We have classes tomorrow." Jinghe glanced up at the sky, realizing it was indeed late, and nodded. "Yes, it is time to head back. Come on, Severus." She reached out to take Snape's hand, but when he felt her touch, he recoiled as if burned. Jinghe, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong, Severus?" Snape stammered, "And nothing, let us go." He quickly took hold of her arm, intending to leave, but just then, they heard the distinct sound of hooves. Turning, they spotted a centaur watching them from a short distance away. Severus Snape vigilantly positioned himself in front of Jinghe, who also raised her wand to gaze at the centaur. Both were acutely aware that centaurs are social creatures and rarely wander alone. Therefore, it was likely that this centaur was accompanied by others. With her wand held aloft, Jinghe cautiously advanced, tentatively stating, "We did not intend to intrude upon your domain. We merely seek to gather some materials and shall return promptly. We sincerely apologize for the disturbance." Upon hearing her voice, the centaur approached slowly and addressed Jinghe, remarking, "You are quite extraordinary." He then turned to the magical creatures encircling them, who remained steadfastly in place, before returning his attention to her. "I seldom witness anyone receiving such a warm welcome from all the beings of the Forbidden Forest. You are indeed special." Jinghe lowered her gaze slightly and replied, "I simply have an affinity for small creatures. There is nothing particularly remarkable about me." The centaur shook his head, insisting, "No, it is much more than that. Just moments ago, as I gazed upon the starry sky, I noticed a planet altering the course of events. All things would deviate from their intended paths. Just as I pondered this, I fortuitously encountered you here, suggesting that this meeting is indeed fated. I am Firenze, a centaur of the Forbidden Forest." Upon hearing this, Jinghe quickly responded, "Indeed, all events follow their own trajectories, and to forcibly alter them may exact a tremendous toll. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Jinghe Syad, and beside me is Severus Snape. We are third-year students of Slytherin." Firenze nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, you possess remarkable insight, Miss Syad. Every alteration comes at a significant cost." As they conversed, a silent unicorn approached, moving to stand before Jinghe and gradually lowering its head. Initially, Jinghe assumed the unicorn sought her touch, so she gently placed her hand atop its head. To her surprise, the unicorn stepped back, causing her hand to brush against its horn. Instantly, the horn emitted a peculiar radiance that enveloped Jinghe's entire form. This luminescence, a soft pearlescent glow, illuminated the surroundings and then surged into her being. Rather than discomfort, she felt a warming sensation, as if the fatigue of the evening had been wholly dispelled, and her magical reserves expanded. After a moment, the light gradually faded, leaving Firenze astonished as he observed the girl before him until the glow completely dissipated. When Jinghe finally opened her eyes, she spoke. That was indeed the blessing of a unicorn. Typically, a unicorn bestows its blessing upon only one individual in its lifetime, and such occurrences are exceedingly rare. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. With a gaze filled with complexity, Firenze regarded Jinghe. Before encountering her, he had seen the peculiar image in the starry sky, followed by the realization that she was the one who had received the unicorn's blessing. He understood that this girl before him was a pivotal force in altering the trajectory of fate. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "You are exceptionally fortunate. Whatever endeavors you undertake in the future, you shall not fail." A girl blessed by a unicorn wields unique power. Snape, standing nearby, watched Jinghe with astonishment, his heart racing further upon hearing of the unicorn's blessing. Such a phenomenon was something he had only read about. To witness it firsthand today was utterly astonishing. Jinghe was indeed one of a kind. Jinghe was equally astonished to have received the unicorn's blessing, believing that every future endeavor would be the most fortuitous choice she could make. She then looked up at the sky, turning to Firenze with gratitude. "I cannot thank you enough. Today's experience has brought me immense joy. With the blessing of the unicorn, I feel that luck will accompany me in all my future pursuits." Excitedly, she reached out to stroke the unicorn that had just bestowed her blessing, until Snape reminded her that it was time to return to the dormitory. She quickly addressed Firenze. "It is getting late, Severus, and I must hurry back. Until we meet again." She waved to the gathering creatures and, taking Snape by the arm, dashed out of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 160, An Unexpected Crossing. From that moment on, their excursions into the forbidden forest became increasingly convenient. Whenever they sought herbs, the small creatures would fetch them for Jinghe. With her lively spirit, she often found herself playing with these creatures, while Snape would assist in managing the aftermath. Yet, he did not mind. Rather, he found such interactions quite delightful. This was a secret shared solely between the two of them, unknown to anyone else. Thus, their third year passed without any suspicion. And Jinghe continued to visit Tom's estate during each long holiday, where she would concoct various alchemical products. She would also share some of her semi-finished products with her friends. Lucius and Narcissa showed particular interest, as they were soon to graduate and bound by their impending marriage contract. They harbored no genuine affection for one another. Yet they could not dismiss the possibility that if they remained childless after years of marriage, their parents might have certain expectations. At that point, they would need to seek external means to conceive a child. They explored alchemy as a viable solution. As their third-year holiday drew to a close, one day, the Syad couple presented their daughter with a beautifully crafted pendant. The pendant featured an hourglass shaped like a butterfly, which was particularly striking. Addis smiled as he explained to Jinghe, "We discovered this necklace during a recent outing. Your mother found it enchanting, and it serves as a time-turner. If used wisely, it may help my beloved daughter attain her desires." Jinghe gazed in delight at the necklace, recognizing its dual purpose as both a time-turner and a stunning piece of jewelry. Familiar with the concept of time-turners, she discreetly experimented with it at the start of the school year, discovering its remarkable efficacy. Occasionally, when pressed for time, she would use the time-turner to reset her schedule, ensuring that all her plans unfolded seamlessly. Now, in her fourth year, Jinghe had matured significantly. At this age, young girls experienced rapid growth, and her appearance seemed to transform weekly. Each time she ventured out, she would catch the lingering gazes of other young wizards, captivated by her visage. This attention left some feeling apprehensive. When they cautiously inquired about such matters, Jinghe would merely look up from her book, bewildered, and respond, "I don't understand why you think that. How could anyone confess to me at this time? You must be imagining things." Those who had mustered the courage to approach her, far from feeling disheartened, found solace in the notion that Jinghe currently harbored no romantic inclinations toward them. However, moments later, they would soon feel dejected again, realizing that she held no interest in them either. At least, for now, they need not worry on that front. Sirius Black's attitude toward Jinghe was a mystery even to himself. He simply knew he cared deeply for her. Normally fearless, he would comply with her wishes whenever she spoke. Fully aware of his feelings for her, Regulus, being rather mature for his age, had already realized his affection for Jinghe by the end of their second year. He liked her. At home, he not only had to shoulder heavy burdens, but also maintain an air of elegance at all times. However, in front of the girl, he could lay down all his burdens and unreservedly become the original Rael once more. These were emotions and feelings he never showed in front of others. He wasn't a fool. He could see from the looks in others' eyes the overwhelming love they couldn't hide. And what about him? Of course, he felt the same. But he clearly knew he had no advantage. The Dark Lord valued Jinghe so highly. And he was also well aware that his own brother liked Jinghe, though his brother himself didn't realize it yet. He felt deeply conflicted. Like a restless teenager with nowhere to vent, he aimlessly scribbled his thoughts in a blank room. He knew that once he came of age, he would inevitably become a member of that group. His arm would eventually bear that mark. He was fully aware that after joining that group, his life would no longer be stable. He might die in a fight a decade or so later, or perhaps tomorrow. So he started a diary, hoping that decades later, if fortune allowed, this diary would be opened by Jinghe herself. But for now, he was still just a third-year wizard. Life continued at its own steady pace. The annual Quidditch House Cup was held once again this year. Jinghe was now the highly sought-after seeker for Slytherin, securing victory after victory for her house. This time, she faced Gryffindor's James and Sirius on the field. Although the three of them were good friends in private, on the pitch, they gave their all with complete seriousness and skill, treating each other as fair opponents. On the field, there were only opponents, no friends. The match was as intense as ever. As soon as the golden snitch was released, Jinghe fixed her eyes on the small golden ball and swiftly chased after it, closely followed by James, the opposing seeker. Below, students from Slytherin and Gryffindor waved their flags, cheering and shouting for their respective teams. Snape never particularly liked such matches. He excelled in all his classes except flying, which he simply couldn't grasp. But since Jinghe was Slytherin's seeker, he never missed a single Slytherin match. Today, he sat right in the middle of the stands, his gaze fixed tightly on the figure soaring freely through the air. She was as dazzling as ever, effortlessly drawing everyone's attention. The tension remained palpable, but no one expected an accident to occur at that very moment. Sirius had been intently dodging the bludgers when the broom beneath him suddenly began to sway uncontrollably. Though Sirius had grown stronger, he still couldn't rein in the wildly bucking broomstick. The broom carried him erratically through the air, disrupting the other players. Some players were accidentally struck on the head due to Sirius's out-of-control broom, and 2 players from opposing houses were even knocked off their brooms, landing on the sandy ground below. Then, the broom wildly charged toward the area where the golden snitch was. Jinghe and James were fiercely chasing the snitch there, so neither noticed Sirius speeding toward them. But the spectators in the stands saw it clearly. They rose to their feet, gasping in shock. Jinghe was intently focused on the golden snitch, reaching out her hand, on the verge of catching it, when a massive collision suddenly struck her side. Her body immediately swayed, and losing her balance, she nearly fell off. But Jinghe reacted quickly, hanging upside down from her broom before managing to flip herself back into a seated position. Meanwhile, the broom beneath Sirius shot toward her again, to avoid being hit. Jinghe dodged left and right, but Sirius could no longer hold on. The prolonged jostling had drained his strength, and his grip on the broom gradually weakened. After a moment, Sirius could no longer hold on and plummeted from his broom. The now riderless broom spiraled wildly through the air, disrupting others until Professor Dumbledore, who had hurried over, managed to stop it. The moment Jinghe saw Sirius falling, she immediately steered her broom downward. Then, just as he was about to hit the ground, she successfully caught him. However, at the moment of impact, their bodies unavoidably collided. For some unknown reason, the butterfly inside the time turner hanging around Jinghe's neck began to spin rapidly. Immediately afterward, as she was still not far from the ground, Jinghe lost control of her broom and plummeted straight down, still holding Sirius in her arms. The moment they fell, the crowd nearby quickly gathered around them. Sirius, cushioned by Jinghe, was largely unharmed, but for some reason, Jinghe had fallen unconscious. Soon after, Professor McGonagall arrived and directed others to carry the unconscious Jinghe and Sirius to the hospital wing. Snape, James, and the others anxiously followed behind. But no one knew why the broom beneath Sirius had suddenly malfunctioned. After Sirius fell, the broom was controlled by Dumbledore, but then suddenly flew off into the Forbidden Forest and disappeared, leaving no one any clue about the cause of the accident. Meanwhile, at the Black family home, Bellatrix glared furiously at a trembling house elf and shouted, "You failed to make that wretch fall to her death. All you did was knock her unconscious. And you even injured someone from the Black family." The house elf didn't understand why, when it was supposed to make Jinghe's broom go out of control. The effect had somehow transferred to Sirius's broom instead. But now, there was no room for excuses. In Bellatrix's eyes, it had no further value. She raised her wand and cast the killing curse at the poor house elf kneeling on the ground. The unfortunate elf, whose family had served the Blacks for generations, vanished from the world. Even after killing the house elf, Bellatrix's rage was not appeased. She sat viciously in her chair, gripping its arms tightly. Her gaze fixed ahead as she muttered madly, "I will kill you." Back at Hogwarts, Jinghe remained unconscious for a long time. Madame Pomfrey examined the girl thoroughly and found nothing seriously wrong, but she couldn't determine the cause of the unconsciousness. She could only let the girl rest in the hospital wing. Others assumed Jinghe had collapsed from exhaustion, but no one expected her to remain unconscious for an entire week. In just that 1 week of unconsciousness, the external situation underwent earth-shattering changes due to this incident. Meanwhile, Jinghe, lying unconscious in bed, suddenly felt a dizzying spin. Before she could react, she found herself sitting on the ground. Where did this take me? Is this still Hogwarts? She looked around in confusion. The surrounding buildings were ancient and plain. The sky was overcast, as if rain was about to fall. People wearing hats and trench coats hurried past. Their clothing didn't resemble modern attire, but rather looked like British fashion from decades ago. It seemed she might have gone back in time. Unbeknownst to her, what had begun as a mere competition had inexplicably hurled her back to England several decades prior. Suddenly struck by a realization, she glanced down at the time turner suspended around her neck. At that moment, the time turner had transformed into a different visage, suggesting that her accidental contact with it had instigated a tumultuous flow of time. Jinghe quickly fished through her pockets, and upon discovering that her belongings, including her wand and some provisions, remained intact, she breathed a sigh of relief, at least securing her survival for the time being. Just as she was preparing to rise and explore her surroundings, a soft and elegant voice resonated behind her. "Hello, perhaps there is something I can assist you with?" Upon hearing the voice, Jinghe turned to find a young man cautiously observing her. He appeared to be around 17 years of age, with tousled brown curls and a slender frame that suggested a certain frailty. His face bore a scattering of freckles, and his clear, bright eyes, while undeniably handsome, were overshadowed by the hunched posture that made him seem somewhat timid, easily allowing his striking features to be overlooked. Jinghe was uncertain whether this individual was a wizard or a muggle. Thus, she warily responded, "Thank you, but I believe I can manage on my own." However, the young man pointed at her attire and said, "I can tell you are a witch, as am I." Following his gesture, Jinghe looked down and realized she was still clad in her Quidditch training uniform from the cup, which explained the peculiar glances she had received from the trench-coated Englishman while seated on the ground. After hearing the young man's explanation, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. After all, having a fellow witch to rely on in this unfamiliar place was a fortuitous stroke of luck. Jinghe stood up, dusted off her clothing, and extended her hand towards the young man, saying, "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jinghe Syed, a fourth-year student from Slytherin at Hogwarts." The young man reciprocated the gesture, gently grasping her hand and softly replying, "I am Newt Scamander, pleased to make your acquaintance. I hail from Hufflepuff." He gave her hand a slight shake before quickly retracting it, then lowered his gaze and added, "Allow me to escort you to change into something more suitable." Jinghe glanced down at her incongruous training outfit, realizing it was indeed inappropriate for the Muggle world, and smiled as she replied, "I truly appreciate your kindness, Newt. May I call you that?" Newt nodded in affirmation and said, "Please, follow me." Before turning to retrieve a suitcase, Jinghe promptly followed his lead. They soon arrived at a secluded area where Newt extended his arm towards her, inquiring, "Are you adept at apparition, Miss Syed?" Jinghe nodded, placing her hand on his arm as she replied, "Of course, you need not call me Syed. Simply Jinghe will suffice." Upon hearing this, Newt nodded and, after a brief moment of composure, activated the apparition. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within a quaint little cabin. Having accompanied Tom, Jinghe was somewhat accustomed to the dizzying sensation, so she felt relatively untroubled. As soon as they landed, Jinghe stood straight and began to survey her surroundings. The small cabin, though modest in size, exuded warmth and coziness. Every piece of furniture was arranged with meticulous care, predominantly in shades of warm browns, creating an inviting atmosphere that felt particularly comforting amid the dreary weather. Newt then instructed her, "Please take a seat while I fetch you some clothing." After saying this, he turned and walked into another room. As Jinghe settled into a chair, she began to ponder the reliability of confiding in this young man about her time-traveling predicament. He seemed earnest and trustworthy, his gaze fixed on a suitcase resting on the table. Jinghe observed the ordinary-looking container. Yet she had noted during their walk that Newt treated it with utmost care, as if it contained something precious. Just as she was lost in thought, Newt hurried back with a selection of garments, having chosen a simple white shirt and trousers from his collection, suitable for her. He quickly approached her, offering the clothing. After expressing her gratitude, Jinghe followed Newt's directions to the washroom, where she changed out of her Quidditch attire, stuffing it into her bag. She felt the remaining galleons in her pocket, reassuring herself that she could repay Newt for the clothing later. Once she emerged from the washroom, wearing the plain white shirt and black trousers, an ensemble devoid of embellishment, Jinghe caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. It was her first experience donning such a simple outfit. Yet the fourth-year girl had blossomed into a striking young woman. She looked lovely regardless of her attire. As she stepped back into the main room, Newt, seated at the table, sprang to his feet, visibly nervous and unsure of where to place his hands. He stammered, "How does it fit?" Jinghe opened her arms and twirled, beaming as she replied, "It fits perfectly. Thank you so much." Newt, witnessing the girl adorned in his clothing, felt a smile break through his earlier anxiety. Recently graduated from Hogwarts, he had found himself embroiled in a series of unfortunate events involving a fictitious magical creature, which had led to accusations against him that threatened his future. Just as he was packing his belongings in resignation, Professor Dumbledore had stepped in to mitigate some of the charges against him and vehemently opposed the school's punitive measures. Although he remained a Hogwarts graduate, he was still permitted to complete his studies. Now, Newt had embarked on a quest to explore the world and discover every magical creature he could find. He had set out from Hogwarts with a determination to locate each creature documented in his books. Little did he know that his journey would begin with the unexpected encounter of a lost young witch. Initially startled, he had been walking along when he spotted a girl seated on the ground, and upon closer inspection, he recognized her familiar attire from the Quidditch matches at Hogwarts, indicating she too was a witch. Observing her more closely, he surmised she had lost her way and was unfamiliar with her surroundings, prompting him to muster the courage to approach her. At first, all he could see were her garments and her lustrous black curls, but when she turned to face him, Newt felt his heart skip a beat. He found her to be the most beautiful girl he had ever laid eyes on. Likely only 4 or 5 years younger than himself, probably a 4th or 5th-year student. Her captivating blue eyes drew him in, compelling him to draw closer. After speaking to the girl, he turned away, yet his heart remained in a state of turmoil. He clutched the box tightly, deriving the security he craved from it. Too apprehensive to glance back at her, though he was acutely aware that she followed closely behind. Initially, he intended to take her to a nearby clothing store to purchase an outfit, but for reasons unbeknownst to him, he inexplicably altered his course. Bringing her directly to his home, to retrieve his own clothes instead. She was undeniably beautiful. No matter what she wore, she radiated charm. And the male attire she donned at that moment accentuated her spirited elegance even further. Newt's heart raced uncontrollably, his usual shyness rendering him increasingly flustered. He found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to engage her in conversation or inquire about her origins and where she called home. Seeing Newt's flustered demeanor elicited a laugh from her. His awkwardness reminded her of Chilo from their second year, who had been similarly tongue-tied and occasionally clumsy in her presence. With her naturally outgoing personality, Jinghe perceived that his willingness to let her wear his clothes indicated a lack of hostility towards her. She could distinctly sense the warm aura of friendship emanating from this man before her, a sentiment she associated with the Hufflepuff house, which she believed embodied integrity and kindness. This Hufflepuff senior radiated such friendliness that it was palpable to anyone in the vicinity. As Jinghe took her seat across from Newt, he gradually settled down as well. Though he remained uncertain about how to begin, observing his discomfort, she took the initiative to speak first. I am a fourth-year student from Slytherin. You must be my senior. Newt. It's a pleasure to meet you. Newt, upon hearing this, quickly responded, I'm equally pleased to meet you. I just graduated from Hogwarts. He paused, scratching his head sheepishly, and added with a smile, actually, I'm not quite a graduate yet. Due to certain circumstances, I'm currently in my 6th year. Jinghe looked at him, surprised. How could a kind and gentle Hufflepuff like you be in a situation like this? It seemed inconceivable to her that a Hufflepuff would engage in behavior that could harm their peers. Sensing her confusion, Newt offered an awkward smile and explained. I've had extensive interactions with magical creatures, leading others to believe that my creatures pose a threat to their safety. He hesitated, waving his hand dismissively with an embarrassed chuckle. Understanding dawned on Jinghe. This Hufflepuff senior was particularly fond of magical creatures, which caused some parents unfamiliar with these beings to perceive a threat to Hogwarts' safety. But how could such charming creatures ever be a danger? She recalled the adorable little animals in the Forbidden Forest that would approach her eagerly, and upon realizing that Newt also cherished magical creatures, she exclaimed, there is nothing harmful about them. Magical creatures are all so endearing. Many failed to comprehend Newt's passion for magical creatures, with the exception of his brother and Dumbledore, as few supported his endeavors in this field. Consequently, when Newt heard Jinghe's enthusiastic words, his excitement surged. Do you also love magical creatures? He asked eagerly. Jinghe nodded vigorously, and, as if a dam had burst, Newt began to speak animatedly. I aspire to write a book about magical creatures, to encourage their protection and observation. Not all magical creatures are dangerous. I believe my dream will someday come true. At this moment, Jinghe suddenly recalled content from her magical creature protection class. Realizing that the author of the book she had studied was none other than Newt Scamander, she tapped her forehead, bemused by her momentarily sluggish memory. Then she remembered the inscription on the title page of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. This book was co-created by myself and Miss Sybil, with hopes that it brings useful advice to the public. Enlightenment washed over her. No wonder her name appeared in the book. She had relied on a time-turner to arrive in this moment, seemingly alongside Newt in the discovery of magical creatures. It all made sense. Everything had been arranged in the shadows. Contemplating the timeline of the book, Jinghe realized she wouldn't be returning anytime soon. Fortunately, she had sufficient funds to sustain herself for a while. According to the book, she should accompany Newt as they traveled to various locations in search of magical creatures. With a smile, she suggested, Are you planning to travel the world in search of magical creatures? Newt gazed at her in astonishment, unsure how she had divined his thoughts. But he nodded affirmatively. Yes, but I intend to start my search within the confines of Britain. Jinghe replied cheerfully, It seems I won't be returning anytime soon. If you don't mind, I could accompany you on your quest. To be honest, magical creatures tend to be drawn to me. Newt, for reasons he could not quite articulate, found himself believing her words, his excitement palpable as he gazed at her. If what she claimed was true, his search for magical creatures would be significantly easier, sparing him the exhaustive effort of searching alone. With no family left besides his brother, who was engrossed in his work at the Ministry of Magic, overwhelmed by a group called the Saints, Newt had ample time to indulge in his passions. This fostered a deep trust in Jinghe, prompting him to gradually open the treasured case he had been safeguarding. As he revealed a stunning green creature, it leapt forth, landing directly in Jinghe's embrace. As a seeker for Slytherin, Jinghe's reflexes were sharp. She instinctively raised her hands to catch the little green creature. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it to be an adorable bowtruckle, a small creature resembling a twig, typically guarding the trees it inhabited. The fact that Newt had managed to coax this little fellow from its territory spoke volumes of his skill. Newt, equally astonished by the scene, recognized the truth in Jinghe's words. She possessed an innate affinity for animals, as evidenced by the bowtruckle's immediate attraction to her. The two engaged in a lengthy discussion about magical creatures, buoyed by the foundation of the book, sharing laughter and joy as they exchanged thoughts. Newt, who had not encountered anyone with a similar interest in magical creatures for a long time, soon set aside his reservations, his earlier awkwardness dissipating. Regarding lodging, Newt swiftly cleared out a room in his modest abode, which comprised 2 bedrooms. Jinghe settled into the room on Newt's left, clad in one of his smaller men's outfits. However, due to the inherent differences in male and female physiques, the clothing still hung a bit loosely on her. Consequently, when Newt caught sight of her emerging from the bathroom in his oversized pajamas, he felt an uncontrollable flush of warmth spread across his cheeks. Due to the girlesque garments being excessively loose, they left much of her shoulders exposed, revealing her fair and delicate skin. He thus lowered his head to greet her before hastily retreating into his bedroom, burying his head beneath the covers to calm his racing heart, leaving behind a bewildered Jinghe, who stood there in a state of confusion. However, such days were not destined to last long. The following day, Jinghe took Newt to the clothing store in Diagon Alley to procure the necessary attire. Considering their future adventures in the forest, Jinghe opted to forego the intricately patterned dresses, favoring instead garments that were simple and practical. After spending a week at home to recuperate and prepare their belongings, the two set off on their journey to explore the magical creatures. All their possessions were stowed away in Newt's expansive suitcase, which boasted ample space for anything they might need, and even included a small room where they could rest if they found themselves without shelter at night. Following the guidance of their current book, they began their search, starting with the simplest of creatures, the Niffler. These small creatures had a penchant for shiny objects. So by placing a pile of glittering items in their path, it wouldn't be long before one would come along to hoard everything into its belly. As anticipated, Jinghe set a heap of gleaming silver sickles in a sunlit spot, and they concealed themselves behind a tree, waiting patiently. It wasn't long before a small, platypus-like creature, cloaked in black fur, stealthily approached the pile, gleefully diving into the shimmering coins and stuffing them into its mouth one by one. Newt and Jinghe quietly maneuvered around the Niffler, waiting for the opportune moment to seize it. Just as they had planned, Newt swiftly caught the creature by its neck, lifting the adorable animal into the air. The Niffler, seemingly dazed, instinctively began to struggle fiercely. Newt remarked, "It appears this little one is alone. I believe I will take it into my suitcase for proper care." He then prepared to scratch the Niffler's belly, intending to extract the coins it had pilfered. At that moment, Jinghe intervened, rummaging through her bag until she unearthed a magical camera. With excitement, Jinghe held up the camera, exclaiming, "From now on, every time you capture a magical creature, I shall take a photograph to commemorate the occasion. You can include these images in your writings later." Newt pondered for a moment and found the idea quite agreeable. He extended his hand to grasp the Niffler by the scruff, while Jinghe raised the camera, positioning it to capture the increasingly docile creature. With one hand securing the Niffler, Newt used his other hand to tickle its belly, causing the shiny coins to tumble down. Jinghe pressed the shutter, immortalizing the moment. Thus, the first illustration in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them was etched in time, remaining unchanged despite subsequent modifications. The Niffler subsequently accompanied Newt and Jinghe on their quest to discover other magical creatures, even forming a friendship with a bowtruckle, though it retained its affinity for shiny objects. Since bringing the little creature along, the pair often found themselves returning the stolen treasures to their rightful owners. Yet, these were mere trifles. Their journey was filled with joy as they encountered a myriad of fascinating creatures, supplementing the knowledge missing from the book. They successfully captured the elusive demiguise, and together tamed the fiercely aggressive Akame. Newt later felt grateful that he had met Jinghe early on, for her innate affinity with animals made their endeavors considerably easier. All the creatures seemed to gravitate towards her, which greatly facilitated their search and capture efforts. After several successful captures, Newt excitedly declared to Jinghe, "If I ever publish a book, I shall inscribe both our names on the title page." Jinghe, wishing to keep her identity a secret to avoid unwanted attention, smiled and replied, "Just write my surname." She then made a shushing gesture, adding, "The reason for not using my full name is a secret." Newt, sensing that Jinghe was concealing something from him, nodded in agreement with her request. As they continued their journey, time flew, and a month passed swiftly. One morning, Jinghe awoke with her heart racing unexpectedly. She instinctively glanced at the time turner she wore around her neck, noticing that the once full hourglass had nearly emptied. She realized she would soon have to return home. This past month had been filled with joy. She had happily sought magical creatures alongside Newt, free from the burdensome social interactions and complex assignments that usually plagued her life. What remained was merely the daily planning of their quests to find elusive magical beasts. Though reluctant to leave, she understood the necessity of returning to her family and friends. Jinghe resolved not to disclose this to Newt, maintaining her playful banter and discussing topics of mutual interest. Newt, unaware of Jinghe's true origins, had initially doubted her claim of having come to this place after quarreling with her parents. It seemed implausible that someone could simply appear out of nowhere. Nevertheless, he viewed Jinghe's arrival as a gift from Merlin, and as the days passed, he found himself increasingly enchanted by her presence. He never imagined that he could fall in love with this girl he had never met before in such a brief span of time, but it was undeniably magical. He had fallen for her at first sight and planned to confess his feelings in the coming days. On the night of the full moon, when the moon calves would emerge, he intended to express his emotions to Jinghe. Aware that he lacked confidence in such matters, he nonetheless believed that once his heart was set on something, he must act upon it, for love was dictated by the heart. Every time he gazed at her, his heart raced with an intensity that conveyed his affection. After several days of waiting in anticipation, they calculated the timing of the next full moon and decided to remain in the forest without returning to the suitcase, patiently awaiting the moment when the sun would set and the moon would rise. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the full moon ascended, they remained hidden behind the trees, their eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. Newt swallowed nervously, hoping for success this time. Jinghe stifled a yawn, feeling increasingly fatigued as the sands in her time turner continued to dwindle. She understood that her return was imminent and secretly prayed for just a little more time to witness this extraordinary event. For the mooncalf's dance was a rare and cherished sight. The moon climbed higher into the sky, casting its luminous glow, and the two remained quietly behind the tree trunk, their gazes fixed ahead. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from afar, followed by the gradual emergence of numerous identical creatures. These enchanting beings, known as moonstruck beasts, were adorned in a delicate shade of gray, their slick bodies and two round, large eyes perched atop their heads. Bathed in the silvery glow of the full moon, they elegantly raised their hind legs, performing an intricate dance. The two observers, Jinghe and Newt, were momentarily entranced. Despite the moonstruck beasts not being particularly aesthetically pleasing, their dance possessed an irresistible allure that captivated their gaze. Jinghe, who had been well received by small creatures in the forbidden forest, had never before encountered the moonstruck beasts, underscoring the shyness of these extraordinary animals. Witnessing such a spectacle was indeed a rare privilege. Newt was the first to break free from the spell of the dance. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and gently nudged Jinghe, who turned to find him retrieving a small box from behind him. With trembling fingers, Newt opened the box to reveal a bracelet made of blue topaz, shimmering brilliantly under the moonlight. Remarkably, it had not been pilfered by the Niffler. Newt had evidently safeguarded it well, Jinghe thought. As Newt delicately withdrew the bracelet from its confines, he turned to Jinghe and said, "This is a gift for you." Jinghe's heart surged with excitement. She had not anticipated receiving a present from Newt and felt unprepared. It seemed she needed to gather herself. Newt, captivated by the girl's radiant smile, momentarily lost his composure, and in a surge of courage, grasped Jinghe's left wrist, his hands still trembling. Yet, with steady determination, he adorned her wrist with the bracelet, as if crowning a blue butterfly. Once the bracelet was secured, Jinghe brought her hand closer, examining it under the moonlight. The blue topaz was intricately carved into the shapes of a butterfly and a rose, reflecting the care and value invested in its creation. "Oh my, did you make this yourself, Newt?" she exclaimed in delight. Newt nodded with a smile, recounting how he had stumbled upon the blue topaz in a small cave during their explorations. The color had reminded him of her eyes, inspiring him to secretly craft the bracelet while she was unaware, eagerly awaiting the moment he could present it to her. Seeing Jinghe's joy at the gift seemed to steady Newt's heart, though he remained somewhat insecure. Lowering his gaze, he mustered the courage to confess. "I know this is quite sudden, but during this past month we've spent together, I've come to deeply care for you, Jinghe. Not in a platonic sense, but in a romantic one. I recognize it may seem absurd to develop such feelings in just a month, yet I assure you that my words are sincere. Please, do not feel pressured by my confession. If you do not reciprocate, we can remain the best of friends." With his eyes closed and head bowed, Newt finished his heartfelt declaration, waiting for a response, but silence lingered. Slowly, he opened his eyes and lifted his gaze, only to find that the girl who had stood before him had vanished. Jinghe was gone. Newt's heart raced uncontrollably as he frantically called out her name, wandering aimlessly and inadvertently disturbing the dance of the moonstruck beasts, sending them scattering in all directions. Yet, despite his desperate search, as the full moon began to wane, Jinghe's figure remained elusive. It was as though she had never existed, as if she were not meant for this time. Weak and defeated, Newt sank to the ground, gazing helplessly at the sky, tears streaming down his cheeks unbeknownst to him. Merlin had granted him a fleeting month, only to reclaim this ephemeral joy, leaving behind a profound loneliness. Chapter 164, The Turbulent Tide of Affection. Upon donning the bracelet, Jinghe felt an overwhelming dizziness, as if she were on the verge of fainting. As she observed the bracelet, she could see the moonlight filtering through her translucent palm, signaling that her return was imminent. She heard Newt's voice. He had begun to speak just as she turned to look at him, but before she could catch his words, she vanished into the forest. Only hearing fragments of his confession, "I know this is quite sudden, but after this month together, Before she could grasp the entirety of his sentiment, she was enveloped by darkness, only to catch a glimmer of light above. Hastily, she moved toward the brightness, and at the moment of contact, she slowly opened her eyes. No longer was she in the familiar confines of her bedroom, but rather in the Hogwarts infirmary. Jinghe blinked, rubbed her eyes, and gradually sat up. Retrieving her wand to check the time, realizing that it was indeed the hour of class, though they were nearing the end. To her astonishment, she discovered she had been unconscious for an entire week. It seemed that while a month had passed in their world, only a week had elapsed at Hogwarts. Stretching languidly in bed, the noise alerted Madame Pomfrey, who hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the girl who had been in a coma awaken filled her with delight. "Oh my goodness, dear. You have finally awakened. Do you know you've been unconscious for a whole week?" Jinghe offered an apologetic smile. "I am so sorry. I never expected to lose consciousness for such an extended period." Madame Pomfrey replied, "Now that you are awake, let me check your health. If all is well, you may be discharged tomorrow. I must inform Professor Dumbledore immediately." Jinghe allowed Madame Pomfrey to examine her, and after a thorough inspection, she declared, "Everything appears to be in order. You are recovering splendidly. You will be able to leave tomorrow." Meanwhile, Dumbledore arrived upon receiving news of her awakening. Sighing in relief at the sight of the girl, who was alert and in good spirits, he remarked, "It is wonderful to see you awake. Your parents and friends have been quite worried about you." Jinghe smiled and replied, "I understand. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I will write to my parents when I am discharged." Dumbledore nodded kindly and added, "Then rest here for a while. Your friends have been visiting you daily and should be arriving shortly." As he looked upon the girl's recovery, Dumbledore felt an immense sense of gratitude. The day after Jinghe fell unconscious, news had reached him about Tom's increasingly reckless actions, which had brought him considerable distress. Tom was desperate to enter Hogwarts to see the unconscious Jinghe, but given his current state, Dumbledore would not permit him entry. Consequently, Dumbledore had been overwhelmed, balancing the safety of Hogwarts while addressing the various troubles caused by Tom outside. Thankfully, with Jinghe awake, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that Tom would soon receive the news of her recovery. As the entirety of Slytherin served as his eyes and ears, after Dumbledore finished speaking, he comforted the girl briefly before turning to leave. As he had a multitude of pressing matters to address, Jinghe found herself missing her dear friends. Although it seemed to them that she had merely been unconscious for a week, it had already been a month since she last saw them. As classes ended, the quiet corridor erupted with the cheerful chatter of young wizards. Logically, the infirmary, situated far from the classrooms, should not have been so noisy. Yet ever since Jinghe fell into her coma, waves of young wizards had been visiting to see the girl in slumber. Today, the familiar faces of the 5 Gryffindor students and Snape from Slytherin arrived, undeterred by the constant jibes exchanged between Snape and Sirius. Despite their differences, they all found themselves drawn to visit the unconscious girl at the same time each day. As the 5 young wizards entered the infirmary, they instinctively lowered their voices, slowly making their way to the curtained bed that belonged to Jinghe. When they expected to find her still in a deep slumber, they were instead greeted by the sight of the girl, now beaming and sitting up in bed, gazing at them. Lily was the first to erupt with joyous exclamations. "Oh my goodness, darling, you're finally awake." She rushed over to grasp Jinghe's hand. "You know, dear, you've been asleep for an entire week. We came to see you every day. It seems Merlin has heard our prayers, and you've finally awakened today." With a smile, Jinghe embraced Lily, saying, "It's all right. I'm awake now. No need to worry. Madame Pomfrey assured me I'm quite healthy." After the initial shock, Sirius hesitated, grappling with emotions he had never experienced before. The moment Jinghe fell into her coma, he had been engulfed by an unprecedented wave of panic. It felt as though a deafening roar had filled his ears, and for the week that followed, he had been unable to focus on anything other than her condition. Even the howling letters from Walburga barely registered with him. All his thoughts were consumed by Jinghe. For the first time in his life, he found himself praying to Merlin for her revival. Thank Merlin, she was awake. When Sirius saw the smiling girl looking at him, his heart surged with an exhilarating tumult, akin to 100 butterflies fluttering within his chest. "My heart, filled with butterflies for you, sends forth the message that my love remains eternal and unchanging." Despite his impulsive nature, Sirius recognized that his feelings transcended mere friendship. He understood that the moment she reached out to him, he had truly fallen in love with the girl who had been interwoven in the fabric of his life since he was 9 years old. The bond they formed at that age was something he could never untangle, a butterfly knot that would remain forever knotted. As Sirius stood in hesitation, Snape hurried over, silently positioning himself before the girl without uttering a word. His overwhelming longing surged forth like a tidal wave. Jinghe smiled and tugged at Snape's sleeve, reassuring him. "I'm awake now, no need to worry, Severus." Snape fumbled with his lips, yearning to say something, yet ever since he had come to terms with his own feelings, he had never uttered a single harsh word to the girl before him. "You are the treasure I hold close to my heart, cherished and preserved, forever glowing solely for me." Lupin rushed to Jinghe's bedside, having been concerned for her from the very beginning. Despite his own insecurities regarding his condition, she had never regarded him as anything but normal. She was the bright moon in his heart, eternally suspended in the sky, his everlasting salvation. Lupin was acutely aware that his feelings for her surpassed that of an ordinary friend. He loved her, yearning to embrace that radiant moon, wishing for her light to shine solely for him. "I long to cradle the moon," fully aware of the perils in the journey. Even Peter, who was usually timid, returned to the girl's bedside, his anxiousness palpable. He appeared far more mature than the other three, having grown up alongside his mother and been exposed to a myriad of stories. He perceived Jinghe as the pure-hearted heroine of a novel, while he felt like just an inconsequential character in the grand narrative. The fates of such characters typically led to falling for the protagonist, yet in reality, there were no protagonist privileges. Peter experienced a profound infatuation with Jinghe. He recognized that he lacked exceptional looks, a perfect lineage, or remarkable talents. He was merely a character who had been brushed aside by the author, leaving no lasting impression. Yet he was unwilling to accept being an ordinary individual, relegated to the background. He desired to claim the radiance that was Jinghe for himself, emerging from the shadows like a transformed creature. As the 5 young wizards chattered excitedly around the girl, the previously drawn curtains were suddenly pulled back, revealing Lucius and Narcissa. Upon arriving after their meal, they had heard the animated voices at Jinghe's bedside. Initially, they frowned at the noise, but then realized that such commotion indicated that the girl had awakened. They quickly parted the curtains and, upon confirming her consciousness, sighed in relief. What wonderful news! This would satisfy their master. Tom, upon learning that Jinghe had fallen into a coma while saving Sirius, was consumed with rage. Unable to access Hogwarts to eliminate Sirius directly, he redirected his fury toward Bellatrix and Walburga. He seethed, "Don't let me discover who interfered with her." With the absence of concrete news about Jinghe, Tom accelerated his efforts to find a way into Hogwarts. Lucius observed the girl before him, uncertain of when he had begun to notice her. He realized that whenever he faced a dilemma, it was Jinghe who occupied his thoughts, leading him to acknowledge that his feelings for her were more than mere friendship. Initially, Lucius had merely wished to befriend her, captivated by her extraordinary intellect, but he soon found himself ensnared in a deeper emotional labyrinth. She was not a mire. She was a crystal-clear lake, and Lucius willingly submerged himself within its depths. Narcissa, upon recognizing her feelings for Jinghe, found herself in a tumultuous conflict. She knew it was wrong, that she should treat the girl merely as a friend. Yet, she could not resist the urge to draw closer to Jinghe. Whenever Narcissa felt overwhelmed, a glance at Jinghe would bring her solace. She held little interest in her so-called fiancé. Her heart was captured solely by the girl, the one who smiled at her amidst the crowd, holding daffodils aloft as a gift. The intertwining of daffodils and roses concealed a secret yearning, destined to remain in the shadows. When Tom received news of Jinghe's awakening, the tempest of his wrath finally began to subside, and the trembling Death Eaters exhaled in relief. Tom set the letter down, his gaze coldly fixed ahead. Ultimately, Dumbledore had denied him entry into Hogwarts. It mattered not, he would wait. The initiative rested firmly in Tom's hands, for his sister would eventually remain by his side. We all yearn to possess the most exquisite rose in the world, yet we often forget that roses bear thorns. Such domineering possession is destined to yield nothing but bloodied hands and withering blooms. Chapter 165, Animagus. After awakening, Jinghe resumed her 4th-year curriculum in a methodical manner, continuing her studies at Tom's estate during the summer break. At last, during the holiday following the conclusion of the 4th year, Tom was granted the pleasure of reuniting with the girl he had longed for. In the quiet of the night, he would often lean gently beside the slumbering Jinghe, observing the girl as she blossomed, his desires intensifying with each passing moment. At this juncture, Jinghe had entered her 5th year. During the summer, she had attended the grand union of the Malfoy and Black families, an event hastily arranged as Lucius and Narcissa had just graduated. Tom accompanied Jinghe as her partner for the evening. unaware of the unspoken thoughts that lingered in Lucius and Narcissa's hearts. Yet, when Jinghe, brimming with joy, congratulated them and recited their wedding vows, the smiles of the seemingly blissful couple revealed a hint of bitterness. Everyone believed this to be a flawless marriage, a union of equally prestigious lineages, comparable talents, and perfect compatibility. But ultimately, the true essence of their compatibility seemed known only to the two at the center of the discourse. Jinghe swiftly became a fifth-year witch. Yet as young witches and wizards grew, she began to uncover issues she had previously overlooked. She noted that every full moon, Lupin consistently vanished for 2 days. It seemed that his 3 friends were aware of the reason, yet whenever Jinghe inquired, they skillfully diverted the topic. By her 5th year, Jinghe's talents had reached a level sufficient for graduation, and she resolved to challenge herself with more advanced magic. She aspired to become a qualified animagus. Professor McGonagall, the only faculty member with a legal animagus registration, was approached by Jinghe in the middle of her 5th year, clutching a book. Upon learning of the girl's intentions, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but chuckle, recalling the last time Jinghe had sought to learn, during her 5th year, when her animagus form had been strikingly beautiful. The requirements for becoming an animagus are intricate. One must hold a sprig of mandrake in their mouth for an entire month, collect the cocoons of the shrieking moth, and gather various other materials to conduct precise experiments. Only upon completing all these steps can one successfully transform during a thunderstorm. Thus, for the next 2 months, Jinghe spent the first month with the mandrake in her mouth, and after completing the subsequent steps, awaited the arrival of a storm. Each dawn and dusk, she would point her wand at her heart and recite the incantation. Finally, one Sunday, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, heralding the impending storm. Jinghe kept her animagus endeavors a secret from everyone, even Snape. If she succeeded in transforming, she would gain access to untold secrets. As the storm approached, Jinghe felt a second heartbeat within her. Hastily, she sought an isolated spot, directing her wand towards her heart. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. Upon completing the incantation, she tilted her head back and drank her potion, feeling the tension and strength of another heartbeat resonating from her chest as her body began to change. Soon, she realized her form was shrinking, her perspective shifting upward, and her body becoming increasingly light. With an instinctual flutter, she understood that her animagus form was that of a butterfly. She quickly flapped her wings, escaping the tumultuous weather. For a butterfly's survival in a storm is far from assured. She flew to the nearest house, where she caught a glimpse of her reflection in a mirror, revealing her transformation into a stunning blue butterfly, a perfect match for her wrist. Meanwhile, in another secluded area, the infamous trio of Gryffindor's marauders were engaged in their own intense practice of the animagus spell. True to their reputation, they possessed remarkable talent. In a single attempt, each managed to transform into their respective animagus forms. Sirius became a black dog, James morphed into a stag, while Peter, concealed in the underbrush, transformed into a small, unremarkable rat. Their urgency to achieve animagus status stemmed from their best friend Lupin, who was a werewolf, transforming each full moon. In their quest to accompany their dear friend, they diligently practiced the challenging animagus transformation, simply to stand by Lupin's side. As James put it, this was merely a trivial furry issue. Despite the discrimination Lupin faced due to his lycanthropy, he had never experienced such prejudice or betrayal since befriending his loyal companions. The gravity of his condition seemed to diminish in the presence of friendship. Jinghe understood that returning to her original form after her inaugural transformation into a butterfly would require immense determination and resolve. Otherwise, she risked losing herself to the process. Approximately an hour later, she diligently followed Professor McGonagall's guidance to revert to her true self. Filled with joy at her successful accomplishment after just one attempt, she decided to delay reporting her achievement until adulthood. At last, another full moon night arrived, and Jinghe's curiosity about Lupin's activities on such evenings grew. Thus, she transformed into her animagus form and soared into the night in search of secrets. Midway through her flight, she spotted a group of shadowy figures stealthily exiting the school, heading toward the Whomping Willow. Intrigued, Jinghe followed them, wondering what the marauders intended to do as curfew approached. She flapped her wings and trailed behind, witnessing the 4 enter a concealed chamber beneath the tree. To her astonishment, she discovered that the seemingly ordinary young wizards had transformed into their respective animal forms, Sirius leading as a dog, James as a stag, and Peter as a rat. Jinghe recognized that they had not consumed any transformation potion. Their shapes were indeed their true animagus forms. As the moon rose high in the sky, Lupin sat quietly on his bed, awaiting the full moon's arrival. When the moment struck, he writhed in pain, gradually transforming into a fearsome werewolf. Jinghe was taken aback by the revelation. The werewolf would not attack an animagus, Lupin, in his wolfish form, sensed no living presence nearby, and thus was merely in a state of frenzy. His 3 steadfast friends encircled him, striving to keep him calm as he grappled with his transformation. At that moment, Jinghe finally comprehended the origin of the scars on Lupin's face. She realized that they were not the mere result of a dog's bite, but rather the marks left by a werewolf's claws. Jing watched as Lupin transitioned from a state of fury to the exhaustion that followed the full moon, her heart resolute in her determination to enhance the wolfsbane potion. Consequently, Snape regarded the girl with bemusement, surprised by her fervent interest in improving the potion for werewolves. Although he was curious, he chose to remain silent. Recognizing the depth of her passion and sharing a similar intrigue regarding the subject of werewolves. Following a successful experiment, Jing presented the refined potion to Lupin, who gazed at the vial in astonishment, realizing that his well-guarded secret had been uncovered by her. However, to his surprise, Jing did not divulge this knowledge. Instead, she collaborated with Snape to create a potion that would help him control his transformations. What to do? He found himself liking her even more. As the 5th year drew to a close, Lily and James had become the quintessential couple in Gryffindor, with James orchestrating an extravagant declaration of love for the girl of his dreams. Over the past 5 years, Lily and James had proven to be the perfect partners. Their synergy remarkable, embodying the essence of soulmates. During the grand confession in their 5th year, Lily triumphantly accepted a bouquet of lilies from James, officially becoming his girlfriend. Snape observed his childhood friend finding happiness. Though he held little admiration for the boy, he still congratulated Lily on her newfound joy. As for Snape, his own happiness would remain elusive for many years to come. Chapter 166, Restoration of Memories. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, the 5th year students were preparing to graduate from the academy. Jing was on the cusp of becoming a graduate herself. Having achieved outstanding academic success and garnered much affection from her peers, she considered her educational journey to be immensely enjoyable. Meanwhile, Snape and Quirrell, having been introduced to the Death Eaters by Lucius, successfully joined their ranks in their 5th year, believing that being part of this group might bring them closer to Jing. Snape felt the need to grow stronger to protect those he cherished. They concealed their membership so well that even Jing remained unaware of their involvement. She only knew of their close ties with Lucius, while Regulus naturally became the next in line to bear the Black family's mark. As for young Barty, he too engaged in a clandestine transaction one fateful night, successfully acquiring the serpent-like insignia entwined with a butterfly. After gathering his courage, Sirius intended to confess his feelings to Jing at graduation, yet each time he attempted to speak, he was interrupted by trivial matters, even finding himself in the infirmary on one occasion. Upon graduation, Jing received numerous love letters, but she had no desire for romance. She yearned only to further her family's legacy and take over the enterprises left by her parents. Thus, she publicly declared her intention to remain unattached to any wizard until the age of 25, a proclamation that shattered the hopes of many young wizards, including those from Gryffindor and Slytherin who were eager to pursue her. After graduating, Jing successfully assumed the prosperous enterprises cultivated by the Sia family over the years, which now flourished remarkably. She devoted herself to her family's business and paid little attention to the whereabouts of her friends post-graduation. Meanwhile, Tom had learned of Jing's graduation from Hogwarts and began to execute his plans without restraint. Following their graduation, James and Lily held a grand wedding, which Jing naturally attended. As she sat in the audience, moved to tears by James' poetic tributes to his bride, she remained blissfully unaware of the competition brewing among the men vying for the 2 empty seats beside her. Since Jing took over the Sia family, Tom found himself with a more legitimate reason to approach her. Whenever he witnessed her joy at achieving success, he too felt elated, for his ambition was nearing fruition. He envisioned leading her and his followers toward a more prosperous and powerful wizarding world. As time passed, Lily became pregnant, and Jing joyfully brought gifts, gently caressing Lily's belly and declaring her desire to be the child's godmother, while Sirius quickly claimed the role of godfather, as if this would allow him to be closer to her. However, far away at Malfoy Manor, Tom's mood darkened upon hearing this news, as he had recently received a prophecy foretelling that a child born in July would defeat him. Absurd. How could anyone hope to vanquish him? He had fragmented his soul countless times simply to attain immortality alongside his sister. Jing was aware of Tom's machinations in the wizarding world, but felt powerless to dissuade him. What right did she have to counsel him? Ultimately, she was merely seen as a competent partner in his eyes. Despite having previously attempted to reason with Tom, she found that each time she did, a strange red light flickered in his eyes as he uttered incomprehensible reassurances. "Do not worry, sister. Everything will be all right. Trust me." When had she become his sister? Jing dared not voice such concerns, fearing that her words might provoke Tom into committing even more irrational acts. thus branding herself as a pariah in the wizarding world. Therefore, she only offered counsel within reasonable limits. Months passed, and James and Lily's child was born in July. Dumbledore, having heard of the prophecy, promptly informed James to ensure that the newborn boy and his wife remained sheltered in a secure location, casting powerful concealment charms. Jinghe remained unaware of the events surrounding the July birth, as those privy to the information seemed to have conspired to keep it hidden. Consequently, when she attempted to reach out to her friends, she received no responses. An inexplicable unease settled within her, yet Snape had previously written to assure her, "It's nothing. Just give it a few days. No need to worry." For reasons unknown, Jinghe found herself inundated with work recently, and under the circumstances, she was too preoccupied to consider her friends. Meanwhile, in a concealed room unnoticed by others, the four marauders, along with Lily and the newborn Harry, gathered. As long as the secret keeper remained silent, no one would uncover their whereabouts. Initially, James intended for Sirius to be the secret keeper, but Peter, usually quiet, spoke up. "Everyone knows your relationship, so if Sirius is the secret keeper, he will attract more attention. If I'm the secret keeper, they will pay less attention to me." After pondering this, James deemed the suggestion viable and entrusted the role of secret keeper to Peter, unaware that this act of misplaced trust would lead to irrevocable consequences. At the very moment Peter assumed the role of the secret keeper, he lowered his head, and a dangerous glimmer flickered in his eyes, an intensity of peril he had never before exhibited. He had become the secret keeper, and soon he would obtain Jinghe. He had promised that once he secured this identity and achieved merit, he would be recommended to Jinghe. Perhaps the overwhelming desires and affections clouded his judgment, allowing him to easily believe such a feeble deception. This evening, while Jinghe was engrossed in her work, her heart began to race inexplicably. For a fleeting instant, she sensed that something significant had transpired, yet she could not grasp it. She set down the documents in her hands, unsteadily rose to pour herself a cup of tea, but suddenly lost her balance, colliding headfirst with the corner of the table. This minor impact seemed to unlock the gates to a new realm. A torrent of fragmented memories surged into her mind like a tumultuous sea. It took her quite a while to sift through the chaotic influx of memories. Once she assimilated them, she grimaced as she stood up, rubbing her head. "Damn it, is this how we're playing it?" Just as Jinghe fell, she awakened memories of her past lives, finally understanding the profound sense of familiarity she felt upon encountering Tom and Abraxas, and why Tom occasionally lost control and referred to her as his sister. Damn it, Jinghe's head throbbed even more. Where were the promised memories? With aspirations to alter the course of the narrative, she found herself here, unexpectedly bereft of her original memories, as all the storylines galloped away like wild horses. Her arrival had altered the very fabric of history like the flutter of a butterfly's wings. Suddenly, she recalled why her workload had surged recently and why she had not seen Harry since Lily's child was born. Everything began to make sense. No wonder her heart raced today. If she was not mistaken, tonight marked a pivotal turning point of death. Once this night passed, all stories would inevitably return to their original trajectory, and she was reluctant to be that butterfly, yet felt compelled to do so. Her presence was a unique blessing from the heavens, and if she failed to instigate any change, perhaps she would harbor regrets. Chapter 167. Death is not the end. Forgetfulness is. Unbeknownst to her, she had no idea where James' room was concealed, so she hurriedly rushed to the only place she knew, Neville's parents' house. In a small room at that moment, Neville lay peacefully asleep in his crib, while his parents stood vigil with wands raised, facing the robed wizards approaching. It seemed Tom held this July-born child in high regard, having dispatched Bella and little Barty. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Snape silently merged with the night, observing. He never considered his actions to be wrong. As long as Jinghe remained unharmed, that was all that mattered to him. He merely wished to grow stronger to protect that girl. However, Snape would not act until the final moment. He would not allow her to perceive him as a monster stained with blood. Thus, he resolutely refrained from taking a life until the very end. Little Barty's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, evidently pleased with his successful manipulation of Peter. He found it amusing that the fool actually believed him. How could such a precious treasure be bestowed upon a wretched rat? Bella, observing the Lombard couple with their wands drawn, laughed heartily and raised her wand high. To die for the Dark Lord is your honor. While Bella's magic could barely contend with the couple, Barty's involvement escalated the conflict's intensity. The couple not only had to fend off the attacks, but also protect the child in the cradle, making the situation increasingly arduous. Seizing the moment, Bella unleashed a killing curse, narrowly missing the Lombard couple before several more spells erupted from her wand. From a distance, Jinghe hastily cast a protective charm, but was taken aback as the madwoman disregarded her own physical condition, draining her life force to unleash multiple killing curses. Jinghe could only resist as best as she could, but ultimately, Much of the residual energy affected the Lombard couple, rendering them unconscious rather than the stupor depicted in the original narrative. Seeing them lying on the ground, Jinghe sighed with relief. She had finally altered part of the plot. Whenever they awoke would be up to them. Neville was, after all, a child loved by his parents. Subsequently, Jinghe conjured a piercing curse directed at Bella, who was caught off guard by the presence of another in the room, writhing on the floor in pain. Jinghe relentlessly unleashed several more piercing curses, ultimately knocking Bella unconscious. Her gaze then turned coldly toward little Barty, who, upon Jinghe's arrival, hastily tucked away his wand. Taken aback by her unexpected presence, he hurried over, feigning a familiar smile, stammering, "Senior, what are you doing here?" Without hesitation, Jinghe reciprocated with a luxurious gift of a piercing curse, which caused him to curl up on the floor in agony, yet he remained silent, defiantly raising his head to gaze at Jinghe, who stood before him devoid of expression. Then, as if sensing something, Jinghe waved her wand, revealing Snape. At the moment of exposure, Snape's heart skipped a beat. Initially startled by the sight of the girl approaching, he had intended to slip away unnoticed, but was caught just before he could escape. Jinghe's icy stare bore into her old friend. "Did you tell him the prophecy, Severus?" This time, Snape was truly innocent. Due to Jinghe's appearance, he bore no particular animosity toward James. His affiliation with the Death Eaters was merely a means to gain strength to protect her. The prophecy had been divulged to Tom by Bella, who lay unconscious on the ground. Snape was uncertain whether Jinghe would believe him. He merely shook his head in silence. Upon seeing Snape shake his head, Jinghe realized she had altered the original narrative, having aided Snape in their youth. He had not become the obstinate figure who harmed those he cherished, as depicted in the original story. However, with her restored memories, Jinghe certainly understood the true nature of the Death Eaters. Snape's participation in this assassination endeavor undoubtedly harbored his own intentions. No one was innocent, and no one could escape unscathed. Jinghe extended her wand towards Snape. "This is my final act of trusting you, Severus." She then uttered the incantation, Sectum Sempra. Upon hearing the incantation, Snape's typically impassive face revealed a surge of emotions. This was the spell he had created in 5th year, the one he had taught Jinghe. As the spell struck before him, Snape anticipated a searing pain, but to his astonishment, the obsidian necklace he had always worn absorbed the attack. The very gem he had vowed to protect shattered under the spell's onslaught, much like his heart. Jinghe put away her wand and resumed her usual expression, smiling as she said to Snape, "Severus, I know you've always been my best friend, but my best friend shouldn't be like this. This is the first time I've attacked you, and it will be the last. From now on, we're even." After hearing this, Snape tried to speak urgently, but he saw the girl transform into a blue butterfly and fly away without another moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Barty Crouch Jr., lying on the ground, watched Snape's pained expression and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "Huh? Who would have thought? Our potions master is actually a lovesick fool. Ha ha ha." Snape glanced coldly at Barty Jr., lying on the ground, then stepped forward without hesitation and kicked him. He then said coldly, "Let's go. Take that woman's body. I assume you know what to say." Barty Jr. stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and lifted Bellatrix's body before leaving. This time, they had both reached a silent agreement. The Dark Lord must never know that Jinghe had been there, at the manor where James was. Jinghe was frantically rushing over. She didn't know why, but that scene had inexplicably appeared in her mind. She hurried as fast as she could to James's manor, but she was still one step too late. What greeted her eyes were broken walls and wreckage. Fluttering her wings, she moved inside. The once warm little room was gone, replaced by remnants of battle. And James, who had spoken with Jinghe not long ago, now lay lifeless in the hallway. His hand was still raised in a defensive posture, clutching his wand, as if trying to protect his wife and child. She had arrived too late. Meanwhile, in the nursery, Lily now lay lifeless before Tom. Tom's breathing grew increasingly rapid, his eyes burning with intensity. He was almost there. As long as he killed the boy, the prophecy would be broken, and ultimate victory would be his. Standing outside the nursery door, Jinghe transformed from her animagus form back into a human. Just as she was about to rush in, she saw Tom raise his wand and unleash a jet of green light toward Harry in the crib. Knowing the original storyline, Jinghe was well aware that after this green light, Tom would fall into a deep sleep for 11 years. But the memories from her previous life, combined with seeing the green light rebounding, triggered an instinctive physical reaction. She threw herself in front of Tom. Tom did not understand love, but Jinghe loved her brother. She knew he was wicked and cruel, but at that moment, she still followed her body's instinct to block the attack for her brother one last time. She took the fatal killing curse meant for him. After casting the curse, Tom waited eagerly for the child's death. But unexpectedly, by some mysterious magic, the killing curse meant for the boy rebounded straight toward him. The speed was too fast. Before Tom could even react, The green light shot directly at him. Just as Tom struggled futilely, he suddenly felt himself embraced by a familiar rose-scented figure. Tom's heart lurched violently, more intensely than the moment he had realized death was coming. Then, Tom witnessed the scene he least wanted to see. His sister, the one he most cherished and longed to protect, collapsed once more into his arms. Trembling, Tom reached out to touch his sister. His heart felt as though it were being torn apart, the pain so severe that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sister he had sworn to protect with his life, the sister he wished to spend eternity with, had fallen before him once again. He would never hear his sister call him brother again. The last time, he had watched others kill his sister. This time, he had killed her with his own hands. At this moment, Jinghe lay quietly in Tom's arms as if she were merely asleep. Tom's eyes gradually turned crimson. His already unstable mind, fractured from splitting his soul, erupted completely. He frantically waved his wand, unleashing curses in a frenzy of grief and rage, unable to accept that his sister had lost her life once again. His wand shot curses wildly. Tom stared at the boy crying in the crib, his vision now clouded by hatred. He had forgotten what had just transpired. Without a second thought, he fired another killing curse at the boy. As expected, due to his fragmented soul, Tom's body disintegrated in the room, leaving only 3 cold corpses and a scar on the boy's forehead. Peter, hiding in the shadows, saw the girl die and instantly fell into utter despair. He couldn't believe that she had died so easily, but the cowardly and timid Peter lacked the courage to bear such immense pain. Just as he tried to turn and flee, he saw Sirius, eyes blazing with fury, rushing toward him from not far away. Sirius had witnessed the moment Voldemort killed Jinghe. He knew Peter had betrayed James by revealing their location. Enraged, he raised his wand, intent on killing the traitor. But to his surprise, the usually timid Peter reacted swiftly. He severed his own little finger and created a massive explosion. The blast affected the surrounding muggles, killing over a dozen. Sirius, standing silently amid the wreckage, became the scapegoat the Ministry of Magic needed. Until the moment he was imprisoned. Sirius couldn't believe that a friend he'd gotten along with so well at Hogwarts would betray James based on that man's information. Every day after being imprisoned, Sirius longed for revenge. This desire sustained him through his life in Azkaban. And what of Regulus? After receiving his mission, he secretly went to the lake's depths without telling anyone. He didn't know if he would return, but he had discovered Tom's secret. So he switched the locket, placing the fake one at the bottom of the lake and leaving a letter inside. To the Dark Lord, by the time you read this, I will be dead. But I want you to know that I discovered your secret. I have taken the real Horcrux and will destroy it as soon as possible. I face death willingly, so that when you meet your match, you will be nothing but a mortal man. I ask my beloved to forgive me. I may never see her again. But if this letter reaches her, tell her I loved her. Because Snape had been occupied with the arranged events, he didn't go to James's house immediately. Thus, he later learned that the explosion hadn't only claimed James and Lily. Jinghe, for some reason, had also fallen near Harry. This was what Dumbledore later explained. Dumbledore, too, had arrived too late. When he arrived, he saw not only the bodies of James and Lily, but also Jinghe, who had returned twice. Awaited twice, lying with closed eyes on the cold floor. The moment Dumbledore saw her, words failed to describe his feelings. His best friend, he had watched her die 3 times. Helpless each time, Dumbledore, hailed as one of the greatest wizards in the magical world, could not save his own comrade. The news of Jinghe's death was announced by Dumbledore to everyone. When the Sead couple received the news of their daughter's passing, they collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Unable to fathom that their daughter, who had leaned on their shoulders and laughed just yesterday, had now closed her eyes forever. With a heavy heart, Dumbledore revealed to the Seads the secret of their daughter. Initially, they had hoped to muster the strength to await their daughter's return. But they did not realize that the years of her schooling had taken a toll on their own health, leading to their rapid decline. Tom was no longer on their side. In their final moments, clinging to a flicker of hope tinged with despair, they placed their bets on a witch from Huaxia and a family of mixed-blood wizards, entrusting them with all their wealth. They concocted a story, fabricating an inheritance left to them by the grandfather of the male wizard. A significant portion of that fortune remained in Gringotts, while the other half accompanied the 2 wizards back to Huaxia. When Lucius and Narcissa heard the news of the girl's demise, disbelief flickered in their eyes. They had never imagined that the remarkably gifted young witch would meet her end at the tender age of 22. They struggled to accept this harsh reality, descending into an unprecedented state of despair, experiencing a pain that transcended words, a sorrow that pierced their very souls. During that tumultuous time, they spiraled into self-destruction, only to discover that the remnants of Tom, who should have perished, had not vanished. With relentless determination, they ultimately succeeded in using alchemy to bring forth a child, a perfect blonde boy who epitomized the Malfoy legacy, instantly recognizable as the heir of the Malfoy family. Severus Snape could scarcely believe that the girl he had cherished for so long, the object of his affections, had forever closed her eyes. In a fit of despair, he clutched her lifeless body and wept, unable to fathom the arduous days that lay ahead. In his grief, he acquiesced to Dumbledore's request to become the potions master at Hogwarts, contingent upon certain established conditions. Initially, he intended to refuse. Without Jinghe, life seemed devoid of meaning. His obsidian heart had shattered, leaving only a string of beads, and in that moment, he longed to depart this world alongside her. However, Dumbledore sought him out, stating, "This child is the one James, Lily, and Jinghe have always protected. That person has not disappeared. He needs you, Severus." What transpired in their conversation remains shrouded in mystery. But ultimately, Snape returned from the brink and assumed his role as the potions master at Hogwarts, though his face would thereafter bear no trace of a smile. Little Barty, in the wake of Jinghe's loss, succumbed to madness. He personally ensured Bella was imprisoned, yet upon entering the prison, he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Finally dead. Dead, ha ha ha." In a subsequent trial, Barty was exposed and imprisoned as well. His father had hoped to spare him by having his mother take his place, but at the last moment, Barty withstood his father's soul-draining curse, entering that dark, sunless cell as a form of penance. The rose of the Sead family withered, and her wand was returned to Ollivander's wand shop, awaiting the next patron. All who knew the truth humbly beseeched the heavens for mercy, hoping to grant their butterfly new life. I pray to the heavens, seeking Merlin's compassion, imploring divine protection, that I may encounter you once more, my beloved. Chapter 168. The affection of the child era. Jinghe remembered nothing, save for the fleeting sensation of the green light striking her. Initially a mere twinge of pain that swiftly dissipated. She felt dazed, as though adrift in a small vessel upon a tumultuous sea, rising and falling with the waves. Desperately, she sought to grasp the thread of life that eluded her, just as despair threatened to consume her. She heard voices calling her name, gentle whispers that seemed to emanate from afar. With great effort, she attempted to rise, as though propelled by an unseen force, only to stumble toward the water. She yearned to wield her wand and float, yet found it inexplicably absent from her grasp. Plunging into the depths, the suffocating pressure surrounded her, and she fought to break the surface for air. Straining her eyes, she noticed a glimmer of light in the murky waters not far away. She pushed aside the strands of hair obscuring her vision and swam toward the beacon. After what felt like an eternity, she finally reached the light. With determination, she dove in, and in the next instant, her eyes flew open as she bolted upright, gasping for breath, her hands trembling with the exhilaration of survival. As she folded her hands together, striving to steady her quivering limbs, she caught sight of a blue topaz bracelet on her wrist, something she had never possessed before, yet now seemed to anchor her to reality. It dawned on her that what she had just endured was not a dream, but a tangible experience in an alternate world. Once more, she had succumbed to the killing curse long before her 30th year. Rubbing her temples, she couldn't help but chuckle at her predicament. 3 chances. 3 failures to live beyond 30, all succumbing to the same fate. However, upon recovering her memories from the previous 3 lives, she recalled the words of the little bundle before her reincarnation. It was not once, but 4 times. The little one, newly appointed, had successfully withheld the memories of her previous 3 lives before sending her back. Reflecting on the friends she had cherished and the family she had loved, she thought of a phrase she had encountered in modern society, white moonlight, though it felt somewhat misplaced. Her myriad experiences and their enduring memories left her pondering whether her friends would feel a pang of sorrow at her forgetfulness, if they truly cherished her. Oh dear, I have truly become their white moonlight. The thought made her chuckle softly in self-admiration. Indeed, she had become a beacon of friendship. Through 4 cycles of existence, she had encountered many friends and gleaned countless insights, making her journey worthwhile. As Jinghe lost herself in contemplation, the curtain that had long separated her from the outside world was suddenly drawn back. After so many encounters, the white curtains of the infirmary had remained unchanged through the passage of time. She looked up to see who had entered, only to find Severus Snape, expressionless, parting the curtain while holding a potion. However, upon seeing the girl awake in bed, his furrowed brow relaxed momentarily before he stepped inside and pulled the curtain closed behind him, saying, "It is good to see you awake, but your condition requires further observation. You have been fainting too frequently of late." Jinghe couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Snape, who was trying to maintain his professor demeanor. "Severus, I never expected your potions to taste so much better." Indeed, Snape had improved the flavor of his potions, rendering them far more palatable. When he heard her familiar words, he nearly fumbled the potion he held, his astonishment evident as he gazed at her intently, his mouth moving before he could think. "You have remembered?" Jinghe smiled and nodded, then waved her hand, saying, Please, have a seat, and let us converse, Severus. Indeed, during my absence, you have truly become the most exceptional master of potions. At that moment, Snape found himself at a loss for words to adequately express his emotions. The long-awaited moment he had yearned for had finally come to fruition. His butterfly had remembered everything it had once experienced. Yet, he felt an unexpected timidity wash over him as he recalled the last words the girl had spoken to him before her demise. He dared not contemplate the impression Jinghe had of him now. Of course, Jinghe remembered the words she had uttered before her near-death experience, and with a smile, she remarked, "What happened before is in the past. This time, I am a brand new me, Severus, but still your dearest friend." She then opened her arms with a joyful grin, saying, "It has been so long. Aren't you going to embrace your good friend, Severus?" Suppressing his overwhelming emotions, Snape placed his potion aside and bent down, trembling, to welcome the girl's outstretched arms. At long last, he embraced his angel once more. The embrace lingered for a full 5 minutes before they reluctantly parted. After Jinghe regained her memories, it felt as though Snape had instantly returned to that year. Reluctantly, he released her, just as he was about to speak. When the curtain outside was suddenly drawn back, they turned to find the Gryffindor trio and Draco Malfoy from Slytherin, along with other dear friends, stepping inside. During the weeks of Jinghe's unconsciousness, they had visited daily, unwaveringly at this precise hour. Generally, Professor Snape would arrive before them, yet this time, he remained. As the atmosphere turned awkward, they were taken aback to see the girl, who had been in a coma, smiling brightly at them. Jinghe had awakened. Draco rushed forward, disregarding Snape, and grasped Jinghe's shoulders, exclaiming, "You're finally awake. Do you have any idea how worried we've been about you these past weeks? You cannot simply faint like that again." His voice trembled with emotion, and tears began to flow from the corners of his eyes. Draco had never cried in front of anyone other than his parents, believing that tears were a sign of weakness. He considered himself a warrior of Slytherin. Yet at this moment, love had rendered him vulnerable. Draco was acutely aware that his feelings for the girl went beyond mere concern. He was enamored with Jinghe. He wished for her to become Mrs. Malfoy, or whatever else, as long as she desired it. Love transformed the timid into the brave, prompting them to disregard their own pride. Seeing Draco in tears, Jinghe hurriedly wiped away his tears, reassuring him, "But I'm awake now. I promise. I won't faint again." The other young witches and wizards gathered around, and Snape found himself on the periphery, observing the group of students around Jinghe, who were of a similar age. Reflecting on his own age, he could not help but lower his gaze to conceal the loneliness in his eyes. He felt unworthy of such vibrant company. As he surveyed the crowd, he quietly withdrew, returning to the dungeons, once again donning his trademark stoic expression. Yet, during the quiet of the night, he would habitually touch the necklace around his neck. Harry beheld the girl before him, feeling a joy that he had never before experienced due to her awakening. He began to understand that his feelings for her transcended mere friendship. When he opened the door of number 12, Grimmauld Place, and saw the girl smiling at him, it was perhaps in that instant that he unknowingly succumbed to his feelings. He was the boy who lived, the savior, and he was also a boy smitten by her. Ron gazed at Jinghe with delight. After weeks of anxiety concerning her health, his heart finally settled. Initially, he had believed all Slytherins to be villains, a view he had yet to alter. All Slytherins were not to be trusted. But Jinghe was an exception. Ron had thought he would always harbor disdain for Slytherin, but the moment he saw the girl sorted into that house on the train, he sensed a shift within him. Perhaps, in some cosmic way, he had already begun to care for her. He liked her, regardless of her house. And he was well aware of her character. He thought he would continue to despise Slytherin, but Jinghe was an exception. Theodore stood quietly on the outskirts, observing Jinghe as he had always done. Each day, he would leave a fresh rose on her bedside table. On one particularly quiet night, he had stealthily entered the infirmary. The empty room was illuminated only by a small lamp beside the patient's bed. A hooded boy knelt beside the unconscious girl, trembling as he clasped her hand, as if he were a parched soul in the desert encountering a life-giving spring. Theodore reverently pressed his forehead against the girl's hand, whispering, "If only you could try to like me. I beg you, just look at me. I love you." Love transformed the insecure into the self-effacing. It compelled the humble to entangle themselves in fervent devotion. The suppressed love within would ultimately burst forth one day, laid bare beneath the light of day. In that moment, the once notorious playboy Zabini quietly watched the girl. Initially, he had approached her out of mere curiosity, unaware of when his heart began to flutter. He had sworn to himself, due to his mother's influence, that he would never allow himself to fall for any girl. Perhaps it was when he first witnessed her defend herself, or perhaps it was the sight of her covered in flour while baking. Countless moments had struck at Blaze's heart. "My apologies, Merlin. My vow is hereby null and void. Falling in love is unpredictable and utterly unavoidable." Chapter 169. The affection of a new era. Jing felt overwhelmed. As if the sum of her lived years could easily equate to a century, nearly matching Dumbledore's age. She looked at the young witches and wizards around her, all of whom were around 14 years old. Though the scene was chaotic, her heart swelled with warmth and joy. She had ultimately realized her wish, for in every world, she had loving parents and like-minded companions. She felt blissfully content. News of Jinghe's awakening and impending discharge spread rapidly throughout the entire school that afternoon, prompting waves of her friends to come visit her. Madame Pomfrey, wishing to minimize disturbances, decreed that only 2 visitors could come at a time, leading Jing to feel as though she were a leader receiving her guests. However, she was not a leader, she was their dearest friend. The Weasley twins, of course, came to visit Jing together. Upon hearing the news, they had hurriedly slipped away from Professor Lupin's class. Professor Lupin, however, was not particularly concerned, for he too was astonished to hear of the girl's awakening. When he saw the Weasley twins sneaking out, he simply turned a blind eye. As others diligently attended their classes, the Weasley twins stealthily made their way to the infirmary. Jinghe was reclining on the bed, absorbed in the study notes Hermione had brought her, when suddenly, the sound of the curtain being drawn caught her attention. Just as she was about to lift her head, she found her eyes covered. Jinghe was bewildered as to who could so effortlessly obscure her vision from behind. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a familiar scent of oranges wafted toward her. The Weasley twins exuded the fragrance of the first oranges of autumn, and whenever Jinghe drew near them, their citrus aroma effortlessly enveloped the surroundings. The scent of oranges, inherently bold, was intensified by their sweet fragrance, making it easy for Jinghe to discern the identity of her assailants. At that moment, the one covering Jinghe's eyes playfully inquired, "Guess who I am?" Although she could not see who it was, the voice was unmistakable. George had a deeper timbre, while Fred's was notably more melodious. Thus, the instant Fred spoke, Jinghe confidently identified him as the one behind her eyes. However, wishing to tease them, she chuckled and said, "Let me go, George." Fred's once jovial expression instantly morphed into a frown. If Jinghe could see him, she would notice he resembled a golden retriever whose tail had ceased wagging upon hearing its owner's incorrect response. Sensing Fred's discontent, Jinghe burst into laughter and exclaimed, "All right. It must be our dear Fred. How could I possibly not recognize you two?" Upon hearing her words, Fred's metaphorical tail seemed to wag once more as he released his grip over her eyes, positioning himself alongside George, who flanked her on either side. "Correct, our little kitten," they chimed in unison. The sweet scent of oranges from the Weasley twins mingled perfectly with the delicate fragrance of roses that enveloped Jinghe, creating an atmosphere of sheer delight. George had been observing the girl before him with a smile as Fred playfully covered her eyes. As he and Fred were on the verge of graduating, George still vividly recalled how surprised he felt upon first encountering Jinghe at the Leaky Cauldron. Hence, when he learned she had been sorted into Slytherin, his initial reaction was not one of disdain for the house, but rather a sense of regret. This was the first time he felt disappointed by the Sorting Hat's decision regarding a girl, rather than the customary aversion he held toward Slytherins. Unlike other Slytherins, Jinghe did not exude an air of superiority. Though she was cautious, she remained amiable, embodying the spirit of a kitten with hidden claws. What truly captivated George was the drawing Jinghe had gifted him. While others often presented identical gifts to him and Fred, Jinghe's artwork stood out distinctly. She did not emphasize their similarities in form, but rather captured their unique postures and movements with a few simple strokes, making it easy to discern who was who. As George gazed at the signature on the artwork, he found himself burying the paper beneath his nose in the stillness of the night, inhaling the lingering scent of roses that enveloped him in a state of bliss. "You have seen my differences. You are the beginning of my desire's descent." It was no surprise that Fred's spirits lifted instantly when he overheard Jinghe joking with him. He shared the same sentiment as George, and during that particular encounter, he had formally acknowledged his feelings. The first time he embraced Jinghe, he could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his heart, a feeling unbefitting of an employer. He was acutely aware that George felt similarly, yet he dismissed such thoughts. If Jinghe was willing, he would embrace it all without reservation. We are twin flames, radiating brilliant light solely to illuminate the brilliance of our beloved treasures. The moments Jinghe spent with the Weasley twins were always filled with joy. The twins, akin to 2 golden retrievers, would envelop her in their warmth, making her forget her identity as a peer, often reaching out to stroke their soft, red locks. The Weasley twins never objected. Instead, they leaned in closer, facilitating her affection. After bidding farewell to the twins, Jinghe had barely turned the pages of her notes when a new visitor arrived, Cedric. The time spent with Cedric was always soothing, and this occasion was no exception. He hurried over after class, having missed the earlier session due to a differing timetable. Upon entering, He slowed his pace, striving to maintain an air of composure, and finally entered with a smile, drawing back the curtain. There stood the girl he longed to see, and she was alone. His timing could not have been more fortuitous. Jinghe glanced up and smiled, setting her book aside. You finished class, Cedric. Are you still busy with your studies? Is your exam coming up soon? Cedric seated himself on the stool beside her bed, producing fruit he had prepared for her, peeling it as he answered her queries. Of course. I believe I will navigate this exam successfully. However, you should also consider your studies. You were unconscious for quite some time. If you don't mind, I could lend you my notes. Who wouldn't want the notes of Hufflepuff's academic star? Though Jinghe had attended Hogwarts 3 times, the ever-evolving exam questions still instilled a sense of trepidation within her. With a smile, she nodded appreciatively, saying, That would be a great help, Cedric. Upon hearing her words, Cedric's cheeks flushed even more deeply. My Cedric. Truthfully, Jinghe had no ulterior motives when she spoke. She had unwittingly applied modern societal norms to her senior. Whenever she needed to ask for a favor, she would use terms of endearment to foster closeness. Since she was borrowing Cedric's notes, it felt appropriate to maintain that level of friendship, hence her choice of words. However, in Cedric's mind, it held a different significance. His friends certainly knew that the kind-hearted Hufflepuff had developed feelings for the Slytherin witch, yet the path to romance appeared fraught with obstacles and rivals. Cedric had always been regarded as the ideal child by neighbors and friends, enjoying the love of his parents and the warmth of friendly companions until he turned 11. After arriving at his desired house, he made many friends who shared his aspirations. Then, at the age of 14, he encountered the girl who captured his heart. When he saw Jinghe waving at the Slytherin table, his gaze fixated on her. The joy he felt upon encountering her in the kitchen was unparalleled. At last, he had the opportunity to converse with her and forge a friendship. Everyone remarked on Cedric's meticulous nature, that he was always thoughtful and deliberate in his actions. However, when it came to matters of the heart, Cedric was resolute. There was no room for meticulous planning. Upon meeting her, everything he had previously known was upended, and a new order was established solely for her. As Cedric engaged in a delightful conversation with Jinghe, the curtain beside them was drawn open once more, revealing none other than Percy Weasley from Gryffindor. With graduation looming, Percy found himself burdened by an overwhelming workload, juggling examinations, executing the duties of a prefect, and managing the transition of responsibilities. The recent coma of Jinghe had considerably delayed all his tasks. Upon hearing the news of her awakening today, Percy promptly set aside much of his work and hurried over. Time was of the essence. He had to express himself before it was too late. However, upon gathering his courage, he was confronted by the presence of Cedric. Percy was unsure when he had developed feelings for the girl. Perhaps it was her similar self-interest, or the unique attention he had bestowed upon her during their first encounter, or perhaps it was during their solitary tutoring sessions in that humble abode. Each time he caught a glimpse of her earnest expression, and their eyes met, his flustered heart provided the most genuine answer. Whether she was a serpent or a butterfly, he would gladly be the place beneath her fangs, or the haven where her wings alighted. As long as it was Jinghe, Percy could accept it all. Yet, seeing Cedric seated nearby caused Percy to falter. How could someone as astute as he fail to recognize Cedric's affections for Jinghe? He was acutely aware that his brother might share the same sentiments towards the girl, lacking any distinct advantage beyond his academic prowess, which was a common trait among many. Percy, who had always been determined to succeed, found himself halting his plans for the first time. Like the other wizards who visited the girl, he expressed his concern for her well-being with the same familiar words. Both Cedric and Percy had matured significantly, understanding that it was not the right moment to intrude upon the girl who had just awakened. Thus, they departed after a brief half-hour. Jinghe regained her personal space once more, yet another visitor was on the way, and this one arrived far more swiftly than the previous ones. The white curtain was drawn back, revealing Oliver's face. Oliver, too, was facing graduation, balancing the demands of his studies with his responsibilities as a Quidditch team member and the selection of the next captain. He had spent the day engrossed in these tasks, and thus he was the last to learn of Jinghe's awakening. He immediately ceased his training, hastily setting aside his cherished broomstick, and rushed over. Still clad in his training attire, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Since entering Hogwarts, Oliver had dedicated himself to 2 pursuits, practicing Quidditch and completing his studies. The latter held little concern for him. Ever since joining the Quidditch team in his second year, he had viewed the sport as his lifeblood, steadfastly training in all weather conditions, devoting himself entirely to Quidditch. On the first night of school, he had noticed the butterfly on Jinghe's wrist, which left an indelible impression on him. He found himself inexplicably drawn to observe her. When Harry brought her to the Gryffindor practice grounds, Oliver felt a surge of excitement, instinctively adopting a commanding presence during training, which became more rigorous. When Jinghe gifted him a portrait after a training session, Oliver's heart raced, his palms tingling as if the image had sprung to life, exuding the exuberance of youth. While Oliver had devoted much of his time at Hogwarts to Quidditch. Since Jinghe's arrival, his focus shifted to 3 priorities: caring for Jinghe, playing Quidditch, and completing his studies. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently placed Jinghe above Quidditch in his affections. During her coma, even the thrill of the game lost its flavor. On Valentine's Day, he observed his fellow wizards experiencing their initial stirrings of affection, and after consulting with his dormitory friends, he arrived at a definitive conclusion. He had indeed developed feelings for the Slytherin witch. Upon seeing Jinghe, his heart would race uncontrollably in one dream. He even envisioned her taking his hand and gently leading him to the edge of his bed. Awakening from such a delightful reverie, he wiped the sweat from his brow and quietly changed out of his soiled trousers, having experienced such dreams numerous times. No one dreams such dreams about a mere friend, unless they harbor deeper feelings. He cherished Quidditch, yet with Jinghe by his side, she would undoubtedly be his number one. The youthful heart's infatuation burned intensely, a fire that once ignited would never extinguish, remaining buried deep within even after a long passage of time. She was the one he had recognized as his beloved in his youth, the sole solace during his desolate days. Chapter 170, The Arrival of the Match. Sirius arrived alongside Remus, rushing over with excitement to inspect Jinghe from head to toe, exclaiming, "What happened? Next time you faint, please inform me. I am certain we can find a solution." Jinghe smiled warmly at the exuberant Sirius, replying, "Well, I have regained my memory, Mr. Bigfoot." The once frantic Sirius halted abruptly at her words, gradually lifting his gaze to meet hers, asking, "You remember?" Jinghe beamed. Indeed, the former Bigfoot and Mr. Mooney, long time no see. In an instant, Sirius dashed forward to embrace the girl who had regained her memory, overwhelmed with joy that she remembered their shared history. It was a relief. She had not forgotten him. Remus, upon hearing Jinghe refer to him as Mooney, displayed an astonished expression rivaling that of Sirius. He had not anticipated that she would truly recall her past memories, a title shared only between her and Lily, a unique appellation reserved for them. As Jinghe surveyed the familiar surroundings of Hogwarts after her memory restoration, she sighed, realizing that she had attended Hogwarts 4 times. No wonder the Sorting Hat had greeted her. She suddenly remembered Tom, who had also been in a coma before her slumber, and resolved to visit the dormitory immediately after her discharge in 3 days. The dormitory showed no signs of dust, as it had been diligently maintained by Ballast. Fortunately, she had relocated the small black snake to a safe place and cast a concealment charm before her deep slumber, ensuring no one would discover it. Upon entering the room to find Tom's designated spot vacant, her expression was a tapestry of emotions. Where could Tom have gone after waking? He had not mou even a letter for her. Mou had entrusted Tom to Ballast during Jinghe's coma, leaving Mou equally unaware of Tom's whereabouts. Jinghe assumed Tom had simply awakened and sought her out, expecting his return soon. However, after waiting nearly a week without any sign of Tom, she was left wondering, where had he gone? As Jing and Tom lay in a slumber for a week, Tom awoke from his ethereal state, having absorbed the fragmented souls. He found himself haunted by memories, one of which was the poignant recollection of having killed his sister for the 2nd time. Uncertain of how to confront Jing, who remained unconscious in the infirmary, he felt the profound influence of other souls embedded in various objects around him. At that moment, Tom's only vessel was a diary from his youth, a mere relic, yet it harbored remnants of mature souls that continued to affect him day by day. Swirling within his mind, Tom oscillated between the brink of collapse and lucidity, grappling with the daunting task of facing Jing. One fateful night, as insomnia gripped him, he heard a call, a resonant summons from the depths of his soul, harmonizing with his essence. Tom recognized it as the echo of his incomplete spirit. He could no longer rely solely on Jing. It was imperative for him to confront this matter independently. Once a formidable dark wizard capable of commanding storms, he felt unworthy to stand beside the girl if he could not even resolve the turmoil within his own soul. He heeded the call and sought communion with his spirit. Meanwhile, Jing, after a week of waiting without any sign of Tom, grew increasingly anxious but could not confide in others. She approached Dumbledore for answers. Yet he too had no insights regarding Tom's condition. Reflecting on their impending 4th year, she realized that the Triwizard Tournament was fast approaching. Could it be that Tom had ventured off to seek the very soul he had absorbed? This thought brought her a splitting headache, as she recalled neglecting the potential impact of the souls within the Horcruxes on Tom's psyche. He was not a complete entity, he was merely a diary, and thus the ramifications were immense. With no other recourse, Jing prayed that Tom would remember the time she had saved him, hoping he would not stray further from the path of righteousness. As the 3rd year drew to a close, she learned that the parents of Neville, whom she had previously rescued, were gradually regaining consciousness. It was no wonder Neville had been so elated before their departure. He was finally a cherished child with a loving mother and father. During the summer vacation of her 3rd year, Jinghe found herself busier than ever. As the Triwizard Tournament loomed ahead, she needed to hasten her preparations for the 4th year. While she was determined to thwart Barty Crouch Jr. during the tournament, the potential for unforeseen consequences loomed large. With her interventions, she had managed to amend numerous events beyond those dictated by history, leaving her uncertain if this iteration of the Triwizard Tournament would still alter the future. If Harry did not appear, her primary objective would be to save Cedric Diggory. Should changes occur, she would face not only Cedric's demise, but also the resurrection of Tom's missing half-soul. The souls contained within the Horcruxes were relatively diminutive, yet the resurrected half would dominate. Thus, Jinghe remained indoors throughout the holiday, declining all invitations, while she fortified her abilities based on her past memories and meticulously drafted plans. Despite having lived 4 lives, none had exceeded the age of 30, and she recognized the potential for oversight despite her accumulated experiences. Throughout the holiday, she practiced her Animagus transformation, a feat she kept to herself. Though her prior experiences were rich, her 3rd year form was still limited in magical prowess, and she exerted tremendous effort to achieve success, nearly succumbing to failure. The thought of her near misstep sent shivers down her spine, as she realized her confidence in past triumphs had overshadowed her current vulnerabilities. Ultimately, she was still maturing. Although Jinghe did not venture outside, she corresponded with Lucius and Narcissa. Upon receiving her familiar words, the 2 parents instantly grasped that the girl had regained her memories, and they were elated, yet cautious, for Lucius's mark was becoming increasingly pronounced. They resolved to await the opportune moment. During the summer, Jinghe received several invitations to the Quidditch World Cup from the Malfoys, the Knott family, Zabini, and the Weasleys. Naturally, she also received a formal invitation from her parents. After consideration, she decided to attend with the Weasleys, hoping to encounter Cedric along the way. She planned to gift him an alchemical necklace she had reinforced based on her memories, just in case circumstances required it. Gazing at the well-crafted necklace she had produced, Jinghe marveled at the depth of her reincarnated memories, reflecting on how, even in 4th year, she could create such an impressive artifact. Alchemy, after all, required a robust foundation of magic and knowledge. Although she sought a bit of guidance from Dumbledore, the majority of the creation was her own handiwork. Since regaining her memories, she had shared her predictions with Dumbledore, who assured her he would remain vigilant. Jinghe aimed to prevent the original Professor Moody from being replaced. Yet the Death Eaters were insidious and unpredictable, making mere prevention insufficient. Before long, the day of the Quidditch World Cup arrived. Jinghe arrived early at the Weasley residence via the Floo network, where others had already gathered. She soon spotted Harry, while Hermione, who had initially not appeared, came at Jinghe's invitation. After everyone was ready, they set off, with Percy initially considering using apparition, but abandoning the idea upon Jinghe's arrival, opting instead to join the group. As they journeyed, an amiable old man suddenly appeared before them. Arthur, upon recognizing him, greeted warmly, "Long time no see, Amos." Amos returned the greeting, expressing his excitement for the Quidditch World Cup. Just then, a young figure leaped down from a tree. It was Cedric. Upon spotting Jinghe, he waved enthusiastically, surprised to see her accompanying the Weasley family. After exchanging pleasantries with Arthur, he rushed to Jinghe's side. "Which team are you most interested in for the Quidditch Cup?" Truthfully, Jinghe had been so preoccupied that she had not focused much on the World Cup. Were it not for the potential appearance of Death Eaters during the match, she might not have made time to attend at all. However, she acknowledged that taking a break to watch the players' athleticism could be beneficial for relaxation. Though her interest was waning, she was aware of the narrative, so she replied, "I believe the Irish team will emerge victorious. But Bulgaria has a star player this year who might just catch the golden snitch." The Weasley twins, who had been flanking Jinghe, immediately chimed in, engaging in lively discussion as they made their way to a hill where a worn-out boot awaited them. Arthur then instructed everyone, "All right, now place your hands on the boot." As they complied, Arthur exclaimed, "Let us go." In the next moment, a group of individuals, who were previously on the hillside, vanished without a trace. Following a tumultuous upheaval, they were swiftly transported to another location. Jinghe, having encountered such a scene before, remained grounded alongside the 2 adults, Cedric and Percy, while others descended with less grace. Even Hermione landing abruptly on her rear. Jinghe approached to assist Hermione in rising, who, while rubbing her back, exclaimed, "Goodness, that experience was utterly terrifying." Once everyone regained their footing, they proceeded to the spectator area to locate their seats. Jinghe's ticket was conveniently situated next to the first tier, and with Sirius having been exonerated, he was also present this time. He had chosen a tent that was snugly adjacent to Jinghe's. Her parents, equally intrigued by the World Cup, had arrived early and were currently inside their tent. Thus, Jinghe entered her tent to embrace her parents, exchanged a few words with them, and hurriedly exited to seek her friends at the marketplace before the match commenced. Upon stepping out of her tent, she spotted Sirius emerging from the side. His eyes lit up upon seeing Jinghe, and he rushed to her side, followed closely by Lupin. However, due to certain circumstances, Regulus was confined to the Black family home. Not far off, three figures emerged from the Malfoy tent: Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco. Jinghe waved cheerfully at the trio, while Sirius scoffed disdainfully beside her. Reminiscent of their school days, Lucius and Narcissa expressed a desire to accompany the girl to the marketplace, yet they had to contend with Fudge from the Ministry of Magic. Lucius leaned down to Draco, advising, "Go find Jinghe, but remember, a Malfoy never bows to anyone." This last remark was directed at Sirius, though Draco would have followed Jinghe regardless, finding joy in her company despite the presence of those he preferred to avoid. With lights flickering and voices echoing, what grand conspiracies lay hidden beneath this splendid facade? Chapter 171, The Sudden Turn of Events. Draco, being younger, clung closely to Jinghe's side. When Sirius seemed about to speak, Draco cleverly interjected, "Do you have something to say, uncle?" This successfully stirred memories within Sirius of his own youth, as he looked upon his relatively well-behaved cousin's company with gritted teeth. While meandering through the marketplace, Jinghe fortuitously reunited with the Weasley family, marking the convergence of all significant characters from the narrative. Although Draco and the Gryffindor trio maintained their usual bickering, Jinghe employed the method she had previously used with Sirius and Snape to quell the incessant chatter of the young wizards, effectively awakening Sirius's memories, rendering him more subdued. Thus, their excursion to the marketplace proceeded smoothly, though they still exchanged glances filled with silent animosity when Jinghe was not looking. Yet, they managed to maintain a semblance of peace. Jinghe was well aware of the irreconcilable tensions between Gryffindor and Slytherin, and she had no intention of playing the savior to mend the fragile relationship between the two houses. She was no saint. She simply cherished friendships across both houses and would never obstruct anyone wishing to distance themselves from her. Yet, it seemed they were willingly drawn to her. The marketplace was brimming with delightful novelties. The adults indulged in cherry liqueur infused with excessive alcohol, while the children, unable to partake in spirits, enjoyed pumpkin juice served chilled over ice, which was quite delightful. Jinghe also managed to thwart the Weasley twins from placing bets with a con artist, knowing that any wager would yield nothing but worthless trinkets masquerading as gold coins. As the match drew near, they bid farewell to one another, retreating to their respective tents. Others may have wished to invite Jinghe to watch the match with them, but ever since her 3 brushes with death, she had grown increasingly reliant on and yearning for familial ties. She preferred to spend this time with her parents, chatting and admiring the scenery. However, she had promised her parents that once the match concluded, they would return home. She intended to remain and confront the changes that awaited her. Trusting in the favor of fate, the match soon commenced, with representatives from each team showcasing their talents, the most captivating being the Vila, whose enchanting forms danced through the air, captivating the audience. Following this, Victor Krum, the star player of the Bulgarian team, soared around the venue on the latest model of a flying broom, eliciting even more fervent cheers from the crowd upon his appearance. Krum then lingered at a particular spot, seemingly having spotted someone of interest, and the large screen displayed his gaze fixed on that very area. Jinghe soon realized this was where the Weasley family was seated, and then she recalled inviting Hermione, who would undoubtedly be there as well. Sure enough, beneath the screen, she spotted Hermione waving a flag enthusiastically. Jinghe recalled that in the original story, Krum had indeed experienced a moment of infatuation with Hermione. This thought brought a smile to her face, for it seemed that love at first sight was never late, regardless of the setting. As the current Minister of Magic, Fudge, released a shower of fireworks from his wand, the match officially commenced. After a fierce battle, as Jinghe had anticipated, Krum seized the golden snitch, yet the outcome favored the Irish team. The moment Krum caught the snitch, he immediately soared to Hermione's location, completing several laps before triumphantly raising the snitch in the center of the field. Once the match concluded, Jinghe's parents hurried home at her anxious prompting. Autumn, as if struck by a sudden thought, grasped her daughter's hand and said, "My dear, pursue your dreams fearlessly. I will always support you." They had never hindered their daughter from pursuing her desires. Their sole wish was for her to achieve her aspirations. After all, nestled within the once hidden sources of their wealth was a letter stating, "If Jinghe wishes to undertake something, let her do so. A female eagle should soar through the skies." After her parents departed through the passageway, Jinghe followed her memories to the Weasley's tent. Upon entering, she was greeted by a warm and cheerful scene. The twins rushed to her, flanking her shoulders. "Hey, little cat, you're truly remarkable. Tell us, How do you guess so accurately? However, sensing the impending events, Jinghe replied to the Weasley twins, hold on a moment. Where is Uncle Arthur? Initially intending to seek Lucius, she found herself unable to locate the Malfoy family, prompting her to rush to the Weasleys instead. If she could not find them, it was likely that the Malfoys had donned masks and blended into the crowd. At this moment, Arthur remained outside, while Jinghe, after searching in vain within the tent, stepped out just as she was about to call out loudly. She was suddenly struck by the astonishing brightness of the sky. Almost immediately, the previously jovial crowd descended into chaos, as numerous explosions erupted near the tents. People fled in a frantic scramble, yet many were still ensnared by their own panic. Jinghe rushed back into the tent, urgently instructing those inside, hurry back to that shabby boot. Do not disperse. There is danger outside. With those words, she dashed out without a glance back, prompting others to follow suit without a second thought upon witnessing her departure. Soon, they spotted Arthur and Amos rushing toward them, exclaiming, "Hurry, the Death Eaters are coming." Harry shouted in distress, "Jinghe is missing." Arthur and Amos, upon hearing this, quickly tasked Cedric and Percy with keeping watch over the others and hurried out to search for Jinghe. However, Cedric and Percy were equally disinclined to remain idle, and they too joined in the frantic search for her. Meanwhile, in the center of the field, groups of individuals clad in black robes and wearing peculiar masks approached, brandishing their wands and emitting chilling laughter, as Jinghe assisted others while fending off the erratic spells hurled their way. The Death Eaters soon took notice of her countering their onslaught, just as they planned to taunt the audacious young witch. Jinghe swiftly drew her wand and cast a spell that not only struck the nearest Death Eaters, but also revealed her visage. They recognized her as the girl whom the adults had strictly forbidden to harm. Some dark wizards, poised to unleash their curses, hesitated, lowering their wands and hastily retreating from her line of sight, wary of provoking ill fate. After all, the last individual to cross her path had met a dire end. Just as Jinghe breathed a sigh of relief at their retreat, she unexpectedly found herself enveloped in an embrace. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on her wand, pressing it against the chin of her captor. She sensed that the one holding her harbored no intention of harm. Otherwise, at such close proximity, a mere dagger could easily puncture her. Furrowing her brow, she realized she had been too hasty and neglected her defenses. Then, a familiar voice echoed from behind her. "Long time no see, senior." Recognizing the voice, Jinghe immediately identified her captor. "Little Barty, release me at once." Upon hearing his senior acknowledge him, Barty's smile contorted further. "You recognized me. It seems your memory has returned, senior." Fresh from his escape from prison, he appeared visibly disheveled. Jinghe swiftly cast a freezing charm aimed at Barty's forehead. He instinctively dodged, releasing her from his grasp. Once free, Jinghe turned, brandishing her wand at the crouched Barty, who had fallen due to the attack. "Was your escape from Azkaban so effortless?" She pondered why Barty had not been controlled by his father from the outset, allowing his mother to take his place. She was uncertain, but it was likely that Barty's mother was currently languishing in Azkaban. After all, the wand Barty held was not his original, but presumably belonged to his mother. Barty licked his lips, a manic smile spreading across his face as he gazed at Jinghe. Wand raised before her. "I've returned, senior. Aren't you pleased for me?" With a laugh, he waved his wand in the air, leaving behind a mark of a butterfly entwined with a black serpent. "Does it look familiar, senior?" He rose slowly, towering over Jinghe. His time in prison had not marred his appearance, but instead accentuated his gaunt, crazed visage. The wand Jinghe had once held against his forehead now barely reached his chest. Barty advanced, gently pressing his chest against the tip of Jinghe's wand, a frenzied smile upon his lips. "Senior, I missed you. I wish for us to never part." The madness in his words sent chills down Jinghe's spine, prompting her to retreat 2 steps before unleashing a shattering curse. Barty collapsed, blood spilling from his lips. Yet his smile remained intact. "You remain the same, senior, still driving me to madness." Without hesitation, Jinghe unleashed a series of spells, but as Barty prepared to respond, a distant voice reached their ears. Cedric and his companions were searching for Jinghe. Upon hearing the voice, Barty quickly approached her, whispering in a tone meant only for her. "We will meet again, senior. You will ultimately belong to me." His eyes gleamed with fervent love and madness, fixated solely on being with Jinghe. Others deemed him a madman, a loyal dog to Jinghe, an irrational fool. Yet he cared not, as long as he could be with her. With that, he vanished from sight, leaving Jinghe gazing at the now empty, flame-lit grass, lost in contemplation. It was not until Cedric and his group reached her that she snapped back to reality, shaking her head and assuring them, "I'm fine, no injuries. We must hurry." The following day, news of the previous night's events graced the front page of the Daily Prophet. Draco swiftly penned a letter to Jinghe at her estate, inquiring, "What happened last night? Were you hurt?" I intended to find you. But my father took me away for reasons unknown. Did anyone trouble you? His words were laced with concern and urgency. Jinghe promptly replied, reassuring him of her well-being. Soon after, she began training diligently within the estate, honing her spellcasting skills. She had yet to see Tom, and even now, he had not responded to her messages. Amid this mounting tension and urgency, the 4th year of her wizarding education officially commenced. Chapter 172, The Prelude to the Goblet of Fire. Jinghe, well-versed in the storyline, knew that the Triwizard Tournament would take place in her 4th year. However, her peers remained oblivious, engrossed in discussions about the upcoming Quidditch Cup and the new curriculum, speculating whether Professor Lupin would continue teaching defense against the dark arts or if a new instructor would take his place. Hearing their chatter reminded Jinghe that her intervention had prevented the previous year's defense against the dark arts professor from vanishing or meeting a grim fate unexpectedly. Did this signify that she had broken the curse? Confounded, Jinghe noted that Hagrid, unhindered by past events, remained the professor for care of magical creatures, captivating younger witches and wizards with his vibrant lectures. It seemed that some predetermined events had altered, raising the question of whether the story's conclusion would shift as well. Seated in the carriage alongside Ballast, Jinghe, having regained her memory, inquired about Ballast's grandmother. Regrettably, she learned that Ballast's grandmother had passed away long ago. After the train arrived at the station, Jinghe, along with Ballast and the recently arrived Draco, as well as others, found themselves irresistibly drawn to her presence. Ever since they came to understand their feelings for the girl, they wished to be by her side every day. At this moment, the 4th-year wizards were gradually maturing, and one could faintly envision how splendidly they would develop in this manner. Having undergone a complete transformation during the holiday, Jinghe, while still retaining the gentle features characteristic of her Chinese heritage, now bore a hint of the defined angles typical of Western beauty. Her sapphire-like gaze had the power to draw one in effortlessly. Upon seeing the girl, Draco buzzed around Jinghe, chattering incessantly, while Theodore and Blaise exhaled a sigh of relief. Reassured by Jinghe's well-being, Theodore gazed at the girl before him, acutely aware that his father had participated in that fateful event. After receiving the girl's refusal in a letter, he had refrained from attending the competition. He learned of the events that transpired during the match only the next day through the newspaper. Realizing why his father returned home much earlier than planned, his gaze lowered slightly, concealing the emotions within. His father was a Death Eater. How would she perceive him? Did she think he would inevitably tread the same path? Jinghe joined them at the Slytherin long table and settled into her seat, only to spot a few familiar faces already seated at the Gryffindor table. She waved at them, not forgetting to greet Cedric from Hufflepuff. After all, he was a champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Next, her attention shifted to Professor Dumbledore, who seemed to sense the girl's gaze and raised his goblet in acknowledgement, winking at her as he had done before. Upon witnessing this gesture, Jinghe felt a wave of relief wash over her. It appeared that her impersonation had gone off without a hitch. As for the identity of the new defense against the dark arts professor, that was beyond her concern. She would leave it to Albus to resolve. This year, a new batch of students arrived, and after the sorting ceremony, the Great Hall erupted with a cacophony of voices. Professor McGonagall, as always, tapped her spoon against her goblet to restore order, and Dumbledore then stood to address the assembly. It is a pleasure to welcome you all back to Hogwarts, and we extend a warm welcome to our first-year students. Here, you will acquire a wealth of knowledge. He continued, I must announce that this year's Quidditch tournament has been cancelled. At this pronouncement, the previously quiet hall erupted with a chorus of boos and confusion. The students, particularly those on the Quidditch teams who had diligently practiced over the holidays, were struck with disbelief. This news was akin to a bolt from the blue, especially for Gryffindor S. Wood, who had slumped over the table, seemingly inebriated by the juice in his cup. Dumbledore surveyed the room, where students were animatedly discussing the unexpected news, and raised his hand for silence. Once quiet returned, he continued, although we have cancelled the Quidditch Cup this year, we are excited to announce the long-awaited return of the Triwizard Tournament. The hall erupted once more, students buzzing with curiosity about the Triwizard Tournament. With older students recalling its history from their books, their excitement palpable. Dumbledore raised his hand again to quell the excitement, stating, the Triwizard Tournament has not been held for several years, and after a period of stability, we have decided to reinstate the competition. This year, the tournament will take place right here at Hogwarts, featuring 3 participating schools, Beauxbatons from France and Durmstrang from Northern Europe. Representatives from these 2 schools will arrive at Hogwarts in a week for the competition. Upon hearing this, the students' enthusiasm soared, as it meant they would have the chance to meet students from other schools. Dumbledore continued, the Triwizard Tournament involves selecting one champion from each of these schools to represent them, and it is a perilous process. Therefore, only those aged 17 and above will be permitted to participate. The initial excitement among the students quickly turned to discontent upon hearing the latter announcement, particularly for the Weasley twins, who sprang to their feet, banging on the table and shouting, "Unfair." However, Dumbledore paid them no mind. He then stepped down from his podium and approached a magnificent goblet at the center of the hall, intricately carved and emanating flames. Dumbledore addressed the assembly. "This is the Goblet of Fire, which will select the champions for the Triwizard Tournament. Any wizard aged 17 or older may submit their name into the goblet, which will then choose the true champions." As he spoke, those of age eagerly anticipated the opportunity, while those still underage gazed longingly at the goblet. Dumbledore added, "Allow me to say 2 final things. This year, our defense against the dark arts professor will once again be Professor Lupin. And we will be inviting Alastair Moody from the Ministry of Magic to serve as our Hogwarts overseer, ensuring safety and order before the arrival of the other schools." Just as he finished speaking, the previously closed doors of the Great Hall swung open, and Moody strode in, looking just as he did in the films. With a magical eye darting about and a prosthetic leg made of alchemical materials due to his disability, the students watched in astonishment, having never encountered such a formidable-looking wizard before. Jinghe observed Moody closely. If this were indeed Barty Crouch Jr. in disguise, he would surely linger in her line of sight. Fortunately, Moody merely cast a glance at Jinghe, then wobbled over to Dumbledore's side, sharing light-hearted banter and quaffing from his ever-present flask. Jinghe breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this time, they would be able to avoid the outcome of Harry being maliciously entered into the tournament. However, in her preoccupation with Moody, Jinghe remained oblivious to a pair of eyes lurking among the crowd, watching her with a fervent, moist gaze. The students spent the week in eager anticipation of the forthcoming Triwizard Tournament. During this time, Cedric approached Jinghe in a corridor, expressing his intention. "I plan to put my name in the Goblet of Fire. Do you think I will succeed?" Knowing the plot well, Jinghe reassured him by patting his arm gently. "Do not worry. Trust me, you will undoubtedly become a champion of the Triwizard Tournament, bringing glory to Hufflepuff and Hogwarts." Upon hearing her unwavering belief in him, Cedric felt a wave of relief wash over his anxiety, and with newfound courage, he voiced his desire. "If I win the tournament, will you grant me one small request?" Jinghe pondered that, had it not been for Harry's involvement, Cedric might indeed have become the champion, thereby averting such a tragic fate. What harm could there be in granting a modest request? Naturally, he nodded in agreement. However, Jinghe found himself somewhat perplexed as to why Cedric appeared so elated after his acquiescence. A week swiftly passed, and that evening, the young wizards excitedly gathered at their respective house tables, eagerly anticipating the arrival of students from the 2 visiting schools. Soon, the grand doors swung open, and a flock of soaring, white doves burst forth, soaring majestically above the heads of the young wizards before transforming into delicate white feathers that gently cascaded down into their hands. Following this enchanting display, a group of elegantly dressed female students in blue uniforms, led by a strikingly beautiful witch, gracefully entered the hall. With each step she took, a fragrant breeze trailed behind her, and blue origami cranes fluttered from her sleeves. This was the contingent from Beauxbatons, with the illustrious Fleur Delacour at the forefront. Bringing up the rear was a towering witch, nearly 25 feet tall, possessing the bloodline of a half-giant, Aunt Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, who stood beside Dumbledore, making him appear particularly diminutive. The Hogwarts students erupted into enthusiastic applause for their far-flung guests, while some of the young wizards cast enamored gazes at Fleur, the leading witch. Jinghe, too, found himself captivated by Fleur's presence. Her Vila heritage rendered her beauty beyond reproach, breathtaking to the point of rendering one breathless. Once the Beauxbatons students had taken their seats, the next school made its entrance. The doors opened wide to reveal a group of brawny wizards, each wielding long staffs as they strode in confidently. With each step, the staffs cracked against the floor, and at the center of the procession stood Victor Krum, the star player who had once caught the golden snitch during the Quidditch World Cup. The Durmstrang wizards then delivered an exhilarating display of fire magic, culminating in the entrance of their headmaster, Karkaroff, a former Death Eater now rumored to have reformed, though who could say for certain? Karkaroff surveyed the crowd with an air of haughtiness, but when his gaze landed on Jinghe seated among the Slytherins, his pupils momentarily quivered, and his proud demeanor faded. He quickly masked his surprise with a smile and greeted Dumbledore. The Durmstrang wizards took their designated seats, but Krum made a beeline for Gryffindor, plopping down directly across from Hermione. As a renowned player, many young wizards enamored with Quidditch recognized Krum, and whispers erupted among them. Had Krum ever been acquainted with a Gryffindor? Meanwhile, Hermione wore a look of confusion, but when she caught Krum's intense gaze fixed upon her, her ears flushed crimson, and her eyes began to dart away shyly. Jinghe observed the unfolding scene with amusement, stifling a laugh as he wondered whether Crumb would win Hermione's affections or if Ron would ultimately prevail. His curiosity piqued, especially given his alteration of the timeline, which had allowed Crumb to notice Hermione on the pitch. Once everyone was seated, Dumbledore rose and addressed the students from the 3 schools, welcoming the visiting wizards to Hogwarts and expressing his hope that they would have a delightful time. He then raised his goblet and proclaimed, "I hereby declare the Triwizard Tournament officially commenced." Chapter 173, No Change. The students were then granted a week to cast their votes for the Goblet of Fire. Young wizards of age from each school eagerly lined up, meticulously inscribing their names on parchment before depositing them into the goblet. To prevent underage wizards from participating, Dumbledore had enacted a protective age restriction charm around the goblet, which deterred those below 17 from approaching. In the days that followed, numerous young wizards summoned their courage to cast their votes. Jinghe, to preempt any unforeseen occurrences, had taken to observing the goblet during designated hours. Thus far, nothing alarming had transpired. Today, Cedric, amidst the supportive throng of Hufflepuff peers, approached the goblet, clutching a slip bearing his name. As he deposited it, the goblet eagerly engulfed the parchment, eliciting cheers from the other young wizards. Cedric, glancing over at Jinghe, seemed to convey a silent message. "You are my source of strength, the unwavering foundation of my victory." Jinghe returned his gaze with an encouraging gesture. Shortly thereafter, Crumb followed suit, casting his own name into the goblet, which emitted a small flicker of flame, inciting further applause. At that moment, Crumb turned his attention to Hermione, seated beside Jinghe. Hermione smiled at Crumb, though she still clutched her book. Jinghe, fueled by curiosity, leaned closer and whispered to Hermione, "Hey, do you think Crumb has a crush on you? I've noticed him looking your way several times. I was genuinely astonished when he sat down directly across from you." Hermione's cheeks flushed at the teasing, and she quickly waved her hands, insisting, "That's not true. Don't think such things." Jinghe chuckled at Hermione's flustered demeanor. Recognizing her youthfulness, despite her brilliance, she remained somewhat naive in matters of the heart. Just then, the ever-inquisitive Weasley twins flanked Jinghe, eager for mischief. "Hey, darling, care to try our latest invention? Aging potion. It can bypass age restrictions." Jinghe immediately sensed their dubious intentions and, with a playful smile, tousled their hair, saying, "No need. Dumbledore is the headmaster. How could a mere potion fool him? If you believe you'll succeed, you'll surely fail." Fred groaned. "Oh dear, this is utterly disappointing." George added, "Miss Kitty, doesn't he believe in us?" Jinghe shook her head. "Well, go ahead and try it. Don't say I didn't warn you." With aspirations of impressing their crushes, the Weasley twins shook their potion and, with a rallying cry, leaped down the staircase into the goblet. To their astonishment, the protective white barrier did not impede them. The surrounding young wizards erupted in astonished gasps as the twins celebrated their apparent victory, raising their hands in triumph. Exchanging glances, they each placed their name slips into the goblet, clapping their hands with smiles just before they were unexpectedly ejected. In an instant, their youthful faces aged rapidly, their hair turning a stark white. Jinghe couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of the two now elderly twins, a tear of mirth slipping down her cheek. "This time, Jinghe will safeguard everyone. No one shall lose an ear, nor shall anyone perish." The Weasley twins, observing each other's graying hair, promptly began to brawl on the ground. Suddenly, they remembered that Jinghe was watching nearby. At that moment, they heard Jinghe's laughter, prompting them to hastily don the hoods of their cloaks before scurrying to the infirmary to seek Madame Pomfrey's assistance with potions. A week swiftly passed, and the young wizards from the 3 houses gathered in the Great Hall, awaiting the announcement of the 3 champions to be revealed by the Goblet of Fire. Upon seeing that all had arrived, Dumbledore slowly approached the goblet, stating, "Before today, I believe the eligible young wizards of age have submitted their names into the goblet. Today, we shall select 3 valiant champions from among the houses to represent them in the competition." With a flourish of his hand, Dumbledore turned, and the flames of the goblet erupted, expelling a charred piece of parchment. He grasped it and glanced at the name before raising his voice to announce, "Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, Fleur Delacour." The moment he finished speaking, the hall erupted into applause, with Fleur gracefully rising to acknowledge the crowd with a slight bow, her perfect smile illuminating the room as she made her way to the front. Next came the champion from Durmstrang, Victor Krum, who also received thunderous applause. Finally, as Dumbledore retrieved the last parchment, he glanced at the name and turned toward Hufflepuff. "The Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory." The hall erupted into the most enthusiastic applause, particularly from the Hufflepuff students, who flushed with pride as they celebrated their champion. Cedric, after being patted on the back by a brother, rose with a smile and cast his gaze toward Slytherin, where Jinghe was also applauding him joyfully. Cedric's desire for victory in the tournament intensified, and he gradually walked to the front, standing alongside Crumb. During that week, Jinghe had thoroughly vetted all the professors, and thus far, none had shown any signs of deceit. Regarding Professor Moody's flask, she had asked Snape to examine it, confirming it contained only high-proof brandy, not polyjuice potion. It seemed that no further contestants would be added to the Triwizard Tournament. Just as Jinghe began to feel at ease and prepared to listen to Dumbledore's speech, the Goblet of Fire erupted once more in a blaze of flames. Jinghe's heart raced as she witnessed the blue flames rise, expelling another list. Dumbledore caught the parchment and, after a moment of silence, slowly directed his gaze toward Gryffindor, Harry Potter. At the utterance of this name, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly of wizards. And Jinghe stood abruptly from the long table. She could hardly believe it. She had meticulously scrutinized all the teachers, and even the classmates she knew, never anticipating the emergence of a fourth competitor. Harry, feeling the weight of the gazes around him, rose awkwardly and surveyed the crowd. At that moment, Jinghe realized she could not afford to reveal her surprise. Thus, she slowly sat back down, directing an encouraging glance at Harry as he approached the front. Harry, confronted by the skeptical and disbelieving stares of his peers, felt a tremor of uncertainty within him. He too was perplexed. Why was he, a mere 14-year-old, allowed to enter a competition restricted to those aged 17 and above? His gaze instinctively sought out the person he relied on most, Jinghe. However, upon meeting her eyes, he found encouragement and concern, which eased his anxiety. For you, I am willing to give it a try, he resolved, and with determination, he stepped forward. Dumbledore, hastening to Harry's side, maintained his usual calm demeanor as he inquired, "Are you certain you did not entrust your name to anyone else for submission?" Harry replied emphatically, "No, I did not, Headmaster." Dumbledore nodded, placing his trust in Harry. His composure was uncharacteristic, for he had previously been alerted to certain matters regarding the goblet by Jinghe. He had believed the situation to be manageable, yet unforeseen complications had arisen. Dumbledore's gaze had shifted from its customary warmth to one filled with a glimmer of something more ominous, as if a grand scheme was brewing beneath the surface. Turning to the young wizards, Dumbledore proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this year, the Goblet of Fire shall include an additional champion. That champion is Harry Potter of Gryffindor." The hall erupted into a tumult of disbelief, as whispers and murmurs filled the air. How could Harry Potter, who had yet to turn 17, become the fourth champion? Jinghe exhaled a sigh of relief, having anticipated such a turn of events. Throughout the week, she had conspired with Ron to remain steadfastly by Harry's side. Consequently, Ron exclaimed incredulously, "No way. Harry would never do this on purpose. He has been beside me these past few days." Thanks to Ron's loud outburst, his words quickly spread throughout the school, alleviating many doubts and suspicions surrounding Harry, as the students recalled the duo attending classes together. As a member of the Weasley family, Ron's assertions held weight. Thus, Harry did not face the ostracism often depicted in literature. Karkaroff, although eager to voice his discontent regarding the situation's unfairness, hesitated as he caught sight of Jinghe's expression. Seeing her demeanor silenced him, and he swallowed back his intended protests, instead joining the professors from Beauxbatons and Hogwarts to deliberate the matter in the headmaster's office. Inside the office, the discussions unfolded unbeknownst to the other young wizards, who simply noted that after deliberation, even the previously opposing head of Durmstrang fell silent and agreed to the inclusion of an additional champion. Later, when Jinghe sought out Dumbledore, she learned of the discussions, surprised to find Karkaroff, known for his vindictiveness, surprisingly compliant. Dumbledore, although taken aback, surmised that Karkaroff might have encountered Jinghe in the past, thus explaining his sudden acquiescence. The champions selected by the goblet could not refuse their roles, and as such, Harry was compelled to compete. Jinghe, during the first trial, had no intention of providing Harry with any unfair advantages, believing that Dumbledore would handle such matters. She had even offered him a suggestion. Once the public scrutiny diminished, Gryffindor no longer viewed Harry's champion status as a disgrace. Rather, they celebrated his selection with a gathering in the common room. Although Draco continued to berate Jinghe, questioning why Harry was allowed to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, he, of all people, understood the inherent dangers of the competition. Despite the years that had passed, the perilous nature of the tournament remained unchanged. Becoming a champion was indeed a matter of pride, yet survival remained an uncertainty. Meanwhile, Jinghe was meticulously searching the surroundings, observing all her friends whose habits she was familiar with, only to find that there were no significant changes. She also engaged with some unfamiliar faces, yet still, there were no notable transformations, as she did not truly know those individuals. A veil of uncertainty loomed over Jinghe, akin to dark clouds. The ultimate outcome remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, one thing was certain. Jinghe had not come here merely to witness the gradual departure of those she cherished. Having arrived at this juncture and having traversed through time, she felt compelled to effectuate some change. The lingering pain of not saving Lily and James haunted her heart, driving her to redeem her regrets, though time did not wait for her. This time, however, she was determined to save everyone. She envisioned a perfect conclusion for all. Chapter 174. Tom's fragmented conclusion. The timeline had been irrevocably set. In the days that followed, the 4 champions of the Triwizard Tournament were diligently training to confront the first task. Upon observing Harry's expression, Jinghe realized that the initial challenge involved facing a dragon and successfully acquiring the golden egg. She could only pray that no unforeseen incidents transpired during the first encounter. Simultaneously, she prepared fervently, knowing that when the final challenge arrived, she must rescue Cedric and thwart the resurrection of Tom's other half. Her animagus form had reached a level of proficiency, and should the situation demand it, she would transform into a butterfly and infiltrate the scene. As Jinghe meticulously plotted her strategy, Cedric and Harry were also anxiously preparing for their first challenge. The defense against the dark arts class was still conducted by Lupin, who, perhaps under Dumbledore's guidance, deliberately mentioned the characteristics of dragons during the lesson. Although not part of the curriculum, he provided detailed descriptions of various dragons, leaving it to the students to discern which dragon they would face in the tournament. Meanwhile, within a dilapidated old house, a small black snake lay quietly in the shadows, observing a frail figure on the sofa, resembling an embryo. This figure was Tom, the other half of his soul. Perhaps influenced by the essence of his soul, or due to the lack of vigilance upon his rebirth, the small black snake, embodying Tom, remained unnoticed, allowing him to overhear all conversations. He learned that an agent had been placed within Hogwarts and that they would establish a key for the final task of the Triwizard Tournament, ensuring the revival of the soul sitting on the sofa. Tom coldly regarded the repugnant man before him, who was groveling before the diminutive soul, as if he could crush it with a single hand. Despite its frailty, the soul audaciously proclaimed, "Once I regain my body, Jinghe will still be mine." Upon hearing this, Tom's eyes glimmered with a cold red light from the shadows. Without a moment's hesitation, he thought that his sister could only belong to him, solely to the 17-year-old Tom Riddle, not to the future Voldemort, who lacked intellectual supremacy. He could easily absorb the feeble soul's power, yet he chose to bide his time. When the moment of resurrection arrived, he would rightfully defeat the legitimate contender standing before Jinghe, rendering any doubts about his actions moot. Everyone would believe that it was merely Voldemort's mismanagement that resulted in the splitting of his being. Tom was not oblivious to the soul's yearning for his body, which incessantly urged him to absorb the soul before him, promising him ultimate power and dominion over all, including Jinghe, whom he envisioned sharing his triumph from the highest pinnacle. However, reason prevailed within Tom. He understood that his sister would not desire such a fate. He intended to be with Jinghe eternally, and she detested the thought of his hands stained with blood. Once the noise subsided, he slowly withdrew, realizing he had lingered long enough. Jinghe would be growing anxious. The scene shifted to Hogwarts, where the Quidditch pitch buzzed with excitement, as throngs of spectators awaited their champions. Jinghe recalled that both warriors within Hogwarts were her dear friends, prompting her to stealthily approach the back of the tent, where she fortuitously spotted Cedric and Harry together. While Harry appeared somewhat anxious, Cedric, though also tense, maintained a calm facade. Aware that newspapers would cover this season, Jinghe deftly evaded the gaze of the unscrupulous reporter Rita and slipped into the tent. "Hey, Cedric, Harry." Upon hearing her voice, both turned swiftly to see the girl emerging from behind the tent. Jinghe approached them briskly, reassuring, "There's no need to be nervous. For the first task, you will undoubtedly achieve commendable results." With that, she embraced each of them. Despite having lived 4 lives, Jinghe had yet to master the enthusiastic embraces typical of Western expressions of encouragement and friendship. Nevertheless, she could distinctly sense the tension radiating from them, and lacking the right words of encouragement, she resorted to offering a personal hug to each. It seemed her instinct was correct. The embrace acted as a pre-competition stimulant, invigorating both boys. After Jinghe departed, competitors from other houses observed the previously tense Hogwarts duo inexplicably transformed, their eyes igniting with fervent aspirations for victory. After leaving, Jinghe discreetly glanced around, relieved to find Rita absent, while also surveying for any suspicious bugs, though some oversights are inevitable. The sequence remained unchanged. Harry drew the fiercest dragon, and everything unfolded just as in the film. At the last moment, he seized the golden egg with his broomstick, and all the champions successfully passed the first task. Just as they celebrated their victory, a notification arrived. In honor of the long-awaited Triwizard Tournament, Hogwarts would host a ball, open to young witches and wizards of all ages, though attendees would need to invite their own partners. Upon hearing this news, many young witches and wizards found themselves in a dilemma, unsure of how to extend invitations. However, Some quick-witted individuals and those already in relationships swiftly exchanged glances, solidifying their dance partners in that fleeting moment. Jinghe mused that she would likely have a partner for the ball, considering her relatively good standing among peers, yet she had not anticipated such a crowd. At that moment, Draco eagerly exclaimed, "This is tailor-made for us. Jinghe, I assume you'd be quite willing to dance with a Malfoy, wouldn't you?" Jinghe, surprised, recalled that he was likely to invite Pansy. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, Blaise interjected, "I believe dear Miss one would be delighted to spend a lovely evening with Zabini, wouldn't she?" Jinghe had yet to respond when Theodore silently approached her from behind, gently turning her body around and fixing his gaze upon her with an intensity that was both captivating and earnest. "Might you grant me a chance?" he implored. Jinghe found herself entranced by Theodore's azure eyes, which radiated tenderness at that moment, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Nearby, Draco and Blaise observed the scene. Their surprise palpable. They had never imagined that this usually reserved boy could display such boldness. It was not just the three of them, other young wizards, perhaps driven by similar sentiments, hurried to the Slytherin side, disregarding any opinions the Slytherin students might harbor. All they desired was to be the first to invite that gem from Slytherin. Jinghe, overwhelmed by the cacophony of chatter surrounding her, felt a headache coming on, reminiscent of the days during Dumbledore's era when invitations for the graduation ball would flood in. Dumbledore, perhaps recalling similar memories, observed the girl with a benevolent smile. Jinghe, striving to maintain her composure, felt her patience wearing thin. She swiftly raised her wand to her throat and amplified her voice slightly. "I have not yet made a decision. I truly appreciate all your affections, but I am still undecided." Upon hearing her words, the young wizards understood that the girl was not particularly keen on such invitations, and they retreated to their respective tables, eagerly awaiting a more opportune moment to extend their invitations. The other Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs, relieved to see the girl reject everyone, had nearly had their hearts leap from their chests when they witnessed Slytherin students making their moves, fearing that Jinghe might acquiesce, but fortunately, no one had succeeded. Jinghe, irritated by the buzzing in her ears, decided to leave the long table early with Ballast, returning to the dormitory. Once she settled down with her pet, she was soon met with a soft mewing sound. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to see a small black snake beside her. The snake sprang up, exclaiming, "Brother?" Its eyes opened wide, and it slithered off the bed, transforming into the familiar figure of Tom. Tom, gazing at his sister whom he had not seen for a long time, enveloped her in his arms, whispering in her ear, "My dear sister, how could you possibly dance with anyone but your brother?" Unbeknownst to Jinghe, Tom had discreetly overheard the other young wizards' invitations to the ball during his recent return, and he was well aware of her popularity, noting how many were eager to invite her. To be candid, since their last dance together, Tom had not intended to relinquish his sister to anyone else, and he had his own plans for their dancing identity. Jinghe, contemplating the multitude of invitations, found herself at a loss for choice. She decided it best to dance with her brother. "Of course, I shall dance only with you, brother," she agreed. Tom, by now, had come to understand that in Jinghe's heart, he was merely a brother, an important figure. Yet, he yearned to be more than that. He aspired to be her beloved. As he released her from his embrace, he leaned in closer, their foreheads touching, their breaths mingling. The fresh scent of dew on Tom's skin, laced with a faint hint of cologne, invaded Jinghe's senses, intertwining with the fragrant aroma of roses that enveloped her. Suddenly, Jinghe sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. She was no fool, and the intimacy of this moment felt far from brotherly. Tom's next words confirmed her intuition. "Why can you not understand? Sister, I love you. I love you, I love you. I wish to be with you always. Why do you not comprehend? It matters not how many times I must tell you. You are only mine. I love you, I love you, I love you." At this confession, Jinghe was taken aback, rendered speechless, her mind racing as she retained her position. She knew that during their second encounter, Tom had expressed his feelings, yet she was uncertain how to face such emotions. In the past, she had been indifferent, but now, her sentiments were far more complex. Her thoughts spiraled chaotically. She was uncertain how to navigate these feelings. Throughout her extensive existence, she had never experienced romantic love, leaving her bewildered by its nature. What did it mean to like someone? Was it the constant preoccupation with them? The frantic search for them in their absence? The carefree demeanor when in their presence? Or the reckless urge to rush to them even in peril? In her long life, she believed that loving someone meant wholeheartedly thinking of them, perpetually awaiting their news, and unhesitatingly aiding them in times of need, with her heart always guarding them. All these sentiments seemed to converge upon Tom. No, not merely converge, they were entirely centered on him. Tom, observing the dazed expression on Jinghe's face, felt an insatiable desire welling within him and, in the next moment, captured her lips in a kiss. Jinghe was still reeling from his earlier declarations when Tom's kiss took her by surprise, her eyes widening in astonishment. Tom, having not kissed a beloved in quite some time, found this moment to unfold smoothly, drawing her closer as he wrapped his arms around her waist with one hand cradling her head, deepening the kiss. A peculiar sensation began to surge within Jinghe. She gradually closed her eyes, surrendering to the intensity yet gentleness of the kiss. Feeling her reciprocation, Tom intensified the kiss, his hand on her waist tightening as their breaths grew heavier. After what felt like an eternity, Tom finally withdrew, leaving Jinghe gasping for air, her lips now even more enticingly lush and inviting. Tom's desire, far from being quelled by the kiss, blazed even more fervently. As Jinghe prepared to look up, Tom swiftly enveloped her once more, desperate to shield her from the changes occurring within him. Despite his prolonged embrace, his ardor remained unabated, growing more insistent with each passing moment. In a sudden resolve, he transformed into a small black snake, before Jinghe could utter a word, and swiftly transported himself to the restroom, turning on the cold tap in a bid to regain his composure. After this prolonged kiss, Jinghe realized that her feelings for Tom transcended mere familial affection. She had seemingly fallen for her brother. No sister would experience such emotions during a brother's kiss, nor would her heart race and pulse quicken at his presence. All these moments would serve as proof of her love in the future. At this instant, she affirmed her feelings, while Tom had understood his heart's desires decades prior. As the night swiftly passed, after Tom took a cold shower, he returned, once again in his serpent form, coiling around Jinghe's arm, refusing to revert to his human shape despite her calls. Early the next morning, Jinghe discovered that the little black snake, which had curled up in her arm the previous night, had vanished once more. Just as she began to fear it had gone missing again, she spotted Tom sitting at the table during breakfast. At that moment, Tom appeared to be 18 years old, his handsome visage capturing the attention of the young witches nearby, who frequently glanced over and whispered amongst themselves, speculating about the identity of the wizard seated beside Professor Snape. When most of the students had gathered, Dumbledore rose to introduce Tom, who was now the newly appointed Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. He explained that Professor Lupin had to resign for personal reasons, thus paving the way for Tom Riddle to assume the role. As soon as Dumbledore's words echoed in the hall, an uproar of discussion erupted. Jinghe looked at Dumbledore in confusion. She could not comprehend how Professor Lupin, who had seemingly been doing well in his position, could suddenly leave. After finishing her meal, she made her way directly to Dumbledore's office to seek clarification. "What is going on, Albus?" At that moment, inside Dumbledore's office, Grindelwald languidly reclined on the sofa, munching on grapes. Upon hearing her inquiry, he promptly straightened up and remarked, "That young gentleman, named Remus, is a werewolf. While I find this inconsequential, the parents of the other young witches would certainly not view having a werewolf as their defense against the dark arts professor favorably." Dumbledore gently explained to Jinghe, "Tom has expressed that he cannot assist with Voldemort's affairs at this time, but he is capable of dispelling the curses lingering from his setup of the defense against the dark arts course." However, there was one final statement Dumbledore withheld from Jinghe, which was that Tom had also mentioned a binding vow he had taken with his sister. "I do not know the reason, but the unbreakable vow I made with my sister remains in effect, and I will protect her until she turns 18, never defying her words, as she would not permit me to act against her wishes." Fortunately, matters seemed to have resolved themselves to a degree, and after agreeing to this arrangement, Dumbledore crossed off his own plans for death from his list with a sigh, realizing that perhaps this old body could endure a little longer. In any case, Sirius had already left Hogwarts, though he occasionally transformed into a large gray dog to check on the girl. Lupin coincidentally resided in Sirius's home, and Sirius had generously covered the cost of his good friend S. werewolf potion. Overall, Tom's ascension to the position of defense against the dark arts professor was now justified. However, at that moment, a wizard from Ravenclaw stealthily delivered a letter to the ancient manor. The following day, Jinghe received numerous invitations, including those from Cedric, the Weasley family from Gryffindor, and Harry, all eager to invite her to the ball. Although they lamented Professor Lupin's departure, extending an invitation to the girl remained their priority. What they did not anticipate was that the newly appointed Professor Riddle would announce before everyone, "Miss Jinghe has already accepted my invitation. I shall be her partner for the evening." This declaration ignited a fervent uproar, akin to a drop of water sizzling in hot oil. Draco, sitting nearby, immediately inquired of Jinghe, "Is this true?" She nodded, not denying it. This acknowledgement did not go unnoticed by those around, and a chorus of dismay ensued. They could scarcely believe that the most talented witch from Slytherin had accepted an invitation from a newly acquainted defense against the dark arts professor. Yet, some young witches, upon gazing at Tom's face, found it understandable. After all, he was undeniably handsome. Had they not already secured partners? They might have mustered the courage to extend their own invitations. Since Tom declared Jinghe as his partner, he encountered a series of minor troubles. Some students in his class were not particularly attentive, yet he did not relent in deducting points where necessary. The less than clever pranks they attempted were beneath his notice, easily dismissed with a casual wave of his hand towards the instigators. Nonetheless, the classroom remained quite boisterous. Snape, upon recognizing the familiar face, understood who Tom was. When he approached Dumbledore for a discussion, Dumbledore's response mirrored Jinghe's concerns. However, he reiterated the existence of the unbreakable vow. Although Snape remained uneasy, he felt powerless. Dealing with Tom remained a formidable task, yet an early conclusion to the war would be welcomed. As the day of the ball swiftly approached, Jinghe's gown was prepared well in advance. A blue, form-fitting mermaid dress adorned with white pearls, its hemline gracefully fluttering, showcasing embroidered butterflies and roses. The gown was off-shoulder, leading her to wear a necklace shaped like a red rose around her neck. Her hair was styled into a princess bun, with two curled strands framing her face, while the bun was embellished with shimmering blue pearls. A blue butterfly adorned the left side of her hair, and both arms were adorned with lace gloves resembling butterflies. Today, Jinghe had also applied makeup. Her natural beauty was enhanced, making her utterly captivating. Upon seeing her, Rosette exclaimed, "My goodness, darling, you are simply stunning. I wager you will be the center of attention at this ball." Jinghe smiled and affectionately linked arms with Ballast, saying, "You are equally beautiful, dear. I am certain your partner will be utterly transfixed by you." Ballast's attire was a playful yellow gown, also off-shoulder, which accentuated her charm and added a delightful touch with a beauty mark beneath her eye. The two girls descended the stairs hand in hand. The Slytherin boys had ceased inviting anyone else after failing to secure their desired partners. If they could not ask the girls they fancied to dance, the ball would ultimately hold no significance for them. Thus, when they beheld Jinghe gracefully descending the stairs, their breaths caught in their throats. They rose from their seats, quietly watching her. If only I could be her partner, they thought, their hearts racing with the desire to embrace her. Draco stood up and approached her, enveloping Jinghe in a warm embrace. "You look beautiful today, the kind of beautiful that could perfectly embody Mrs. Malfoy." Jinghe chuckled and gently patted his back. "Am I not always beautiful, Draco? Now hurry and find your partner." Draco's heart ached, and he could only watch as the girl he adored took the hand of another man to dance. It was he who had invited her first. As Jinghe released Draco from her embrace, Blaise stepped forward and said, "You look lovely today, Mississippi. I wish you a delightful evening." Jinghe smiled in response, "Of course. You look quite dapper yourself, Blaise." At that moment, Blaise, clad in a gray suit adorned with a rose-shaped brooch on the left side, appeared even more handsome, likely to enchant many a girl. He shook his head with a rueful smile, saying, "No matter how well I dress, who would notice?" Just as Jinghe was about to respond, the door to the lounge swung open, and Tom, impeccably attired, entered. Generally speaking, men seldom don light blue suits, as they often fail to evoke an appealing aesthetic. However, in this moment, Tom donned a blue suit to harmonize with the girlesque dress, complemented by a pale blue shirt. Fortunately, his striking visage rendered the suit not only unpretentious but rather dashing. Jinghe approached with a smile, linking her arm with Tom's, and turned to the group behind them, declaring, "I shall take my leave now. I wish you all a delightful evening." With that, she and Tom exited the Slytherin common room. Just as they crossed the threshold, Tom glanced back at the boys still frozen in place, a fleeting glimmer of red light flashing in his eyes. Should anyone threaten his bond with the girl, he would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands. Indeed, upon returning, Tom fortuitously spotted a female reporter with curly hair fervently scribbling notes, her lips moving in animated excitement. Initially inclined to disregard her, he was drawn in by the mention of Jinghe's name. Approaching, he discovered that the reporter was fabricating absurd tales, claiming his sister was simultaneously seducing two champions from the Triwizard Tournament, an utterly ludicrous assertion. The moment he absorbed this information, he paid no heed to the journalist's subsequent scribbles, fixating solely on the notion that if anyone dared to mistreat his sister, he would eliminate all obstacles. Consequently, Rita's article, which was anticipated to create a stir in the Daily Prophet, never saw the light of day. Instead, a brief report emerged, noting that a journalist from the Daily Prophet had met an untimely demise on an obscure road, her neck marred by 2 gaping wounds. The ball commenced in earnest, with the 4 champions arriving alongside their respective partners. Harry and Cedric had initially hesitated to invite companions, yet Professor McGonagall insisted that champions must escort their chosen partners. Reluctantly, they selected witches from their house to partake in the opening dance. Jinghe observed that Harry and Ron's partners remained the same twin sisters, their expressions still lacking vibrancy and seeming somewhat peculiar. What struck Jinghe as odd was that Cedric, despite being paired with the stunning Cho Chang from Ravenclaw, exhibited little enthusiasm. Hermione had accepted Victor Krumm's invitation, adorning a splendid purple gown that accentuated her beauty, rendering Krumm utterly captivated. As the champions concluded their opening dance, the other young witches and wizards began to join the dance floor, swaying to the music with their partners. Jinghe intertwined her arm with Tom's, gracefully gliding into the dance. Their time at Rhodoria Manor had equipped them with various social dance skills, which they had not forgotten, as they swayed gently to the melody. Tom finally reveled in the joy of dancing an entire song with his sister at the same age, achieving his long-held desire. She was his beloved, his sister, his salvation, his little butterfly. As onlookers beheld this scene, they felt an acute pang of envy, their gazes cast downward as they turned away, quietly secluding themselves in corners. Watching their cherished girls twirl and shimmer with others on the dance floor, time seemed to pass swiftly, and the 4-hour ball drew to a close, prompting the young witches and wizards to retire for the night. Jinghe, once again linked to Tom's arm, prepared to return. Although Tom had an office assigned by Hogwarts each evening, he transformed into a small black snake, coiling around Jinghe's arm each night. Just as Jinghe was heading back alongside Ballast, she was suddenly called out, turning to see Percy hurrying toward her, breathless and fervent. He presented her with a small box, saying, "This is perfect for you. I thought I should give it to you." Upon opening it, Jinghe discovered a ring shaped like a rose. With a radiant smile, she exclaimed, "It's beautiful. I love it. Thank you, Percy. As you graduate this year, I wish you the best in finding a wonderful job." Percy, captivated by the luminous smile of the girl before him, struggled to articulate his feelings, eventually managing only, "You look lovely today," before turning away. Back in her dormitory, Jinghe placed the box on her desk. After a while, Tom arrived, taking human form and embracing her. He noticed the small box on the desk. Upon opening it and discovering the rose-shaped ring, he questioned, "Who gifted you this?" Jinghe replied, "Oh, it's from an upperclassman. He is graduating next year. So I suppose it's a farewell gift." Tom scoffed, closing the box and carelessly tossing it into a corner. Then enveloping his sister in his arms as they lay on the bed. A fire burned within him daily, yet he refrained from causing her harm until he turned 18. Enduring the torment of restraint, Tom kissed Jinghe's cheek and said, "You must be tired. Go wash up and rest." Jinghe nodded and headed to the washroom. After changing into her nightclothes, she returned to find Tom expertly tucking her into bed. After a moment's thought, he transformed into a black snake, coiling around her arm. However, it was curious that the tail continued to writhe restlessly. Jinghe found it odd that her brother transformed into a small snake that squirmed on her arm each night. Yet Tom offered no explanation, and she acquiesced to his peculiarities. The wintry night was exceptionally tranquil, concealing the impending crisis beneath the snow-laden ground. Chapter 176, The Conclusion of Tom. Following the ball, they swiftly approached the second challenge, which had not been disclosed to others. The answer to the second task lay within the golden egg procured from the first challenge. Upon opening it, they were met with a cacophony of shrill cries reverberating through the empty classroom. Yet Jinghe was fortunately not present, thus spared from the piercing sound. According to the accounts of others, one might say that in that moment, she glimpsed Merlin beckoning to her, without Moody's interference this time. Even Cedric was slightly slower in his search for answers. When Jinghe visited the library, she spotted Cedric deep in contemplation in a corner. It dawned on her that he had no one to provide him with answers, and though he was intelligent, he would require a bit more time to devise a solution. She settled beside him, noticing that he was examining the golden egg while consulting references. Suddenly aware of her presence, he turned and smiled, asking, "What brings you here?" Jinghe replied, "I saw our Hufflepuff champion struggling with the second task, so I thought I might graciously offer my assistance." Cedric chuckled softly at her words. Careful not to disturb the quiet of the library, with a playful twinkle in his eye, he asked, "All right then, our clever Slytherin. What do you propose to help me unravel this conundrum?" Jinghe grinned and suggested, "Perhaps you might try your luck in the prefect's bathroom tonight." With a wink reminiscent of Albus, she gathered her books and wandered toward the shelves in search of needed materials, leaving Cedric deep in thought. Jinghe discerned that Cedric's keen intellect would swiftly lead him to the conclusion, and after observing Harry over the past few days, she comprehended that Cedric had also divulged this method to him. The next step involved the four of them selecting their respective treasures from the depths of the sea. When Jinghe was summoned to the headmaster's office, she already suspected that someone had chosen her as their underwater treasure. However, she was taken aback to discover that both of Hogwarts champions had selected her for this role. Dumbledore remained seated in his usual spot, wearing a warm and inviting smile as he regarded Jinghe, who appeared utterly bewildered. "Well then, it's time for you to choose a champion." Observing Dumbledore's amused expression, Jinghe shot him a discreet glare in the absence of others and playfully shook her fist at the two-colored-eyed owl perched beside the headmaster's office. Though the owl offered no response. As Jinghe pondered her predicament, Tom approached with a brooding demeanor, dismissing the other occupants of the room and pulling Jinghe into his embrace. He then addressed Dumbledore, stating firmly, "She cannot be chosen as the treasure by either of them. Don't even think about it." Dumbledore popped the candy into his mouth and replied, "Do not be so hasty, Tom. The choice lies with Jinghe. If she decides to select one, there is nothing you can do to prevent it, is there?" Tom fell silent, for this was indeed true. He could not stifle his sister's desires. The unbreakable vow he had made over a decade ago loomed heavily upon him today. Perhaps it was not merely the influence of that vow, but rather Tom's understanding of Jinghe. He knew that once she set her mind on something, she would see it through to perfection, and no one, not even he, could deter her. Tom tightened his embrace around Jinghe, silently awaiting her decision. Sensing his emotional turmoil, Jinghe gently patted his hand in a soothing manner before addressing Dumbledore. "I choose no one, Albus. Allow those two champions to select again." Upon hearing this, Tom's tense back relaxed, and he discreetly exhaled in relief. Suddenly, Jinghe recalled something and smiled, saying, "By the way, Albus, I forgot to mention that Tom and I have agreed that once all matters are resolved and after graduation, I will marry him. Would you do us the honor of being our witness?" At that moment, Tom's heart was beyond expression. He had never discussed such matters with Jinghe, and her words today reflected her innermost thoughts. He had always been anxious, acutely aware of the multitude of suitors surrounding his sister, which filled him with anger, yet left him powerless. He could no longer casually eliminate a rival as he once might have. He had never dictated Jinghe's feelings. Since that night, he confessed, their relationship had remained unchanged, simply continuing as before, with Tom occasionally requesting a kiss. Thus, at this moment, Tom was indescribably happy, receiving affirmation of their future together and plans from the one he cherished most. This was a temptation greater than any other. Jinghe's declaration was no mere impulse. She was not simply a fourth-year student. Having lived for so long, she certainly understood her views on love. It was merely her lack of romantic experience that rendered her somewhat oblivious to her feelings. However, once she recognized her love for him, there was no escaping it. She may have planted the seed of her affection for her brother long ago, but at that time, she had been unaware of it. She had once caught a whiff of Tom's scent in the potion she brewed, a fragrance that had never been present before. Her previous potions had lacked any scent. The moment she detected it in her concoction, she realized, "I have fallen for him, hopelessly and irreversibly. You have offered me a love akin to a moth to a flame, and I shall repay it 1,000-fold. Life may still revolve around the mundane, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, but if I am with you, I believe I can muster the courage to confront the monotony ahead." Jinghe, sensing Tom's excitement behind her, turned to him and said, "These are my heartfelt words, Tom. I have never doubted your feelings for me. I do not hold back my affections. As long as I love you, I shall offer my unwavering sincerity to you, forever." In that moment, Tom found himself recalling one of the happiest times he had experienced in ages. His sister, no, his beloved, had boldly acknowledged their relationship before the headmaster and had even invited him to act as their witness. "You are my beloved, my eternal wife." Tom was rendered speechless, his lips trembling with the desire to express his joy, only to find his hands shaking in tandem. Tears, long absent from his eyes, now blurred his vision as the years of perseverance and waiting culminated in this moment, revealing a path forward through the fog. Jinghe extended her hand to carefully wipe away the tears from Tom's face, her own countenance adorned with a gentle smile. There. It's only an invitation for Albus to be our witness. No need to be so overwhelmed." Just then, the owl perched nearby swooped down, transforming mid-air into a wizard, who gradually approached Dumbledore, standing behind him with a smile, and remarked, "It has been at least 70 or 80 years since I last witnessed a miss of the Iftis family getting married. Why only invite Albus?" Jinghe replied with a laugh, "When the time comes, I'll make sure to seat you both together. Or do you two wish to have a wedding of your own, Gellert?" Gellert chuckled at her words and, leaning casually against Dumbledore, said, "No need for that. Simply letting us old bones enjoy some young people's wedding festivities is good enough. Though I would love to, I must respect Gellert's opinion." As Harry and Cedric heard Jinghe decline the role of underwater treasure, they felt a pang of disappointment, yet recognized the choice was ultimately hers. However, when they received the next piece of news, it felt as though the sky had fallen around them. Indeed, many felt the same way, for after Tom had confirmed his sister's intentions in Dumbledore's office the previous day, he had, the next morning, transformed his usual stoic demeanor, greeting every young wizard and professor with a gentle smile, proclaiming, "Yes, once Jinghe graduates, we will hold a wedding." We will invite you all. Yes, we have established our relationship. The news that the new defense against the dark arts professor had become involved with the most outstanding student from Slytherin spread throughout the campus like wildfire. Many rushed to Jinghe's location, eyes wide with disbelief, to inquire, "Are you really with that Tom?" Draco stood before Jinghe, astonished. Jinghe smiled and replied, "Of course." Draco, somewhat begrudgingly, said, "How can you move on so quickly? Do you even realize that I—" He left the rest of his sentence unspoken, but Jinghe, now fully aware of her feelings, understood what he meant. Thus, she interjected, "Love is not something that forms in a day. My choice to be with him is a well-considered decision that reflects my feelings for him." At this moment, the fourth-grade wizards have long since abandoned their school robes. Draco stands before Jinghe, impeccably attired in a tailored black suit, while Jinghe dons a delicate blue gauze dress, together resembling a pair of celestial beings. Yet, their ultimate fate will lead them down paths of estrangement. When others learned of this news, claiming they were unscathed, it was a mere facade. However, what recourse did they have? They could not dictate whom the girl favored, and thus, all they could do was grit their teeth and extend their blessings with respect. The second task swiftly came to a conclusion. Due to Jinghe's refusal, Harry's treasure was exchanged for Ron, while Cedric's treasure was transferred to his good friend in Hufflepuff. At this moment, Hermione and Krum, having navigated through the second task, found their relationship blossoming at an astonishing pace. Evident to any discerning observer who could witness the palpable affection surrounding them. Upon witnessing their interactions, Jinghe comprehended that perhaps, in this frigid realm, Krum had indeed secured the enchanting English rose from across the ocean. Their letters traversed thousands of kilometers, solely to receive a semblance of handwriting and a warm greeting.